Brain storage, Kanaha, ninja school. Zihaihong looked at the pretty little girl sitting beside her, who was staring blankly in front of her without saying a word. She rubbed her hands nervously, struggling internally. What should I do? She is so cute. What's wrong with her? She doesn't say a word. Does she hate me? Could this girl be unwilling to be my friend? Zihaihong was very confused at this moment, but at this moment, a careless voice made her frown. Hong, I have the best meatballs from the best meatball shop on the street. I asked my dad to ask someone to buy this for me. Otherwise, given how popular that meatball shop is, it would be very difficult to buy these meatballs. Let me tell you, these meatballs are delicious. Asuma Sarutobi, whose face did not match his age, rushed into the classroom excitedly with a lunchbox in his hand and pounced on Korone Ui's desk. Holding the lunchbox in his hand, he kept introducing the meatballs in the lunchbox, and looked at the annoying son of the Hokage in front of him with a frown. Asuma, could you please stop being so jumpy? You're really annoying, don't you know that? Oh. Asuma scratched the back of his head awkwardly, looking at Korone Ui in front of him with a smile on his face. Hong, I'll put the meatballs here. I'll come to play with you again when I have the chance. Asuma put the lunchbox on the table and left. He was in a hurry to play with his friends and was not in a hurry to chase girls. Zihaihong looked at the lunchbox on the table and the cute little girl next to it. She seemed to have thought of something and stretched out her little hand to open the lunchbox to reveal the red and white steaming meatballs inside. She took out a meatball and handed it to him, saying with a smile, "Hello, my name is Zihaihong. Would you like some meatballs?" Yusuji Bai, who was lost in thought, finally came to his senses after hearing someone talking next to him. Turning his head to look at Ui Korone, who had red pupils next to him, Yusuji Haku fell into deep thought. Red eyes and a carefree personality, this should be Korone Ui. Asuma Sarutobi's official partner. Are we from the same class? That means Kakashi and I are from the same class. Looks like the third war is coming soon. Oh, I have to find a way to improve the favorability of the main characters in the story. Otherwise, when the third Ninja World War comes, one will definitely become cannon fodder. When Yusuji Haku thought of this, he let out a long sigh. He never thought that a 30-something office worker like him could travel to the world of Naruto and become a child of a civilian ninja family who died in the Second Ninja World War. It's really a bad start. It's already uncomfortable to travel to this time period and not to a big clan like Hyuga or Uchiha. What made him even more annoyed was that because of his own favorability system, he looked like a girl even though he was a boy. It really came true that such a cute child must be a boy. If he were in some other country, he would definitely be the unlucky guy who was dragged to Lowly Island to be the top star. The reason why he is so cute is that when he awakened the system at the age of 3, he obtained the primary succubus physique given by the system. Possessing the physique of a succubus, he is far superior to ordinary people in terms of physique, and the activity of his own cells is far higher than that of ordinary people. Even without refining chakra, his strength should be comparable to that of children from ordinary families, otherwise he would not be able to enter the first class. The only good news for him in the past few years was probably Korone Ui, who was next to him, because he remembered that in the Naruto plot, Korone Ui and Asuma Sarutobi seemed to be from the same class as Kakashi. Then the white-haired kid sitting in the back row with a dagger on his back and a mask on his back should be Kakashi. Thinking of this, Bai turned his head and glanced at Kakashi, who was sitting in the back seat with his hands folded, acting cool. "Hello, my name is Zihi Korone, what's your name?" Hong saw that the little girl next to her not only ignored her, but turned her head to look at Kakashi in the back row, and shouted again with some confusion. At this time, Yusuji Bai finally came back to his senses from his thoughts and looked at the little loli in front of him with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I was distracted just now." "It's okay, do you want some meatballs?" Hong held up the meatball in her hand and handed it over with a kind smile on her face, trying her best to show her kindness. Yusuji Haku felt a little hungry when he saw the meatballs in Ui Korone's hand. As he had the physique of a succubus, he naturally ate more than ordinary people, but as an orphan, he did not have much pension. His meals every day only allowed him to eat half full. Now, when he saw the delicious meatballs that he couldn't usually eat, his stomach growled. Yusuji Haku couldn't help but blush when he heard his stomach rumbling. As an adult, he felt a little embarrassed to be hungry in front of a child. Ui Korone couldn't help but laugh when she heard the cute little girl in front of her have her stomach rumbling. "Don't worry, eat whatever you want. I want to be friends with you," Yusuji Bai said somewhat embarrassedly. "This is not good. After all, this is given to you by others. If you give it to me, wouldn't you be letting down their kindness?" Zairi Korone snorted coldly, and an unhappy expression appeared on her cute chubby face as she said, "My name is Zairi Korone, and from now on we are classmates. Don't you want to eat the food your classmates give you?" Okay, thank you." Yusuji Bai reluctantly took this when the meatball was stuffed into his mouth. The sweet taste exploded in his mouth, relieving the hunger in his stomach. The feeling of sweetness filling his throat made him close his eyes and savor it carefully. He had forgotten that as an orphan he had not eaten such delicious food for a long time. Yusuji Bai was enjoying the sweet taste while eating. Perhaps because he was young, he had a great love for desserts, so he closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a long time before opening his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zihi Korone, who was looking at him with admiration. He was no longer surprised by this kind of look. Who says he looks cute and has the physique of a succubus? This is the benefit of being cute. Yui Korone opened her eyes and peeked at the beautiful girl next to her. When she saw the girl looking out the window with an expressionless face, Yui Korone breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and pushed the lunchbox containing meatballs over, and said with a smile, "Do you still want to eat? What's your name? Can we be friends in the future?" Yusujibai opened his eyes and took a look at the lunchbox in front of him. He was still a little hungry, so he reached out and took out a meatball and stuffed it into his mouth. While eating, he said, "My name is Bai, my last name is Yusuji, and we will be friends from now on." "That's great. My name is Korone Ui. Yusuji Haku, you are the first friend I made in the ninja school. That you are much cuter than Asuma Sarutobi, who always follows me around." Favorability increased by 19. Yusujibai nodded indifferently, acknowledging the relationship between the two. After making her first friend, Yui Korone was so happy that she kept chattering. Yusujibai occasionally responded to show that he was listening, and time passed by bit. Soon, Class 1, Grade 1 was full of people, and a middle-aged man in his 30s with a blank space on his left shoulder walked up to the podium. After this middle-aged man walked onto the podium, all the students shut their mouths, and an invisible murderous aura enveloped everyone. Yusujibai swallowed his saliva. Now he was sure that the middle-aged man above must be a ninja who had just come down from the battlefield and killed people. Otherwise, his murderous aura wouldn't be so strong. Just standing there would make everyone present look at him subconsciously. The middle-aged man glanced at all the children. The children he glanced at would always shiver with fear. Until he saw the expressionless white-haired child sitting in the last row. The middle-aged man couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of Lord Sakumo's child, he possesses such mental strength at such a young age that he will surely become a powerful ninja in the future. The middle-aged man thought of this and quickly shook his head. His eyes sharpened again as he stared at all the children present and said, "Hello, my name is Sarutobi Yamagami, and I'm an elite shinin who just retired. And you will be your teacher for the next few years. From now on, please introduce yourself starting from the first person in the first row on the left. Introduce your name first, then talk about your hobbies and dreams. Just like me. My name is Sarutobi Yamagami. I like reading and my dream is to have a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter." After Sarutobi Yamagami finished speaking, he looked at the child in the first row on the left. When the child felt the teacher's gaze, he stood up awkwardly and spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Yamanaka Feng. I like Mariko and I hate pets that shed hair everywhere. My dream is to become a powerful ninja." After Yamanaka Feng finished speaking, he looked at the teacher on the podium with some trepidation, until he saw Sarutobi Yamagami nodded in satisfaction, then he breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. The second child stood up very consciously and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Uda Ryuyat. I like furry toys and hate cold-blooded animals like snakes and frogs. My dream is to become Hokage." Davenlong's voice also became louder when he said this. Most of the children in the classroom looked at him in agreement when they heard his dream. Almost everyone present wanted to become Hokage. Although they didn't know what becoming Hokage meant, it didn't stop them from daydreaming. The third child was a white-eyed child with a silk scarf wrapped around his head, covering his forehead. "My name is Hinata Ching, from the Hyuga clan. I don't like anything, nor do I dislike anything. My dream is to have freedom." Hinata Ching sat down directly after he finished speaking. His expression did not change from beginning to end, and he looked like a puddle of stagnant water. The teacher looked at Hinata Ching's expressionless face and sighed helplessly in his heart. He was well aware of the Hyuga clan's family rules, and he had also seen the corruption of the Hyuga clan. After all, as an adult, he understood what the future fate of a Hyuga branch family would be. He felt a little sad to see this cute kid in front of him become so lifeless because of that damn caged bird. However, as an injured retired ninja, he had no right to care about the fate of a Hyuga branch, so he waved his hand and said, "Next. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Deo Tangdong Aaa. Hello everyone, my name is Sarutobi Asuma. I like Korone and hate the old man. My dream is to become a Hokage that is loved by everyone." Asuma Sarutobi, who was sitting in front of Korone, introduced himself very confidently. He originally wanted to sit next to Korone, but he was late. He also thought about changing seats with the girl sitting next to Zihi Korone, but when he saw the cute girl, he always stuttered and couldn't speak. So he could only settle for the second best and sit in front of Zihi Korone. After Asuma Sarutobi introduced himself, the next person to speak was a supporting character. Haku Yusuji just listened briefly and then forgot about him. The dragon heads whose names did not appear in the original novel were not worth his attention. Now he only wanted to conquer the people who had appeared in the original novel. Only in this way could he gain favorability and exchange things in the system mall. After this extra finished introducing himself, Yusujibai stood up and said to everyone with an expressionless face, "Hello everyone, my name is Yusujibai. I like eating and hate boys who don't know their limits. My dream is to become a strong person who can control his own destiny at will. Let me first state that I am a boy. If anyone treats me as a girl, I want him to be good-looking." When Yusujibai said this, he clenched his fists viciously and threatened the whole class, but after a moment of silence, the whole class burst into an astonishing noise. "Wow, such a cute girl is actually a boy. What should I do if I am even more moved?" Yes, I thought it was a rival before, but I didn't expect him to be a boy. From now on, by his mind. No one can take it away from me. He is actually a man. How is it possible? Oh my god, I am about to faint in the toilet from crying. It's not impossible for a man. Hey, your thoughts are very dangerous. You need to correct them. Favorability increased by 20. Favorability increased by 18. Yusujibai glanced at the whole class with some surprise. After observation, he found that there were quite a few characters in this class. Kakashi, Rin Nohara, Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy, Kurane Ui. In just a short while, this group of people contributed hundreds of points of favorability to me. It seems that it won't take long before I can purchase the Flying Thunder God escape skill. Shut up. The teacher's forehead was full of veins, and he roared in a low voice. All the students seemed to be strangled by the neck and couldn't say a word. The classroom, which had become chaotic because of Bai's words, returned to silence. After seeing that all the students stopped talking, the teacher breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Zahi Kurane and said, "It's your turn, classmate." At this moment, wisps of steam emerged from Sunset's red hair, and her red eyes, like the bright starry sky, were flashing with disbelief. Now her little face was flushed red, and she looked at Yusujibai beside her with some trembling. "How could you be a boy? Why are you a boy?" Yusujibai glanced at her, put on a charming smile and said, "What's wrong? Doesn't Sister Ui Kurane like me? How about I switch seats with another student?" When Yusuji Haku said this, the charming smile on his face became lost. Ui Kurane suddenly felt as if 2 arrows were thrown into her heart, and said anxiously, "Mr. Bai, it's not what you think. It's just..." When Ui Kurane said this, she stuttered and couldn't speak. When Yusujibai heard the system broadcast coming from his ears, he was so happy that he almost burst into laughter. "Let me see how much my balance is first." Shang Binbei opened his panel and looked at his soaring balance, and he became excited. A name, Yusuji Haku, age, TND, even one character can be blocked. A physical skills, turtle-fisted, ninjutsu, none, a chakrat nani, physique, genin. Increases succubus physique, a favorability value, 295A. Mall, click to query. It's already over 200. The reason I didn't have any favorability points before was because I hadn't met any plot characters. It's only been 1 day since he appeared, but he already has so much favorability. He's only 9,800 favorability points away from having the red eyes and 1 Megatama Sharingan. At my current rate, I can collect favors and pay for a Megatama Sharingan in less than 1 or 2 months. That is fantastic, but the price of subsequent upgrades is a bit high. The favorability of the 2 Megatama Sharingan is 50,000, and the 3 Megatama one goes up to 500,000. The price of the main Jikaya Sharingan has skyrocketed to 2 million. Isn't this price increase too fast? Shang Sujibai couldn't help but complain when he saw the ridiculously expensive price on the system panel, but his resentful expression attracted the love and pity of a lot of little girls. Among these little girls, there were many characters in the plot, so the system's broadcast sounded in Shang Sujibai's ears again. Yusujibai couldn't help but sigh. What a charming and pleasant voice. Come and drown me out with this charming noise. Yusujibai's happy little expression attracted the hearts of many girls and boys, especially Ui Kurane, who was standing next to him and smelled the seductive scent emanating from Yusujibai's body. She almost came close to him. Just when I was halfway through the self-introduction, hurried footsteps were heard and everyone turned their eyes to the classroom door. Soon, a little kid with goggles and a spiky hair appeared in front of everyone, sweating profusely, and yelled at Teacher Sarutobi impatiently, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm late. Just now I met an old lady who had difficulty walking and was trying to cross the road. I helped her across, and that's why I wasted time on my way to school." Yusuji Haku looked at this scene that had appeared countless times in the Naruto world and couldn't help but complain. "I really don't know where all the old ladies come from for him to help. These old ladies can't all be Uchiha Madara or that white Zetsugai transformed. Achi, don't I have no intestines? Why am I sneezing?" A humanoid creature in white scratched its head in confusion, looked around to make sure there was no one around, then squatted down and made a squatting gesture, exerting force continuously. "I don't know what it feels like to poop. Why not find a chance to ask that kid Obito?" Teacher Sarutobi had a frown on his forehead as he looked at the Uchiha boy wearing goggles. Although he wanted to complain about why someone was late on the first day, as it was his first time as a teacher, he suppressed his temper and spoke calmly. "Please introduce yourself first, then come in." "Ah." Uchiha Obito scratched the back of his head in confusion, and Sarutobi teacher held his forehead helplessly and said, "Introduce yourself. First, tell us your name, what you like and dislike, what your dreams are, etc." Oh. Uchiha Obito slapped his forehead after realizing it, then said confidently with a smile on his face, "Hello, my name is Uchiha Obito. What I like is helping old ladies cross the road, and what I hate are those impolite people. My dream is to become a Hokage." Teacher Sarutobi was quite surprised when he heard Uchiha Obito's dream. He didn't expect that this Uchiha boy's dream was to become Hokage. But this is normal. Who among the Uchiha people doesn't want to become Hokage? This is already an open matter for the entire village. After thinking about it, Sarutobi teacher shook his head. "Find a seat and sit down. Whose turn is it now?" After the last person introduced himself, the next person should continue to introduce himself. "Hello, my name is..." After getting consent, Obito walked in from the classroom door and quickly found the only empty seat, which was behind Yusuji Shiro. Because this place was full of girls at the beginning, not many people wanted to come here. Those girls took up all the seats around Yusuji, leaving only this one spot. So Obito could only sit next to a girl holding a puppy. As soon as he sat down, Obito started talking to the little girl next to him excitedly. However, the little girl was always paying attention to Haku Yusuji in front of her, and didn't want to pay any attention to the talkative boy next to her. But because they were classmates, the little girl would occasionally respond to what Obito said to her. Yusuji looked back at this guy with a smile on his face who looked like a funny guy. Uchiha Obito had a lot of thoughts in his mind. I don't know if this guy knows Nohara Rin. The Uchiha family is really all crazy. They are willing to make an outrageous plan just to create a world with Rin. Using illusion to control the entire world sounds ridiculous, but can this kind of thing actually be used for virtual reality games? If I had the ability to read infinitely, I could at least become the boss of the most powerful gaming company in the entire ninja world. Those games that were unimaginable before can now be completed. Tisk. Chakra has so many uses, but the ninja world uses it all for fighting. What a waste. Yusuji Shiro shook his wandering thoughts out of his head and clenched his fists. The prerequisite for accomplishing all this is to obtain the magical eye technique of the main Jikaya. Sharinan, so favorability points are definitely essential. It just so happens that Obito is the easiest guy to fool. It's much easier to conquer him than to conquer Kakashi, Sarutobi, Asuma, and others. When Yusuji Haku thought of this, a charming smile immediately appeared on his face. He turned his head and spoke to Uchiha Obito behind him. Hello, my name is Yusuji. You can call me by. Are you from the Uchiha family? Why does your personality seem different from those members of the Uchiha family? Uchiha Obito was stunned when he saw the gentle and lovely girl in front of him and smelled the charming fragrance. His ears were flushed and his heart was beating fast. Yusuji was very happy as he listened to the broadcast sounds coming from his ears. As expected, my brother Tuzi is so powerful. His favorability is rising rapidly. It turns out that it is a perfect decision to conquer my brother Tuzi. After being shy for a while, Obito swallowed his saliva, looked at the little girl in front of him with some embarrassment, and said, "Hello, Bai-san. My brothers in the clan are just a little arrogant, not much different from ordinary people. As long as you interact with them more, you will find that they are all very lovely people." Yusuji Haku smiled and said nothing. His perception of the Uchiha clan was that they were all crazy, or rather, many people in the entire ninja world were crazy. Perhaps it is because of the deformed world, or perhaps it is because of the ninja profession. As tools, ninjas should not have emotions, but how can humans be without emotions? Therefore, various brainwashing organizations and statements have appeared one after another. It is these strange organizations that give rise to some psychopaths and extremists. Generally speaking, ordinary people in the ninja world are quite normal, at least the daimyo look quite normal. The Uchiha family is just a group of idiots who are blinded by the family's glory, and there are a few psychopaths among them. When Obito saw that Yusuji Shiro didn't continue talking, he was embarrassed for a while, then said excitedly, "Shiro, my dream is to become the Hokage." "What is your dream?" Yusuji curled up the corners of his mouth into a charming smile and said, "My dream is to make friends with many lovely people." After Yusuji finished speaking, he started chatting with the people around him. The voices were not loud and did not affect these people's self-introductions. Although talking in class is a bit impolite, Yusuji is going to be the central air conditioner, so it is not a big problem for him to be a little thick-skinned. It is inevitable that he will wear a hypocritical mask for the sake of power and his own ideas. The self-introduction ended quickly. Teacher Sarutobi looked at the increasingly noisy classroom, slapped the table helplessly, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, I will start the first class of our first grade, class 1. I am a ninja who just came off the battlefield. Although I don't know how other teachers teach, I have my own teaching standards. You are all students in the elite class. Most of you have learned about what a ninja is, the basic knowledge of ninja and so on. So I will now teach the first lesson, the technique of refining chakra." Sarutobi conducted a survey on the entire class on the mountain. Among the more than 30 people in the classroom, almost 20 were from family backgrounds. Among the other dozen or so civilian children, many also came from families with ninjas. There are even several civilian families with elders who are jonin, and they cannot be considered real civilians at all. Most people have already gone through the chakra refining book, and his teaching this time is only for the few remaining children who have not learned the chakra refining technique. Haku Yusuji happened to be one of them. After seeing teacher Sarutobi write the words chakra refining book on the blackboard, Haku Yusuji immediately stopped talking and looked at the blackboard seriously. Chakra refining was his first step into the ninja world. Although he didn't know why this teacher taught him this knowledge so early, he was unwilling to do so. It would only be a waste of time for a little bit of goodwill. Chakra is a magical energy brought by the sage of 6 paths thousands of years ago. It originates from the spirit and body of us ninjas. If you want to increase chakra, you must first understand what chakra is. There are a total of 1.3 billion life cells in our ninja bodies. As long as we fuse our own spirit with the cell energy extracted from the cells, it can become our own ninja's exclusive chakra. The process of refining chakra is very simple. First, you should close your eyes and sense the energy in your body. You can think of this as a process of calming yourself through meditation or other means, and communicating with the energy in your body. As long as we can sense the body's energy, we can refine chakra by fusing mental power with physical energy. Then condense the chakra into a vortex and store it in our meridians. This is a process of exploring techniques and continuous experimentation. You need to explore these techniques on your own. The most important thing for you now is to close your eyes and understand your own body energy through meditation. Alright, regardless of whether you've learned chakra refining techniques or not, everyone close your eyes and try to communicate with your body's energy. After slapping the table to attract the attention of all the absent-minded students, Sarutobi teacher gave a stern order. All the students reluctantly cooperated with the teacher's actions and began to film. They sat on the stools, closed their eyes, and began to try to refine chakra. Yusuji began to close his eyes and prepare. He entered into meditation and tried to refine chakra. At first he thought this operation was very simple, but when he closed his eyes he realized how difficult it was for him to do this. After he closed his eyes, images flashed through his mind that whether it was the animation from his previous life or various brainwashing videos, they kept interrupting his refining process. After closing his eyes for a while, he still couldn't get into the state, so he had no choice but to open his eyes and sigh. Sarutobi sensei, who was sitting behind the podium, frowned when he noticed the restless little girl. By the way, I remember that this little girl seemed to be a boy. She was so cute, but it was actually a boy. It's such a pity. Forget it, why is this kid unable to get into the state? Is his ninja aptitude very poor? If so, how did he get admitted into the elite class? Let me see. It turns out that his physical strength is relatively high. Indeed, the amount of chakra is linked to physical strength. It makes sense to recruit him. Forget it, let's go help him. As long as he gets into the right state, he should be able to extract chakra quickly given his talent. The clan leader also asked me to pay attention to this kid. If he has enough talent, I still need to instill the will of fire in him. After thinking about this, Sarutobi Sansang stood up, walked cautiously to Yusuji Shiro's side and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Bai, why don't you try to refine chakra?" Yusuji Shiro looked at Sarutobi Sensei and breathed a sigh of relief, then honestly explained his reasons. "Sarutobi Sensei, after I close my eyes, scenes from my past life keep flashing through my mind, and I can't calm down. How can I clear my mind?" Sarutobi Sansang felt a little relieved when he heard this. It turned out that he couldn't calm down. Now it would be much easier. Don't worry, as long as you close your eyes, think of nothing, and act like you want to sleep, you can meditate. Ah, Yusuji Bai thought he had heard it wrong. He didn't expect this method to be so wild. What if he fell asleep? Sarutobi Yamagami had been noticing the changes in Yusuji Haku's expression, so he answered immediately. The more you persist in doing something, the more restless you become. So if you want to refine chakra, it's not about your mind urging you to refine chakra, but about not thinking about anything. You will be able to get into the state naturally. Thank you, teacher. Although Yusuji Bai didn't quite understand, he just did what the teacher said. It wouldn't take much time to experiment and wouldn't waste much time. Yusuji Bai closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and sat quietly in his original position with his eyelids drooping slightly. Soon he was falling down as if he was about to fall asleep in a daze, until he felt that he was in a starry sky in the darkness, and his body was emitting warm energy. Yusuji Bai felt the energy around him and immediately realized that now was the best opportunity to refine chakra, so he seized the opportunity to use his spirit to merge with this energy. And this ratio is also very simple to control, just 1:1 will do. Soon Bai controlled his mental power to merge with the energy flowing out of the cells, producing the chakra unique to this world. His body, which had never had chakra before, began to increase in strength after encountering chakra, and his body was also activating the true succubus physique. A pink invisible pheromone began to emanate from 2 meters around Yusuji Bai's body, covering everyone within a 2-meter radius. The puppy in the arms of the little girl from the Inyazuka family seemed to smell something, and raised its head to look curiously at the little kid sitting in front of it. After smelling the scent that tempted the dog, the puppy stretched out its nose to sniff, looked back at its owner, and then jumped out of its owner's arms with determination. It ran directly from under the table to under the little kid's table, then jumped into the arms of the little kid who smelled sweet, then tried a comfortable position, lay down, closed its eyes and fell asleep. Time passed bit by bit, and an hour went by. After looking at his watch on the mountain and then at all the students below, Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction, then patted the table to bring back the consciousness of all the students who were lost in meditation. Looking at the confused students below, Sarutobi Yamagami said with satisfaction, "Dear students, chakra refining is a very dangerous thing. If it is refined excessively, the chakra will only have a certain impact on the growth of you children. In serious cases, you are more likely to exhaust your potential, so it is best not to refine chakra for too long. Unless a professional can assess your body and calculate how long you should experience the chakra. If you don't know the optimal time for your own chakra experience, you should strictly adhere to the minimum limit of only 1 hour per day. If you refine it too much, you'll cause damage to yourself. Okay, get out of class is over now. Another teacher will teach you about the will of fire in the afternoon class. Don't let any of you be late then." Good. All the students spoke weakly, and the only ones who could be happy were Uchiha Obito and a few civilians, including Yusuji Haku. After all, when he entered the elite class, he was already sure that he would be in the sight of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. These two old bastards pay close attention to every class of new students in the ninja school. After all, in their eyes, the ninja school is a training base for their lackeys, and most of these good seedlings have been consumed by them in wars with other countries. Only a few big families in Konoha can truly obtain resources. The only thing these common people in Konoha can get is probably a stable environment and the lives of their children. Some of the children of those big families might be injured in the war, but during the warring states period, given the intensity of the battles among those big families, their prestige and strength would only get higher and higher. Therefore, the Uchiha family, a family that turns from love to hate, has seen its threat and strength increase wildly in this era. After repeated consumption, the number of ninjas is still close to 1,000, and there are also 70 or 80 powerful senior ninjas. What a terrifying power this is! No wonder the older generation of authorities like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are so afraid of the Uchiha family. Hueya, where have you been? A little girl's cry of surprise rang out, drawing everyone's attention, and also directly drawing the attention of Yusuji, who was lost in thought. Everyone looked over and saw the little girl from the Inyazuka family looking for something around her seat with a tearful voice. Everyone looked at her with some confusion, and Obito, who was always very kind-hearted, asked anxiously, "Ling, what are you looking for? The flower buds are gone." Inyazuka Ling was wiping her tears while searching, when a dog barking suddenly broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention to the place where the dog was barking. Yusuji was seen looking at the dog that appeared in his arms in confusion. The dog was a yellow and white Shiba Inu. While sweeping its tail, the corners of its mouth seemed to be always smiling, which made people feel very good about it. "Hueya, why are you so ignorant?" Inyazuka Ling ran over angrily. She wanted to pick up the puppy, but suddenly she saw the beautiful little girl in front of her. She stopped at some point. Thinking about the fact that the girl she heard before was a boy, she felt a little shy and said stiffly, "Bye, can you return the flower bud to me?" Well, I don't know when he got to my place, so don't get me wrong. Although Yusuji liked this furry dog very much, he still returned it. In his previous life, he had raised two dogs, one of which was a golden retriever. Although it was very cute, it was too easily fooled. Once when he took it out for a walk, someone took it away. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Even after calling the police, they still couldn't find it. Maybe it was made into dog meat hot pot. The other one he raised was a husky. He saw a very well-behaved husky dog on his mobile phone and thought that some huskies were not so mean, so he tried to raise one. It turned out that the bloodline of the husky on the phone was definitely not pure. His was so pure that it couldn't be purer. Yusuji voice of defense was soft and sticky, coupled with his cute appearance and the alluring aura that emanated from his body. Inyazuka Suzu felt like her heart was melting and steam was rising from her forehead. No, it's okay. It's okay. If Hueya wants to be in your arms, then let her be in your arms." When Inyazuka Ling said this, she was still very jealous in her heart, and secretly thought, why is it not me in her arms? But that bastard Hueya, how can he take such a big advantage? Yusuji sighed helplessly as he looked at the girl whose earlobes had turned red. "It's a pity that you're not a supporting character in this world, otherwise I would definitely interact with you more. What a pity." When Yusuji Haku said this, he turned his head and looked at Uchiha Obito behind him and said with a smile, "Obito-kun, can I ask you something?" Yusuji Haku did not deliberately use an unnatural voice when speaking, but his own charm alone made Uchiha Obito and Ui Kurane constantly give him favorability. When Obito heard this soft voice, his heart was melted and he spoke with a stuttering tone. You say." Yusuji Haku covered his mouth and smiled at Obito like this. "Obito-kun, there's no need to be so shy. I'm a man." When Obito heard this, he was petrified on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. A feeling of sadness enveloped Obito. The intense emotion turned his eyes blood red, and one could even vaguely see the shape of a Megatama. "Oh my god, how is this possible? Is it really that easy to open the Sharingan?" Yusuji Haku was very shocked. He never expected that Obito would have such drastic mood swings just because he was a boy. It wasn't until he saw the faint flash in Daishi's eyes and the Megatama disappeared that he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still couldn't help but complain. "You are indeed a psychopath. You have to open your eyes to see such a small thing. It is really horrifying. If there were more people from the Uchiha clan, Konoha might really belong to the Uchiha clan." Yusuji Haku didn't dare to provoke Obito anymore, so he turned around and looked at Kurane Ui, whose eyes were like red gems, and said with a smile, "Hong, I heard that your family is a family of illusion. I wonder if you would like to tell me some basic knowledge about illusion." As Yusuji said this, he moved closer, grabbed Ui Kurane's clothes, and looked at her with wide, watery eyes as if he was acting coquettishly. Zihaihong's heart melted as she looked at the girl next to her who was looking at him with wide eyes. Her remaining rationality made her suppress her urge to commit a crime and she said with a smile, "Okay. Thank you, Sister Hong. You will be my best friend from now on." Yusuji said shamelessly that the system broadcast sound coming from his ears always made in a good mood, and the two girls' whispered interaction also attracted other people's attention. All the freshmen, whether they were from wealthy families or common people, cast loving glances at the two lovely girls, and some boys and girls even declared their sovereignty in the case. Many girls even came over and surrounded Yusujibai, constantly touching him in the name of teaching. Although the only people around them who could be considered plot characters were Ui Benino Hararin and Obito, Yusuji Haku did not stop them. Maybe it's because this is a two-dimensional world, the girls in the ninja world are all very cute. Although he doesn't have the ability to do that, he aspires to be a central air conditioner, so he won't refuse the kindness of other girls. The lunch boxes placed in front of Yusuji Shiro are the spoils of his charm. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, Yusujibai had spent the first half of the day happily collecting favorability points. Until the bell rang, a teacher with a stub-bled face, a haggard appearance and a chin and forehead protector came up. As soon as the teacher walked onto the stage, he patted the table, took out the textbook, and said mechanically, "From today on, we will talk about the will of fire." When Yusuji Haku saw the textbook the teacher took out, he became extremely focused. He even ignored Ui Kurane, who had been touching him next to him, and let the little girl do whatever she wanted with his body. He just listened carefully to the teacher's explanation of the will to live, but after a while he was left speechless by the teacher's empty and false propaganda. He just wanted to use his serious personality to add a label to himself, that is, the successor of the will of fire. Only in this way can his early safety be greatly improved. After all, those who have been brainwashed by the will of fire are all tools of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't let his promising tools be snatched away by the dog Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen is indecisive, but he is not stupid. Politicians like him understand political balance best. Otherwise, look at how Danzo has been jumping around for decades and is still an assistant Hokage. Although Yusujibai felt like vomiting and sleeping while listening to the class, he still forced himself to hold it back, and tried his best to put on a very serious attitude to learn the will of fire. This is his protective umbrella, and he must hold on to it, otherwise he will be in danger in the future. Time passed slowly and it was time to go home from school in the afternoon. As the bell rang, the Chunin teacher left the classroom as quickly as possible, looking anxious as if a dog was chasing him. Yusuji Haku looked at Ui Kurane, who looked reluctant, and said, "Sister Kurane, I'm going home now." After hearing this, Shirai Hong nodded reluctantly, but in the end, she couldn't get over it and looked at her and couldn't help asking, "Bai, do you live on the east or west side of the ninja school?" "West." Yusujibai was a little confused. After hearing this direction, Zihaihong became completely depressed, but then she cheered up and spoke. "Bai, is your home far from school? If not, how about I take you back? You are so cute. What if someone robs you on the way?" Yusuji Haku smiled when he heard this. Although he was very cute and had great charm, the only people who could directly express their love for him were his classmates. Yusuji Haku has lived in this world for 3 years, and apart from the ants and old people who like him, he has not met anyone who dares to touch him. Moreover, his home is a little far from the school. As an orphan, the only place he can live is a house on the edge of the village. The monthly pension he receives cannot even guarantee basic food and clothing. The only thing he could be thankful for was probably the kind uncles and aunts around him. If it weren't for them, he would have to find other ways to survive. "Sister Hong, forget it. My home is a little far from school, so you don't have to take me there." As soon as Yusuji Haku finished speaking, Uchiha Obito, who had heard the conversation, jumped out happily and said, "Haku, I also live on the west side of the school. Can I go with you?" "Me too, me too." After hearing the voice, the girls and boys came over and surrounded Yusujibai, chattering. Although Yusujibai was helpless, due to his personality, he still responded with a smile one by one. Those who really lived next to him went with him, and those who simply wanted to go for a walk with him were sent away. After his sincere inquiry, a total of 7 out of the more than 30 people in the class went home with him. Among them, Uchiha Obito is one who can contribute points, and so is Nohara Rin. She and Obito knew each other before, so it's no wonder that they had such a good relationship in the future. The other classmates can also provide a little bit of favorability. They seem to have appeared once in the flashback chapter of the plot version, most likely as background boards. Yusuji Haku welcomed everyone who came, and he chatted and laughed all the way home with his new friend Nohara Rin and a bunch of people around him. Time passed quickly in the ninja school, and a week went by just like that. During this week, our classmate Bai found more plot characters, including Ebisu Shiranui, Heiei Gecko, and Uzumaki Yujeo. All those who appeared in the plot in the future became his good friends, or in other words, all the students in the elite class became Yusuji Bai's little fans. The idiot Obito even declared that he had found the true love of his life, and our classmate Bai was left speechless. These little brats are young, but they know so much about love. Whenever Bai thinks of this, he can only sigh that the students in the ninja world are really terrifying. Early this morning, the students of the elite class came to the training ground under the leadership of teacher Sarutobi. The training ground of the ninja school is very large and can accommodate all students to train together in the school. Along the way, the group met many senior teachers who were bringing their students out for practical training. This group of first-grade kids attracted a lot of attention, and Yusuji-bai also attracted the attention of many older sisters, all of whom wanted to set their sights on our lovely Bai June. In the Hokichi's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at the crystal ball in front of him while smoking a cigarette and reading the report in his hand. The above is the information and analysis about Yusuji Haku. Yusuji Haku, male. His own strength is in the lower middle level of the same class due to lack of systematic training, but his excellent physique and gradually increasing chakra make him worthy of training. At the same time, because of their own advantages, they are very suitable for training as spies. He has a certain talent in illusion, and also got full marks in the subject of Will of Fire. Objective evaluation, a war orphan worthy of cultivation, and also the inheritor of the Will of Fire. On Mount Sarutobi, after reading the report in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette and was lost in thought until he saw Haku Yusuji in the crystal ball walking onto the ring to face a little boy with white eyes. Only then did he come to his senses. Yusuji Haku-san fights Hinata Kazu-san and forms the seal of opposition. Hinata's heart beat fast when he saw the cute little boy who committed a foul opposite him, but the glory of the Hyaga clan urged him to defeat his opponent, so he gritted his teeth and said to Yusuji Haku opposite him, "Bye, although I really don't want to attack you, as a member of the Hyaga clan, I must defend the honor of our Hyaga clan, so I'm sorry, bye." Hyaga soft fist 4 palms. Hinata rushed over with his fists raised after he finished speaking, punching over with terrifying momentum with bursts of whistling fists, but his movements and speed seemed so insignificant under Yusuji Hakuto's observation. A blood-red Megatama was spinning on his pupil, which did not change color at all. This was the Megatama Sharinan under the beautiful contact lenses. With a week's hard work, Yusuji Haku quickly reached a favorability value of more than 10,000, and he directly exchanged it for a Megatama Sharinan and colored contact lenses. The enhancement that the one Megatama Sharinan brings to him is not just dynamic vision, that the Sharinan also has the function of being able to subtly observe the flow of chakra. This mobility allowed him to learn various moves and ninjutsu techniques from others. As a commoner, he did not have many resources, so stealing and getting free stuff was his only chance to increase his knowledge. Chakra energy can be said to be a panacea energy that can not only be transformed into matter but also into soul and body. With the existence of this kind of power, Yusuji Haku feels that this is the key to a path to heaven. Chakra can not only sustenance the spirit but also make the body immortal, at Satsuki clan, plus the natural energy that may appear in the future. Yusuji-bai does not think that chakra is a simple thing. The so-called ninjutsu and hand seals are just a way to spread the action of mobilizing chakra in a more understandable and easy to spread way. After all, not everyone is a genius who can make anything happen by clapping their hands. Time goes back to the battle. Although Hinata Kazu's fists are very fast, he is just an ordinary Hyaga clan member. His combat awareness and combat ability may be considered outstanding for ordinary people, but his movements, speed and strength were so ridiculous in front of the succubus's physique and dynamic vision far beyond that of ordinary people and the Sharinan, and he couldn't hit her at all. After a while, he was so tired that he was out of breath. Yusuji-bai looked at Hinata, who was so tired that he was bent over and gasping for breath, and walked over with a smile. As expected, he is just a child, he can't hold on for long. Yusuji Haku walked over and stood 1 meter in front of Hinata Kazu. Just as he was about to say something, Hinata Kazu immediately seized the opportunity, jumped up, swung his fist and hit him hard. Unfortunately, all this was within Yusuji-bai's expectations. The Hinata that jumped high in front of him not only left the ground and stopped in the air, but his movements and weaknesses were all seen by Yusuji-bai's Sharinan. What's more, before Hinata could open his Byakugan, his arm was grabbed and pulled backwards violently, and he rolled to the ground and hit his face hard on the floor. Blood flowed directly from his nostrils, and he looked miserable. "I won, Hinata-san." Yusuji walked over with a smile on his face and stretched out his small hand as white as jade. Hinata only felt that the burning pain on his face suddenly didn't hurt so much, and he stood there at a loss. Yusuji-bai smiled and reached out his hand, grabbed Hinata, and pulled him up from the ground, then performed a seal of reconciliation. Hinata and Mr. were stunned for a moment, then immediately put aside all the unpleasantness and made a sign of reconciliation with a smile, but the blood on his face made him look particularly funny. Yusuji Hakuken he smiled like this and said nothing, but walked directly off the ring. "Ah, I didn't even hold Bai's hand, so how come someone else did something I wanted to do but didn't do?" Obito was complaining madly in his mind while scratching his hedgehog head with his hands in annoyance. At this time, a fierce quarrel broke out again in the Hokichi's office. "Hiruzen, hand Kakashi over to me and I will train him to be a qualified ninja." Danzo, with a bandage covering half of his face, was banging the ground frantically with his crutch. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, and the smoke covered his face. No one knew what he was thinking. It was not until Danzo urged him again that he came to his senses and said, "Danzo, you know he is Sakumo's child, I can't hand him over to you." Danzo poked the ground with his crutch in annoyance, then looked at the table next to him, saw Yusuji-bai's information, his eyes lit up and he immediately spoke. "Then give this child to me. You know, Other ninja villages have been quite restless recently that I have suffered serious damage to my roots and need to replenish them. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a few more cigarettes and said coldly, this child has become the will of fire and is not suitable to live in a dark corner. Moreover, this child's target is too conspicuous and he is not suitable for the root. When Danzo heard this, he became so angry that he started cursing. Hiruzen, you're going to regret this. After saying that, Danzo slammed the door and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke after a long silence. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The quarrel in the Hokage's office did not affect the children's play. After making the sign of reconciliation with Hinatakazu, Yusuji Haku walked down from the ring and came into the crowd. Obito looked at Yusuji Shiro, who was walking down, and came over to Shiro and said excitedly, Shiro, you are so strong that you can even beat the students of the Hyuga family. That you are really amazing. Yusuji smiled helplessly and said, Obito, I only have a slight advantage in terms of physical strength. In other aspects, I am just an ordinary person. Whether it's ninja tool throwing or understanding of ninjutsu, I'm at the bottom of the class. There's no need to be proud of defeating a Hinata-san. Wow, Bai is so humble. No wonder he looks so cute. Zihi Korone beside him couldn't help but sigh, and her sigh made Bai feel goosebumps all over his body. Bai, ninja tool throwing is what our Uchiha clan is best at, and I am also a genius in the Uchiha clan. Do you want to learn ninja tool throwing from me? As long as I teach you, you will definitely make great progress in ninja tool throwing. When Yusuji Haku heard this, he rolled his eyes in his heart. Did he really think he was a fool? Obito's throwing skills were no match for the Uchiha family. At best, it can only be considered passing. Although I can't even pass, if I want to learn, I must learn from others. It is easy to be led astray if I learn from Obito. Kakashi, who was watching the conversation between Yusuji Haku and Obito, couldn't help but complain, idiot. Perhaps Obito and Kakashi were sworn enemies, so even Kakashi heard the whisper. Obito immediately clenched his fists and rushed to Kakashi. Kakashi, you bastard, do you dare to challenge me to a ninja duel? Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito in front of him again. Nohara-rin and several other classmates couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh as they watched the two guys having fun. Soon all the competitions were completed. This competition was just an assessment of Sarutobi's strength, not a formal exam, so after one competition, the teacher did not allow anyone to continue competing. Instead, he pulled out a kunao from his ninja tool bag in front of everyone and said, classmates, I have a general understanding of your strengths. None of you are very qualified in terms of physical skills. You have to practice more after you go back, so that you can become a ninja without any weaknesses. Okay, now we are teaching kunao throwing. After Mr. Sarutobi finished speaking, he threw the kunao in front of all the students. The kunao hit the target directly at an extremely fast speed with a sound of breaking through the air. The enormous power caused half of the kunao to sink into the target, and this time it hit the center of the bull's eye, which amazed all the students present. Only the idiot Obito spoke with disdain beside him. That's nothing. I can do this too. I can even throw 3 kunao at once. Teacher Sarutobi looked at the complacent Obito, touched his forehead helplessly and pointed at Obito. Obito, you are always late, and you still have the nerve to say that the teacher is not good enough. Come up on stage now and throw it. Upon hearing this, Obito picked his toes awkwardly, while Yusuji Haku, who was standing beside him, watched the fun and encouraged him. Go ahead, Obito. I trust you. White, favorability increased by 19. Seeing Obito so moved that he was about to cry, Yusuji Haku took 2 steps back in disgust, but in order to protect his image in Yangmao's heart, he still forced a smile and encouraged him. Obito was also encouraged by Shiro and clenched his fist to assure, don't worry, Shiro, I will definitely hit the bull's eye. After saying this, Obito walked up to the ring with his head held high and chest puffed out as if he was going to the execution ground. Then he took out a kunao from his ninja tool bag and threw it hard in front of everyone, hitting the bull's eye. Hey, I shot it. When Obito saw that he had hit the bull's eye, he jumped up with joy. However, before he could be happy for long, Sarutobi's fist hit him on the head. Teacher Sarutobi said angrily, Obito, are you blind? You were aiming at the target in the middle, but how could you hit the third target on the left? Ha ha ha. The students in the audience burst into laughter, and Obito scratched his head in embarrassment. He looked carefully again and found that he seemed to have really shot off target. However, he still managed to save face and said, my goal is the target. You mortals will never understand me. When Sarutobi heard this, veins bulged on his forehead. He punched Obito hard again and pointed at the stage. Get out of here. If you don't pay attention in class next time, you'll be punished by standing in the corner. Oh. Obito walked down with a pout and a slight dissatisfaction. After that, Sarutobi explained the throwing techniques of ninja tools to everyone and said, classmates, you can do the rest of the time on your own. Every student must practice kunao throwing seriously, as it is an important part of your ninja career. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, all the students dispersed, looking for their own targets and started throwing kunao. They were very enthusiastic about this ninja training, and they were all very interested as if they were playing a game. Yusuji Haku could only sit aside bored because he had no ninja tools. As an orphan, he could not afford such ninja tools that cost several hundred taels. He couldn't even afford one, there was nothing he could do. Poor people should know their own limitations. So Yusuji prepared to find a place to sit down and just watch this group of people train honestly, while he could try to refine his chakra. These days he has discovered that his physical condition has increased the amount of chakra. It is well known that the amount of chakra is linked to one's physical condition. Yusuji Shirai's own the amount of chakra he has is much more than that of ordinary people. As for how much chakra he has no idea. He only knows that the response given on the system panel is the Chunin level. Just as he left the crowd and prepared to find a place to sit, a pair of soft little hands suddenly grabbed Yusuji by. Where are you going? Yusuji Haku looked at Ui Kurane who was pulling him and said a little embarrassedly, I'm going to experience chakra. Ui Kurane curled her lips and glanced at Yusuji Haku, who had nothing on except the clothes, and casually took off the ninja belt from her waist. He handed it over and said, I'll lend you my ninja tools first. When you have the chance, remember to return it to me. After hearing this, Yusuji Haku looked at Ui Kurane who turned her head away with a slightly blushing face, smiled helplessly, took the ninja tool bag, walked over and said, Then thank you, my dear classmate Hong. Don't worry, I will repay you double for this ninja tool in the future. Yusuji Haku felt that although it was unlikely that Kurane Ui would encounter any accidents in future wars, he believed that with his own strength and system, he would definitely be able to protect Kurane Ui from being killed instantly in the future. Soon the get out of class was over, and as the school bell rang, teacher Sarutobi disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. All the classmates left the school one after another, and Yusuji returned home surrounded by a group of little girls. Looking at the Megatama slowly spinning in his eye in the mirror, Yusuji curled his lips helplessly. What a pity, it was changed too early. If it had been changed later, we could have learned some useful ninjutsu first. But it's better to adapt in advance. Now I can only do physical training. Yusuji thought about this, and after Mizuko ate a few rice balls, he took off his clothes and changed into a neat sportswear. He tied several sandbags to his body and dragged his heavy body towards the training ground. He had just arrived at the training ground, and before he could react, a green whirlwind passed him. Youth. First, run around the village 10 laps, then do 2000 push UPS. If you can't finish them, do 1000 pull UPS. A man with a watermelon head rushed forward, shouting loudly. Yusuji recognized who he was at a glance. Is this the perennial genin who promoted the 7 ninja swordsmen of ninja to the status of the 3 lucky treasures with the title of genin, and the father of the Kangnan beast, Might Dai? Yusuji looked at the watermelon-headed guy who rushed in front of him with some confusion. Why is Might Guy the only one here? Where did Might Guy go? Yusuji scratched his head in confusion, but soon he heard footsteps behind him and turned around to see that familiar figure. Isn't this classmate Bai? Why are you here? Yusuji Bai's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the man with the watermelon head in front of him. His biggest shortcoming now was probably that no one was willing to teach him. Although Might Dai is a genin who has been around for thousands of years, his physical skills have reached the level of Cage. Even under normal circumstances, he has the physical skills of a jonin. Since he is Might Guy's classmate, he can ask him to teach him physical skills and train with him. This kind-hearted man will definitely not refuse. Mr. Kai, can I train with you? Might Guy didn't expect to hear such words. He was stunned. Looking at the sincere and overly cute boy in front of him, he took 2 steps back in a bit of a loss. Classmate Akai, are you unwilling? Then forget it. Might Guy became anxious when he heard this. As a person who always talks about youth, few people are willing to be his friend. Except for Kakashi, few people are willing to approach him. Now suddenly a boy who is very cute and the focus of many people's attention appears and wants to train with him. It would be strange if he is not confused. But classmate Bai was so cute, and he thought that his days just now was too much, so he quickly waved his hand and said, Classmate Bai, it's not what you think. I was just dazed just now. You can train with me. Okay, then I'll be looking forward to your guidance in the future, Akai. Shiro Yusuji smiled and stretched out his hand. Might Guy couldn't help blushing when he saw the cute boy in front of him who looked like a girl, but she still reached out her hand and shook his tightly. This is youth. 2 young boys, come with me. Might Dai had returned without anyone noticing. He yelled, attracted the attention of 2 people, and rushed forward. Might Guy also raised his fist and shouted, This is youth, by classmate, come with me. Run 10 laps around the village, but do 1000 of these 2000 pull UPS. Good. Yusuji Haku was not afraid either. Although he was just an ordinary office worker in his previous life, now that he had come to this world, the extraordinary power and the cruel war in the future urged him to become stronger. So after Might Guy ran out, he also ran over, and just like that, all the villagers saw a strange scene. There used to be only 2 green watermelon rinds running around the circle, but now there is a cute girl with silver hair. This made many villagers furious, and they wanted to find Mighty and his son to argue with them, asking them why they led such a lovely girl astray. Fortunately, Yusuji Haku was there to explain things to them, and the villagers had no choice but to leave. The training time passed quickly and dusk gradually fell. Yusuji Bai and the 2 watermelon peels, who were sore all over and had no strength left after training, lay on the ground panting to relieve the pain. But at this moment, Matt Dai jumped up from the ground in surprise and said, "What's going on? Why do I feel like I responded so quickly today?" When Mike Guy heard this, he jumped up as well. After shaking his body, he said with some surprise, "Yes, how come my body recovered so quickly? Is there something wrong with what we ate today?" "That's not true. We eat ramen every day." Mike Guy was puzzled. Mike Guy thought about it for a while but couldn't come up with a conclusion, so he simply gave up thinking about it. He patted his son's shoulder and said casually, "It's okay, Akai. It's a good thing that you can recover quickly. There's no need to dwell on it. If you can't figure it out, then forget it. Since we still have the energy, let's continue training." Mike Dai was about to continue training after saying that, and when Yusuji Haku saw this, he jumped up and couldn't help but say something. "Senior Dai, it's already dark. If I have to train, I can only train at home. I'll go back first." After saying that, Yusuji Bai fled from here at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. He didn't want to continue training. He really overestimated his ability to endure. After he finished training today and lay down, he didn't want to move at all, but he also had some doubts about why the two father and son next to him could recover so quickly. The reason for all this is probably the scent emitted by his own body that can arouse human hormones. After strenuous exercise, a large amount of creatine left over from anaerobic exercise will accumulate in the body. This type of creatine can only be decomposed slowly, but if the human body has hormones that activate the body, it can speed up the degradation of creatine. So the thing that causes all this is the hormone secreted from your own body that can stimulate human hormones. Although this hormone can seduce women. However, after men smell these things, they will feel good about themselves, and their own hormones will also be affected and secreted. If this hormone accumulates in the body and is not used, it will make people feel excited. However, the two aconites next to it use the hormone to relieve their bodies because of strenuous exercise. It seems that I am now a temporary power bank. As Yusujibai thought about it and felt his strength gradually recovering, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's worthy of being a succubus's body. Even if it's a low-level demon, its physical strength and physical recovery ability are not comparable to humans. At this rate, in just a few minutes, my strength will be back to its peak. Given my situation, that's perfectly possible. As long as I don't die from training, I'll train until I die. My willpower is still not good enough. It seems I need to exercise my willpower." The next morning, after morning exercises with Mike Guy, a man with thick eyebrows, Yusujibai arrived at school panting. As soon as they entered the classroom, the bell rang as the two of them entered the classroom, and they walked into the classroom just on time. The two quickly returned to their seats, and Saratobi-sensei followed them up to the podium. Teacher Saratobi glanced at the students below and confirmed that only Obito was missing, then nodded, opened the textbook and began to teach. Yusujibai listened to the teacher's explanation about chakra very seriously. In addition to combat, the teachers at the ninja school also taught some tips on using chakra, designing traps, and how to detect enemies and identify spies. These techniques were compiled by ninjas who had experienced countless life and death situations on the battlefield. Although this can be considered as theoretical knowledge in a sense, it is always good to have an impression. Yusujibai was unwilling to let himself be killed by stepping on a detonating tag before he had grown up because of his recklessness. The time spent in class passed quickly. As the bell rang, Mr. Saratobi quickly put away his books and turned to leave the classroom. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, he suddenly remembered something, stopped, looked at the crowd gradually gathering in the classroom and said, "Yusuji Shiro, come with me to my office." Good. Although Yusuji Haku was confused as to why the teacher was looking for him, he immediately put away his books and prepared to leave. "Bye, did you do something? Why does the teacher want you?" Ui Korone asked with some concern, and Yusujibai shrugged helplessly. "I haven't done anything bad. The teacher must be looking for me for something else. Don't worry, Hong." Ui Korone nodded, somewhat reluctant to let go, and kept holding Yusujibai's hand. After tidying up his clothes that had turned white from washing, Yusujibai walked towards the office and knocked on the door. "Saratobi-sensei, I'm here." After saying this, Yusuji Haku walked into the office. After searching for a while, he found Saratobi-sensei sitting in the corner smoking a cigarette. Yusuji Haku walked over and bowed respectfully, then said, "Teacher Saratobi, is there anything you want to talk to me about?" Saratobi Yamagama took the cigarette out of his mouth and looked at the cute boy in front of him and couldn't help but complain. "Why is such a cute girl a boy? It's such a pity. This child is so talented and has so much chakra that if he were a girl, it would be such a shame to marry him to the young clan leader." Student Bai, I've seen your hard work these days. The chakra refining was completed on the first day, so a lot of chakra should have been accumulated by now. Yes, teacher. Yusujibai had a vague guess about something, but he couldn't ask directly and could only remain unchanged in the face of all changes. Saratobi looked at the cute white-haired girl in front of him and couldn't help but sigh and said, "Bai, I see your hard work and talent. A genius like you, if placed in a large family, would definitely be one of the most valued members. Although various ninjutsu will only be taught in the second year, for a talented child like you, staying in a ninja school will only waste your talent. But you are still young, so I decided to teach you the 3 body techniques that I will teach you in the last few years of school in advance. I wonder if Mr. Bai knows about the 12 seals. Yu Suji Bai nodded and spoke directly. Zi, Zhou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Isai, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, Hai. These are all in the textbook. Although we haven't taught this part yet, I have read the entire textbook, so I know all the 12 seals. Yu Suji Haku knew that the names of the 12 seals were actually named according to the 12 hours of the day, and this situation was caused entirely because the old thief Kishimoto copied Chinese culture. Or it could be that Chinese culture has deeply influenced the country of Japan, which has led to the appearance of many Chinese elements in the Naruto world. The 8 Gates ninjutsu is a physical technique that the old thief Kishimoto found in the Chinese I Ching Bagua. However, Yu Suji Bai knew the impact of the hand seal speed on the rhythm of the battle, so when he was bored, he would exercise the flexibility of his fingers and try to make hand seals quickly. He has had this kind of training since he was a child, but it was not very professional and standard that he has felt much better after seeing the doctor these days. Sensei Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand and formed a seal while saying clone technique, Wei Sin. After saying that, a clone immediately appeared beside Sarutobi teacher. In the eyes of Yu Suji Haku, this clone was exactly the same as the original, and there was no flaw at all. Moreover, Sarutobi's clone also greeted Yu Suji Haku. After finishing the experiment, Mr. Sarutobi disbanded the clone after it existed for a few seconds. He only used one seal and the clone dissipated into the air like white smoke. See, the clone technique is very simple. It only has 3 seals. As long as you form them within 5 seconds, you can create a clone. As for the clone's form and expression, you have to train it through your own training. You try it. By the way, don't output too much chakra during your first training, otherwise it will easily damage your meridians. Good teacher. Yu Suji Haku nodded and imitated Sarutobi's previous movements, completing each seal carefully. Chakra also flowed into his hands, and soon the 3 seals were completed, which took a full 4 seconds. But just as the last seal was completed, a figure with 80% similarity to Yu Suji Bai appeared. Now next to it, teacher Sarutobi looked at the cute figure that appeared next to him in shock. He looked at it carefully and breathed a sigh of relief after noticing some flaws. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said guiltily, "Student Bai, you have done very well. You were almost catching up with me back then. The gap between the clones you have created and the original body is still a little big, which means that your chakra input is not stable. This situation can only be improved through repeated training. Come, I'll give you the remaining 2 seals. The remaining 2 numbers are transformation technique and instant body movement technique. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding." As the bell rang, Yu Suji Hakuta strode back to his seat in a very happy mood. Zihi Korone came over and asked worriedly, "Bai, what did the teacher want to talk to you about? Did he not touch you?" Ah. Yu Suji Haku was a little confused. Looking at Yu Suji Haku's confused face, Ui Korone said with some regret, "Bai, do you know how cute you are? I heard that Sarutobi sensei doesn't have a wife yet. I also heard that some weird uncles like little girls the most. Although I know you are a boy, you look cuter than girls. I'm really afraid that Sarutobi sensei has something bad to do to you." Korone Ui's words made Shugamai Haku feel a little amused and helpless. He didn't expect that in Korone's eyes, Sarutobi teacher was such a weird uncle. Patting Hong's head, Yu Suji Bai spoke comfortingly in a gentle tone. "Hong, don't worry. Teacher Sarutobi, this is an advance investment in me. You also know that I am an orphan, and the ninjutsu I can learn can only be learned in the next semester. But my chakra had already been extracted, so Sarutobi sensei didn't want me to waste time and gave me the practice method of the 3 body technique in advance." With her little face flushed red, Ui Korone nodded dazedly, letting Yu Suji Bai do whatever he wanted to her head, and even rubbed her head on Bai's hand like a kitten. "Bai, what does the teacher want to talk to you about?" At this time, other students came over and looked at him nervously. In the eyes of his classmates, in most cases, students would be criticized when they were called by the teacher. Yu Suji Bai was a little amused and had to comfort and explain to everyone one by one. Being popular is also a very troublesome thing. Just responding to other people's concern is already very troublesome. What worries him now is that although he is very popular in the class, in the eyes of those bigwigs, he is just an insignificant commoner. He originally wanted to establish so-called bonds with other classmates, but now it seems that he is not important enough in the eyes of the 3rd Hokage. Or perhaps his talent has not yet been revealed. He took the physical test at the beginning of the school week ago and got 2nd place. This result can attract the attention of the 3rd generation, but it is not that important. What if that bastard Danzo takes a fancy to him and forcibly brings him to the root, so he has to find a way to establish relationships with some big shots after a while? When Yusuji Shiro thought of this, he looked at Asuma Sarutobi, who was sitting in the upper right corner of him. At this time, Asuma Sarutobi was looking at him with concern. The little stars in his eyes and his rising favorability made Yusuji Shiro feel a little chill in his heart. Why doesn't Asuma go after Hong, but has to go after me? Don't look at me with those eyes that want you to pull my hair out. Hey, Danzo, old dog, it's all because of you. Yusuji thought with a heavy heart that he always assumed others with the greatest malice, especially as a boy who was the protagonist of a fan fiction and had good talent and looks. He was sure that the bastard Danzo had already set his sights on him. This inexplicable intuition made him feel a little anxious. Looking at Asuma, who was still glancing at him from the corner of his eye from time to time, Yusuji had an idea. Asuma, can I ask you something? When Asuma Sarutobi heard Haku Yusuji's call, he immediately turned around, patted his chest and said confidently, ask me, there is nothing in the whole Konoha that I don't know. Yusuji Haku was not concerned about Asuma Sarutobi's confidence, but said with admiration, I heard that Hokage-sama is the strongest Hokage in history. At the opening ceremony, I saw Hokage-sama as a kind elder. And I agree with what Hokage-sama said about the will of fire. Asuma-san, as the Hokage's son, you must have heard more of what Hokage-sama said about the will of fire. I wonder if Asuma could tell me about Hokage's understanding of the will of fire so I can learn from him. Yusuji Haku was almost nauseated by what he said. He didn't believe that Sarutobi Asuma could say anything useful. He said this simply to make himself known in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, to prove that he was a descendant of the will of fire, and to establish a good relationship with Sarutobi Asuma at the same time. After all, he has made such a series of moves that are close to the Hokage, so the old thief Sarutobi would not push this little genius to Danzo's side. What happened next was exactly as he had expected. That when Asuma Sarutobi was asked this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. As the son of the Hokage, his father, the Hokage, would occasionally instill the will of fire in him, but due to the rebellious mentality of a straight girl, Asuma Sarutobi would never listen to his father's words. Until now, he still had only a vague understanding of fire. As for his father's words, they all went in one ear and out the other. He couldn't make any sense of what they meant at all. He was so anxious that he scratched his head. Finally, Asuma seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up and a light bulb popped up on his forehead. He put his hands behind his back and said in a profound tone, the will of fire is a profound subject. It is something that cannot be fully explained in a few words. So, when I get back, I'll sort this out and make a book and give it to you. Don't worry, I'll remember everything the old man said. Asuma patted his chest and assured, and Yusuji nodded and said, well, thank you, Asuma-san. After being thanked, Ashima felt a little embarrassed. Yusuji Bakia was too unfair, which made him feel a little hesitant. He wanted to say something but couldn't. Obito and the other male classmates standing by were gritting their teeth at the sight of this situation. Kurane tightened her arms around Haku Yusuji, and her red eyes looked warily at Asuma in front of her. Yusuji Haku looked at everyone's reactions with a mixture of laughter and tears. After so much time had passed, not only were these classmates not immune, his appearance even got worse. Even these boys were willing to talk to him. He was really afraid that one day he would turn all the boys in the class gay. It seemed that he could only play with girls in the future. Yusuji felt a little secretly happy when he thought of this, and the little devil in his heart said righteously, I am a person with the physique of a succubus. My talent is definitely not inferior to that of the Senju clan in the Naruto world. If the bloodline is passed down, it will definitely make Konoha stronger. I am doing this for Konoha. Let me bear this painful experience of being surrounded by girls on behalf of all the male students. Thinking of this, Yusuji started chatting with Ui Kurane and the other girls next to him. He couldn't stop improving his favorability. The higher his favorability, the sooner he would become powerful. He remembered that the school academic year during this period was 3 years. It was probably because of the scarcity of Konoha ninjas during the Second Ninja World War. He only has 2 or 3 years left before he has to go to the battlefield, so it is necessary to sacrifice a little bit of his appearance in order to protect himself. Let me bear the pain of being ravaged by girls. Yusuji was both painful and happy to mingle with the girls. The pairs of tender little hands made him unable to stop. In the afternoon, at one of Konoha's outer training grounds, Shiro Yusuji was wearing the weights that Might Dai used to train with when he was a child, and he was running around the training ground breathlessly. But just when he was running hard, he suddenly felt someone was watching him. Yusuji Shiro looked over warily. Today, since Might Dai had to do a cat-catching mission and Might Dai had other things to do, he was the only one training alone. But this vague gaze made him clearly understand that he was being watched. Yusuji cautiously took out the kunao given by a little girl from his pocket, looked at the big tree in front of him that was as thick as a person, and said vigilantly, who are you? Come out. If you don't come out, I won't be polite. The leaves fell to the ground with a rustling sound. The entire training ground was silent for a while. Finally, a little kid with white hair, a mask, and a short knife on his back walked out from behind the tree. When Yusuji Haku saw Kakashi coming out, he was stunned for a moment. He put away the kunao in his hand and put it back into the ninja tool bag and asked in confusion, Kakashi, why are you here? Kakashi stood in the distance and said expressionlessly, I train my swordsmanship here every day. Oh, so this is your training ground. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was your place. I'll be leaving now. After hearing this, Yusuji Haku was ready to leave. He had also come into contact with Kakashi at school. Although he could gain Kakashi's favorability, perhaps because of Kakashi's personality, he gained very little favorability. So later on, he had less contact with Kakashi. The main reason was that this kid's emotions fluctuated too little, and he was not suitable for gaining favorability at all. Obito and Asuma, two carefree people, were more suitable. So after hearing what Kakashi said, Yusuji was ready to leave, but just as he turned to leave, Kakashi suddenly called him. Yusuji Haku, you are very strong. Or rather, your body is very strong. I just saw you training, and you were able to run so many laps even in costume. Your physique is obviously much stronger than mine. After hearing this, Yusuji nodded and asked in confusion, then why did you stop me? Kakashi was choked by these words. That he didn't expect this person to be so unconventional. That he had said so much, but his meaning was still not obvious. After a moment of silence, Kakashi said, "Fight with me. You are the only one in the whole school who deserves my attention." Yusuji Haku's forehead darkened when he heard this. He looked at the little brat in front of him with his hands folded and his forehead slightly raised and said speechlessly, "Why should I fight you? Can't you see that I'm training?" Yusuji Haku looked at his favorability, which was increasing little by little, and he had no mood to increase it at all. That he could get it in less than a few minutes by teasing Obito, the idiot with a missing brainstem. There was really no need to waste time with Kakashi, but Kakashi clearly didn't think so. That he walked straight to the center of the training ground and said to Yusuji Shiro with a serious face, "Yusuji Shiro, you have great talent. There's absolutely no need to waste your time in this ninja school, flirting with other brats. I plan to graduate early once I become strong enough. That you're the only one in the entire school that I'm optimistic about. So, Mr. Bai, let's fight." Yusuji Bai was speechless after listening to Kakashi's weird logic. What kind of nonsense is it that if you are stronger, you have to fight him? Besides, I wasn't talking about love, I was getting stronger. Kakashi was a ruthless guy who wanted to cut off my path. Glancing at Kakashi, who was ready to go, Yusuji Bai said with a lack of interest, "I don't want to fight you." Kakashi was stunned when he heard this, then his eyes became sharp and he said in a serious tone, "Mr. Bai, aren't you a little too arrogant?" "Ah, why am I so arrogant?" Yusuji Haku said he was confused, but the next second Kakashi formed a seal of opposition and rushed over. His action was clearly intended to compete in physical skills, and seeing this, Yusuji Bai could only respond to his attack. Crackling, the collision of flesh made a series of dull sounds. A few minutes passed, Bai's chest softened, and he looked at Kakashi opposite him. The two had just fought with each other and neither could do anything to the other. Yusuji Bai looked at Kakashi in front of him who was fighting with him and said speechlessly, "Kakashi, aren't you being a little too offensive?" I don't ata. When Yusuji Haku said this, the words he wanted to continue saying were suddenly cut off by a voice in his ear, because Kakashi's favorability increased directly from a little bit to more than 10 or 20 points. Yusuji Haku looked at Kakashi in front of him with some surprise. It seemed that Kakashi was different from others. "I'm sorry, Kakashi." As Yusuji Bai said this, he pulled back his left leg, stepped back with his left leg, dodged the punch, then stretched out his left fist and punched out. This day was a big event. The speed was extremely fast, and the fist rushed forward with a fist wind. Kakashi intercepted a seal of substitution technique in the critical moment. A piece of wood appeared in front of Yusuji Bai, and the punch hit the wood directly, breaking it into two pieces. Kakashi looked at the broken piece of wood lying on the ground, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He couldn't imagine how terrible it would be if this punch hit him. However, Kakashi thought that he was not a person who would admit defeat. As the son of Headache White Fang, Kakashi did not think I would lose to a kid who hasn't trained for a long time. So Kakashi regained his confidence and decided to use his advantages in speed and combat awareness to fight with the boy in front of him who usually looked weak. There was a strong fighting spirit in the eyes of both men. They stared at each other, as if they could see each other's fighting spirit, and they soon started to wrestle with each other. After fighting for a while, Yusuji Bai felt very annoyed. Because of his poor combat awareness and physical skills, he was the one who was attacked the most. On the contrary, most of the time his attacks would be neutralized by Kakashi on the opposite side, and he always felt like he couldn't do anything. He felt extremely frustrated, mainly because his systematic training was too short. He had been doing physical training these days, and Mike Dai did not teach him various physical combat techniques and body coordination methods. But this is understandable. After all, he has only been doing physical training for less than a week, so he is not in a hurry to do physical training. Even Mike Guy is not anxious, so why should I be anxious? However, Yusuji Bai, you also found that your own strength cannot be underestimated. Due to his own physique, each of his attacks is powerful and heavy. Kakashi's arms were shaking from the shock, and he was in great pain from the huge force. For a ninjutsu-type ninja like him, it was simply a pipe dream compared to Yusuji Haku, who had a physique like a monster. Several times his head almost collided with the opponent's fist. Every time, Kakashi felt that if he was a little later, his head would have been blown up. If it weren't for the stubbornness in his heart, he might have taken out the ninja sword in his hand and started chopping with the person opposite. The battle between the two sides lasted less than 3 minutes, and both sides became breathless in this high-intensity and exciting battle. The physical duel was very exhausting, said Yusuji Haku, looking at Kakashi standing across from him, panting, sweat on his forehead, and his arms trembling. Kakashi, why don't you take out your short sword and fight the enemy? Kakashi shook his head. Even though he was wearing a mask, Sugihaku could see the stubbornness on his face. Okay then, let's train together. Yusuji Bai shook off the dust that had accumulated on his body during the battle, but he didn't know how attractive he looked now. Clear and bright pupils, twinkling big eyes, rosy little face, and skin as smooth as a baby's. The drops of sweat sliding down his forehead make his skin look even more attractive. Kakashi looked at the unbelievably cute zombie standing opposite him, who was a head shorter than him, and his face flushed under the white mask. For some reason, Kakashi, who never wanted to train with others, suddenly said in a possessed manner, "Bye, let's train together." Yusuji Hakiya didn't notice anything wrong. Apart from the gradually increasing favorability value, he didn't find anything wrong. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought as he looked at the scene in the crystal ball. After thinking for a while, the third Hokage uttered a few words. "This is the bond." The training continued until dusk, and Yusuji stopped panting, with a pink blush appearing on Jean's skin. Drops of crystal sweat slid down his cheeks to his neck. The young face and the androgynous voice made Kakashi unable to help but glance at the white neck. Yusuji Haku looked at Kakashi, who was staring at him from time to time, smiled helplessly and said, "Kakashi, it's getting late, let's end our training here." "Good." Kakashi withdrew his gaze somewhat embarrassedly and responded concisely. Yusuji listened to the broadcast sound coming from his ears and touched his chin. "I have to go eat anyway, so I might as well bring Kakashi along. I'll try to gain as much favorability as possible with him." When Yusuji Haku thought of this, a bright smile appeared on his face. He looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, it's so late and you haven't had dinner yet, right? Why don't you come with me for a walk on the street? Let's find a place to eat together." "Good." Kakashi nodded and agreed without thinking, but after agreeing, he remembered that his father, Heitake Sakumo, was still waiting for him at his house. However, after thinking about the fact that he had already promised Bai, he hesitated. After thinking for a while, he decided to let his father down. Yusuji Haku had no idea that Kakashi was in so much trouble, so he just reached out and grabbed Kakashi and rushed forward. "Let's go. I want to eat octopus balls." The two of them skipped all the way to the street, and looking at the many snacks on both sides of the street, Yusuji didn't miss any of them. Whether it's octopus balls or other meatballs, he wants to try them all. It's nice to relax once in a while. Moreover, after tasting one meatball after another fed by his classmates, Kakashi's favorability soared, which made Yusuji very happy. In just a short while, he had gained nearly 1,000 points of favorability. He really didn't expect that he could gain so much favorability by constantly taking advantage of a Kakashi. As expected of one of the supporting characters who appears more frequently in the plot, Teacher Kakashi is awesome. The two walked and stopped along the way, and soon arrived at a ramen restaurant. Yusuji Haku stopped after arriving here. "Ichiraku Ramen, yes, how could I have forgotten this place? I never thought of gaining favorability here before." Yusuji patted his little head with some regret. His silly and cute look melted the hearts of the passers-by. "If I had come to Ichiraku Ramen earlier to improve my favorability with Itsutsuki Ichiraku, I would have definitely been able to become stronger in advance. But there is still time to make up for it later. The little girl named Chankpya should be easy to fool now." Yusuji laughed, then grabbed Kakashi and rushed into the ramen restaurant. "Kakashi, let's try this legendary ramen together." After saying this, Yusuji rushed directly into the ramen restaurant, but just as he lifted the curtain and rushed in, he ran into a warm embrace. I'm sorry, I was just too impatient." Yusuji quickly apologized, but to his surprise, a pair of soft white hands soon grabbed his cheeks and kept kneading them. "Little girl, you almost knocked me down, you can't just say sorry." When Yusuji raised his head, he saw a girl with red hair who looked like a fiery red pepper. The girl looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, with a perverted smile on her face. Yusuji Haku recognized the man at a glance by his distinctive hair. This is the mother of the protagonist Naruto, the absolute suppressor of the yellow flash and the container of the nine tails, Uzumaki Kushina. But now the little red pepper is a little weird. Not only is her face rosy, but she also has a perverted smile on her face, and her hands are constantly rubbing Yusuji face. Yusuji Haku grabbed the hands that were rubbing his face and said helplessly, "Big sister, that's enough, I still want to eat ramen." "Kushina, the girl has already spoken, it's inappropriate for you to keep holding on to her." The blonde Minato Namikaze who was standing next to Kushina also spoke. He could clearly sense that Yusuji was unhappy. After all, anyone would be unhappy if their face was grabbed and rubbed. "Hey, big brother with yellow hair, I am a man." Yusuji was a little unhappy, even the way he addressed her became so unreasonable. "Ha ha ha, big brother with yellow hair, Minato, I didn't expect that you would have this day." Kushina was laughing so hard that she fell backwards, but her hands were still rubbing Yusuji Haku's face. Minato Namikaze next to him scratched his head awkwardly, and looked at Shiro Yusuji with an apologetic expression. "Such a cute little brother, how about I treat you to some ramen, all you have to pay is your face." Yusuji nodded immediately upon hearing this. As an orphan, his pension wasn't high to begin with, and he had to be careful with his daily life. Why wouldn't he be happy if someone offered to treat him to a meal? It was just a face-slapping favor, wasn't it? Anyway, he'd get some goodwill points, especially with such a beautiful older sister. If it was a guy who picked his toes, that would be a different story. When Kushina saw that the cute little person in front of her agreed, a triumphant smile appeared on her face. She hugged the little person in front of her in her arms, put her face between the hair, and sniffed it hard. The charming fragrance lingered at the tip of Kushina's nose, and the pure seductive desire made the face of this young and beautiful girl have an abnormal blush. A blush appeared on the pretty girl's face, which made Minato Namikaze's eyes pop out. The perverted look made Yusuji Shiro, who was in his arms, roll his eyes. By the way, big sister, are you just holding me like this? Didn't you say you would treat me to ramen? Oh, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Uncle Ichiraku, give me a bowl of deluxe tonkotsu ramen. Kushina shouted carelessly towards the kitchen. After Uncle Ichiraku in the kitchen agreed, Kushina found a place to sit down while holding Yusuji Shiro. Kushina treated Yusuji Haku as her personal pillow and kept him in her arms and playing with him. Yusuji Bai was also a little helpless, but since he was young, he didn't feel any distracting thoughts in his heart. Instead, the favorability points that were constantly reported in his ears were his favorite thing. Kakashi, what do you want to eat? How about I treat you? Yusuji Haku said as he looked at some little white-haired guys who were not sociable nearby. At this time, Kushina finally noticed the little white-haired guys following behind Yusuji Haku. Looking at the very conspicuous white-haired Kushina fell into deep thought, and finally said with some uncertainty, "Who are you?" Minato Namikaze came over at the right time and said, "This should be Sakumo-senpai's son, he's already so big." Kushina suddenly realized the person in front of her and touched Kakashi's soft white hair and said carelessly, "I didn't expect you to grow up so fast and you're already in school. I still remember when you were just born, I played with your little bird. How is it? Have you eaten? Do you want me to treat you to some ramen?" Uncle Ichiraku, another bowl of tonkotsu ramen. Kushina's aggressive words made Kakashi blush. He felt so uncomfortable that he even thought about leaving. However, looking at Bai being held by this hateful big sister, Kakashi stayed without saying a word. He was afraid that the lovely classmate Bai would be taken to an unsafe place by these two people. Classmate Bai is so kind and treats everyone with a friendly attitude. If he is kidnapped, there is still a chance to rescue him. Seeing that the child in front of her remained unmoved, Kushina lost interest and turned around to continue teasing the little cutie in her arms. "Little brother, what's your name?" "My name is Yusuji Haku. What's your name, big sister?" Yusuji Bai stared with his round eyes at the girl in front of him who had lived in tragedy all her life and asked curiously. He did this purely to make it seem more reasonable that he knew these two people. Otherwise, if he knew these two people without even asking their names, or even knew their names, if it was noticed by someone with ulterior motives, he would not be able to explain it. Kushina looked at the cute little brother in her arms who was sweating profusely, with a strange light in her eyes. At this moment, she was thinking about many rude things in her heart. "Well, my name is Uzumaki Kushina, and the yellow-haired guy next to me is Namikaze Minato. By the way, little brother, do you have extra clothes to wear? You look so dirty now. You must be uncomfortable wearing these dirty clothes. Do you want your sister to give you some clothes to change into?" Upon hearing this, Yusuji Bai nodded without any reservation. He was indeed a little dirty now. He had sweated a lot during the training just now, and he had also been covered in dust from the fight before. If he didn't have the physique of a succubus, he might be full of sweat odor now. Fortunately, his sweat itself is fragrant, otherwise he would be the one who was disliked. Kushina once again had a triumphant smile on her face. She took out a sealing scroll from her four-dimensional pocket and walked into the kitchen holding Yusuji Haku in her arms. He borrowed a room from Uncle Yul in a very familiar manner and walked in. "Kushina-ne, I'd better not wear it." Yusuji Bai looked at the women's clothing in his hand and felt a little amused that he shouldn't have believed that this hot-tempered girl could have any good ideas. This dress must have been worn by Kushina when she was a child. As for why she carried it with her using a sealing scroll, Yusuji Haku had no idea. But you should never underestimate how many sealing scrolls the sealing master has. Kushina just took out a large pile of sealing scrolls, and by the way, she also took out a large pile of women's clothes that she wore when she was a child from the sealing scrolls. "Put it on me quickly." Kushina's fiery red hair was emitting light and floating in the air, spreading an invisible deterrent force in the room. Yusuji Bai swallowed fearfully, then looked at the clothes in his hands. Comparing his own life with women's clothing, Yusuji Bai nodded and said, "Then Sister Kushina, you go out first, I will change it myself." Kushina waved her big hand and said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of, little brat? Let me help you put on your clothes." After saying that, Kushina stripped Yusuji Haku naked in no time. Yusuji Haku was completely unable to resist this female Tyrannosaurus, so he could only shed tears of humiliation. After changing clothes, Kushina looked at the boy with messy hair in front of her who had changed a lot with excitement in her eyes. The little boy was a little dirty just now, but now after putting on this neutral clothes, he has turned into a petite and cute little girl, plus Kushina's special dressing. The little girl in front of him became even more lovable, coupled with the feminine appearance of Yusuji Bai succubus. This cute, no one would have thought that the little girl was actually a cute boy. "Bai, you are so cute. If I had a child as cute as you, I would definitely not let you train outside. I'm really afraid that someone would snatch you away halfway." Yusuji Haku was helpless. He didn't want to look so cute. Just like Suzuki was mistaken for a girl when he was a child, many characters in Naruto look more feminine. Just like Mizuno Haku, Yusuji Haku has a fair, round, and adorable face, with curved eyebrows and a charming look on his face. Yusuji Haku's appeal to both men and women has reached its peak, otherwise Kushina and other girls would not be so bold. Kushina looked at the masterpiece in front of her and nodded with satisfaction. She took it and walked out holding Bai, who was dressed up by her specially, and walked out with one hand. As soon as this cute little girl walked out of the room, she immediately attracted the attention of a lot of diners. Even Uncle Ichiraku, who was cooking noodles, was attracted. Everyone present, whether they were ninjas or ordinary people, looked at this cute little girl who had violated the rules, with admiring and even occasional perverted glances. Yusuji Bai felt very uncomfortable under the gaze of everyone, and his pair of tender white hands kept rubbing the corners of his clothes. But what he didn't know was that it was his shy look that made everyone present think he was even more adorable. Kushina said with a smug look on her face, since she's so cute, of course she should wear women's clothes. Although Yusuji Bai was very embarrassed inside, the good feelings that kept coming to his ears still forced him to suppress the shyness in his heart. During these days, he clearly felt that there were some people around him who were spying on him. This vague feeling of being watched made him dare not relax at all. Looking at his gradually increasing favorability value, Yusuji Bai silently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Strength is the foundation of one's own willfulness in this world. If you want to become a superior person, you must endure pain that ordinary people cannot endure. Elita est du arbesta. When Yusuji Haku thought of this, he looked up at Kakashi, who had trained with him before. A charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said, "Is Kakashi good looking?" Kakashi's face under the black mask instantly turned red, and his earlobes gradually turned pink when he asked this question. At this time, Yusuji Haku walked over like a child who had played a mischievous prank, blew a breath gently at Kakashi, and spoke in a slightly teasing tone. "Don't think I don't know that you often peek at me during training. Go ahead and peek if you want. No one will call you a pervert, as long as you don't have any intentions towards me beyond friendship." Yusuji Bai's straightforward words made Kakashi feel his heart pounding, and he was extremely sad at this moment. Why is Nati Bai a girl? If he were a girl, I would definitely be with him. No one else knew about Kakashi's sadness. They only knew that they couldn't take their eyes off Yusuji Haku's unbridled smile, which was like a little devil after completing his prank. And Uncle finally couldn't help his love and said directly to Uncle Yil, "Give this little girl 2 more bowls of noodles." "Me too. I'll treat this lovely girl to a bowl of noodles as well." When Uncle Yil heard this, his mind, which had been attracted by the little girl, immediately returned to normal. But he said with a serious expression, "This little girl is so small, she definitely can't eat much. Why did you buy so much?" "Yil, what are you afraid of? Just save the leftovers." And Uncle took out some money from his pocket and put it on the table and said indifferently, "Yes, keep accounts." The reactions of these old men made Yusuji Bai feel a chill, but when he thought about getting so much Ichiraku ramen's deposits at one time, he became happy. Why worry about it? As long as you are shameless, you can eat well and have enough food. Others don't have this opportunity yet. What are you worried about? After Yusuji Bai figured it out, he bowed to the uncles and said in a soft voice, "Thank you all uncles, I will eat well in the future and keep myself plump and white." "Ha ha ha, okay. Little girl, you must eat well in the future." A group of uncles were also very excited when they heard what the little girl said, and some even added a little more money as a reward. Yusuji Shiro looked at Uncle Ichiraku, who was keeping accounts, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Just when he was grinning from ear to ear, a pair of beautiful jade hands pinched his left cheek and pulled him over forcefully. "Little brother, you are quite good. You made so much money in one go. If you are willing to give up your career as a ninja and do something else, you will definitely make a lot of money." Although the voice was very gentle, Yusuji Bai felt his heart skip a beat when he heard it. Swallowing his saliva, Yusuji Bai turned his head with some difficulty, and saw a red-haired girl with a bright smile and a beautiful face. But Yusuji Haku understood that this was the prelude to the blood-red peppers outburst, and it was just the silence before the volcano erupted. For the sake of his own life, Yusuji Haku immediately threw himself into Kushina's arms. Elder sister. Yusuji Haku's action directly interrupted Kushina's unhappy mood. Kushina, who suddenly heard such a kind call, had tears in her eyes. Kushina's dormant memories were awakened by this call. As the little princess of the Uzumaki family, she has been followed by a bunch of little kids calling her sister since she was a child. But after that bloody night, she was taken away by the elders of her family and fled the land filled with the blood of her own people. From then on, she no longer saw the young men of her tribe who called her brother and sister behind her. A tear rolled down Kushina's eyes. She hugged the cute little girl in front of her into her arms and said with a choked voice, "It's settled. You will be my sister from now on." Haku Yusuji was also surprised by Kushina's reaction. Before, he could feel Kushina's enthusiasm for him, and she treated him as a cute toy. He didn't take it seriously at the time. After all, he was so cute that he had been kneaded and played with like a toy by countless cute girls and ants since he was a child. But now he could feel that Kushina in front of him really regarded him as her emotional support, and what she placed on him was the affection of the girl in front of him who had lost her loved ones. Yusuji Haku felt the sincerity of the girl in his arms and calmed down. He patted the girl's back with his delicate little hands and said, "Sister Kushina, you will be my sister from now on." "But I'm a man." Yusujibai still stubbornly mentioned it in the end. Namikaze Minato beside him looked at the interaction between the big and the small, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Put on a relieved smile. In fact, Minato Namikaze knew very well that Kushina had a weak heart under her strong appearance. Kushina, who lost all her relatives since childhood, actually used her strong appearance to cover up her inner fragility from the very beginning. Now the sudden appearance of the little girl filled the softness in Kushina's heart. Looking at this lovely child, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but feel emotional. Is this the bond Hokage-sama was talking about? It looks truly beautiful. The big and the small hugged each other like this for who knows how long, until Uncle Ichiraku came out with a big bowl of tonkotsu ramen. My dear guest, your tonkotsu ramen is here. Eat it while it's hot. After hearing the voice, Kushina finally let go of Yusuji Haku in her arms, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, touched her soft silver hair, and said with a smile, "Bye, it's getting late now. You're so cute, aren't your parents afraid that you'll get lost?" As soon as these words were spoken, Kakashi and everyone present looked at Yusujibai with curiosity. Yusujibai reluctantly forced out an awkward yet polite smile and said, "My parents were on a mission 2 years ago, and they couldn't control me even if they wanted to." The moment Kushina heard this, an incomparable sense of guilt surged in her heart, and she subconsciously hugged the beautiful girl in front of her into her arms. He stroked Yusujibai's forehead and comforted him, saying, it's okay. From now on, bye, you are my family, I will take care of you." "No, I'm used to living alone." Yusuji Haku quickly refused. If he provoked Kushina, a nine-tails Jinchuriki, he would be targeted by Danzo sooner or later. He should just build a relationship with her. What if he was regarded as Kushina's weakness and was directly captured by Danzo? However, his refusal was obviously ineffective. After hearing this, Kushina immediately looked at him with red eyes, feeling like she was about to cry at any time. He also felt that the hands that were holding him were exerting more and more force, as if they wanted to break his waist. Stop, Sister Kushina, relax a little, I'm going to be strangled to death by you." Kushina smiled, loosened her hand a little, then looked at Yusuji Haku in front of her with soft eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry, sister will take good care of you in the future." "I believe you, Kushina." Yusujibai was taken back by Kushina in a state of confusion. The ramen and other things were sealed in the space by Kushina with a sealing scroll and taken back. On the way, Kushina and Yusuji Shiro parted ways with Kakashi and Namikaze Minato respectively, and then all the clothes and furniture were sealed by Kushina with a sealing scroll and taken to the Senju clan's territory. After seeing the only remaining Senju ancestral land of a medium size, Kushina ran in excitedly, pushed the door open, rushed in and said excitedly, "Sister Tsunade, look what I brought you." When Yusuji Haku heard this, his forehead was full of black lines. He was not an object, so how could he be treated like this by Kushina? But this is also a good thing. When he comes to Tsunade's house, he will meet more plot characters, so he can increase his favorability faster. This is another way of seeking wealth and honor through risk. However, what he didn't expect was that Kushina was still living in the Senju ancestral land. It seemed that Kushina moved out of the Senju family when he married Minato Namikaze. As Kushina kicked open the door of the room, the smell of alcohol made the two of them subconsciously cover their noses. Kushina looked at the flushed and dazed Tsunade in front of her and said helplessly, "Sister Tsunade, you drank so much again. Do you know that drinking too much is bad for your health?" Tsunade was completely unmoved after hearing this. She was currently at the lowest point in her life. First, her younger brother died, then her brother and her younger brother were killed by the detonating talisman, and the hollowing out of her chest caused her great emotional damage. Fortunately, when she suffered a great blow, Kato Dan entered her heart and soothed the missing warmth for her. But the war that was about to end still took the life of her lover. Now she was in deep self-doubt, and she spent her days gambling and drinking. Yusuji Haku calculated the time of the 3 wars and quickly determined that the current time period should not be much time away from Tsunade leaving Konoha village. Tsunade snorted coldly and said in a rather unfriendly tone, "Kushina, why are you chattering so late at night? Aren't you going to accompany your little boyfriend?" Kushina sighed helplessly, walked over with the little person in her arms, and said with a smile, "Sister Tsunade, this is my new brother. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Yusuji Haku." Tsunade said without turning her head, "What does your adopted brother have to do with me? You can go now, I want to continue drinking." Kushina felt even more helpless when she heard this, but then she suddenly had an idea and said it in a coquettish tone. "Sister Tsunade, my new brother has some physical problems due to intense training. So I hope Tsunade can help and you can help check it out." After hearing this, Tsunade was silent for a while, then turned around and said, "Just this time." However, when she turned around and saw the cute child in front of her, her eyes immediately lit up, and then she looked at Kushina with some suspicion and said, "Kushina, is there something wrong with your eyes? This is clearly a girl. How could you say he is your brother, and he is wearing a skirt?" Yusuji Haku really had no choice but to make his gender public as a boy, otherwise this group of people would do something to him in the future, and when they found out he was a boy, they would think he had deceived them and wanted to cut him up. For the sake of his future happiness, he immediately said, "Sister Tsunade, I am a man." "How is it possible? You are so cute. How could you be a boy? If you don't believe me, let me see." After Tsunade finished speaking, she took action immediately. Both Yusuji Haku and Tsunade were stunned. What are you doing, Sister Kushina? Let me go, I want to put on my pants. Tsunade blushed slightly and said, little brat, I didn't expect you to be a boy. But you are only a little older. It's not like I haven't seen one before, but a cute boy like you can become a beautiful girl if you cut this thing off. When Yusujibai heard this, he shuddered all over and began to struggle violently, saying desperately, Sister Kushina, put me down quickly. This stinky woman in front of me is trying to kill me. Put me down now, I want to leave here. Yusujibai is really scared now. Although Tsunade in front of him is not a bad person, the woman in front of him is drunk. If she really does what she said and hits his balls, then he will have no place to cry. Have you been there? Kushina smiled helplessly and said, don't worry, bye, Tsunade's sister was just joking with you. When Tsunade heard this, her stubborn temper suddenly came out. She grabbed Bai's neck and said viciously, I make a bet with you. If you win, I will make you a girl. If you lose, I will also make you a girl. How about it? Yusujibai felt a surge of fear rushing to his head. Tsunade's words scared him so much that he got goosebumps all over his body. Now he really had no strength to resist. Let me go, Sister Kushina, you are trying to harm me, I should not have followed you. Let me go. Sister Tsunade, please stop joking. Besides, Bai isn't a child anymore. Isn't it too much for you to do this? Kushina quickly walked over and tried to grab Shiro back. Tsunade curled her lips and said with an unhappy expression, okay, I won't do that. Lend me your brother to play with for a while. He smells nice and would be a nice pillow to hug at night. Upon hearing this, Kushina nodded in agreement. She didn't know why, but she always felt that she felt much more relaxed when she held Bai in her arms, and even the stinky fox in her stomach became much more obedient. Yusujibai was a little confused, and before he could refuse, the solid wooden tea table in front of him was broken. The sound of wood tearing under the weight made him swallow subconsciously. Under the threat of Tsunade's strange strength, Yusujibai immediately nodded. But Kushina, who was holding him, refused to listen. She said with some resentment in her tone, it's too unfair for Sister Tsunade to be the only one. He is obviously my younger brother. I don't care about that. You are my sister anyway, and your brother is also my brother. What's your name, little brother? You are my brother from now on. This is a meeting gift for you, take it. Guided by the alcohol and the seductive body fragrance, Tsunade took off the crystal necklace from her neck. It was forcibly put on Yusujibai's neck. Yusujibai only felt a ruthless curse hanging over him. Looking at the green gem hanging around his neck, Yusujibai felt a little uneasy. Damn, how come this ancestral crystal from Hashirama Senju is now my turn to be worn around my neck? This progress is really too fast. Don't these women know how to be more reserved? What kind of physique do I have? Logically, I shouldn't be that strong. Yusuji Haku was crying in his heart, but the smile on his face was uglier than crying. Tsunade seemed to see the unhappiness in his expression, so she glared at him and said in a somewhat cold tone, little guy, would you like to be my brother? For a moment, Yusujibai felt an invisible sense of crisis enveloping him, and he subconsciously nodded repeatedly from the bottom of his heart. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction after getting the answer she wanted. Yusuji Haku suddenly felt a chill on his back when he heard this, and his heart suddenly became violent. Tsunade saw that the boy was still not behaving well and punched him immediately. It was this punch that finally calmed the little guy in her arms, and Yusuji Haku fainted in such a magnificent way. The next morning, 6 a.m. Yusuji Hakuto, who was sleeping soundly, was hit hard by another punch, which woke him up from his sleep. Ouch! Who hit me? I'm the one who hit you. Get up now. Don't you want to be Hokage? How can I help you if I train so hard? Tsunade's voice sounded from in front of him. Yusujibai was a little confused and said in confusion with his head with two swollen bumps sticking out from under the quilt. When did I ever say I wanted to be Hokage? Only then did Tsunade realize that the person sleeping under the quilt was not her brother. I don't care that you will be my younger brother from now on. You must train seriously. Otherwise, what if you get killed in the battlefield? Yusujibai felt helpless when he heard this. He got up from the bed reluctantly, put on his training clothes, and then climbed out of the warm bed. He came to Tsunade, grabbed her white hand and asked, then how should we train next? Tsunade folded her arms across her chest and said indifferently, now we will start skills training. Run 100 laps around the Senju clan's territory. Good. Yusuji Haku breathed a sigh of relief. The Senju clan's territory wasn't very large, and it seemed Tsunade didn't know much about the amount of training she had done with Might Dai before. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have given him such an easy task. Thinking of this, Yusuji Haku prepared to run forward, but he was pulled back before he could run out. Tsunade casually threw a few weights on the ground. The weights hit the ground, splashing up dust and causing the earth to tremble. If you run with this without any weights, how long will it take before you reach your physical limit? Only when you wear this will your physical strength be depleted quickly. And don't think I don't know how strong your body is. I am the strongest medical ninja in all of Konoha. Do you think I don't know how much training you can do? Tsunade's stern words made Yusujibai feel so aggrieved that he almost cried, but then he put aside his fear and directly took on these weights that fit him very well. Feeling the weight on his legs, chest and shoulders, Yusujibai asked with a little emotion in his heart, Sister Tsunade, we met for less than a day and you customized this weight for me. You were so nice to me. You're dreaming. This is a weight my brother left behind. It's perfect for you to use now. Run faster. You are not allowed to eat breakfast until you finish 100 laps before school starts. When Yusujibai heard this, he felt that his life had become dim. However, thinking about the threat of future wars, he still endured the weight on his body, took a step forward, and ran forward step by step. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. He might not have had strong willpower, but the possibility of death at any time would stimulate human potential. In his previous life, he would not have been able to withstand such high-intensity training, but under the pressure of the inevitable war in the future, Yusuji Haku unleashed unprecedented potential. Drops of sweat as big as buckets fell to the ground, leaving small puddles. The young man dragged his heavy steps and ran stubbornly around a huge mansion. This scene, which had not appeared for several years, once again attracted the attention of the civilian residents in the surrounding streets. A few years ago, there was also a stubborn figure. Wearing such a burden, he ran in areas outside the Senju clan's territory. Time passed slowly and a month went by like a flash. In the training ground outside Konoha, a figure with white hair and a figure with silver hair intertwined with each other. The collision of fists and the interweaving of legs show the beauty of true close combat. The two people fighting are Kakashi and Yusuji Shiro. Their current situation on the field is that Kakashi is dressed very cleanly and tidily, but he is panting and sweat is pouring out of his forehead. Yusuji Haku was indeed fine, aside from a few footprints and some mess on his clothes. He was still full of energy and enthusiasm, and he swung his fists with great vigor. Kakashi looked at Yusujibai, who was eager to try, and said helplessly, "How much strength do you have left? You are only 1 year older than me, why are you so much stronger than me?" Upon hearing this, Yusuji Haku spread his hands and said, "It may be because of my physical condition, or maybe it's because I spend most of my time practicing physical skills, while you are practicing physical skills, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship together. The difference in training time has caused your physical strength to be inferior to mine, but it's not like you can't beat me. If you were willing to pull out the dagger behind you, you can kill me in 2 strokes. Kakashi frowned slightly, and a hint of dead fish eyes flashed in his lively eyes. "How can this be compared? I have been practicing with my father since I was a child, but you have only been practicing for a short month. In this month, your body count and 3 body skills have improved extremely rapidly. If I want to defeat you, I'll have to put in some effort. How can this be compared?" Yusuji Haku shook his head helplessly when he heard what Kakashi said. Indeed, according to what Kakashi said, his progress was indeed very fast. In just 1 month, he was able to fight on equal terms with the legendary genius Kakashi. But he also understood that his combat instincts and skills had improved so quickly over the past month under the guidance of powerful ninjas such as Kushina and Tsunade. Especially Tsunade is probably the strongest among the 3 ninjas in terms of boxing and kicking skills. The reason why he was able to use physical skills to fight Kakashi, who used ninjutsu for such a long time, was entirely due to his primary succubus physique. In addition to his gorgeous appearance, his physique also gives him strong recovery and strength. Although he is not as good as the so-called immortal body now, his own physique can also match those strong people who are born with physical talents. Moreover, he can refine his own chakra very smoothly. If Kakashi can release a maximum of 10 Reikiri, he can now release an A-level ninjutsu Reikiri. However, he has not yet reached the stage of practicing ninjutsu. The 3 body techniques are the ninjutsu he uses most often now, especially the flickering body technique, which Yusuji Haku likes very much. After all, this kind of ninjutsu that allows ninjas to move at high speed is very suitable for Yusujibai. There are many ninjas in Naruto who are very good at this ninjutsu. The more powerful the ninja, the higher his attainments in basic ninjutsu, including the 3rd Reikige's lightning body technique and Shisui's body technique. This kind of ninjutsu that can speed up the ninja's dodging can often cause unexpected surprises in basic battles. Among the 3 major ninjutsu, the transformation technique is the least important. Yusuji Haku rarely uses this ninjutsu except for occasionally practicing hand seals. As for Yusujibai, he has only developed his physical fitness and combat potential. Soon, the speed of his strength improvement will enter a slow period. He wants to improve his strength and favorability as quickly as possible, which is the capital for his own growth. His basic number has increased so much this month. In addition to repeated practice, the observation ability of the 1 Megatama Sharingan is also of paramount importance. It has to be said that the Uchiha clan who possesses the Sharingan is indeed very strong in improving their strength. This is the absolute suppression of the blood ninja over ordinary ninjas. Yusujibai thought of this and subconsciously opened the panel. A name, Yusuji Haku. A physical skills, Senju clan basic physical skills 16%, Headache fluid skills 5%, ninjutsu, transformation, substitution, instantaneous body transformation, a chakra, genin 90%, a bloodstain, 1 Megatama Sharingan, physique, genin. Succubus physique, a favorability value, 85295A. After looking at the system panel, Yusujibai touched his chin and thought for a long time. When he was sure that he could not buy anything good with 80,000, he gave up the idea of buying anything. Now the only thing he wanted to buy was probably the intermediate succubus physique, which required 1 million favorability. During this period of time, I experienced how strong the demon's physique was. It could be said that his physique surpassed that of humans in all aspects, whether it was his affinity for living things or the activity of his own cells, which exceeded that of ordinary people. The former is due to his own charm, and the latter is due to his abnormal chakra recovery speed. Although his chakra capacity is not much now, after his chakra capacity is used up, he can recover to full state as long as he leaves the battle for 4 or 5 minutes. If he eats the Bingliang pill, his own digestive power is also very strong. Others may be able to restore the chakra consumed in their bodies by eating the Bingliang pill, but he can almost completely absorb the nutrients of the Bingliang pill and directly restore all his physical strength and chakra. In general, he fully saw the benefits that his physique brought to him in this month. The benefits were so many that they directly raised the upper limit of his talent, so he was very fond of the intermediate succubus physique. As for the Sherinan and other eye techniques that can enhance his observation ability, he decided to wait for a while and only make the next wave of purchases after he has exchanged for the physique he likes. Bai, what are you thinking about? What? Kakashi was a little confused as he looked at Bai, who was distracted again. During the 2 months of getting along with each other, he often saw Bai with confused eyes. It felt as if his spirit was imprisoned and his eyes were completely lifeless. Whenever this kid was in a daze, he was not on guard against anything around him, which made him very distressed. Ah, what did you say, Kakashi? Kakashi curled his lips in displeasure and said, "How long are you going to stay here? There are less than 20 minutes left before class starts. If we run now, we still have time." Bai immediately came to his senses when he heard this, grabbed the school bag next to him and said, "Hurry up, let's go. If we are late, we will make Sarutobi teacher unhappy again." The two of them quickly ran to the classroom, and when they saw that the teacher had not arrived yet, they ran back to their seats thankfully. Seeing Bai panting, Zihi Kurane came over happily, buried her head in Bai's wet hair, took a deep breath and said, "Bai, you smell so good. What kind of shower gel do you use to take a bath?" Bai rolled his eyes at her speechlessly after hearing this, then casually tied up his hair that was scattered behind him. His movements were efficient and quick, and if it was a boy, it wouldn't seem like a big deal. But he looked like a pretty little girl, and his movements made him look heroic and radiant, which attracted the little boys in the classroom. Kurane came over and said with a smile, "Bai, today is another monthly competition. Last time you drew Hinata Kazu from the Hyaga family. His strength is not that good in the class. I wonder who you will draw this time, Bai." When Bai heard this, he fell into deep thought. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. However, it is a bit abnormal that they started fighting so frequently in the first grade. The ninja school system during this period is 3 years. Moreover, the teaching intensity is obviously much stronger than before. As a result, the situation in the ninja world has become increasingly turbulent recently. The purpose of the existence of the ninja village is to fight with other countries. Now is the time when the major families of Konoha need to recuperate quickly after World War II, so the 3-year school system is to quickly train a group of cannon fodder to wait for going to the battlefield. The majority of people in the entire grade are never the children of the family, but the children of ninjas from various small families and civilians. These are the basic strength of the ninjas. Bai has begun to worry about the possibility of going to the battlefield in the future. Thinking of this, Bai's expression became a little bitter as he thought about how to break the deadlock. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 3 ninjas gathered on the podium above the fighting arena in the training ground, and the teachers below were organizing a large group of children to prepare for the battle. Jiraiya scratched his long white hair and picked his nose in an unhappy tone and said, "Teacher, why did you bring us here? Doesn't it look boring? What's so interesting about these kids fighting? I'd rather be collecting materials instead of wasting time." Bang! At this moment, the white-haired Jiraiya turned into a white streak of light and smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Jiraiya, who had 2 ribs broken, coughed up a mouthful of blood and spoke weakly. "Tsunade, you're getting stronger." Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the interaction between his 2 apprentices and took a puff of cigarette in silence, unable to bear to watch any further. "Alright, stop it. As senior ninjas, you must set an example for those who come after you. What's the point of making such a fuss?" Orochimaru, with a pale face and long hair like a waterfall, stepped forward, folded his arms, and looked curiously at the crowd that was gradually gathering. "I heard that White Fang's son is a student among this class of freshmen. I don't know what my talent is like." When Tsunade heard this, she recalled the white-haired man she had seen frequently during this period. "He's quite strong, at least much stronger than Jiraiya." When Jiraiya heard this, he jumped up from the pit, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smoothed his hair, made a pose that he thought was very handsome, and said, "Who am I? I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage. How can these little brats be as strong as I was back then?" Orochimaru looked at the narcissistic Jiraiya and said lightly, "The last one. Orochimaru, I want to duel with you." Jiraiya was so angry that he jumped up and down. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand Jiraiya's noise anymore, so he raised his fist and punched Jiraiya on the head. "Stop making a fuss, the students below are watching. Kakashi is a very strong kid, stronger than the 3 of you at the same age. However, there are also a few noteworthy students among the students." Sarutobi Hiruzen said this and glanced at Tsunade beside him. Tsunade folded her hands without commenting, looking down with indifferent eyes. Class 1, Grade 1, led by teacher Sarutobi, came to the playground. Yusuji Haku looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Huang Dudu and the other two standing on the podium and frowned slightly. Bye, look, it's Hokage. Obito saw the Sandaime on the podium yelling excitedly, then raised his fist and spoke confidently. Bye, just wait. In this battle, I will definitely beat that Kakashi to a pulp. Then I have to make Lord Hokage pay attention to me, so that I can become Hokage. So the first step to becoming Hokage is to defeat Kakashi. Kakashi, let's duel. Obito said this with his blood boiling as he rushed to Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the silly look of Obito in front of him and his sharp eyes turned into dead fish eyes. He uttered two words lightly, idiot. The moment Obito heard this, he was furious and said angrily, Kakashi, I will fight you to the death. As Obito said this, he was about to rush forward, but before he could do so, Nohara Rin next to him pulled him back. Obito, this is the playground and the Hokage is watching us from upstairs, stop making trouble. Okay, linear. Obito retreated reluctantly, then said stubbornly, Haku, just wait, I will defeat Kakashi sooner or later. After hearing this, Yusuji Bai's forehead was full of black lines. Now he always felt that there was a big word death tattooed on his forehead. With the death pendant from Tsunade and becoming Obito's secret crush, Yusuji Haku feels like he is suffering a double curse. However, he still had to maintain his gentle personality and said with a smile, Obito, I believe you. When he said this, a charming smile appeared on his face. The moment Obito saw this smile, he felt his heart pounding. Yusuji Haku felt helpless as he listened to the constant broadcasting sounds coming from his ears. In fact, he didn't want to provoke Obito at the beginning. His usual way of gaining favor was to chat with the characters that appeared in the plot. But I don't know what's wrong with this kid Obito. Even though he knows that he is a man, his favorability towards him is getting higher and higher. Now he even seems to be deceiving himself. This made Yusuji Haku a little afraid that Obito didn't mind that he was a man, which made him not chat with Obito much recently. Apart from anything else, the emotions of Kushina, the hot-tempered little pepper, are quite easy to control, especially since she can occasionally gain the favor of the big fox. This makes Yusuji Bai feel that the future is promising. Bai, who do you think your opponent will be? Kakashi walked over slowly, put his hands behind his back and asked listlessly. Yusuji Bai spread his hands and said indifferently, I don't know who my opponent is, but most people in this class can't beat me, except you. When Kakashi heard this, his face turned a little red under the mask. What Yusuji Bai meant by winning was that he would rely on his experience in many battles to defeat the cute boy in front of him, which made him feel a little pressured. The man in front of him was like a monster, with endless physical strength. Even that guy couldn't beat him, and he would be caught up by him sooner or later. Thinking of this, Kakashi felt filled with a sense of urgency. As a genius among his peers, he was also proud, but the boy in front of him was improving too fast. From the beginning when he defeated him in a few strokes to the long stalemate now. The gap between the two sides was narrowing at an incredible speed. He was sure that if he didn't improve faster, his combat experience would probably be useless in less than half a month. Thinking of this, Kakashi touched the wooden short knife behind him and fell into deep thought. At this moment, a ninja in his 30s, full of murderous aura and wearing a Jonin forehead protector, walked onto the ring and looked at the bunch of radish heads below with an expressionless face. The Hokage will personally watch this competition, and those who demonstrate outstanding skills will be personally received and praised by the Hokage. Rejoice, little brats. It's rare for us to see Lord Hokage normally, so I hope you will fight bravely with all your might this time. Try to show your abilities. Only in this way can we demonstrate the school's teaching level. Otherwise, if your performance falters, it's none of my business how your teacher trains you when you return. Okay, the drawing of lots begins, and Class 1, Grade 1, begins the drawing of lots competition. This murderous ninja was obviously not a teacher in the school, but his words were obviously more effective than those of the unreliable teachers in the school. Those teachers immediately took out the boxes they had prepared long ago and asked students from each class to draw lots. Soon, Mr. Sarutobi came in front of everyone with a box and asked the students to draw lots one by one in order. There are 30 people in the whole class. The number balls are divided into 1 to 15, and those who draw the corresponding numbers will compete with each other. The number drawn by Yusuji Haku was 7. Obito next to him said casually after taking a look at the number ball he drew. I'm number 1, Kakashi, Haku, Lin, watch me show off my skills. Who is my opponent? It's me. Asuma Sarutobi, with a mature look on his face, raised the number ball in his hand, came between Obito and Shiro, and forced Obito aside. Obito looked at Asuma who pushed him away and pointed at him angrily. Asuma, what are you doing? What can I do? I'm here to chat with Bai. What's it got to do with you? Then why did you push me away? I can only say that your body is too fragile. I squeezed you away with just a few pushes. You. Obito was so angry that his hedgehog-haired face was about to explode. He wanted to come up and push Ashima to the ground, but before he could do anything, the two were forcibly separated. Stop arguing, you two. You two are both number 1. You're going to compete on stage soon. Why are you still making such a fuss? Teacher Sarutobi looked at these two funny guys with a frown on his face. These two guys were the most annoying in the whole class, especially Obito, who was not only late but also acted like a scumbag all day long. When Obito saw his teacher coming, he he lost his arrogance and made a face at Asuma before sitting back in his seat. When he sat back, he did not forget to turn around and say to Yusuji by next to him, look, I'm going to beat that Asuma guy to a pulp in a while. He. Yusuji Haku gave him a beautiful and polite smile and returned. When Obito saw this smile, he grinned foolishly for a long time. After the teacher saw that all the classes had chosen their players, he nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, the students from class 1, grade 1 who drew ball number 1 will go on stage to compete. I'm here, Asuma, your uncle Obito. I'm going to beat you fairly in the ring and prove that I'm stronger than you. Obito, stop dreaming. In terms of strength, I am still stronger than you. The teacher looked at the two students who were about to quarrel on the stage and said helplessly, the competition begins, and the seal of opposition is formed. To be honest, the two boys who were arguing just now immediately looked at each other with serious faces and made a sign of opposition. They could usually quarrel in private, but at this moment of battle, the ninja had to show the proper attitude. As both sides released the seal of opposition, Obito took the lead and threw a shuriken. At the same time, he took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag with his left hand and charged forward. Ashima also took out a kunai from her ninja tool bag and blocked the flying shuriken with it, then collided the kunai with the rushing Obito. The sound of steel clashing against steel echoed across the ring, and sparks flashed continuously as the two men fought. The battle between the two sides is very beautiful, but also very deadly. As long as either side is negligent in defense, a deep cut will be made on the body. The battle between ninjas is like dancing on a tightrope. Obito is usually a little careless, but his strength is above average for his age. The reason why he was called the last one was entirely because of his theoretical performance. After all, Obito couldn't think of anything else except shouting, I want to be Hokage. Soon, both sides consumed a lot of physical strength in the fierce battle. After Obito covered his injured left arm and retreated several steps, and made several gestures very solemnly. These gestures scared Asuma so much that he also responded with gestures. After making a few hand seals, Obito shouted, fire style, great fireball technique. As the sound resounded throughout the ring, a wisp of thick smoke came out of Obito's mouth, and Obito himself was choked and coughed wildly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Obito's funny look made the students in the audience laugh so hard that they couldn't stop. Obito, danger. Nohara Lin looked at Asuma who had completed Obito. These wind blades are extremely fast. As a sea-level ninjutsu of wind style, Kazekiri is fast and has lethality. It is one of the most commonly used ninjutsu and wind-style ninjutsu and also the most universal ninjutsu. Obito could be cut in half at any time by this attack, and all his classmates were worried for him. Just when the wind blade was about to cut him, a black shadow flashed by and Obito was thrown directly under the ring. At this time, Obito looked up and said in confusion, why am I here? At this time, the teacher on the stage had already shouted the slogan that Sarutobi Asuma had won. Seeing this, Obito quickly got up and said, I haven't lost yet. Obito, you have been defeated. You have already lost. Yes, Obito, you can't afford to lose. When all the classmates saw that Obito still wanted to fight, they immediately started to mock him, and Obito's face turned red. No, I just didn't understand the situation just now. I will definitely be able to stop that attack. Ha 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 ha. All the classmates burst into laughter. Obito was so angry that he wanted to rush over and beat up everyone in front of him, but before he could rush over, Nohara Rin came over and said gently, Obito lost, and we ninjas must recognize our own shortcomings. Linear. Obito looked at the gentle girl in front of him and blushed a little, then quickly shook his head and said, no, I will definitely be able to defeat Asuma. Believe me, after I open my eyes, I will definitely be able to defeat him. When Yusujibai heard his words, his forehead was full of black lines. How did this matter involve him again? Wasn't he just a spectator? Yusujibai shook his head helplessly and continued to watch the game. The game continued and the fighting abilities of the first-year students varied greatly. Some people fight with swords and knives, while others fight with fists. The fighting is so intense. However, there is a disadvantage in first-grade students' fights or ninjas' fights, which is that they are fast. Even when fighting against a powerful ninja, the battle will only take a few minutes or more than 10 minutes. What's more, these little brats couldn't even take a minute for someone to lose the ability to resist after being hit by a punch. The competition progressed quickly and only 2 players were left in the end. The next final match will be between Kakashi and Yusuji Haku. White. A group of little fans shouted excitedly below, and then the boys also shouted excitedly. Yusujibai listened to the shouts of these students. Although he had already squeezed out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room due to embarrassment, he still suppressed his shyness and walked up when he heard the announcement. Kakashi felt his heart bleed when he saw the unbelievably cute boy in women's clothes sitting opposite him. Why was such a cute guy a boy? Thinking of this, Kakashi retaliated by drawing the short sword behind him and said righteously, as one of the 2 strongest first-year students, I respect your growth rate very much. So in this formal occasion, I decided to fight you with all my strength. This is how we truly respect you. Upon hearing this, Yusuji Haku couldn't help but sneer. you still don't have to respect me that you can just fight with taijutsu. Kakashi remained unmoved after hearing this. He took out the short knife from his back and placed it across his chest. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he leaned forward slightly to make a sprinting motion. Usujibai held two kunao in his hands to block in front of him, and at the same time he felt a little regretful in his heart, wondering why he didn't get a weapon of his own. It is really a disadvantage for Kakashi, who is an expert in swordsmanship, to fight with bare hands like this. Now Kakashi is proficient in swordsmanship. The real way for him to become a copy of Kakashi is by relying on the Sharingan. So Kakashi is the most dangerous one to him now. After all, it is not an empty statement that Konoha White Fang is an expert in swordsmanship, but even if Kakashi has only learned a little bit, the threat to him is huge. I have to think of a way to break the deadlock. My physical skills are not as good as his. If I want to defeat him, I must use my advantages. What is my advantage? Abundant chakra or endurance? These are all my advantages and I can use them all. It just so happens that I'm quite proficient in the art of substitution, so I can use the art of cloning. Yusuji Haku thought of this and made a opposing seal. Kakashi also made a seal and waited for the teacher to announce the start of the match. On the podium, Jiraiya looked at the two first-year students below with interest. These two kids are really strong. They are almost as good as I was back then. As soon as Jiraiya said this, the other three looked at him with some disgust, especially Tsunade, who attacked him mercilessly. Look at you. Have you forgotten how bad you were as a child? How dare you compare yourself to my brother? When Jiraiya heard this, he looked at Baimao on the ring with some surprise and said, "No way, you have accepted Senior White Fang's son as your brother. Wouldn't this mess up the generations?" Ah! Jiraiya was knocked to the ground by Tsunade's punch, and his head was deeply embedded in the ground. Bullshit, the guy with dead eyes is not my brother. The other cute kid is my brother, Tsunade said angrily. After he finished speaking, Jiraiya pulled his head out. He completely ignored the blood oozing from his forehead and said with some disbelief, "That adorable little girl turned out to be a boy." "Yeah, Jiraiya, don't have any ideas about my brother, he's just a boy." Tsunade continued to raise her sandbag fist to warn, and Jiraiya was completely gloomy at this time. From the beginning, he had noticed the cute girl with beautiful face on the podium. If the girl was not so young, he might have followed her to collect information. He never expected that this beautiful girl was actually a boy, and now his outlook on life has collapsed. At this moment, Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Is it a boy? The boy is so cute, I'm really curious about his body structure." "Orochimaru, you are becoming more and more perverted." Tsunade looked at her other teammate with some disgust. She really couldn't understand why her teammates were becoming more and more perverted. "And Orochimaru, I warn you not to go after my brother, or I'll beat the gall out of you." "Haha, no." Orochimaru was telling the truth. His target was not the boy who looked like a girl, but this little boy was of no use to him in the face of eternal life. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the three students fighting and a smile appeared on his old face, but seeing Orochimaru's increasingly gloomy temperament, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent and sighed. "Danzo, I hope you won't cross the line." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and turned to continue watching the game below. At this moment on the ring, the referee glanced at the two people who had already formed a seal of opposition. The battle begins. Pang! As soon as the battle started, Yusuji Haku threw a smoke bomb on the ground, and the thick white smoke blocked Kakashi's vision. The art of clones. Yusujibai formed hand seals according to his previous thoughts, and in an instant, two clones exactly like him appeared beside him. In a moment, the smoke gradually dissipated, and in front of Kakashi appeared three Yusujibai standing in different positions and rushing towards him quickly. When the three Yusuji Haku were 10 meters away from Kakashi, they quickly threw out kunao, and the flying kunao attacked Kakashi in three directions at the same time. Kakashi casually drew out his short sword and deflected three kunao at an extremely fast speed, but then 9 more kunao were shot at him. The speed was incredibly fast. Although the accuracy was not very good and the trajectory was straight, the kunao attacking from three directions almost blocked Kakashi's space to retreat. Kakashi also felt that this attack was rather tricky, so he jumped up at that moment and dodged the flying kunao very easily. Just as Kakashi jumped into the air, white smoke suddenly burst out from the bottom of the 9 kunao, and then Yusuji Haku rushed out from the white smoke, swinging his fist and smashing over with a sound of breaking through the air. Kakashi had already jumped into the air and wanted to find a place to gain leverage, but he had no idea where to start. The thrilling scene amazed all the students present. Obito even shouted happily, "Shiro, help me beat up that stinky Kakashi." Yusuji Haku was not so optimistic when he saw Kakashi leaping into the air without any support. Sure enough, when he swung his fist down, he did not feel the sensation of hitting a solid object, but instead a puff of white smoke rose up. Earth escape, the art of beheading in the heart. A low cry came from behind Yusujibai, and Yusujibai felt a chill on his back. At that moment, he jumped high with his left foot and quickly formed seals in the air. Substitution technique. The place where Yusuji Haku was suddenly turned into a piece of wood. The hand he stretched out only grabbed the piece of wood. Yusuji Haku also took advantage of this moment to use the instant body technique to leave here. This complex and ever-changing battle lasted less than 10 seconds, and some students with faster speeds could not keep up with the fighting rhythm of the two people at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage's eyes lit up and he looked at Yusuji Haku, who was on par with Kakashi, with surprise. Jiraiya was also a little surprised and said, I didn't expect that someone could compete with brother Sakumo's child in strength. Tsunade, your brother is very strong. Have you given him special training? No, if I had a choice, I would rather he not be a ninja, Tsunade said expressionlessly, holding her arms in front of her chest while dragging the heavy burden. Orochimaru stuck out a thin tongue, licked his lips, and said meaningfully, a very talented child. The reaction nerves are very fast. Orochimaru, don't do such disgusting things. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru with disdain. Her words were an indirect warning to Orochimaru not to have any bad intentions. Watching the game carefully, these two children are both very good inheritors of the will to gain. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted his apprentice's conversation. He was interested in Yusuji Haku on the field. In his impression, this kid seemed to have been training as a ninja for less than 2 months and was a very talented kid. The battle is still going on. The brief confrontation just now made Yusuji feel a little scared. His previous movements were very coherent, and if successful, it would be easy to kill the opponent. But he forgot that this is not a turn-based game. While you are taking combat measures, the opponent is also preparing. What he is dealing with from the beginning is just a clone. He couldn't even figure out whether the person in front of him was a real person. Apart from the fact that Kakashi's talent in ninjutsu was really high, he couldn't tell whether the Kakashi in front of him was a clone or not. Kakashi on the opposite side quickly crawled out from the ground, and the two fought against each other again, but this time they changed directions. Both sides stared at each other to see who would lose patience first. 10 seconds passed and Yusuji suddenly felt a chill on his back. He ran forward quickly, and the dazzling blade light passed behind him and cut the air. The sharp blade energy cut a 3 cm deep groove on the ground, and in this way he narrowly avoided the attack. Kakashi on the opposite side also turned into white smoke and disappeared. Yusuji turned his head and looked at Kakashi vigilantly, feeling bitter in his heart. It is too disadvantageous to fight against someone's ninja sword with bare hands. There is a saying that a child with a knife must be subdued by an adult, and the adult may even be injured. This sentence directly points out the difference between having weapons and not having weapons. As for the kunao, forget it, it's only a knife about 10 to 20 centimeters long. What use can it have? It's not even as long as a kitchen knife. It would be nice if I had some ninjutsu. Never mind, let's continue. After saying that, Yusuji Haku repeated the same trick once again and transformed into 3 clones to surround and attack. Most of his previous battles with Kakashi were physical training. He was not at a disadvantage in terms of attack power, and he even had an advantage in endurance. But he still lost several times in this situation. Now that Kakashi is serious, he must ensure that he will not be hurt at any opportunity. Using clones to consume the opponent's energy is the best way. Although these clones are not physical entities, they can still throw kunao. The fight was deadlocked for a while, and Yusuji Haku demonstrated what an amazing amount of chakra was in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the cute porcelain doll in the field, touched his beard and said, Tsunade, does your brother have a special physique, or have you trained him specially? It must be due to a special physique. Tsunade lowered her head and looked at the battle below with a strange look in her eyes. Although the battle below had no reference value for her, she did not have such a terrifying amount of chakra when she was at this age. Although the clone technique is only an E-level ninjutsu, she cannot bear the huge consumption if she releases it so many times continuously even though she is a member of the Senju family. This made her suspect that might be one of her tribesmen. After hearing this answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and turned to say something to the empty space next to him. Go investigate his parents. Tsunade listened to her teacher's words, but remained unmoved. She also wanted to know Bai's true family background. If he was really from the Senju clan, then it would be a close relationship. The battle continued. Kakashi swung his short sword again and again to destroy one clone after another. Yusuji Haku's forehead was covered with sweat. The ninjutsu he released so many times also made the chakra in his body stretched. After the last clone was blown up by Kakashi, Kakashi glanced sideways and saw his trembling hands and frowned slightly. Then he turned the blade in the opposite direction and held it in his backhand, bending his body slightly in a sprinting position. Yusuji Shiro's eyes flashed and he immediately stared at Kakashi with vigilance. Kakashi's actions clearly showed that he was determined to fight to the death. At this moment, Kakashi was at his strongest, so he had to be alert to deal with it. The fight between these two little guys is finally over. I want to see which one is stronger. Jiraiya watched the battle below with great interest. The fighting skills of these two little guys were comparable to those of ordinary genin. In some aspects, those genin with ordinary qualifications were even inferior to these two little guys. Kakashi stepped on the ground with his back foot, and a cloud of dust and a 1 centimeter deep footprint appeared on the ground behind him. In an instant, Kakashi disappeared at a speed that surpassed the visual speed of all his classmates. The sharp blade flashed with silver light and slashed over fiercely. The sharp blade seemed to cut the air on the ring. Yusuji quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, Earth escape, Earth formation wall. A 2-meter-high earth wall suddenly rose up on the ground, and a lifelike dog head was hanging on the ground. This was the earth escape technique of earth array wall that was passed down to Kakashi by Yusuji Hakushin. The earth wall blocked Kakashi. Kakashi jumped over the wall and slashed towards Yusuji Haku from the sky. Bai gritted his teeth as he watched the flashing blade, pulling out a kunao from his pocket and blocking with his left hand. Immediately afterwards, the blade collided with the kunao, producing a dazzling spark. The sharp short blade directly cut a hole in the kunao. Even so, Kakashi's potential energy from top to bottom was still not completely dissipated. The blade quickly moved down and was about to chop Yusuji Bai. If this blade chopped down, it could directly cut the man in half. Yusuji Shiro pulled Kakashi's blade downward with his left hand, and Kakashi slashed at Yusuji Shiro's side with the sword. The clothes on Yusuji Shiro's left hand were also cut open, and blood with a strange fragrance oozed out of the cut. Konoha, Steel Fist. Yusuji Shiro seized the opportunity when Kakashi couldn't resist, clenched his right fist and punched him hard, even using chakra attached to his fist to increase his strength. He learned this technique from Might Dai, whose physical skills were second only to the current Konoha dragon god Chen Baojun. Although he had only learned the basics, he was still able to use some minor techniques. The power of his fist was sure to punch through Kakashi's chest. Yusuji Bai threw a fierce punch without holding back. The current situation did not allow him to hold back. He believed that other teachers could seize the opportunity to rescue Kakashi at this moment. But just when Bai was about to punch, the teacher still didn't stop him, which made Bai feel depressed. Sure enough, after he punched, a puff of smoke still rose up. Then a dagger stretched out from behind his neck, ready to cut his body apart at any time. Bai turned around and looked at the panting Kakashi and said helplessly, "I lost." Kakashi nodded and casually put the short blade back into the sheath, his expression still cold, as if winning the game was not something to be happy about. However, the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing his secret joy. Bai looked at the arrogant Kakashi, curled his lips helplessly, walked over, pulled Kakashi off the ring. Standing on a high place, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the end of the game and took another puff of his pipe, his eyes full of admiration, then turned around and said, "Tsunade, your younger brother is a very good ninja seedling. If he is taught properly, he is likely to become the pillar of our Konoha village. You should guide your younger brother more carefully when you go back. I will teach you seriously even without you telling me." Tsunade nodded and looked approvingly at Yusuji Haku, who was chatting and laughing with his classmates below. "Shiro, don't be sad. Wait until I open my eyes in a while. I'll help you beat up Kakashi and vent your anger." Obito came over and spoke casually, but after he came over, he always kept a certain distance from Yusuji Shiro, feeling like an elementary school student who liked a certain child but was afraid to get close. Yusuji Shiro smiled and said, "Obito-kun, it's normal to win and lose in a battle. Besides, Kakashi is a genius, so it's normal that I can't beat him. What kind of genius is he? Sooner or later I will trample him under my feet." Obito curled his lips and said with a very depressed expression. Kakashi just glanced at him and spit out 2 words after hearing the derogatory words. "Idiot. Kakashi, I want to duel you." Obito was defeated by another sentence and rushed up to the sky, wanting to duel, but just as he was about to do so, he was stopped by Nohara Rin next to him. "Lin, let me go, I want to beat this arrogant guy up. Obito's match is over and the teacher will be talking soon. If you annoy the teacher, you will be punished by standing in the corner again." Nohara Lin continued to persuade in a gentle tone. Looking at this gentle little girl, I couldn't help but sigh that Nohara Lin was really suitable to be the White Moonlight, and she would definitely be a good wife and mother when she grew up. "Oh." Obito nodded reluctantly and calmed down, but his eyes were still fixed on Kakashi, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. After the last game, the teacher brought everyone back to the classroom. Many students were happy to see Sarutobi Hiruzen standing high up in the classroom. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a Hokage robe, stood on a high place with a heroic and lofty appearance, which made them admire and yearn for him. Many students' dreams temporarily changed to wanting to become Hokage. They don't know what Hokage is, they only know that after becoming Hokage they will become the center of attention. In general, it is just the vanity of children who want to be in the spotlight. Of course, the winning students will receive rewards after the competition. The rewards will most likely be meatballs or sweets, which are the favorite foods of children at this age. However, Bai was not happy because he wanted to show his energy today. Only by showing his genius could he avoid being targeted by the old thief Danzo, but today Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give him any response. "Isn't it said that the protagonist and others can be appreciated by the third Hokage? Why doesn't I have it? Forget it, I can't think of anything." Bai threw all unnecessary thoughts behind him. The only way now was to improve his own strength. Only by improving his own strength could he survive in the future chaos and have the power to protect himself. Let's wait and see what happens in the future. "Bai, let me tell you something." Kakashi suddenly came over and said to Yusuji Shiro with an expressionless face. Yusuji Shiro was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Kakashi, just tell me what you want to say." After Yusuji Bai finished speaking, Kakashi paused for a moment and then said, "My father wants to meet you." "What? Lord White Fang wants to see me?" Bai was a little bit incredulous for a moment, then nodded repeatedly and said, "I agree. I'll go to your house with you this afternoon, but do you know why your father wants to see me?" Kakashi scratched his head and said, "My father said that my strength has improved rapidly in the past few days, so he wanted to ask me who I was training with, so I told him you." "Oh, so that's how it is." Bai nodded, waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I will go home with you this afternoon. I will ask you what your father wants to see me about." I don't know that either. Kakashi blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed that the other party didn't know the answer to so many questions in a row. Bai shook his head helplessly and didn't ask Kakashi any more questions. It seemed strange that Kakashi was just a 5-year-old kid and could know what adults were thinking. Bai's current thinking was also due to the mature values he had developed over the past 10 years. Thinking of this, Bai sat back in his seat. But just as he sat down, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately stood up with a very ugly expression. Kakashi looked at Yusuji Bai's startled movements and asked in confusion, "Bai, is there anything else you want to say?" "No." Bai shook his head and sat down with a serious expression. He didn't care too much about it before, but after Kakashi's interruption, he remembered that Heitake Sakumo seemed to have committed suicide in the 42nd year of Konoha. He remembered that in the original Naruto anime, his death was caused by being ostracized by the villagers during a mission. These days, when he was training on the streets, he didn't hear any gossip, so it seemed that the incident had not happened yet. However, Kakashi is just 5 years old now, and it may not be long before his father Heitake Sakumo gets into trouble. Bai feels a little conflicted when he thinks about this. He didn't know whether he should save people or not. He didn't know whether that guy would hate him after disrupting Danzo's plan. Bai fell into silence for a moment and spent the whole afternoon in a conflicted mood. As soon as school was over in the afternoon and the teacher left the classroom, all the students rushed out of the classroom. Yusuji Haku followed Kakashi step by step towards his home. Kakashi looked at Yusuji Haku with a serious expression and asked in confusion, "Bai, are you worried that my father is difficult to get along with?" "Don't worry, my father is a very good person. He won't make things difficult for you, not to mention that he asked me to invite you to his home." "No, I was thinking about something else." Bai shook his head, looked at the still innocent Kakashi, sighed helplessly and urged, "Let's go quickly, I have training plans tonight." "Good." Kakashi nodded and quickened his pace back to his home, and soon the two of them arrived at the large mansion on the edge of Konoha. Although the Heitake family, a samurai family passed down from the Warring States period, has no obstacles, its presence is naturally not small. Even if the family only has Heitake Kakashi and Konoha White Fang, the place where they live can be considered a small clan territory. However, unlike other big families, the Heitake family did not have a single servant. Kakashi pushed the door open without saying a word and walked into the living room with Bai. At this moment, a man with silver-white hair, black pupils, and a well-proportioned figure was sitting in the living room kneeling in front of the coffee table. He had a straight back. This man has a gentle temperament, but just sitting there makes people feel his majesty without even being angry. Bai glanced at this strong man known as Konoha White Fang, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that a strong man is a strong man, and just sitting there he has an extraordinary temperament. He had never felt such a strong sense of threat from Tsunade, so it was no wonder that she was the man that Danzo cared about the most. "Father, Lord White Fang." Kakashi and Bai bowed slightly to greet him at the same time. Heitake Sakumo smiled and stroked the short blade in his hand and said, "You guys do it. This must be Yusuji Haku, a very beautiful girl." A hint of surprise flashed in Heitake Sakumo's eyes. The girl in front of him was so beautiful that it was a bit unfair. Even a man with a strong mind like him was distracted for a moment. When Bai heard what Heitake Sakumo said, his face suddenly turned slightly red. His fair and rosy face and tender face made people want to go up and take a bite. "Master White Fang, I am a boy," Bai said helplessly. Even the legendary Konoha White Fang was visibly stunned when he said this. After he reacted, he immediately apologized with a little embarrassment. "I'm very sorry, Bai, you are such a lovely boy. Thank you for taking care of Kakashi these days." Kakashi's children have few friends, and you are his first real good friend. Yusuji Haku was a little surprised when he heard this, but when he looked at Kakashi, whose face was slightly red, he understood that it was true that Kakashi was still young, and before he went to school, he must have been practicing at home. His father would often go on missions, causing him to stay in the family and never go out to make friends. By the time he went to school, he was the only one who had the best relationship with Kakashi. As a father, it's normal to meet with your son's only friend for his physical and mental health. By the way, Might Guy is still an inconspicuous and weak ninja and has not yet caught Kakashi's attention. Bai smiled and smoothed the hair that fell by his ear and said, "I also learned a lot of useful fighting skills and knowledge from Kakashi." "Haha, Mr. Bai, there's no need to be so modest. If it weren't for your sparring partner Kakashi, he would definitely not have improved so quickly. Now he is several times stronger than he was 3 months ago. Sometimes it is important for everyone to have an opponent of equal strength to push you to improve," Heitake Sakumo said with a smile on his face. Just as Bai was about to be polite, Heitake Sakumo stood up and said, "Bai, please chat with Kakashi for a while. As the host, we invited you to our home, so how can we not let you have a meal?" Heitake Sakumo said after finishing the meal. He got up and went straight to the kitchen to get some food. After a while, all kinds of delicious food were brought out, which had been kept warm for some reason. There are sashimi, sushi, noodles, white radish stew and a variety of other classic Japanese home-cooked dishes. It looks like you don't know what to eat at first glance. When Yusuji Haku traveled to this world, he was just a child and naturally had never eaten with other people. The meals he cooked at home were all Chinese home-cooked dishes. He really wasn't used to the Japanese food, but he remained calm and waited for the rest of the meal with anticipation. After a while, Heitake Sakumo brought all the food that had been prepared long ago to the table. He picked up the chopsticks and clasped his hands together in front of the two children. I'm starting too. Kakashi also picked up the chopsticks and made the same prayer gesture, and Bai quickly did the same. Soon, the three of them happily began to eat. During the process, no one spoke, only the sound of chopsticks colliding with porcelain bowls. Bai was eating the rice in his bowl and felt a little bored watching the two men, older and younger, who were eating in a very serious manner. The relationship between father and son in Japan is really strange. It feels like they are between superiors and subordinates, and you rarely feel the warmth of a family. He didn't have this feeling before, but when he encountered this situation, he remembered that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have experienced this. This way of getting along seems to be one of the main reasons why many people in the Naruto world do not understand their father's behavior. The meal was a great success for both the host and the guests. Well, this is just a way of comforting myself. What can I say about this superclass Japanese food he ate? It can't be said to be inedible, but the soup is also bland. Anyway, he didn't eat enough. No wonder this barbecue restaurant is so popular. Love is like having nothing to eat and can only eat barbecue. After finishing their meal, the three of them sat facing each other on the coffee table again. This time, Kakashi spoke first. Kakashi looked at his father with an attacking look and said, "Father, my swordsmanship has improved a lot recently. Can you give me some guidance?" "Good." Heitake Sakumo nodded and took Kakashi to the training ground outside the door with the short blade in his hand. When they arrived at the training ground, the two stood opposite each other, and Bai stood beside them just to join in the fun. The two had no intention of driving him away. Although the information between ninjas was top secret, the two of them were just sparring for teaching purposes at most, and would not reveal any big information at all, so it made no difference whether Bai was here or not. At this time, Kakashi had already drawn his short sword, but Heitake Sakumo was still standing in the distance holding the sword, staring at Kakashi coldly. Even in this battle, Kakashi had already raised his spirits to the highest point, and he held the short sword in his hand tightly. "Be careful, Dad." After Kakashi finished speaking, he stepped on his left foot and returned to the horizontal slash at an extremely fast speed, but this sharp sword was blocked by Heitake Sakumo with the scabbard in his hand. Kakashi's pupils shrank instantly, and he quickly pulled back the short sword in his hand, then rotated it in a semicircle and slashed forward again with wind pressure. This time, the force was also very strong due to the slow charging time. In addition, the distance between them was so close that the knife was also very fast, so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. Unfortunately, the gap between the two sides was too big. Although this knife made full use of the advantage of the knife in being able to better use strength, the gap between the two sides made this knife still useless. Heitake Sakumo didn't even need any skills to block it. He just moved the scabbard in his hand to the left to block the attack. Kakashi was not discouraged after missing twice, and continued to swing the dagger, taking advantage of its short length to chop wildly. His movements were regular without losing his center of gravity, and his moves were coherent without losing his retreat. In general, he attacked Linley but still had room to escape. I was sure that even if he went up, he would be embarrassed by this continuous slash, but this speed was nothing to a powerful ninja, and I, Heitake Sakumo, could easily stop him. However, although Heitake Sakumo easily blocked Kakashi's attack, he could not suppress the satisfaction in his eyes. For a swordsman like him, it was a great pleasure to have a good successor, especially his own son. I don't know how many kendo masters have lost their skills because they could not find suitable disciples. For kendo masters, it is their belief to preserve their own experience so that future generations can develop a more powerful kendo based on their experience. Ding ding dang dang ding dang, the sound of swords clashing was endless, the battle was extremely fierce and sparks were flying everywhere. Bai was also dazzled as he stood by, until 3 minutes passed and Kakashi finally stopped, panting. It is very difficult for an ordinary person to chop wildly with a short knife weighing more than 10 pounds in his hand, let alone a child. This shows how much perseverance Kakashi has to persevere until now. However, perhaps it is this persistence that has enabled him to have an excellent record of graduating to become a genin at the age of 5. After the battle, Heitake Sakumo touched Kakashi's head and said, "Kakashi, you are doing very well now. Although your moves are not consistent and the rhythm of the battle is not well controlled, everything else has improved greatly. I will test you again in a while, and I hope you will be stronger next time." "Good father." Kakashi clenched his fists excitedly, while Bai, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but roll his eyes. With ordinary eyes, he couldn't see clearly what happened at the speed just now. But it was impossible to release the Sharingan in this place, so he held back, and at this moment Heitake Sakumo suddenly turned his head and looked at Yusuji Haku. "Mr. Bai, I heard from Kakashi that you are also very strong. Do you want to compete with me?" "No problem, Lord White Fang." Bai nodded, walked over to stand opposite Heitake Sakumo, and at that moment her temperament changed drastically. The cute little lowly temperament just now disappeared, and a murderous aura arose spontaneously. Yusuji Beijian looked at his opponent with maximum vigilance. Perhaps it was because the gap between the two sides was too big. Bai clearly saw many places and paths that could be attacked, but the next moment he felt that the flaws he had just seen were like illusions. Just standing there looking for an opportunity took quite a while. After standing there for 3 minutes, Bai finally made up his mind. Chakra lingered on his fist, and his left leg took advantage of the reaction force to step up and rush forward with a lowered figure. This time, his speed was much faster than Kakashi, and the strong wind brought by his fist was obviously more threatening. The two sides were less than 10 meters apart. In the blink of an eye, Bai had clenched her fists tightly and wanted to punch Hatake Sakumo in the abdomen from top to bottom. This time, she used all her strength without any hesitation and even used the technique she had just figured out. He didn't think he could hurt the other party with such a huge gap in strength between the two sides. The next second, his fist hit a scabbard. The enormous force caused the scabbard to bend inward, and Hatake Sakumo's expression changed for a moment, and then the expression on his face disappeared, and the scabbard in his hand returned to its original position again. Bai took several steps back because of what happened just now. When he stood firm for the first time, Bai was in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. The gap in strength is too big. Even the power that he is proud of now is useless. He is indeed a strong man whose strength and status can threaten the Hokage. His strength is really not to be underestimated. However, with such a strong sparring partner, Bai naturally had to seize the opportunity. He bent his feet and jumped, spinning several times in the air, and his calves fell against the wind, chopping down fiercely with a forceful move as if he could split Mount Hua. The kick came down hard and fast. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it at all. Even an ordinary genin would not be stupid enough to take it. Unfortunately, this kick did not have any effect. The calf that hit Hatake Sakumo's shoulder seemed to have no strength and then suddenly stopped. At this moment, Bai lost his balance and fell down. Just as his fair and tender little face and waist hit the ground, his legs were suddenly grabbed by someone. Mr. Bai is quite strong, but he still can't use his full strength in battle, otherwise he will easily fall into the enemy's trap. At the same time, Mr. Bai's attacks in the future must be directed at vital parts. The abdomen and shoulders are not parts that can cause fatal injuries. Hatake Sakumo held up the short legs with one hand and spoke in a friendly manner. Yusuji Haku felt very embarrassed being held in the air and didn't even hear what he said. Lord White Fang, please let me down. After Bai Gang finished speaking, he felt the big hand holding his calf loosen, and the whole person fell down. Bai spun 360 degrees in the air at an extremely fast speed, and then stepped on the ground with both feet to perform a standard hero appearance action. Then Bai directly distanced himself from Hatake Sakumo, ready to attack at any time. Hatake Sakumo said with a stern face, "Continue." Okay. Bai was also eager to receive Bai's guidance. Hatake Sakumo was a ninja who had come from the battlefield and had even served as a commander. Naturally, he has no shortage of strength and experience, and Yusuji Bai's own combat ability is very good. The only shortcoming is probably that he has never experienced real life and death battles. So when facing the powerful White Fang, Bai learned a lot of useful knowledge and skills in a short time. At the same time, Bai also cherished this opportunity to ask for advice. The reason why Hatake Sakumo invited him to his house this time was entirely because he saw that his son had made rapid progress in recent days, so he let Bai come to his house to receive his guidance. In this way, when he is not around in the future, I hope Bai can take care of Kakashi. Although Kakashi is mentally mature, he is old, so it is good to have a friend to take care of him. With such a good opportunity, Bai naturally would not give up any chance to become stronger. During the battle, he kept using his own moves to attack, and occasionally told Bai Fang about his ideas for developing moves. Bai didn't think that expressing his thoughts would have any impact. As a powerful ninja with strong strength and who valued his companions, Bai would not covet the strange ideas of a little guy like him. Even Hatake Sakumo made a lot of suggestions based on Bai's creative ideas, which greatly inspired Bai. When Bai felt exhausted, the sky had already darkened. Tianxia continued to fight. He let out a long sigh and said with a smile, "Master White Fang, thank you for your teachings. I have benefited a lot from your teachings." Bai raised his head and glanced at the gradually darkening sky. "But Lord White Fang, it's getting late now, I want to go back." Hatake Sakumo nodded and said, "Well, it's really getting late. Do you want me to let Kakashi take you back?" "No, no need." Bai quickly waved his hands and then suddenly fell silent, his tender and fair face full of confusion. Hatake Sakumo looked at the conflicted Bai, smiled, patted his head and said, "Bai, just ask whatever you want to ask." Bai nodded and asked, "Master White Fang, what do you think ninjas are?" After hearing this question, Hatake Sakumo answered without hesitation, "Ninjas are people who complete the village's missions and warriors who protect the village. Only by protecting the village can you become a good ninja." Bai nodded and pretended to be excited and said, "Master White Fang, you are absolutely right. But I'd like to know whether the mission or your companions are more important to you." As soon as Bai said this, Hatake Sakumo was stunned. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Kakashi next to him and asked, "Kakashi, in your opinion, which is more important, the mission or your companions?" When Kakashi heard this question, he glanced at Bai, whose face was flushed red, and recalling how fascinated he was just now, Kakashi couldn't help blushing and said subconsciously, "If it's Bai, companions are more important." When Yusuji Bai heard this, he felt goosebumps all over his body, but he still forced himself to suppress the discomfort and said, "Then Kakashi, if a mission is very important to the village, but in order to complete this mission you must abandon your injured teammates, what will you choose?" Bai's words were completely predicting what would happen in the future. The reason he dared to say this was because he believed in Bai Fang's strength and status and no one dared to monitor him. As for if what he said was really heard by those two old bastards Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they would at most think that he was just asking a question casually and would not have any intention of doing anything to him, because he was not an Uchiha or a Senju. Yusuji Haku was taking things for granted. He didn't know that while he and Kakashi were fighting in the ring, the sinister guy Danzo was also watching the ring in the dark. For Danzo, his attention will be wherever Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention is. Perhaps this is his obsession with becoming Hokage, but as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is interested in something, he will be interested in that too. Bai, who was on equal terms with Kakashi in the ring, became his target. Danzo had already thought of finding an opportunity to send his men to recruit him, especially since Bai's delicate and lovely appearance and gender make it easier to find out some very hidden information among the nobles. It will definitely be a very handy tool to get it. Kakashi touched his chin and fell silent. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's be companions." After saying that, he looked at Bai with his slightly red face. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask at the time, otherwise the shyness on his face would be exposed. Bai nodded and turned to look at Hideki Sakumo with curiosity. After a moment of silence, Hideki Sakumo shook his head and said, "Companions are more important than missions. That you can make up for a failed mission, but if a companion dies, he is really dead. Master White Fang, you are so noble. I truly admire you. You are a powerful and perfect ninja." Bai couldn't help but sigh. He meant what he said. In some people's minds, White Fang was indeed a perfect ninja. He not only had the loyalty of a samurai but also human emotions. It was a pity that he was not from the Hokage faction, otherwise he would not have been targeted. We can only blame the world for being weak. Their popularity is too small, and they are all very good at scheming and plotting. The entire ninja world is full of intrigue. Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Land of Fire, Raza of the Land of Wind, Oniki of the Land of Earth, and the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers of the Land of Lightning are all tough guys. The only country that survived was the water country because its own cage was controlled by someone. However, according to the tradition of the ninja world, even if Uchiha Obito did not control the fourth Mizukage Yagura should have suppressed the ninja clan in his own village. These are all traditions of daily life, a strange civilization inheritance that is full of internal strife and division, and highly respects the bloodline system. Bai shook his head and put aside the unnecessary thoughts and said, "Master White Fang, I'm leaving." "Okay, goodbye." Hideki Sakumo put the short sword with a scabbard on his waist and turned back to the house. Kakashi came over at a trot. "Bai, do you want me to take you home?" "No need, I'll go back by myself." Bai smiled, her beautiful face full of tenderness. Kakashi only felt a blush and could even smell an alluring fragrance through the mask. Bai turned and left, and Kakashi kept staring at the direction he left until he could no longer see Bai's back. When the training ended, the sun was about to set. When Bai returned home, it was completely dark. As soon as he entered the house, he felt a fragrant breeze, and then he was hugged tightly in someone's arms. "Little thing, why are you back so late? Where did you go to play? Don't you know that your sister misses you?" Kushina hugged Bai tightly, and put her delicate white nose between the white and black hair and took a deep breath. An enchanting fragrance penetrated into her nostrils. Kushina's irritable mood, like a drug addict, finally calmed down. Bai looked at the red hair hanging by her ears and said helplessly, "Sister Kushina, I'm just going to training. I'm not going home. Why are you so anxious?" "Ha, can't you train at home? I can also give you special guidance. You are so cute. What if you were targeted by those perverts?" Kushina said confidently, but she was not willing to pull her head out at all. "I think Sister Kushina is the pervert." Bai complained helplessly. Kushina curled her lips and deliberately ruffled Bai's hair before saying, "You haven't had dinner yet, you've been training for so long. I've saved dinner for you. If you haven't eaten, come with me." After saying that, Kushina dragged Bai into the house. Bai did not resist. The training just now had consumed some of his energy, so it was no problem for him to eat a little. The rest of the night passed uneventfully. Time flies and another month has passed. Bai followed Might Dai and Might Guy to run around the village early in the morning. At this time, the weight on his body had reached 20 kilograms. If he wasn't worried about affecting his development, the weight on his shoulders would probably be even heavier. After the training, the sun was already high in the sky and Bai walked home with sweat all over his face. Just as he passed by the door of a fruit shop, the sound of two men talking made him stop suddenly. "Have you heard that the ninja that Lord White Fang saved has come out to accuse Lord White Fang? Why do you think Lord White Fang is so stupid as to cause such a huge loss to the villagers?" The fruit shop owner had a look of disdain on his face, as if the person he was talking about was an unforgivable sinner. The man next to him picked up a piece of fruit and started to eat it, not forgetting to belittle White Fang. "You still call him Lord White Fang? I don't think he's worthy of being a ninja at all. That he caused the village to suffer such a great loss just for an ordinary ninja. Given his fault, I think he should commit suicide to atone for his crime." Yes, but I think a brainless ninja like White Fang would definitely not dare to commit suicide to apologize. If I had the ability, I would have captured this criminal who caused heavy losses to the village and sent him to Lord Hokage for him to deal with. I don't know how Lord Hokage will deal with this. It would be best if he died to atone for his crime. The owner of the fruit shop seemed to have a deep hatred for White Fang. He kept spewing vicious words from his mouth, and his normal face was also filled with terrifying malice. The people who were watching over also agreed with what he said, nodding in agreement and saying whatever unpleasant words they could. It seemed as if the Konoha White Fang they were talking about was an eternal sinner. Bai's heart sank when he heard what everyone said. It was indeed a deformed world. They could say such shameful words to the heroes who protected them. These people were really hopeless. They are ignorant and numb, and a little bit of guidance can make them be used as tools by others. No wonder good people don't get good rewards in this world. Bai walked forward again, his steps getting faster and faster, and he even started running. Although he felt that it was too late after hearing the news, he would try his best to stop it if he could. Heitake Sakumo has helped me a lot these days. I have learned a lot of experience in ninjutsu from him, and he has also contributed tens of thousands of favorability points to me. If I really buy a noble person and can't save him, I will feel a little guilty. Bai ran all the way to Kakashi's house. When he pushed the door open, he saw blood all over the floor and Kakashi kneeling in front of his father's body with empty eyes. Kakashi turned his head stiffly after hearing the sound of the door opening. When he saw that the person who appeared at the door was Bai, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he fell silent again. Bai felt very uncomfortable when he saw Kakashi with empty eyes. This damn world really doesn't let good people survive. It seems that he has to be more careful in the future. Kakashi, let's bury Master White Fang first. Bai couldn't just leave. A month of getting along had caused him and Bai to have a lot of entanglements. Letting the soul of this hero who died at the hands of his own people return to the earth would give the living people a little comfort. Kakashi nodded stiffly, and the two little men carefully carried White Fang into the coffin they had urgently bought from the coffin shop, and buried him hastily. During this whole process, no one came to visit them, not even any ninja came to ask White Fang why he committed suicide. Bai only knew that all the gossip disappeared in half a day. The Hokage didn't come, the heads of the major families didn't come, and Bai Fang's former teammates didn't come. It seemed that Heitake Sakumo was a redundant person in Konoha. However, Bai did encounter some ninjas. Just when Bai was about to carry Heitake Sakumo's coffin into the Konoha ninja burial ground, two ninjas with icy aura all over their bodies drove them out. At that time, Bai only felt that Kakashi's heart was more closed. Bai was watching from beside Kakashi. Everyone is a little distressed, and Bai, who has the correct values, naturally has sympathy. Seeing this suffering, Bai felt sympathy but was powerless to do anything. He could only skip class and spend the day with Kakashi. Until night, the sky of Konoha was covered with dark clouds, and endless raindrops fell on the ground. Kakashi and Bai stood in an open space at the edge of the forest of death, staring at the grave mound in front of them in a trance. The two let the rain fall on them without any reaction. In the dark, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Tsunade looked at the two little ones with different expressions. Tsunade's face was filled with disgust, Jiraiya's expression was blank but it was obvious that he was very upset, while Orochimaru watched the two little ones getting wet in the rain with great interest. His eyes looked through the grave, as if he was ready to dig it up at any time to look for something inside. The corpse of a strong man was very rare research material. Bai, I want to graduate. Bai nodded and was silent for a moment before saying, I'm very sorry Kakashi, I can't graduate with you. It doesn't matter. It was unclear whether there were tears on Kakashi's wet face, but his expression and eyes were dead at this moment. What is a ninja? Kakashi was silent for a while before asking again. Bai didn't dare to answer Kakashi's question. He was sure that someone in this forest was watching them. If he said anything that was not good for the Hokage or Danzo, the two of them would know. Therefore, the only way to avoid danger is to say nothing. Bai felt very uncomfortable with the situation that he was angry but could not express it. At this moment, Bai's simple desire to survive turned into changing this fucked up world. As for the remnants of the old era, once they become strong enough, they should be swept into the trash heap. Half a year passed in a flash. Yusuji Haku was just a student with good ability. Although his appearance changed the life trajectory of many people in this world, he was not yet big enough to influence the direction of the world. Kakashi still applied for graduation as in the original work, and defeated a powerful genin to become a glorious ninja. The only change in Kakashi that is different from the original is that every time Kakashi comes back from a mission, he will look for Bai to practice with him. Bai has never won once in the past 6 months. The battlefield is a place that can urge ninjas to make rapid progress. After all, those who do not make rapid progress would have died long ago. Kakashi's strength has rapidly increased since he joined the team and took on various dangerous missions. Kakashi is a true genius. His strength and swordsmanship have gradually become stronger through repeated training. His personality is becoming colder and colder. The only person in the entire Konoha village who can be considered a good friend of Kakashi is Haku, and by the way, Watermelon Skin Might Guy is also one. As the situation becomes increasingly tense, the knowledge taught in the ninja school is progressing faster and faster, and there are even more practical classes. The natural cause of this situation is that although the Second World War ended, the war potential of various countries has not been completely exhausted, hatred still continues, and the distribution of interests is still unsatisfactory. Each country is doing its best to train new ninjas to improve the strength of its own ninja village. The school in Konoha Village used to be a 6-year system, but in recent years, the school for Konoha Village ninjas is only a 3-year system. Today happened to be the end of the first grade, and the entire first grade had to participate in a competition. Early in the morning, Bai ran around Konoha village with weights for a full 10 laps. By the time he and Might Dai and Might Guy, father and son, stopped beside him, the sky was already completely bright. Uncle Dai, it's almost time, I'm going to school. Okay, Kai, let's run 10 laps around Konoha village. This is youth. Might Dai raised his fist and shouted, looking so funny that people around him subconsciously stayed away from the two of them. Good father, burn your youth. Might Guy's blood boiled under the influence of his father, and the two men with thick eyebrows, one big and one small, ran forward excitedly. Bai glanced at the direction the two left, then turned around and returned to his home. After washing the sweat off his body, he came to school smelling good. When Bai arrived at school and just entered the classroom, he was surrounded by a group of attentive little girls. Bai, this is the love lunch I made especially for you. Come and try it. Get out of the way. What you're making is completely unhealthy. Try mine. This is the takoyaki my mother makes. Bai, why do you smell so good? Can you tell me what perfume you use? Bai was surrounded by a group of girls and was feeling a little distressed, while Ui Korone next to him seemed to see his distress and shouted directly at the girls around them. All of you move aside. Bai definitely won't eat your food. He has to go to class later. He won't be able to attend class if you keep doing this. Zihi Korone shouted loudly, and the girls surrounding Bai were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately started chattering in rebuttal. Hong, why, we'll know when to go back after class. I just wanted Bai to have a taste of my cooking. Yes, Hong, you and Bai have been sitting together for so long, can't we play with Bai during the break? Bai is not your only classmate. Yes, Hong, you are really selfish. The accusations from the girls around her made Korone's face flush red. Shiro, who was standing nearby, saw that the situation was getting worse and said quickly, classmates, you'd better go back. Class is about to start. Otherwise, Mr. Sarutobi will get angry. As for food, I don't need it, I came here after breakfast. Oh, Bai, you can't eat breakfast from now on. Yes, you don't have to bring your lunchbox from now on. When these little girls heard Bai's answer, they naturally obeyed him. They always had fantasies about Bai, so they didn't want to show their bad and arrogant side in front of Bai. Bai smiled helplessly and dismissed the girls around him before returning to his seat. After Bai sat down, he did not hear the usual chattering sound from Ui Korone. Confused, he turned his head to look at Ui Korone, who was pouting and turning her head away. Bai looked at the grumpy Zihaihong and smiled helplessly. Her beautiful and lovely face suddenly looked like a blooming flower, so beautiful that it was beyond words. Zihaihong, who was observing Bai with one eye slanted, blushed slightly at the beautiful smiling face. She wanted to turn around to look at her from the front, but when she thought of the scene of Bai being surrounded by so many girls, she suddenly felt unhappy, so she suppressed her reluctance and refused to look back. Hong, I still don't quite understand the illusion technique you taught me yesterday. Can you explain it to me again? Of course I don't. Upon hearing this, Zihaihong immediately got into the mood, turned around with a stern face, and her sudden change really made her feel like a little teacher. Just as Yua Korin turned her head, a red bean paste ball was stuffed into her mouth. Yua Korin subconsciously licked the fingers that were holding the ball. Bai shuddered as he felt the warmth coming from his fingertips, and quickly retracted his fingers, saying, Hong, don't be angry. They and I are just ordinary classmates, but you and I are good friends. Zihaihong nodded and looked at Bai's hand that was pulled back with some reluctance. Just now, she felt that she had found a new world. She was quite intoxicated by the wonderful electric-like feeling, especially the charming fragrance just now, which made her even more reluctant to leave. In the past, she wanted to be with Bai because of the other person's gender. Sorry, if she wants to be intimate with Bai, she has to do it secretly when no one is paying attention. Although it was very exciting, the opportunities were rare. She finally had such close contact, but the time was so short that she felt a little unsatisfied. Shirihong nodded and said in a generous manner, since we are good friends, I forgive you. Have you learned the magic that I taught you yesterday, the Narakukan Jutsu? Bai looked at Ui Korone, who was gradually getting closer to him and was determined to stick to him, and said helplessly, Korone, please move away from me a little. I can't even maintain a basic sitting posture if you're like this. I haven't learned the magic you added to my mind yesterday, the Naraku sighting technique. Ui Korone pretended not to hear what was said before, patted Bai's shoulder and said, it's normal that you haven't learned it. This is a C-rank ninjutsu that my father gave me, and I haven't learned it myself. Don't be discouraged, Bai. You are already very strong. You will definitely be the first in the whole grade in today's practical class. Haha, Hong, I always feel weird when you comfort me like this. Don't worry, I know it's difficult for us to learn a C-rank ninjutsu in one day at our age, so I won't be in a hurry. Bai really didn't learn the C-level ninjutsu that Professor Hong gave him yesterday. His physique and Sharinan only improved his basics. If he wanted to learn quickly, he had to work hard. He didn't have the learning ability of those geniuses, so he really couldn't learn C-level ninjutsu in one day. As for buying ninjutsu in the store, it was really a waste. Bai now has all of his favorability points in his hands to purchase physical fitness. Bai's current physical fitness has already reached the intermediate succubus physical fitness. The level is roughly equivalent to those low-level succubi that are dragged onto the auction block. Although the level is still not high, the physique of demons is naturally several to hundreds of times stronger than that of humans. With only an intermediate-level succubus physique, Bai's own chakra has increased tenfold. The recovery speed is greatly accelerated, and the recovery speed is probably enough to make a 1 centimeter deep cut on the arm with a knife heel within 10 minutes. Although he is not as good as the so-called Sage Body or Tsunade's ability to release the seal, he must be the best among ninjas, and he is recovering naturally instead of using chakra to force it. The advantage is that it does not consume life and potential, and the disadvantage is that the speed is not slow. Bai does not care about this. There are still 2 years before he goes to the battlefield. His current panel is already very luxurious and his strength is close to that of an elite shinin. Bai's panel at this time is probably like this. Name: Yusuji Haku, Ninjutsu, Chakra Refining Technique, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, Water Style, Water Wall Technique, Earth Style, Earth Wall Technique, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough, Shadow Clone Technique, Physical Skills, Kanaha Steel Fist Style. Attributes: Fire, Earth, Water, Wind, Thunder, Yin, Yang, Water, Wind, Thunder, Yin, Yang are purchased attributes, average price 10,000, Chakra, 2.5 calories, Ninjutsu Strength, Chinin Ninjutsu. Physical Strength, Taijutsu Chinin. Nerve Reaction Speed, Chinin. Overall strength, an elite shinin with no experience in fighting. Constitution, intermediate succubus constitution, strengthened constitution, enhanced kidney function, increased attraction to all creatures, enhanced recovery, and increased desire to reproduce. Bloodline limit, 2 Megatama Sharinon. Favorability value, 25358. Mall, click to query. The panel strength is very luxurious, and Bai himself really has such strength. The reliability of the system is unquestionable in this world. Bai's strong strength is not only due to the physique given by the system, but also due to his unremitting training. He gets up at 5 o'clock every morning to go for a morning run. During class, he would refine his chakra and practice his hand seal speed, and at night he would fight with Kakashi or communicate with other friends. The training schedule is very regular and frequent. Fortunately, Bai is not a child who can stand loneliness. In the whole class, there are probably only a few family members who can compare with him. Might Guy is just a nobody and is not in class 1. His father Might Dai has not had the opportunity to show his strength. It will be a long time before World War III breaks out and there is still a chance for him to appear. At this time, his strength is not taken seriously and he is naturally still in the weakest class 4. At this moment, teacher Saratobi suddenly walked in from outside, and all the students immediately shut their mouths and stopped making any sound. Saratobi sensei turned to look at everyone and said, "Hey everyone, you all know about the final competition, now help me down." "Oh, great, Asuma, I must defeat you this time." "Shiro, just look at me, I will soon be able to defeat Asuma, and then defeat Cassie to become the strongest ninja of this year, and then become Hokage." Obito excitedly stood up and shouted to Asuma who was sitting in front of him. Asuma turned his head with disdain and said, "You're just a loser. With your limited ability, you're dreaming of becoming Hokage. Asuma, you bastard, I want to duel with you." Obito was completely defeated by the words "last place," and jumped up and down to come over. Bai had no choice but to pull the noisy Obito back and said, "Obito, the teacher has already left, we must follow." When Obito heard that, he turned around and saw that except for a few of his close friends who were still waiting for them, everyone else had already left the classroom. Obito then said somewhat embarrassedly, "Then let's go, but Asuma, I will definitely defeat you later, just wait and see." Let's wait and see. The students of Class 1 formed 2 lines on the training ground. Saratobi-yama held the registration form and coughed twice as he looked at everyone who had arrived. "Let's first have the ninja tool throwing test. Each person can throw 5 times, and I will score you based on the scores of your throws." Sunset Red. "Arrive. You are the first one, come up." "Yes." Korone released the reluctant hand that was holding Bai, walked forward, took out a kunao from her ninja tool bag, and quickly threw it at the target in front. Her movements were clean and quick without any frills. The flying kunao hit the target with a thud. Saratobi teacher looked at the kunao on the target and said while taking notes, 9 rings, 8 rings, 9 rings, 10 rings, 8 rings, passed, 85 points. Next, Osaka Tatsuya. After hearing her results, Ui Korone walked down from the shooting range with a slight dissatisfaction, came to Bai's side and said, "Why doesn't the school test illusions? I spend most of my time conquering illusions. If I take the exam with others, won't I be at a disadvantage?" When Bai heard this question, he shook his head helplessly and said, "Hong, don't forget that there are many civilian students in the first grade. If they compete in ninjutsu, they have almost no advantage, and may even be at a disadvantage. Not to mention throwing kunao is also the foundation of ninja skills. If you throw kunao well, it can kill the enemy. We should not neglect this killing skill. You can't use illusion to control your opponent when you are fighting alone, but have no way to deal with the opponent remotely." Zihaihong nodded after hearing this. She was just complaining about these situations and she was still aware of them. "Oh, thank you for your advice, Bai. How about we train together this summer?" Okay. By nodded that he just happened to feel that it would be difficult to gain enough favorability points if he didn't interact with his classmates during the summer vacation. If they trained together now, he wouldn't have to bother with those classmates who were not characters in the story and could concentrate on gaining favorability points with Hong and Nohara linear. Next, Uchiha Obito. Lin, just wait, I'll get you a full score. Obito excitedly said to Nohara Rin beside him. Maybe it was because Nohara Rin was indeed so gentle that it made people intoxicated. Even though the charming aura exuded by Bai always attracted Obito, Obito still had a deep affection for Nohara Rin. Normally, Shiro only chats with those little girls, so Obito actually chats with Nohara Rin the most. Just now, when the teacher called Obito's name, Obito was still chatting with Nohara Rin. Walking onto the shooting range, Obito pulled out 5 kunai from his pocket and threw them forward quickly. His speed was still efficient and concise, but the turning around was not so good. Pass, 6 rings, 7 rings, 7 rings, 6 rings, 6 rings. 65 points. Sarutobi Yama read out the results expressionlessly, and at the same time couldn't help but complain in his heart that the Uchiha in front of him was so poor at shuriken techniques. What an outlier from the Uchiha clan. It's not like he hasn't seen weak Uchiha clan members before, but no matter what, their shuriken techniques are still decent, and none of them is as weird as Obito. Teacher, I want to do it again. When Obito heard that he had just passed, he immediately became unhappy and shouted that he wanted to try again. Go down. Sarutobi gave Obito a meaningful look from the mountain, and Obito scratched his head awkwardly and walked down obediently. Next Hinata. Obito walked down dejectedly. Asuma Sarutobi looked at the dejected Obito and said disdainfully, the last one is the last one. You. Okay Obito, your results were not good this time, just try harder next time. Nohara Rin grabbed Obito who was about to rush forward to quarrel again. Obito snorted coldly and said, Rin, I'll spare him this time for your sake, but I want to see what his grades are. I was watching Obito's mysterious self-confidence and was always a little confused. Why was Obito so confident and always felt that he would become stronger in the future? Isn't he deceiving himself? Is he just a brainless hot-blooded young man? Bai Zhen couldn't understand how such a person could turn evil and do such a thing as betraying his teacher and destroying his ancestors. Is this the tradition of the ninja world? The scene on the training ground at this moment was seen by White Zetsu in a big tree. After a while, this White Zetsu will return to the place where Uchiha Madara is hiding to report everything that happened here. Of course, the other Uchiha were still under surveillance, but in Uchiha Madara's opinion, the one most likely to open the Mangekyo Sharingan was only Uchiha Obito. Others may not understand the conditions for opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Uchiha Madara must know it. He even has a clear understanding of it, so he could see Uchiha Obito among hundreds of Uchiha at a glance. Ever since Uchiha Madara left Konoha, he has been monitoring the Uchiha family of Konoha. For decades, he has only had eyes for Uchiha Obito. It can be seen that Uchiha Obito is really an outlier among the Uchiha. Yusuji White. Arrive. Bai walked up to the shooting range, took out a few used kunai whose blades were already bent, and threw them casually. Bang bang bang. With 5 heavy sounds, the curled blade kunai was nailed directly into the wooden board, hitting the bull's eye. Excellent, 5-10 rings, 100 points. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction and watched Bai walk out of the shooting range with relief. Next. Bai, you are really amazing. Zihaihon looked at Bai with admiration, holding Bai's hand tightly with one hand and not wanting to let go. It's not that great. There are many people in our class who can achieve this level. But you are good at everything, whether it is shuriken throwing, ninjutsu or illusion techniques, you are all very proficient. You are very strong. Can you teach me how to throw shuriken? Good. Bai nodded and Obito, who was next to them, ran over excitedly after hearing their conversation and said excitedly, Bai, I want to go training too. Okay, let's go together. Bai smiled. For the sake of his future as a strong man, he was really looking forward to it, and it just so happened that he didn't have to say anything. I want to go too. When Asuma Sarutobi heard the conversation here, he happily ran over to join in. The commotion here attracted many classmates, and they all ran over and wanted to participate in the training actively. Bai Leijibusai smiled and said, anyone can go. After school today, we can go to the training ground together and choose a training ground as our exclusive training ground. This way we can train and improve together during the summer vacation. When Bai said this, everyone thought it was a good idea. Although summer vacation is a time for play for many people, they are still willing to go to training with Bai, a boy with excellent popularity and unbelievable beauty. Sarutobi was looking at the noisy students below from the top of the mountain. Although he was a little unhappy, after hearing what they were talking about, he did not scold them and let them discuss the future training plan. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Bai carefully. He's such a sensible and charming kid. This class will definitely be stronger than the others under his leadership. Sato Teiki passed, 75 points. The ninja tool throwing test was extremely fast. The entire class of more than 30 people took less than an hour to finish the ninja tool throwing test. The next exam would be the ninjutsu exam, and back in the classroom, Sarutobi Yamagami picked up the registration form once again. This time we are testing the art of transformation. Classmate Ui Korone, you go first. Good teacher. Korone released the hand that was holding Bai's, trotted up to the podium, quickly formed hand seals and transferred her chakra. With a bang, Korone became exactly the same as Bai. Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction and commented, very good, the details are handled very well. But don't turn into Baisuan from now on, you don't have Baisuan's body. The aroma and temperament of it. People who know you well can see your flaws at a glance. Good teacher. Bai turned back into sunset red with a bang, turned around and trotted down the road to the podium. Next, the transformation technique assessment is faster. Although the transformation technique is a basic ninjutsu, it is still difficult. However, in the elite class of Class 1, the transformation technique is still not a difficult point. Most people's transformation skills were basically qualified, and soon the test list came to Obito again. Uchiha Obito. It's my turn to show my power again. Obito walked up excitedly and quickly made hand seals. With a bang, a man named Bai with a distorted face that looked like no normal person appeared in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Obito, what have you changed into? Is white hair white? Obito felt a little embarrassed being mocked by so many people, so he quickly changed back and said to his teacher, Teacher, I didn't change well just now, let me try again. After saying this, Obito made hand seals again. This time he did not turn into Bai but into Kakashi. Perhaps because of his deep impression of Kakashi, Obito who turned into Kakashi seemed quite lifelike. Even Sarutobi teacher nodded with some surprise and satisfaction and said, the transformation technique must be coordinated with the temperament to achieve perfect disguise. In the future, you can learn how to imitate the temperament of others. Okay, Obito, your transformation technique is pretty good, 80 points. Next, Yusuji Shiro. Bai, come on. Bai stood up and walked onto the podium with the blessings of many classmates, and then turned into Obito under everyone's focused gaze. Then, in front of everyone, he made Obito's signature move, holding his goggles with both hands and said, I want to be the man who becomes Hokage. Very good, full marks, the details and temperament are very similar. Especially the stupid aura is very similar to the real Obito. After giving his evaluation with emotion, Mr. Sarutobi gave it a score of 100, waved his hand, and Bai slowly walked down. As Bai just walked back to his seat, he saw Obito looking at him with a touched expression, and immediately asked with some confusion, Obito, is there something wrong with you? Obito clenched his fists and said excitedly, thank you, Bai, thank you for supporting my dream. I will definitely become Hokage. After I become Hokage, you will be the Hokage's assistant. Haha, I'm really looking forward to that. Bai smiled helplessly and did not discourage this whimsical Uchiha. As a member of the Uchiha, Obito was able to join Minato's team, which was already a reason why Danzo thought he was a waste and not worthy of attention. If another powerful Uchiha entered the Hokage lineage, who knows what would happen to the Uchiha family. The ninjutsu exam was quickly completed. Sarutobi looked at the report card in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and then, looking at everyone, said, except for Yamanaka, who dropped out, all the students have made great progress this year. This is a patch, and I'm not sure whether Yamanaka was recruited from the school by Danzo or whether he had been trained by Danzo since childhood. There will be a cultural subject exam in the afternoon. I hope all students will prepare pens, paper, and various necessary stationery. Okay, get out of class is dismissed. Sarutobi Yamagami turned around and left the classroom. The classroom immediately became noisy after the teacher left. Korone Ui anxiously took out a lunchbox from the drawer, placed it in front of Shiro and said, Bai, this is the lunchbox I prepared specially for you this morning, please eat it quickly. After saying that, Zehi Korone looked at Bai with hope. Bai nodded helplessly, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. After seeing Ui Korone take the first step, the other female classmates reluctantly took back their lunchboxes. Bai would only eat one person's lunchbox a day. If he was not the first one to send the other person away, he would not have the chance to eat his own lunchbox. Chu Deo Tangdong, who was standing behind the crowd, looked at Bai's popularity and said with some envy, it would be great if others could give me their delicious food. I'm so envious. Here, I give it to you. I can't finish it. Nara Yoshino, who was standing next to him, casually placed half of his lunchbox in a Kimikido's bowl, and then ate the remaining half himself. Thank you, you've been so nice to me, Yoshino. Chu Deo Tangdong was a little moved and wiped the tears from the corners of his mouth, then started eating with his chopsticks. Bai held the chopsticks and put the food into his mouth in small bites. Although his movements looked graceful and slow, his speed was not slow at all. Soon the food in the lunchbox was finished. After finishing it, Bai wiped the corner of his mouth, closed the lunchbox, and turned around to see Ui Korone looking at him with her head supported by one hand. Bai, do you want to eat more? No. Sui Korone, you are really going too far. Mitarashi Anko rushed out from the corner angrily, followed by Nohara Rin, Uiujo and other girls. Following behind were the boys in the class. When many of them saw this scene, they were either heartbroken or hated those women to the core. Shirihong was a little emotional at first, but then she raised her head and said arrogantly, "It has nothing to do with you that I can do whatever I want of him, and you have no right to interfere." Bullshit, Red, you're so mean that you said you wanted to play fair. The girl, Mitarashi Anko, rushed forward angrily, and Bai had no choice but to stop the cute little girl. "Okay, we're going to have an exam in a while, let's go back and review now." Bai's words were truly irresponsible. Didn't he know how attractive his physique was to the opposite sex? He really didn't know that he had been popular since he was a child, and now he was a poison with fatal attraction to girls of all ages. The closer you get to him and the longer you stay, the more you can't stop. Only those with a strong heart can break free from his control or get rid of their own desires. The afternoon exam came as scheduled. In addition to testing the making of traps and the calculation of trajectories, the most important part of the ninja school's cultural exam was naturally the will of fire. This question could basically be considered a political review question. Bai had already written no less than 10 such papers, so he naturally did not feel any pressure when he got the test paper. Bai picked up the test paper and looked at the questions. He was stunned when he saw the content of the questions. What is Naruto? After thinking for a while, Bai came up with a suitable answer. As the saying goes, flattery never wears out. As long as he can reasonably express how difficult the position of Hokage is and how great the person who sits on the position of Hokage is, he will definitely get Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval. Bai pondered for a long time before he started writing. Hokage represents a status and a responsibility. Hokage is the strongest ninja in the ninja village, and is also the elder and leader of all ninjas. The position of Hokage is responsible for the fate of not only the village but also the country. The people of the land of the immortals and Konoha relied on the Hokage alone to shoulder all the responsibility. If it weren't for the Hokage's wise and powerful guidance, it would be difficult for Konoha village to defeat the other great powers that covet the resources of the land of fire. Hokage-sama has sacrificed all his free time so that Konoha village can gradually prosper and the land of fire can live in peace and stability. As I was writing, I suddenly felt like I was writing essays in my previous life. The more I wrote, the smoother it became, and the more exaggerated it became. Generally speaking, I just wrote as nicely as possible, and without being divorced from reality. The whole essay fully illustrates what it means to flatter someone no matter how many times you wear it. Bai wrote all kinds of well-reasoned flattery on the last piece of paper. After finishing it, Bai checked it several times, and only handed in the answer after making sure that it was correct. His classmate Asuma Sarutobi didn't think so. Asuma was troubled by the question on the test paper. The question was what was Hokage? But the Hokage is his father. Every time he thinks of how his father was speechless after being scolded by his mother, he doesn't know what to write. After thinking for a long time, he copied Asuma Sarutobi and wrote Naruto is my father, and nothing happened next. Bai saw what Asuma Sarutobi wrote and his lips twitched. At the same time, I was mourning for Asuma in my heart. All the papers were reviewed by the Hokage. After returning, Asuma will definitely not be able to sleep today. The exam is over and all the students have handed in their papers. The results will not be available for 2 days. During these 2 days, the Hokage will review all the papers, and the specific results will be released only after Sarutobi Hiruzen finishes correcting the papers. In the afternoon, all the test papers of Class 1 came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After correcting all the documents, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the papers and started to read them. Since these test papers were specially carefully sorted, the first one was Bai's test paper. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile after picking up the first paper and looking at it. He nodded from time to time and it was obvious that he was very satisfied. After reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the test paper in his hand and said with emotion, "What a cute child that he has inherited the will of fire and will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. This kid has great talent though, but he still needs to find a suitable teacher, either Jiraiya or Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and shook his head and said, "No rush. There are still 2 years before graduation. We'll see then. Let's see if there are any other good talents in this class." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly wrote 100 points on the paper, then put it back and continued to look at the rest of the papers. When he saw a paper, he suddenly stopped flipping through it, looked at it carefully, and couldn't help but sigh after finishing it. Is the will of fire protection? This child named Nohara Lin is also very good, but her talent is not that good. Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote a score of 95 on it and then read it again. 90 points, 60 points, 75 points, 80 points. Sarutobi Hiruzen read the papers very quickly and gave mediocre scores. After he read half of it, he saw the paper with only a few words on it, and veins appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. "Asuma, that kid, gave me a test like that. I'm going to teach him a lesson when I get back, but I can't send this paper back." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen put the paper away and prepared to go back to show Sarutobi Baiwako what her good son had written. The grading process was very fast. The Hokage finished grading all the papers in less than an afternoon and sent them back to the school for score registration and ranking, and finally a ranking list was compiled. Early in the morning of the third day, Bai was pulled out of bed by several little girls and ran to the bulletin board to look at the first grade ranking list. "Bai, you are number 1 again." Yui Kurane looked at the list in great surprise, and then she said as a matter of course, "Yes, Bai is so strong, of course he is number 1. Haha, Hon, don't you take a look at your ranking?" Bai immediately started changing the subject. He didn't find this result surprising that he had already won first place in the practical exam. It is quite easy to write a flattering essay with a misleading nature for the liberal arts exam based on the writing skills learned in the previous life. As expected, Zihi Korone's attention was diverted. She looked up at the list to find her name and soon saw that she was ranked 5th. Hong, your grades are also very good, just a dozen points lower than mine. Korone Ui curled her lips and said nothing because there were two little girls above her, Nohara Rin and Mitarashi Anko. Both girls were staring at Bai, and their rankings were higher than theirs, which made Korone Ui feel threatened. Mitarashi Anko looked at the name on the list and immediately laughed. Her cute little face was shining with vitality, making it impossible to take your eyes off her. Hong, your grades are really not good enough that you are not qualified to be with Bai Jun. Only someone like me who is ranked 2nd is qualified to be Bai's good friend. Snort. Ui Korone was so angry at Anko that she pouted and wanted to fight with Mitarashi Anko. Bai had no choice but to bring the two little girls back, holding one of their hands each and said, "It's okay, we will always be friends from now on." Hong Ting curled his lips in displeasure and whispered, "Just friends?" Bai chose not to answer after hearing this. It was too early for the two girls to talk about such things now. Although these girls were clingy, Suzuki had suffered such treatment when he was a child, so he didn't think these girls would become crazy when they grew up. Bai simply wanted him to suffer the consequences of his actions when he grew up. Now that we have seen the results, let's go to the training ground and train. The others must be waiting anxiously, Bai said as he pulled the two little girls and trotted to the training ground. At this time, several little girls had already arrived at the training ground. However, these little girls did not train. Instead, they hid in a corner chattering. The only ones who were actually training were Might Guy and a few little boys. Sarutobi Sima was lying on a wooden stake, looking at the ground with a gloomy expression, and a melancholy temperament emanated from him like black air. Obito was constantly practicing hand seals beside him, and from time to time he would try to spit out a fireball technique, but unfortunately he always choked himself by the thick smoke he exhaled. The sound of Bai's footsteps arriving at the training ground naturally did not escape the attention of the young ninjas here. The moment they saw Bai, they all shouted in surprise, "Bai, you're here." "Yeah, I'm here." Bai walked over with a smile on his face. His smile was as charming and fragrant as the bright flowers in spring. The boys and girls present were attracted by this smile and couldn't take their eyes off it. Obito and the boy also swallowed their saliva. A demon in their hearts urged them to seize the opportunity, but the only remaining instinct told them that the Bai in front of them was a boy. Bai walked over with a smile on his face, and several little girls rushed up to him without saying a word, talking and laughing with him. Obito was immediately displeased by this situation, and pushed the girls apart, shouting, "Bai is here for training, what's the point of you blocking him? If you don't train them, will you protect them when they go to the battlefield? Obito, stop talking. Don't you know how strong you are? You and Bai are training together, and I'm afraid that Bai's performance will be affected by you." Ui Korone said with some disgust, but he still pushed the little girls around him away to prevent them from getting close to Bai. Obito. He got anxious when he heard this, clenched his fists and shouted, "Ui Korone, I want to duel with you." After hearing this, Korone turned around with disdain and continued to protect her idol. Obito was petrified by this disdainful look and scattered on the ground like a piece of rubble. Bai Wunai clapped his hands and shouted, "Students, you can train now. If you don't train, it will be difficult to save your lives on the battlefield in the future." "Okay, Mr. Bai is so thoughtful and worried about us." Yes, Bai is so nice to us." These little girls were very excited and walked to their respective positions to start training. Bai found a place and started to practice ninjutsu. The whole training ground started to train in full swing. Perhaps because they were a group of people together, many people tried their best during the training process and did not want to fall behind. Those who didn't understand would run to Bai to ask, and Bai accepted everyone and even smiled. Why hadn't he thought of training with a group of people before? Training with such a large group of people, even if only a small portion of them were plot characters, he still gained favorability very quickly. In half a morning, he had already earned a full 3,000 favorability points. With this much favorability points, he was able to buy a B-level ninjutsu. Baidu was so happy that he went crazy. Just when all the students in the training ground were exhausted from training, 3 young men around 11 or 12 years old wearing Uchiha family uniforms came over with high spirits. The 3 young men raised their heads, looked down upon everyone present and walked straight to Uchiha Obito. Obito looked at the people in front of him and took 2 steps back in fear. He said with some vigilance, "Uchiha Yamaha, what are you doing?" Uchiha Yamaha sneered, glanced at the oldest person and said, "No wonder your strength is so low. How can you become strong by training with a bunch of peasants? You have ruined the glory of the Uchiha family. Follow me." Uchiha Obito's face turned ugly when he heard this, but looking at the 3 brothers in front of him wearing forward protectors, he was also afraid that his companions would get hurt, so he was about to take a step forward and follow them. The slender white hand suddenly grabbed him. When he turned around, he saw a beautiful and delicate face. The person who grabbed him was Bai. Bai looked at the three Uchiha in front of him calmly and said, Obito is our friend. If you have anything to say, just say it. It's nothing to leave here. Kid, you have to understand clearly that this is our Uchiha family's business. Uchiha Yamaha looked at Bai with a ferocious face. Bai curled his lips in disdain when he heard this. I only know that Obito is a reserve ninja of our Konoha village ninja school, and he is also our partner. What you are doing is equivalent to attacking your fellow villagers. It is against the rules. There was a big hole in Bai's words. Anyone with a brain would notice that something was wrong, but the people of the Uchiha family were just very arrogant. He didn't understand the meaning of the words at all, but said disdainfully, for an Uchiha like me to share the same fate with a bunch of commoners like you is an insult to us Uchiha. What's more, the security department belongs to us Uchiha. What are the rules? We have the final say. It's none of your business if the ninjas of our Uchiha family bring back Uchiha children. If you know what's good for you, let go of your hand, or I'll chop it off. Uchiha Yamaha's threat was very obvious, and Bai had long been accustomed to it. For such a proud man, anyone who was inferior to him was considered scum. Instead of arguing with them, it is better to beat them until they cry for their parents. However, he cannot take the first step in this matter, otherwise the Uchiha family will have a reason to hold him accountable later. Although Bai didn't want his companions to be bullied, he didn't help without thinking, Ninja of the Uchiha family, with your attitude, it's hard for me to believe that there is anything good in your leaving Obito. If you have any conflicts with Obito, you can go to the Hokage's office and ask him to deal with it. As a ninja of Konoha village, you should obey the orders of the Hokage. Are you still a ninja if you want to attack your companions? Bai's words were full of righteousness. Old Deng, who was peeping, also felt that this kid was a promising talent. However, looking at the scene below from the sky, Old Deng couldn't help wiping the blood from his nose. Although it was very flat, it had a strange sense of temptation. Bai didn't know that he was being peeped at. If he knew, he would definitely dress more tightly. At this time, the three Uchiha were so angry that they directly showed their weapons. There are three factions in the Uchiha family. There are the Hawks who have been suppressed enough, the Doves who do not want a conflict with the village and want to live a peaceful life, and the Neutrals who don't want to care about anything. The leader of the hawkish faction was Uchiha Setsuna, who had the audacity to attack the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The three people in front of him, who felt that Uchiha Obito had tarnished the glory of the Uchiha family, happened to be members of the hawkish faction. Although the Uchiha clan is indeed arrogant, the neutral and Dove factions are still very tolerant of the weak in the clan. Uchiha Yamaha sneered and looked at Bai with disdain and said, "Little brat, don't use Hokage to pressure me. This is our Uchiha's business, and Hokage has no right to interfere. If you don't let go, I'll really do it." All of Uchiha Yamaha's words reached the ears of an old man. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. Although he knew that Uchiha was restless, he had never seen anyone scold him to his face, especially since in his impression the Uchiha in front of him was just a genin, and he actually dared to say that to him, which made him extremely angry. Bai remained unmoved by the threat, but he began to turn around and look for Kra, as always ready to start a fight. Obito looked at Shiro's eyes, which were still clinging to him and were filled with tears. "Bai, thank you, but let me go back. This is our family matter." Favorability increased by 19. Favorability increased by 20. Favorability increased by 36. Bai couldn't help but gasp when he heard the guy next to him. The most he had ever earned before was only a dozen or so. "I have never gained an increase of 30 points in favorability. This kid Obito is really a big producer. It seems that I should be nicer to him." Bai looked at the three ninjas in front of him with cold eyes. The three ninjas in front of him were just three genin of the Uchiha family. After all, not every Uchiha was a genius. Among the hundreds of ninjas in the Uchiha family, there are only 30 or 40 of them, and no more than 100 middle-level ninjas, and they are all relatively old. He has no impression of any of the young men in front of him, and they must be just extras. His own strength should not be underestimated. When he fought against Uzumaki Kushina said that his strength was comparable to that of a Chunin. Naturally, there was no need to be afraid of the few genin in front of him, not to mention that this place was on the edge of the Konoha training ground, where many patrol ninjas and civilian ninjas were training. If a fight breaks out here, it will quickly attract others. In addition, there are so many classmates around him, and there is also a guy like Asuma Sarutobi, whose fighting power is completely disproportionate, so this matter can definitely be done without any danger. Bai's eyes became sharp at this moment. He, who had always been gentle to others, exuded a sense of oppression from the life level. Bai pulled Obito back with one hand and looked at the three Uchiha opposites seriously and said, "Obito is our companion after all. I will not allow you to hurt him. If you don't accept my toast, you will have to drink the penalty wine. Mayata, you go." Uchiha Yamaha didn't expect that the civilian in front of him would dare to provoke him, and he immediately became angry, even though the person in front of him was a cute little girl. Uchiha Mayata stood up, and a shuriken appeared in his right hand when he flipped it up. Then he threw the shuriken out at an extremely fast speed. In Uchiha Mayata's opinion, the kid in front of him could be dealt with just a shuriken, but the flying shuriken was slapped away by Bai in one go. The movement was so fast that even Uchiha Mayata didn't see when Bai made the move. "Humph, you're quite capable." Uchiha Mayata felt his dignity insulted when he saw Bai's relaxed look, so he took out his kunao and slashed at him. Bai looked at the blade that was cut and remained motionless. Uchiha Mayata saw the little girl in front of him and thought he was scared silly, so he retracted the blade inward, ready to just cut him once to teach him a lesson. Just as his blade was about to slide down, Bai quickly raised his hand and grabbed Uchiha Mayata's hand that was waving the kunao. Then he pushed down with his other hand and knee, and Uchiha Mayata's left hand was broken with a snap. Uchiha Mayata was stunned at first, then he immediately howled in pain and rolled on the ground. "Mayata, are you okay? Superior." Uchiha Yamaha was very angry when he saw that his partner could not win. He quickly formed seals with his hands and spit out a fireball the size of his head from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball quickly grew larger in the air and turned into an intense flame with a diameter of 2 meters. A fiery breath quickly spread in front of Bai, and the intense temperature made Bai's hair slightly curled. White. The students present shouted anxiously when they saw the fire-style great fireball technique, and several students wanted to rush up to help. Bai smiled faintly at the people around him. It was this smile that made everyone present feel at ease, and they stopped their steps to provide support. Bai quickly formed seals with his hands, and then the water molecules in the air quickly gathered, and a thick wall of water rose from the ground. Water escape technique, water formation wall technique. When Uchiha Yamaha saw the 2-meter-high water wall rising from the ground, he immediately realized that the strength of the person in front of him should not be underestimated, and he had hit a wall. However, for the honor of the Uchiha family, he could not admit defeat. "Iwa, come and help me." Good seeing the situation on the battlefield, Uchiha Iwa quickly joined the battle, cooperating with Uchiha Yamaha on the left and right to attack Bai, a ninja school student who did not look tall. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the images coming from the crystal and angrily slapped the table. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the table, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hokage-sama, go and call the head of the Uchiha clan." "Yes." The Umbu retreated as ordered, and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene in the crystal ball and fell into deep thought. Bai snorted coldly as he looked at the two Uchiha holding bitter weapons rushing towards him from both sides, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Shadow clone technique. Two identical Bai appeared beside Bai, and they both had kunao in their hands and rushed towards the two Uchiha quickly. The two Uchiha's pupils shrank when they saw the two extra clones. The shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu that consumes a lot of chakra. Because of the mechanism of the shadow clone technique that each clone will reduce half of the chakra, it is impossible for a genin level ninja to use the shadow clone technique, and it is too cost-effective to use it in combat. Even though the two of them could not use the shadow clone technique due to age restrictions, the cute little girl in front of them could actually use the shadow clone technique, which made them feel like they were facing a strong enemy. The two Uchiha stared at each other for a second, then quickly formed hand seals in sync. The art of clones. Fire style, great fireball technique. The two Uchiha instantly created a clone, and then four Uchiha, who didn't know the real one, spit out the great fireball technique at the same time. For huge fireballs hit the three whites in the middle from four directions. Because the two Uchiha approached quickly just now, this change was almost within 10 meters. Bai looked at the people rushing over and took the opportunity to deal with them. He immediately used the water array wall technique again together with his two shadow clones. Three rising water walls blocked the fireballs on the left and right in front. The fireballs on the left and right turned into white mist and dissipated when they hit the water walls. The fireball in front hit the water wall and raised a cloud of steam, while the fireball behind was approaching rapidly with high temperature. The shadow clone on the left looked at the incoming fireball indifferently, and then a sharp thunder erupted from under his feet. Thunder escapes, ground walks. The water stains created by the water escape just now were just right for releasing this ninjutsu. The shadow clone Bai slid along the ground in an instant, and coordinated with the kunao in his hand, using chakra to wrap around the kunao and quickly cut the burning fireball in half. The shapeless fireball dissipated directly into nothingness in the air, and the shadow clone also approached the rushing enemy at this moment. It collided directly with Uchiha Yamaha, and the sparks produced by the swords and ninja tools between the two were dazzling. After Bai stopped releasing chakra, the water wall in front quickly dissipated. Uchiha Yan, holding a kunao, rushed in after consuming the chakra of the water needle pen. Shadow clone Bai went straight up to meet him, and the battle started quickly between the two. Uchiha Yan kept shooting shurikens while attacking at the same time. You can also control the shuriken and attack the entity white by turning. Bai stood aside and watched the excitement. If it was a real battlefield, he would definitely join the battle, but after the battle, he found that the strength of the people in front of him was not that good, and could be regarded as elite ninja at most. This is why he didn't want to join the battle. After all, even if he won, it would only attract more attention if he didn't fight on the battlefield. Uchiha Yamaha looked at Bai watching the show beside him and felt extremely humiliated. He gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy face, "Are you looking down on us?" Shadow clone Bai Yudeo forced Uchiha Yamaha back and snorted coldly. "The weak from the same village are to be protected, not to be mocked like you. Judging from your looks, it is obvious that you want to teach Obito a lesson. Just for this one thing you have done, I already looked down on you. You." Uchiha Yamaha's expression became a little distorted, and his pupils were changing rapidly. The white of his eyes quickly turned blood red, and there was a tadpole-like Megatama spinning above a circle. Oh my god, are you the protagonist or am I the protagonist? Why did you suddenly explode? The shadow clone complained helplessly, and Uchiha Yamaha also realized that something was wrong with his condition in an instant. That after feeling the chakra in his body increasing out of thin air and the battle scene slowing down rapidly, he understood something. Ha 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 ha. This is the true power of Uchiha, watch out, you little brat. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Yamaha spit out a bigger fireball from his mouth, then drew out his ninja sword and rushed forward, ready to gain the upper hand with his abnormal dynamic vision. Shadow Clone Bai also fought back with the fire-style Great Fireball technique. The two Great Fireball techniques collided with each other, erupting into violent black smoke. The two quickly passed through the black fog and started fighting. The sound of swords clashing could be heard through the black fog, and the two sides were once again deadlocked. Uchiha Yamaha looked at the shadow clone in front of him, who was still dealing with him with ease, and fell into confusion. He said with some disbelief, Why is it so? I still can't beat you, a civilian, and I can't even beat your shadow clone, a civilian. Bai curled his lips in disdain after hearing this. Now he possessed a 2 Magatama Sharingan, and even without activating the bonus of the Sharingan's dynamic vision, it was still on par with a 1 Magatama Sharingan. But of course he couldn't say this out loud, so Bai said disdainfully, because I am just a scumbag who has the power to protect my companions. Bai roared and then quickly formed seals with his hands, fire style, great fireball technique, wind style, great breakthrough. The wind fueled the fire, and the fireball Bai spit out was already large. Coupled with the fierce wind, the flames expanded rapidly and rushed forward like a roaring fire dragon. Uchiha Yamaha felt that he was about to be burned into charcoal by the flames. He wanted to escape, but it was too late at such a close distance. Just when Uchiha Yamaha was about to be burned by the fire, a black figure flashed and pulled Uchiha Yamaha out of the range of the fire attack and threw him to the ground. The intense flames directly burned the wet ground into pottery fragments and even caused a violent explosion. Fortunately, the students here had already found an opportunity to hide far away, and no one was injured. The next person to appear in front of Bai was a young man about 18 years old. There were two spinning Megatama flashing in the young man's eyes. He looked at Uchiha Yamaha on the ground with disdain and said, My useless brother, you can't even beat a civilian. You really bring disgrace to the Uchiha reputation. From today on, I will give you devilish training. As for you, I will teach you a lesson today for disrespecting the authority of the Uchiha Security Department. The double Magatama Uchiha was about to attack after he finished speaking. Just when Bai was considering whether he could defeat this Uchiha without using all his strength, several black shadows quickly appeared between the two of them. One of them was even wearing an umbu mask, and his face looked very ugly as he looked at the people who appeared in front of him. Soon after, several more Uchiha appeared on the scene, and the two sides quickly confronted each other. The tense situation made both sides look like enemies fighting to the death. Bai looked at the scene and felt that the Uchiha clan deserved to be exterminated. After all, if they didn't kill you, who would they kill? We are not talking about morality here, we are only talking about stance. How could the Uchiha family, who is so stubborn and wants to be Hokage, be tolerated by the third Hokage? If a moron like Uchiha were to become Hokage, the entire Konoha would probably become a war machine of the Uchiha family. Unless the Uchiha family had overwhelming strength, Konoha would not allow an Uchiha to be Hokage. Bai quickly formed seals with his hands and eliminated the two shadow clones around him. Then Bai walked up to the Umbu and told them everything that had happened in detail without any changes. Umbu-sama, this is what happened. I wonder if Umbu-sama can convey this matter to Hokage-sama. This matter should be decided by Hokage-sama. The Umbu wearing a bear mask glanced at Bai, his eyes full of praise, and said, Yusuji Bai, you did the right thing. Companions should be protected. I will report this matter to Lord Hokage in detail. As for you guys, you can just go away. When the Uchiha people heard this, they immediately got angry and stood up, pointing at Uchiha Mayata lying on the ground, and said, You mean our people were beaten in vain? When the people from the Umbu heard this, they said with disdain, You three family ninjas should make the first move. If you can't defeat a kid, forget it. You are still making trouble here. What you mean is that you, the Uchiha family, can do whatever you want in the village and no one can stop you. You. The Uchiha who spoke out was so angry that he was fuming and wanted to take action, but just as he was about to do so, he was suddenly held down by a palm. After turning around and seeing the person coming, the Uchiha immediately lowered his head respectfully. Chief. The one who appeared was Uchiha Tai, the head of the Uchiha clan and the father of the future Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Tai stood up, looked at Bai with a smile and said, Little girl, how about we just let this matter go? We are all from the same village, there is no need to make a big deal out of it. Bai heard this and said disdainfully, Anyway, I didn't suffer any loss. I would like to ask the Uchiha clan leader, do all Uchiha people bully their own clan ninjas who are not strong enough? This is the pride of you, the noble families of Konoha. Bai's words hit Uchiha Tai straight in the throat. He didn't want this situation to happen in the family, but with his strength he couldn't defeat the hawkish people. Uchiha Tai's expression changed for a moment and then he bowed 90 degrees. I'm very sorry to have caused you trouble. Uchiha Tai's action stunned everyone present. They didn't expect that the clan leader would give a child make an apology. Bai looked at the bowing Uchiha and gave him a fierce look and said, I'm not the one who was hurt, so there's no need for you to apologize to me. I'm just thinking about how uncomfortable it would be for Obito, who was bullied by his own people and protected by outsiders. As soon as Bai said this, Uchiha-tai's face became even uglier. The current situation was that he had to apologize, otherwise even his clansmen would become alienated. Not all the people present were hawks. Most of the people behind him were neutrals and doves. If he did not suppress the unfair things happening to the entire family, even the neutrals would probably look down on him. Uchiha Taiki's emotions got a little out of control for a moment, his wide eye sockets instantly turned bloodshot, and 3 red Megatama were spinning evilly inside. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Bai felt an endless pressure coming towards him. However, Uchiha Tai's strength obviously did not reach the level of Mangekyo. Although his pupil power was very strong, he did not have absolute suppression over Bai. Uchiha Tai was slightly surprised when he saw the boy in front of him who remained calm. Then he turned around and looked at the 3 people who were causing trouble and said, when you go back, stay in the security department prison for half a month to reflect on yourselves. As for Obito, I will have my family compensate you when we return. Let's go. Uchiha Tai didn't want to stay here any longer. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and take action if he stayed any longer. Bai was not panicked when he saw Uchiha Tai leaving. He was not an ordinary person now. He was already a member of the Senju family when he moved into the Senju family. Tsunade recognizes him as her younger brother and Uzumaki Kushina is his big sister. If the Uchiha family wants to take revenge, they have to consider whether their actions will cause any serious consequences. Obito felt a little scared as he watched the clan leader leave, fearing that he would be punished after returning to the clan. Bai saw his worry and said with a smile, Obito, if anyone in your family causes trouble for you again, just tell me and I will help you get revenge. Bai's words touched Obito, and he looked at Bai with tears in his eyes. His favorability kept flashing, making the smile on Bai's face more sincere. At this time, several little girls ran over and asked with some concern, Bai, are you okay? Fine. Bai shook his head, rolled up his sleeves and showed his arms to everyone. His arms were pure white without a trace of impurities, and they were pleasing to the eye. Everyone was relieved when they saw that there were no scars on Bai's body. Ui Korone snorted coldly and said unhappily, everyone in the Uchiha family is crazy. They don't even let their own people go. Obito, if anyone in your family bullies you in the future, tell us and we will help you get back at them. If it really doesn't work out, I'll ask my father to tell Hokage-sama that these people are really going too far. At this time, Nohara-rin also came over and said, Obito, if you have any problems, you can tell us that you don't have to deal with it alone. We are good friends, aren't we? Everyone. Warm tears flowed from Obito's eyes, and then he took the lead in wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes and shouted, don't worry everyone, I will definitely become Hokage and protect you in the future. The sky gradually darkened, and a group of children had already finished their training. Bai dragged his tired body towards home, and just as he passed an alley, Bai suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis coming from behind him. Turning quickly to look at the shadow cast by the moonlight on the wall, Bai had a feeling that there was a powerful and terrifying aura there. He feels very sensitive and is a good seedling. A dry and harsh voice sounded, and a man with a bandage on his eyes and a crutch walked out from the shadows. The man looked to be in his 40s and exuded a gloomy aura. And there were 2 ninjas following him, and these 2 ninjas were motionless like emotionless machines. Bai's heart raced when he saw this person. Who was this person? How could he not know? Wasn't this Danzo? Why did Danzo come to him? Was it because of his battle with Uchiha today? Sure enough, Danzo would investigate anything related to Uchiha. Who are you? Bai looked at Danzo with a wary expression. When Danzo heard this question, his temperament changed instantly, and an aura of a superior emerged spontaneously. I am the Hokage of Konoha. Assist. Bai was speechless after hearing Danzo's heavy breathing, and almost laughed out loud. Assistant Hokage, what do you want to talk to me about? Bai was very nervous when he said this. Danzo's coming here must be related to Uchiha or recruiting him. He didn't want to go to the dark place like Root. The main thing is that once you go to that place, you must be branded with the mark of eradicating the evil tongue, and then your life and death will no longer be in your own hands. Danzo forced an ugly smile on his gloomy face and said, You Suji Haku, you have great talent, but if a ninja wants to realize his talent, he must have strong ninja guidance. Come to my root, I will make you the most powerful sword in the root, and shine to protect Konoha village. Bai took 2 steps back cautiously and said, Assistant Hokage, I am not familiar with you, and I don't understand the so-called root. I will ask Sister Tsunade about this matter. I'm young, and I don't know much about anything. I can only come to a conclusion by asking Tsunade. Bai's words were just to bring up his backer that he had never thought that he would meet Danzo, the 5.5th generation Hokage of Konoha. Now that Danzo's power is still at its peak, it is best not to have a conflict with him. He must be made to give up, otherwise he will be in a passive position in the future. When Danzo heard this, veins on his forehead bulged and he said in a gloomy tone, You'd better think it over carefully. I am the assistant Hokage of Konoha. Don't you even listen to my orders. Bai was completely unmoved by the threatening words of this group. It would be a foolish thing to agree to go to the root. First of all, I am just a ninja. Students in the school are not ninjas. Assistant Hokage is at most an elder of mine, not my direct leader. Besides, even if I become a ninja, I will only accept orders from the Hokage-sama. Hokage assistant-sama, please don't embarrass a child like me. What Bai said was well reasoned and Danzo really couldn't find any fault with it. Seeing that soft tactics didn't work, Danzo was ready to use hard tactics. He snorted coldly, and the two bodyguards around him immediately took action. Just when Bai was about to make a big noise again to attract others, a yellow-haired figure suddenly appeared among the group of people. Lord Danzo. After nodding at Danzo, Minato Namikaze turned to look at Bai with a smile on his face and said, Bai, Lord Hokage wants to see you, come with me. Good. Bai nodded, glanced at Danzo whose face was ashen, turned around and followed Minato Namikaze to jump onto the wall and run towards the Hokage building. A ninja next to Danzo saw the situation and came over to ask Lord Danzo, should we contact that little guy after he comes back? Danzo slapped the ninja who was approaching him with his backhand. The slap made the ninja spit blood and his teeth were scattered all over the ground. Idiot, how could this be such a coincidence? This is Hiruzen trying to hit me. You keep asking me to do dark things, yet you won't even support a genius. Hiruzen, you're going to regret this. The captain angrily hit the ground with his cane, and at this time Bai had already followed Minato Namikaze. After going through numerous inspections, he arrived before the Hokage. After entering the door, Minato Namikaze knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. Bai imitated Minato Namikaze's movements very closely. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the position of Hokage, smiled and said, Bai, come here and let me see. You may be Tsunade's brother now, but we are also family. Come here and let me see. Although Bai didn't quite understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen was planning, he still walked over and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a pair of big eyes, he looked curiously at this character who walked from the anime into reality. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not yet the white-haired man he would be in the future. He was still in his middle age and had a domineering aura, but as he was approaching 50 years old, he had more of the friendly temperament of an old man. Looking at the third Hokage, Bai felt like he was facing an old grandfather. No wonder the Hokage was praised by so many children. After all, how could they not yearn for such a friendly Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the overly cute little girl in front of him, who was looking at him with her big twinkling eyes, and his heart was melted. Thinking back to the little bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen who stole his tobacco that night, he felt heartbroken and reached out to ruffle Bai's soft hair. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, Haku, you did a great job today. Companions should be protected, not belittled or bullied. I hope you can continue to carry out your will and become a strong ninja who is willing to protect others. Okay, Hokage-sama, I will definitely do it. Bai's face was full of excitement and he clenched his fists to make a promise. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Bai, your strength is already very strong, why are you willing to stay in school? After hearing this, Bai shook his head and said, I'm not that strong, and there are only 2 years left before graduation. I want to spend more time in school with my friends. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then nodded with satisfaction. Bai's words sounded like what a child would say. How could a child have any bad intentions? What happened before should have been Bai's subconscious behavior. It seems that this child is indeed suitable for training. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette, looked at the cute little boy in front of him with satisfaction and said, Shiro, if you want to gain the ability to protect your companions, it is better for you to graduate early. The school has taught you everything it can. You should graduate early and become a qualified ninja so that you will have the strength to protect the village and your companions in future wars. I don't know if you would like to graduate early. When Bai heard this, he nodded helplessly. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said basically meant that he was ready to arrange Bai in a certain team. If Bai still refused, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely use various methods to persuade him. This will not only make things awkward for both parties, but the child Bai will also be disliked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. For adults, an obedient child makes them more satisfied. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, very good, Bai, your graduation challenge has been completed. From now on, you are an official ninja. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up a Konoha forehead protector from the side, which had the number 11,630 written on it. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually tied the forehead protector on Bai's forehead and tidied up his appearance a little. After doing all this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Bai was a little confused when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen performing various movements smoothly. He didn't expect that this old man had already thought of it and let him graduate early, even preparing a forehead protector. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Bai was very excited when he looked at the forehead protector on his forehead. He had to be excited that if he was exposed in front of this old bitch, he would be in trouble. In the future, Bai must find an opportunity to teach Konohamaru a lesson. If he can't beat this old man now, he will teach his grandson a lesson later. Haha, very good. From now on you are an official ninja of Konoha village. Okay, but Hokage-sama, should I team up with others? Bai asked with some doubt. As soon as Bai said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the yellow-haired figure behind Bai with a smile on his face. Minato Namikaze walked up, patted Bai's shoulder with a smile and said, Bai, I will be your teacher from now on. So my teacher is Brother Minato. Brother Minato, you have to teach me ninjutsu seriously in the future. If you are not serious, I will tell Sister Kushina about your perfunctory attitude towards me. Bai felt a little relieved when he learned that the person leading him was Minato Namikaze. If it was someone else he was not familiar with, he would have to get to know them a little better. However, during this year, he had met Minato Namikaze many times, and the relationship between the two was very good. In addition, given Minato Namikaze's personality, Bai was sure that he could get enough teaching. Moreover, Minato Namikaze is still Jiraiya's apprentice, and Bai officially became a member of the Hokage series by becoming his apprentice. Danzo will never dare to bother him again in the future. Bai felt relieved when he thought of this. His heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw Danzo just now. However, with this amulet, he won't have to worry so much in the future, and Bai felt a little more excited. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Bai with a happy expression and said with a smile, "Bai, your strength has been tested. That you need a powerful teacher who is very suitable for you to develop your potential. Minato is now a powerful jonin, and it is very suitable for him to be your teacher. As for your companions, one is Kakashi, whom you know, and the other is a ninja from the Inyazuka family. You have to get along well with them when the time comes, especially Kakashi. His current mental transformation is a bit bad. After you graduate, remember to communicate with him more often, strengthen your relationship, and try to help him get over the shadow of his father's death." "Okay, Hokage-sama, I promise to complete the mission," Bai immediately replied respectfully, but now he understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude. Kakashi is going to become a Chunin this year. Such a young kid is so powerful. If his mentality ruins the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will be heartbroken. So it is very likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen let him graduate early because of his affinity and his relationship with Kakashi. It is very likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought that Bai would be so strong, but after confirming Bai's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer hesitated and prepared to let the three of them go out to train together. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed Shiro's head again and said, "Haha, it's getting late, you two should go back and rest." "Okay, Hokage-sama." Namikaze, Minato and Shiro echoed in unison, then they both turned around and left the Hokage's office at the same time. After leaving the office, Bai looked at Minato Namikaze in surprise and asked in confusion, "Brother Minato, has Kakashi become your subordinate?" "Not yet. Kakashi was a genin from another squad. However, in a border skirmish, one of Kakashi's companions died and another was seriously injured. He can no longer be a ninja. That's why Kakashi was transferred to our class for study." Namikaze Minato answered with a gentle smile on his face. "Then can I ask who the other partner in our class is?" Bai was also quite curious about his other companion. The Inyazuka family had only appeared a few times, but the Minato team had also suffered casualties due to the war. Later, only Kakashi and Obito formed a team. After hearing this, Minato Namikaze thought for a while and said, The remaining teammate is Chunin Inyazuka Tsumugi, a perceptive female ninja from the Inyazuka clan." When Bai heard the name, he was stunned for a moment. Seeing his condition, Minato Namikaze asked in confusion, "Bai, do you know her?" "I've heard of her name." Bai shook his head. Isn't this Inyazuka Kiba's mother? If she's his teammate, then this team will be fine. The three members of this team all survived until after the Third Ninja World War. If they stay in this team, they will definitely be able to survive before the team is disbanded. Namikaze Minato patted Bai's head and said gently, "Don't worry, Bai, the last teammate is still very strong. Based on your achievements, you should be familiar with the Inyazuka family's ninja dogs. The Inyazuka family is very powerful. During the explosive phase, they can even unleash the combat power of a top jonin. Kakashi is also a mid-level ninja. As for your strength, I don't know where your limit is, but based on the battle you had this morning, your strength is obviously at the level of a Chunin. Our entire team is an elite team. Apart from the initial transitional missions, the missions we will carry out in the future are likely to be advanced and dangerous. Bai, you need to make more preparations when you go back. Gather at Konoha Training Ground number 46 tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll take you to get familiar with your teammates." "Okay, Minato-sama." Bai nodded and parted ways with Minato Namikaze at the intersection. With his head lowered, Bai has already begun to think about his future development direction. He is now preparing to upgrade his physical fitness to the highest level. Such a powerful succubus physique will not only improve his own chakra and combat capabilities, he can also use attraction to gain enough favorability. After his physical fitness is upgraded to the highest level, he will try to max out the Uchiha hand-in-hand and all the bloodlines from Itsutsuki. Maybe in the future he will be able to piece together various physiques to become a beggar version of Itsutsuki, although this may cause some changes in his body. However, in this world, the Itsutsuki bloodline can be regarded as the answer to the version. If Bai wants to have enough strength to protect himself in the future Fourth Ninja World War, he must rely on the system to improve the Itsutsuki bloodline. The Uchiha bloodline he possesses now is not pure. The 2 Magatama Sharingan he exchanged for is to allow him to exchange for the bloodline that can open the 2 Magatama Sharingan and help him open the Sharingan. By the way, if you want to truly become a pure Uchiha, you have to open the Mangekyo. The pure bloodline of the Senju family comes from the sage body of Hashirama Senju. Even Tsunade has not achieved this level of system. In addition, Bai has to purchase various systems of the Kagaya clan and the Uzumaki clan. If he wants to have the favorability points to purchase so many bloodlines, he will probably have to find a way to gain the recognition of more plot characters in the future. Sighed at the thought that it would be great if he could stay in school for a while longer. That it was a pity that the old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen abused child labored. He was afraid that his favorability would increase in the future and he might even reach a higher level. Returned home feeling a little depressed, and as soon as he entered the house, he ran into Tsunade who was drunk. Sister Tsunade, you're drunk again. Go back and get some sleep. Helped Tsunade, who was unsteady on her legs, to her feet and helped her walk towards the room. Tsunade put a hand on Bai's shoulder and opened her eyes slightly. It's Bai, you smell so good, let me kiss you. Stop messing around, Tsunade-san. He encountered this kind of treatment every day, and perhaps because of his age, he didn't have many evil thoughts in his mind, so this kind of kiss was the culprit that forced him to clean his cheek every day. Bai dragged Tsunade into the room, covered her with a blanket, and was about to leave. As soon as Bai turned around, he was suddenly grabbed by someone. Bai fell on the bed without paying attention, and then a pair of big hands pulled him into the quilt and held him tightly in their arms. Sister Tsunade, I still need to refine my chakra. The current time period is obviously not Bai's usual sleep time. Although Bai is not very talented, he has a system and he has to make full use of the system. Refining chakra is an inevitable project. He hasn't refined his chakra today, and training is such a persistent thing that he can't give up halfway. Tsunade hummed and hugged the person in her arms tighter. She sniffed the soft hair fiercely and fell asleep. Bai was held tightly in Tsunade's arms. The arms were so strong that Bai could even feel the soft touch on his back. Bai tried to struggle a little, but these two soft arms were like a pair of iron clamps that held him tightly and prevented him from breaking free. Helplessly, Bai could only fall asleep feeling the fragrance of the woman. Perhaps it was because Bai had experienced a lot today and was a little tired, so he fell into a deep sleep after a while. The sleeping Bai made steady breathing sounds, and Tsunade, who was drunk just now, suddenly opened her eyes. The next morning, while washing up, Bai looked at his ears, one of which was white and the other red, with a puzzled look on his face. Bai, what are you doing? It's time to eat. Here it comes. Bai rubbed his rosy ear. Although he didn't understand why his ear looked like this, it didn't look like a big problem, so he didn't need to worry about it. Bai came to the dining table and sat opposite Tsunade. Tsunade picked up the bowl of rice and started eating without any ritual of praying before the meal. Maybe Tsunade is used to living alone and doesn't bother to deal with so many unnecessary things. Bai also lived alone before, so naturally he wouldn't deal with so many useful and useless things, and just started eating. The meal was eaten very quickly. For ninjas, they must eat quickly to avoid various accidents. On the battlefield most ninjas can only eat military ration pills, because making a fire and cooking in the camp will expose the camp, attract enemies, and leave traces. No ninja would be willing to cook except those in absolutely safe positions. After finishing his meal, Bai stood up. Sister Tsunade, I'm leaving first. Tsunade nodded slightly and then picked up a glass of sake and started drinking. Bai felt helpless watching Tsunade constantly using alcohol to numb herself. Perhaps it was because of his existence that Tsunade didn't leave Konoha during this period, but his existence still couldn't help Tsunade resolve her emotional issues. I can only hope that Tsunade now can forget her pain as she will in the future, as time washes away. Sister Tsunade, you should drink less. It's not good for your health. Bai walked over and snatched the wine glass. Tsunade couldn't help but smile at Bai's serious look. She reached out and pinched Bai's pink and elastic face and said, How dare you, little brat, control your sister. Okay, I won't drink today. Tsunade's words made Bai feel helpless and said, Sister Tsunade, if you have nothing to do, you can try to write medical textbooks. When you have the chance, give the medical textbook you wrote to Hokage-sama, and ask Hokage-sama to arrange a special class to teach medical knowledge in the ninja school. This might significantly reduce the death rate of ninjas on the battlefield, and at the same time, we might be able to discover some talented medical ninjutsu practitioners. Tsunade was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then fell into deep thought. Bai looked at Tsunade who was lost in thought, but did not disturb her. This woman was usually too idle, and if she had something to do, she would not be so sad. It just so happens that this woman cares a lot about the village, and she should not refuse anything that is beneficial to the village. Bai turned and left the Senju clan's territory. Looking at the clear sky, Bai suddenly jumped onto the top of the wall, then ran towards the training ground at an extremely fast speed. At this time, 3 people had already arrived at the training ground. Minato Namikaze and his other 2 companions might have the habit of arriving early. They were all there talking and laughing while waiting for Bai's arrival. I'm so sorry Minato-sensei, I'm late. It's okay. There are still more than 10 minutes until the agreed time. Minato Namikaze smiled gently, his golden hair shone so brightly in the sun, and his gentle smile warmed people's hearts like a little sun. Bai couldn't help but sigh at Minato Namikaze's gentleness. His own ability to charm came from his physique, while Minato Namikaze relied entirely on his gentle appearance and sincere smile to attract others. No wonder Minato Namikaze has the nickname of Little Sunday. It is true that there are wrong names but no wrong nicknames. Is this little girl our teammate? She's really pretty. Inyazuka Tsumugi walked over with a look of surprise on his face. Looking at this incredibly cute little girl, he subconsciously reached out and rubbed her face. Bai looked at Inyazuka Kiba's mother, whose face was painted with oil paint and looked youthful and beautiful, and coughed twice and said, Senior, I am a man. Ah, that's cute too. Inyazuka Tsumugi was slightly surprised and then still didn't want to let go of her hand. Kuromaru, who had been staying next to her, came over and sniffed by his body, then didn't want to leave. Inyazuka Tsumugi looked at Kuromaru lying on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Shiro, you are so popular, even Kuromaru likes you very much. Haha, I like furry dogs too. Bai smiled awkwardly and reached out to rub Heiwan's dog head. At this time, Namikaze Minato walked over with a smile and said, let me formally introduce myself first. My name is Minato Namikaze, and I'm a jonin from Konoha. My ninjutsu attributes are wind, fire, and thunder. I'm a ninja who's good at frontal combat. When Namikaze Minato said this, he looked at Bai. Bai smiled and said generously, my name is Yusuji Bai, a Konoha genin. I have all 5 attributes. I know a lot of basic ninjutsu, and I also have some knowledge of physical skills. Due to my physique, I have better physical strength, so I should be considered a physical skill type ninja. As soon as Bai finished speaking, the others looked at Bai in surprise. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but look at Bai a few more times. After all, ninjas with all 5 attributes were extremely rare. In the entire Konoha, there was only one Hokage with all 5 attributes. After Bai finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi casually revealed the handle of the sword behind him and said, I am Heide Kakashi, a chunin of Konoha, skilled in swordsmanship and lightning style. At this time, Inyazuka Tsumugi stood up and said calmly, my name is Inyazuka Tsumugi, a Konoha chunin, a perception-type ninja, and also a ninja who knows the family's secret techniques. The one next to me is my companion, Hamaru. When Hiwan heard his owner introduce himself, he howled twice. Bai then petted the big furry dog twice. Others said that Hiwan's hair was really soft, and he didn't have the peculiar smell that dogs often have, but instead smelled nice. Minato Namikaze clapped his hands and said with a smile, now that everyone has introduced each other, let's get to know each other for a while. Shiro, you and Kakashi don't need to be familiar with each other even if they know each other. So, you and Inyazuka Tsumugi can fight me together, and the trial will be over when you touch me. Okay, Minato-sensei, be careful. Bai nodded, winked at Inyazuka Tsumugi beside him, and then the two of them and the dog rushed forward together. Bai took out a kunao in his hand, and condensed chakra in his legs to increase his jumping ability. The blade of the kunao also carried wisps of green wind chakra. On Inyazukatsu's side, the man and the dog quickly merged and turned into a half-human, half-beast monster. However, after the fusion of the two, the speed and strength were obviously enhanced a lot. He immediately overtook Bai, who was running in front, and rushed in front of Minato Namikaze. As the monster's sharp claws grabbed down, Minato Namikaze, who was standing in the distance, instantly turned into something and the wood was shattered by the claws. Immediately afterwards, Minato Namikaze appeared on the side and suddenly threw the Raise-nan in his hand downwards. The speed was so fast that once it hit Inyazuka Tsumugi would probably lose his combat effectiveness. Bai also caught up at this time, holding the wind blade in his hand and cutting it fiercely towards Minato Namikaze's neck. If Minato Namikaze still insisted on hitting him, his neck would be cut off. If he dodged, Bai would naturally rescue Inyazuka Tsumugi. The next moment, Namikaze Minato wisely dodged away, and Lily Fist switched and stayed in the same position again, staring at Namikaze Minato, who had already changed his position. Namikaze Minato's speed is too fast that it is impossible to catch him so easily. It seems that I can continue to hide, Bai thought to himself, then quickly formed seals with his hands, and 4 shadow clones appeared beside him. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball quickly formed in the shadow clone Bai's mouth, and then rapidly expanded into a fireball with a diameter far exceeding that of a normal fireball, and shot forward. Wind escape, major breakthrough. Another shadow clone produced a large amount of hurricane force winds and quickly caught up with the fireball, pushing the fireball towards Minato Namikaze at a faster speed and with greater force. Earth escape and rock rushing techniques. Another shadow clone slapped the ground with his palm, and a large number of basketball-sized stones floated in the air. Then, like meteorites, they smashed towards the direction where Minato Namikaze was fleeing. Water escape technique, water bullet technique. A shadow clone quickly spit out a large number of water bullets from its mouth, like sharp bullets, quickly sweeping at the running Minato Namikaze. Thunder escapes, ground walks. With the electric flash in Bai's hand, he rushed forward quickly, chasing Minato Namikaze closely. In this way, Minato Namikaze had only one direction to escape due to the restriction of the 5 shadow clones. At this time, Inyazukatsum had already been waiting quietly in that direction, but what surprised Bai and Inyazukatsum was that Namikaze Minato suddenly jumped into the air to avoid the encirclement from all sides. When several ninjutsu were used together, a violent cloud of dust erupted, covering the entire training ground with smoke. Bai saw that Minato Namikaze, who was leaping in the air, had no place to gain leverage for a while, so he naturally seized the opportunity and continued to form seals with the hand he had just put down. Wind escape, major breakthrough. A violent green gale swept up, carrying a large amount of sand and stones and blowing forward fiercely. The power generated by the sea-level wind escape technique directly made these stones move at a speed fast enough to make a hole in the wooden stake. If a wind escape of this intensity hits a person, the person will be beaten into a sieve. But what surprised by an Inyazuka Tsuchiya was that just when the wind-style ninjutsu was about to attack Namikaze Minato disappeared from his original position in an instant, and all the ninjutsu were in vain. The speed was so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen. Bai felt helpless as he watched Minato Namikaze disappear at such a speed. It's so fast, it's worthy of being the yellow flash of the future. Bai couldn't help but sigh. Minato Namikaze disappeared so quickly that Bai didn't even see his afterimage. Now he could only stand back to back with Inyazuka Tsurugi and look around vigilantly. At this time, the training ground became rubble and rocky, with broken stones and messy leaves everywhere. Bai raised his mental perception to the maximum but could not see who was around. Claw-senpai, you can smell where Minato-sensei is. Inyazuka Shua was standing next to Hiwan. Hiwan raised his head and sniffed the air, then quickly turned his body to the left and looked ahead vigilantly. Woof woof woof. Bai looked in the direction of Himera's barking. Although he saw nothing, Bai still chose to trust his teammates and directly output a large amount of chakra and quickly formed hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique, wind-style great breakthrough. Bai once again used a combination ninjutsu, using wind attribute chakra to send a fireball flying forward rapidly, making it difficult for anyone to escape the attack range of this attack. Coupled with the violent gale, the originally condensed fireball technique spread rapidly, and half of the training ground was instantly covered by a large sea of AA fire. When the flames dissipated, all everyone saw was an earthen wall made of a body. And just when the flames were completely extinguished, the earthen wall suddenly fell apart like dry stones. After all the stones disappeared, the ground of Kongo artist once again revealed Bai's ninjutsu, and once again he missed. Then, under the guidance of Kuromaru, Inyazuka Tsurugi pointed in one direction after another, and Bai also cooperated very well and used ninjutsu to attack all around. Violent explosions sounded from time to time on the training ground. Kakashi, who was standing at the edge of the training ground, couldn't help swallowing as he looked at the scene inside the training ground. He felt quite shocked in his heart. Minato Namikaze, who had been dodging, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Bai, who had released so many ninjutsu but still had no reaction. I didn't expect Bai to be so talented in chakra. He released so many ninjutsu but still had no problem. But with his current strength, it's still difficult for him to hit me. It seems like it's over. Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and rubbed his sore fingers. His hands were about to spark from the frantic cutting just now. And Minato Namikaze, who was hiding behind, disappeared again. When he was seen again, he had already put his hand on Shiro's shoulder. Bai turned around and saw Minato Namikaze with a smile on his face. Shiro, you're quite good for trusting your partner's judgment and attacking without hesitation. Your strength is very good, but your coordination is not very outstanding. However, we can make up for it in future battles. The trust between companions is what I value most. Bai, you have passed the test. In the future, you will be an official member of our team. When Bai heard this, he was a little surprised and asked back, Teacher Minato, I wasn't an official member before. It's not in vain that you have to understand that our team is an elite team. The missions we will carry out in the future may be very dangerous, so as the captain, I must be responsible for every team member. Oh. Bai nodded helplessly. When he couldn't detect Minato Namikaze's location during the battle, he subconsciously followed the words of the perception-type ninja. This is not because he trusts his companions so much, but because he believes that everyone has their own expertise. Since he can't find it anyway, as long as he believes that someone capable can find it, even if something goes wrong, it won't lead to the worst result. Even though Minato Namikaze misunderstood, it's fine as long as he passed the test. Namikaze Minato coughed twice, attracted the attention of the three people, and said with a smile, I have already accepted the first mission before coming. Do you three have any questions? Teacher, what is this task? Although Bai asked this, he had already started to think in his heart that this was at most a small task of finding cats and dogs. Namikaze Minato smiled, unfolded the scroll and said, this time it is a sea-level mission, to clear out a group of bandits on the official road from the land of fire to the land of grass. This group of bandits has been entrenched in the area for several months. For the sake of their own lives, many merchants have had to change their trade routes. But every detour is a huge loss of manpower and financial resources, so several wealthy people simply pooled their money and placed a C-rank mission in Konoha village. I happened to be there at the time, so I just took it on as our team's first training mission. Bai was even more surprised when he heard this. What on earth was going on? He, a recent graduate, was assigned to an elite team and didn't have to carry out those tedious low-level missions. Looking at Bai's surprised expression, Minato Namikaze understood that he had questions and said with a smile, Bai, just ask any questions you have. As the captain, I will try my best to answer you. Bai thought for a moment and said, Minato-sensei, from what I know, the average team seems to start from D rank. Let's get started with the cleaning task, shall we? That's a bit strange. Namikaze Minato laughed and said, haha, Shiro, those D-rank missions are assigned to ordinary teams so that they have enough time to adapt to the sudden increase in the level of commissions in the future. These commissions are too easy for our team. It's normal for you to want to grow faster and take on higher level tasks. What's more, the level of sea-level missions is not very high. The main purpose of this mission is to let you see blood. A ninja who has never seen blood is not a good ninja. Yes. Only then did Bai understand the purpose of this mission. It turned out that this mission was specifically for training him. The other two people, one was about the same age as Minato Namikaze and had experienced many missions, and the other was Kakashi, who was also a cold-blooded man. That he would not hesitate to ignore the life and death of his companions for the sake of the mission, which caused his companions to feel repulsed by him and stay away from him to join the team. Bai, the rookie who just joined the team, has become a burden that if they have to accompany Bai to do a few D-level missions like playing house, not to mention Minato Namikaze, I'm afraid Kakashi and Inyazuka Tsurugi will not want to spend such a boring day. After Bai figured it all out, he stood up straight and bowed deeply to Inyazuka Tsurugi and Kakashi beside him. I'm very sorry, I'm afraid that my future self will waste a lot of your time. Seeing Bai's humble attitude, Inyazuka Tsurugi couldn't help but touch Bai's smooth hair and said with a smile, Bai, we will be teammates in the future, so there is no such thing as trouble or not. It just so happens that we can use this time as a vacation. Are you talking about Kakashi? Inyazuka Tsurugi turned his head and looked at Kakashi, who had a blank expression on his face. After feeling this look, Kakashi nodded helplessly. Bai was slightly moved and bowed to the two of them and said, thank you both for your understanding. And Mr. Minato, please give me more guidance in the future. How about this? I treat you all to a barbecue meal at Barbecue Q as an apology for taking up your time. As soon as Bai said this, he immediately gained the favor of the three people who wouldn't like their partner to be a strong and sensible person, especially when this partner is so polite. Okay, but this time, let me, the teacher, pay for it. It's a bit inappropriate to let my own apprentice treat me for the first time. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, I didn't feel any stronger after hearing this. Anyway, after eating this barbecue, the relationship between them will definitely be much better, and they will definitely be able to repay this favor in the future, so there is no need to rush. The four of them walked towards the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, talking and laughing. Bai walked in the middle and chatted with Inyazuka Tsurugi, and had to endure the ravages of the old girl from time to time. Occasionally, Bai also has to take care of Kakashi's mood next to him. For a while, Bai actually became the glue of this team, making the team more harmonious. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. Bai Yaizeo rubbed his red ears and came to the village entrance. Minato-sensei, here I come. Bai greeted them while sorting out his ninja tools. Today, Minato Namikaze was still standing at the entrance of the village like a little son, greeting the ninjas passing by. Although Minato Namikaze's strength is not well known now, as Jiraiya's apprentice, he is still very famous. All the ninjas coming and going know this eye-catching yellow-haired ninja. Bai, you came quite early. Is everything ready? I'm ready, don't worry, Minato-sensei. Bai clenched his pink fists and said with a firm expression. Namikaze Minato smiled and did not remind him of anything. Instead, the look he gave him from time to time made Bai a little confused. After a while, Kakashi and Inyazuka Tsurugi arrived at the village entrance. When Minato Namikaze saw that everyone was there, he waved his hand and gave orders. Set off. Yes. Several people quickly put their hands behind their backs, leaned forward slightly, and made a ninja-like running posture, and quickly ran towards their destination. Fortunately, on the road, Minato Namikaze was running in front and said to Bai beside him with a smile, Bai, the bandit this time is on the official road at the border of the Land of Fire. They have a fixed location, and it takes us a day to run there at full speed. But we are likely to encounter spies from other ninja villages and ninjas on commission at the border of the Land of Fire, so we must ensure that more than half of our chakra and physical strength are ready for battle at any time. So when we go on this mission, we just need to try to reach our destination within 2 days. We can rest for one night in a town along the way. Oh. Bai nodded thoughtfully and continued to run forward following Minato Namikaze. Soon it was night, and the whole team walked and stopped along the way and finally completed most of the journey at night. Several people came to a small town. This town was not very prosperous. In Bai's opinion, this town could only be regarded as a village at most. But this place still has hotels, casinos, and hot spring streets. Under the guidance of Minato Namikaze, Bai came to a hotel, booked a few rooms, and then moved into rest. After a night's rest, Bai got up early the next morning at Minato Namikaze's wake-up call and continued on his journey. Since we had already covered most of the distance the day before, we were able to reach the rest of the distance in less than half a day. When they arrived at their destination, Minato Namikaze looked at the occasional wisps of smoke rising from the mountain and said with a smile, it seems we have found our target. Bai listened to what Minato Namikaze said and asked hesitantly, Teacher Minato, shouldn't we ask the villagers around here first where are the bandits in this place? What if we accidentally get the wrong target of the mission after we go up? Minato Namikaze said without turning his head, the surrounding villages have been almost looted by these bandits. Even if our target is shifted, we can still wipe out the bandits in this area. And we are not going to attack directly. As a ninja, the most important thing for Bai is to find out the enemy's intelligence, so as to ensure that he will not be affected unnecessarily during the battle. Claw, the task of gathering intelligence is given to you. This is the portrait of the bandit leader. Go and see if these bandit leaders are in the village. Inyazuka Tsumugi took the scroll, opened it and took a look, then nodded and patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Captain, I will definitely help you find out all the important information." After saying this, Inyazuka Tsumugi immediately disappeared into the jungle with Kuromara. Bai fell into deep thought as he watched Inyazuka Tsumugi leave. The three of them hid in the jungle, quietly waiting for Inyazuka Kiba and his mother to finish investigating the target and come back with all the information. About half an hour later, Inyazuka Tsum came back with a livid face. I knew she was in a bad mood by looking at her expression and quickly walked over to ask, "Senior Tsum, what happened to you?" Inyazuka Tsum shook his head and said, "The number of bandits in the stronghold is roughly correct. The three leaders are also there, but they are all in a conference room. There are too many people and I dare not get too close. There is a cave behind the village, and there are many women in the cave." After hearing this, Bai already understood why Inyazuka Tsumugi had such a grim expression. How could a girl kidnapped by bandits have a good ending? Wouldn't she just be treated as a plaything? As a young girl, it is inevitable that you will feel sympathy and disgust when you see the tragic fate of other girls. It is normal to feel bad. Bai walked over and gently grabbed Inyazuka Tsumugi's hand and stroked the back of her hand to soothe her mood. Bai's warm gesture made Inyazuka Tsumugi, who had an unhappy expression, feel a little better and his expression was not so unhappy anymore. At this time, Minato Namikaze stood up and said, "Very good, Bai, you will be the main attacker this time. Kakashi and Claw will assist Bai to prevent the enemy from escaping." "Yes." The three nodded and then looked at Bai with curiosity, who was feeling a little nervous. Bai forced an ugly smile, took out a shuriken and rushed towards the village. Shuriken is a weapon that can attack from a distance, and avoiding head-on combat can prevent Bai from being stained with blood. Entering the entrance of the stronghold, there is a sentry on each side of the two low stronghold gates, guarding the gate with a big knife. The two sentries, one was leaning against the wall and taking a nap, while the other was holding a jar of wine and pouring it into his mouth. Bai, who was approaching the mountain gate from the dark, saw the two men and suppressed his discomfort. He treated the two men as two wooden stakes and threw two shurikens at them. In an instant, the sharp shuriken spun and pierced the throats of the two men. The two men immediately covered their necks with their hands, blood bubbles coming out of their mouths, and wanted to say something, but they were powerless and closed their mouths. Bai breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the fallen sentry. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person and had never encountered such a murder. Being a murderer in his previous life was not a good word. It was a bit uncomfortable for him to go against his mentality of decades and muster up the courage to kill someone. However, after killing the two bandits guarding the gate, he did not feel as bad as he had imagined. Bai Changsha breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile as he said, "Yes, it's been almost 7 years. I've already prepared myself mentally for such a long time. What's there to hesitate about? This is a cannibalistic world. Either you kill me or I kill you. If you want to become powerful, you can't be soft-hearted." Bai made up his mind and rushed into the stronghold quickly with a kunao in his hand. It was almost evening and most of the bandits were drinking and eating meat in the lobby of the stronghold. Bai quickly took care of all the patrolling bandits scattered around, and the mountain stronghold was filled with a slight smell of blood. In the lobby of the mountain stronghold, dozens of bandits were drinking and eating meat while making constant noise. Occasionally, a few naked women were raped by the bandits in turn. It can be as chaotic as it wants. The bandit leader, who was sitting at the top with a brand new samurai sword in his hand, suddenly smelled a fresh smell of blood. Sensing something was wrong, he followed his sixth sense from years of robbery and quickly ran back. This time, trusting his combat instincts, he successfully avoided a fatal blow. A huge fireball smashed into the house from outside, burning all the dozen or so bandits near the gate into charcoal. Then the dilapidated door was kicked open, and a cute little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, wearing a Konoha forward protector walked in. "Baga, what happened? Is it on fire? There is also a pretty girl here. Did the boss share this with us? He, then we won't be polite." The rest of the drunk bandits from the 3 islands hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Some of them, driven by lust, wanted to capture Bai, the incredibly cute girl who walked in, and do things that would make their blood boil. But there were still some sober people who looked at Bai with horror, and many of them knelt down directly. "Master Ninja, please let us go. We were wrong. We are willing to hand over all the food." "Zhang Yi, why are you kneeling down? This girl has delicate skin and tender flesh. Why are you afraid of her?" "Haha, the boss is not here now. I want to taste what this girl's skin tastes like. Is it tender?" A drunk man mocked the man kneeling on the ground next to him, and then was about to reach out and grab Bai. Bai glanced at the women whose eyes had become numb and sighed, then chopped off the man's head with a knife before the man could react. "Although your current fate has nothing to do with me, I can still help you get revenge." After Bai finished speaking, he quickly rushed into the crowd. The bandits kept running away, begging for mercy and cursing, but Bai turned a deaf ear to the voices coming from his ears. Instead, he quickly dealt with the enemies in front of him. The room was not big to begin with, and the dozens of bandits were soon burned to death. Those who escaped were also burned to ashes by Bai's fireball. After dealing with all the bandits in the room, Bai looked at the woman with pity, whose eyes were gradually regaining vitality, and then quickly chased out through the back door. In the massacre just now, he was counting the number of people and killing them according to the intelligence dot from the door to now. He has killed a total of 36 people. The information he got from the intelligence was that there were 37 people in the entire village, and the strongest one was a warrior with chakra. I didn't know exactly how strong he was, but a warrior who only knew how to use chakra couldn't be that strong. I pushed open the back door and followed the messy footsteps. Just as I passed an alley and turned a corner, he was cut in half by a flashing, silver blade. And a sweaty but excited man came out from the corner of the alley. Haha, the ninjas from the big ninja village are just like this. But we can't stay here any longer. If we continue to stay here, it's very likely to attract more powerful ninjas from Konoha village. My luck won't be so good then. I have a very clear understanding of my own positioning. In the eyes of others, he may be very strong and can easily beat a dozen adults alone. However, as a warrior who understands chakra, he knows that his strength can only be regarded as that of a genin at best, and he is a genin who can only use chakra in a simple way. If he faces a ninja who is slightly stronger, he will definitely die, and he cannot die again. Just as the man turned around and prepared to flee the village, a voice like a soul-calling devil sounded in his ears. Your luck is actually not that good. What? The warrior was startled and quickly dodged backwards, but it was too late. Bai's body, which was lying on the ground, instantly turned into two pieces of wood. There was also a sharp blade on the warrior's chest, and bright red blood was dripping from it. The sharp blade slid down, and the warrior lowered his head to look and realized that the knife was his own sword. So fast. The warrior sighed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed down his chest, dyeing the ground blood red. The fresh smell of blood made the entire village even more dark and terrifying. Bai looked at the corpse on the ground and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball was spit out from Bai's mouth, and the scorching flames directly ignited the corpse on the ground. Although the village has been cleared, it would be better to burn the corpses. If there are too many corpses and a plague spreads to others, it will be a big problem. At this moment, a burst of applause suddenly rang out. Bai looked over and saw Minato Namikaze walking towards him with a smile on his face. Minato-sensei. Minato Namikaze smiled and looked at the pale-faced and dry-lipped student in front of him. He shook his head helplessly and said, if you want to vomit, just vomit. Bai spat out what he heard. Although he had been hypnotizing himself constantly in the past few years and was ready to kill people, when the time came, how could he suppress his psychological and physiological reactions? The reason he was able to continue killing people without changing his expression just now was entirely because the mission had not been completed. Now that he has relaxed, he naturally can't bear it anymore. 3 months later, Bai's fingers trembled as he clicked on the word Bai below them all. In an instant, Bai felt as if his body was torn apart. A force from deep within the blood surged outward, making the originally fair and tender skin quickly become more perfect and delicate again. The long white hair is even more lustrous and seems to be flashing with fluorescence, and the delicate and shiny lips make people want to take a bite. Although he is a man, he looks like an exquisite porcelain doll that makes people want to look at him. Bai felt his height suddenly increase and the strength surging in his body and couldn't help but sigh. After spending so much time, I finally got enough favorability points to buy advanced physical fitness. But this sudden change of mind seems to easily arouse other people's suspicion. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Bai shook his head helplessly. At this time, he was 1.4 meters tall and his black hair had grown to his waist again. Bai casually picked up a kunao, held his hair in one hand, and used the kunao with the other to cut off all the excess hair, leaving only 2 inches of hair that did not affect his vision. After Bai cut his hair short, he was no longer mistaken for a girl. With his hair pulled back, his delicate face and the pulled back hair make him look a bit cool and handsome. Coupled with his gradually growing height, others see him as a pretty boy. At the same time, a more tempting fragrance emanated from his body, and a figure with fiery red hair outside the door, after smelling the scent, pushed the door open and rushed in. Bai, why did you cut your hair short? You're not cute anymore. Kushina curled her lips in displeasure, looked at the hair on the ground with regret, walked over and pinched Bai's face. Bai looked at the little hot pepper in front of him who kept swallowing and said helplessly, Sister Kushina, I am a boy, of course I can't have long hair. What's more, these long hairs will affect my combat, I don't want to lose my life because of my hair. Okay, Sister Kushina, today is a rare break time. Minato-sensei wants to go on a date with you. If you don't go early, he will definitely be waiting anxiously. Tisk, not obedient at all. Kushina curled her lips when she heard Bai's words, pulled Bai's cheek in displeasure, then turned back to her room to pack her clothes and prepare for a date with her lover. Bai looked at his system after escaping from the clutches of the devil. Very good, the high-level succubus physique is indeed stronger and gaining favor. The favorability value gained has directly increased by January 3rd. At this rate, I will probably be able to complete my future goals faster, but the war is getting closer. This year is the 42nd year of Konoha, and there are still 4 years before the real war breaks out. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Bai fell silent when he thought of this. The early graduation caught him off guard. There were at least a dozen characters who participated in the plot that he could meet in school. But after the mission, the only people he met every day besides those outside his team were his family members. The speed of collecting favorability points is slowed down by half. By didn't notice any difference at the beginning, but 3 months later, By really missed the days when the favorability points were growing rapidly. By sighed and thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution. Feeling depressed, he simply walked out the door. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Bai's increasingly charming and mature temperament attracted more and more attention. As soon as Bai went out on the street, he could clearly feel the burning gazes coming from around him. Bai had long been accustomed to other people's gazes, and remained calm, walking forward in the astonished eyes of passers-by. It wasn't until they walked to a hot spring house and saw the white-haired figure with a big butt behind the wooden board that Bai suddenly became interested. Bai curled up his lips into an evil smile and quickly formed a seal. Transformation. As the white mist dissipated, a blonde beauty with exaggerated breasts and delicate skin appeared on the street. Bai turned into Tsunade, smiled, walked forward and yelled in his familiar voice, "Jiraiya, you are here peeping at others taking a bath again, take my punch." "Tsunade, I'm not peeping at others taking a bath, I'm just collecting materials." Jiraiya was so frightened by the roar of the Hedong lion that he trembled and quickly jumped onto the roof, but then he was a little surprised because he did not receive the expected iron fist. After looking at the figure below, Jiraiya, one of the 3 people, immediately realized that something was wrong with this figure. "Who are you?" Jiraiya's eyes flashed and murderous aura quickly spread out of his body. The blonde Tsunade below immediately turned back into her delicate white face. When Jiraiya saw that the person who appeared was Bai, he was stunned for a moment and then said angrily, "It turns out to be you, little brat. Do you know, doing this will scare people to death." When Bai heard this, he chuckled and said, "I don't know if this will scare people to death, but I know, Lord Jiraiya, if you don't run away, you will really be beaten to death." Jiraiya was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then a real lion's roar came out with terrifying power. "Whoever is peeping, go to hell." A woman weighing over 400 pounds with a face full of flesh rushed out. Her huge body and terrifying aura made Bai shiver. This was not an impact on strength but a psychological trauma. After seeing the person coming out, Jiraiya recalled that this was what he had just seen in the white fog, and he immediately vomited out of disgust. The tank saw Jiraiya's reaction, and was even more infuriated by his son's offensive behavior. Death to the peeping ghost. The person who came stretched out his hand and slapped him fiercely. Jiraiya didn't want to argue with this woman and just left. After seeing the man in front of her disappear, the woman was stunned for a moment, then turned around and left with some reluctance. She was just a rich woman, and her status was not enough to compete with the ninja. Even if she was spied on, she could only keep her grievances in her heart. Bai was following Jiraiya closely at this time. Jiraiya ran for a long time. After making sure that they had reached a safe area, he took a long breath and then turned around and said something angrily. "Kid, why did you interrupt me while I was collecting materials? Don't you know that collecting materials is a sacred act?" "Haha, Lord Jiraiya, peeping is just peeping, it's not as noble as you say." Bai was speechless at the guy's shamelessness. Fortunately, he was not a woman, otherwise he would have to be careful all the time to see if he was being peeped at. You, little brat, do you even know what art is?" "I'm just collecting materials, understand? I'm writing a book now, and I'll include all the art I collected into the book." Jiraiya pointed at Bai angrily and scolded him. His cunning look made Bai shake his head speechlessly and said, "I don't understand your art, Jiraiya-sama, but don't you think that your behavior of peeping at others taking a bath is really obscene? No wonder Lady Tsunade doesn't like you." When Jiraiya heard this, his heart felt like it was stabbed by a sharp sword. His face turned slightly red and he said angrily, "Who would like that violent girl? Don't think that I won't hit you just because you are Tsunade's brother." Bai didn't care about Jiraiya's threat at all. Although Jiraiya was a little bit wretched, his personal charm was not bad. It is understandable that a person who is willing to sacrifice his life for the village has some minor flaws. Of course, if Jiraiya dared to set his sights on him, Bai would definitely beat him so hard that he wouldn't even recognize his mother. Master Jiraiya, let's change the subject. By the way, Jiraiya-sama, what is the name of the novel you are writing now?" Bai asked out of curiosity. Jiraiya's popular Intimate Paradise was a book that appeared later, and it was probably not written during this time period. Apart from that, Bai only knew that the protagonist of Jiraiya's first novel was called Naruto, and he didn't know any other names or any other information. When Jiraiya heard Bai mention something that interested him, he crossed his arms over his chest and said in a masterful manner, "I haven't figured out how to write it yet." Bai was speechless for a moment. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Lord Jiraiya, since you don't write a novel, how about I give the protagonist of your novel a name?" "Oh, that's interesting. Tell me what we should call it." Jiraiya became interested and curious when he heard this, and Bai said without hesitation, "How about calling you Naruto?" "Naruto, this name is pretty good, it's okay." Jiraiya nodded, and Bai nodded in satisfaction after hearing Jiraiya's answer. Now the future celebrity can be considered as the name he helped to choose. After all, Jiraiya has not decided what novel to write yet, and Naruto's name was suggested by Bai. It is usually the parents who name their children, so Naruto's father is Bai. Bai couldn't help but grin foolishly when he thought of this, and his sudden silly grin made Jiraiya a little confused. "Boy, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing to laugh about, but Jiraiya-sama. You are Minato-sensei's master, right?" Bai quickly changed the subject, he even felt a little embarrassed about his silly smile just now. Jiraiya nodded and said with a smile, yes, Minato Namikaze is my favorite disciple. When Jiraiya said this, he suddenly remembered something, his expression became a little strange and he said, by the way, you seem to be the student of my apprentice. You are such an impolite boy, you should call me master. Bai's expression became a little strange when he heard this. Looking at the golden-haired figure that appeared silently behind Jiraiya, his eyes rolled and he said something sinister. Since you say that, I have to call you master. Yeah, then why don't you scream quickly, little devil? Jiraiya said in a somewhat cool tone, tilting his head high and waiting for the boy in front of him to call him master. Bai smiled and said, but I am Tsunade's younger brother. So you are my master and Tsunade is my sister. From now on, Tsunade will be your great disciple. Jiraiya nodded subconsciously after hearing this, and then immediately realized that something was wrong. However, he did not rush to refute it, but instead thought about it with interest. After thinking about it, Jiraiya really felt that the situation was just as Bai said. Tsunade was his junior. When he came in, he thought of this and said with a wretched smile, you have good taste, Tsunade is really my grandson's generation. As soon as Jiraiya said this, an unparalleled force came from behind him. Jiraiya, you don't want to live anymore. Not only did you peek at me, but you also took advantage of me. You want to be my grandfather. Do you know who my grandfather is? Jiraiya was knocked flying in an instant, rolling in the air for who knows how many times, and then slammed hard into the wall of a house on the street. The enormous force caused the wall to shatter into spiderweb-like cracks, and then Jiraiya slid down the wall and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tsunade glanced at the seriously injured Jiraiya and snorted coldly, if I hear you peek at someone taking a bath next time, I will let you taste my fist. After Tsunade finished speaking, she turned around and left. The look in her eyes as if she was looking at a scumbag made Bai understand for a moment that if Jiraiya did not change his personality, it would be almost impossible for him to pursue Tsunade. Jiraiya's current ending is likely to be the same as in the original work, and he is likely to die at the hands of his apprentice Nagato. Bai looked at Tsunade who was leaving, then looked at Jiraiya who had coughed up lung fragments, walked over and stretched out his hand, and instantly green chakra appeared on his hand. Jiraiya, who had been vomiting blood just now, quickly returned to normal, but the severe pain still made his face twitch. Jiraiya looked at the kid in front of him, snorted coldly, and said angrily, you kid are deliberately plotting against me, right? Do you know that I almost died here because of you? Bai smiled awkwardly and said, Lord Jiraiya, you can't blame me for this. Tsunade's sister called you because you peeked at girls taking a bath. What happened afterwards was just my childish talk. Jiraiya listened to what was said and looked at Bai's height and appearance. Then I felt a little jealous and aggrieved. It was so aggrieved. The boy in front of me was so handsome and so popular with little girls. I didn't have the same treatment as him in the past. Okay, I'm not going to chat with you anymore, I still have to go back to collect materials. Bai was even more speechless when he heard what Jiraiya said. Jiraiya was too shameless that he must have broken several ribs just now, and now he still wanted to go back and take a peek. Bai felt that he should hold Jiraiya back a little. What if Jiraiya was killed by the needle? Sir Jiraiya, I heard that you have a title called the Three Ninjas. I would like to ask you, Sir Jiraiya, how strong are you? Of course I am very strong. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru can't beat me. If the two of them work together, they can barely be on par with me. I am the most talented genius in Konoha village. Everyone else is nothing but chickens and dogs in my eyes. Jiraiya was immediately shocked when he heard this question, and said it with his head raised without any guilt. When Bai heard this, he pretended to be very confused and asked, but why didn't you even know that Sister Tsunade appeared next to you and punched you just now? Jiraiya became anxious when he heard this. He clenched his fists tightly and said viciously, kid, do you know that I was giving in to Tsunade just now, and you are so unlovable. I'm leaving first and won't chat with you anymore. When Bai heard that Jiraiya was about to leave, he quickly said, Lord Jiraiya, can I ask you a favor? Bai naturally had a purpose for talking so much to Jiraiya, otherwise he wouldn't have chatted with this pervert for such a long time. Could it be that the big-breasted blonde queen at home wasn't more attractive? Do you really think he is just idle and has nothing to do, so he wants to chat with an old white-haired guy here? When Jiraiya heard this, he stopped and turned around and asked, if you have anything to ask me quickly, I have something else to do. Nothing much, I just heard that Jiraiya-sama's summoning beast is the most powerful in the entire ninja world. It is the Mayaboku Mountain Holy Land among the 3 holy places. I came here this time just to contract a summoning beast with the Toad clan of Mayaboku Mountain from Lord Jiraiya. I wonder if Master Jiraiya is willing to help me. You have good vision, but you hurt me so badly just now. Why should I sign a spirit beast for you now? Do you think I'm stupid? Jiraiya is a little angry now. The boy in front of him keeps bullying him, which makes him a little unhappy. But he doesn't know why, he can't bear to take action. It seems that the boy in front of him has a magical power that prevents him from doing it. Bai's face turned slightly red when he heard this answer. The reason why he wanted to obtain the qualification to sign a contract with Mayaboku Mountain was for his future fairy arts. Now he has the physique of a high-level succubus, and he can no longer improve his physique level. This is already the highest level of a low-level succubus. If he wants to improve his strength, in addition to purchasing other bloodlines, learning fairy arts is also a great help. Moreover, powerful ninja frogs such as Gamabunta and Gamaken are also a very good fighting force. Bai thought of these things when he saw Jiraiya, so he talked so much with Jiraiya. Now if he wants to deal with Jiraiya, he has to pay a little price. And after thinking about it, Bai said awkwardly, Lord Jiraiya, I have a ninjutsu here that I can exchange with you. I believe you will definitely like this ninjutsu. Oh, then try it and show me. Jiraiya immediately became interested when he heard this. He wanted to see what kind of people this kid could come up with in exchange for something as precious as the summoning scroll. Bai had already made up his mind that it wouldn't be his body that would be shown later anyway, it would just be a change. Bai kept hypnotizing himself, quickly forming seals with his hands, and in an instant a puff of white smoke rose up. When the white smoke dissipated, a beautiful woman with a delicate face, soft and beautiful features, and a curvy figure appeared. She was wearing a swimsuit and exuded a charming aura, especially since Bai covered his chest and important areas below with his hands due to shyness, which made him look even more shy and attractive. Jiraiya just took a look and a lot of blood came out of his nose in an instant. He leaned back and fainted gorgeously. There was a happy smile on his face before he fainted. Bai widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Lord Jiraiya, please don't faint. What should I do if you faint? Bai quickly walked over and frantically shook the unconscious Jiraiya. He had already come this far, and if things still didn't work out, he would be at a huge loss. God knows how much psychological defense he had to overcome to get to this point, but in the end he got nothing and was covered in blood from the nose. Bai was determined not to let Jiraiya get through and quickly said, Lord Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade has found out about your peeping again. Ah, perhaps Jiraiya had already been frightened by the name Tsunade. Even though he was unconscious, after hearing Tsunade's name, he subconsciously jumped up and looked around vigilantly. However, after noticing that there was no Tsunade around, he shook his head in confusion, and then looked at the only Bai next to him. After seeing Bai in front of him, he realized what he had forgotten, so he said with some regret, I fainted too quickly just now, how about you use another ninjutsu? When Bai heard this, his face turned red instantly, and his face was steaming like a boiled shrimp. Combined with Bai's delicate and beautiful face, the whole person looked like a cute little loli, and for a moment Jiraiya saw some shikigami. Bai swallowed and then said, Jiraiya-sama, tell me if this ninjutsu is worth exchanging for a summoning contract with you? If it really doesn't work, I can still give it to you a few more times. What's more, I can be considered your disciple now. If you are willing to give it to me, that's fine. Jiraiya thought about Bai's words for a while and nodded, then opened his mouth and spit out a long toad in Bai's shocked eyes. When the toad came out, its body was covered with saliva. When Bai saw such a disgusting operation, he subconsciously shuddered. After seeing the scene in this place, the toad turned around and looked at Jiraiya and asked, Jiraiya, what do you want from me? Toad Yin, the reason I called you here this time is because I want to use the Book of Spiritual Communication. Jiraiya didn't keep the question in suspense and asked directly. The scene just now really made him unable to stop. He really wanted to obtain this ninjutsu immediately and use it. So that's how it is. Well, I'll give you the scroll now. After saying that, Gameian opened his big mouth and spit out a long scroll. Jiraiya picked up the scroll and opened it. There are only two names on the entire scroll, Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, and these names represent the only two the ninja. Bai looked at the scroll and then quickly formed seals with his hands. Then there was a bang, and a puff of white smoke floated up. This time, a long-legged beauty with silver hair, red eyes, high heels, and black stockings on her legs appeared. The look that looked like he was looking at garbage just hit Jiraiya's lungs directly, causing him to swallow subconsciously. Puff. Jiraiya looked at Bai in front of him, who had returned to his previous appearance, and said with some displeasure, Can you be more patient, kid? I only took a look at him and I can't even remember his appearance. Okay, isn't it just about signing a psychic contract? I'll give this to you. Jiraiya casually handed over the scroll and brushed. Bai reached out and took the two things, then wrote his own name after Minato Namikaze's name. Okay, you know the hand seals for spiritualism. Meeting. Bai nodded. Okay, it's okay, I'll leave first. Jiraiya had a lewd smile on his face, and then he disappeared from Bai's sight in a flash. Bai shook his head helplessly as he watched Jiraiya disappear in an instant, and he was sure that Jiraiya would admire himself for a long time after he returned. Although it is a bit perverted, it is possible that the lustful sage Jiraiya could actually do such a perverted thing. Bai turned and left the street and came to the training ground, and opened his panel to look at it. Name, Yusuji Haku, Ninjutsu Psychic Summoning Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Seduction Technique, Chakra Refining Technique, Wind Style Breakthrough, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Physical Skills, Kanata Steel Fist Style, Ninja Fighting Technique. Attributes, Fire, Earth, Water, Wind, Thunder, Yin and Yang. Chakra, 3 cards, referring to Kakashi of the same period. Nerve Reaction Speed, High, Overall Strength, Elite Shinin. There are some unreasonable places in the panel I wrote before, which will be revised later. Shiro looked at his panel and touched his chin. My strength is still improving at a very good rate. When the future war starts, my strength will definitely reach the level of a senior ninja. But Jonin is also at a level that is extremely dangerous for casualties on the battlefield. If you want to be 100% sure of your own life, you have to find a way to raise your strength to the elite Jonin or Cage level. The term cage level is a rank made up by those Naruto fans in the real world. There is no such thing as cage level in this world, only elite Jonin and Hokage. However, the definition of cage level is someone who is strong enough to fight against the cages of the 5 major ninja villages, such as Uchiha Itachi and Kakuzu. Their strengths vary, but ordinary cage cannot defeat them, and every ninja village has at least 2 or more cage level strongmen. In the future, Konoha will be 1 against 4. Without strength, I can't guarantee that I can survive, so I must break through this limit. Now my strength is concentrated on the huge amount of chakra and the 5 attributes. It seems that I can try to learn the coordinated use of the 5 attributes of ninjutsu. Of course, I have to train myself in combat. Favorability is what I need most right now. When I get back, I'll try to find a way to increase it. I can't just go around in front of others all the time to make myself felt. This method of gaining favorability is not only slow but also troublesome. I thought for a long time and then let out a long sigh. The current situation was indeed putting some pressure on him, as the shadow of war was always hanging over him. Bai shook his head to get rid of useless thoughts, then made hand seals with his hands. Hai, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. Spiritualism. Bai was not used to using summoning techniques for the first time, and this one immediately drained all the chakra from his body. Puff. A puff of white smoke rose up, and then a 10-meter-tall red skin toad appeared in the training ground. Gamabunta, who had just appeared, looked around and said with some confusion, "Where is Jiraiya? Didn't he call me out to fight?" "Kid, Jiraiya is there." As Gamabunta spoke, his pipe kept shaking up and down, and the falling ash made by subconsciously dodge. "That big toad, I am the disciple of Master Jiraiya. Hello, my name is Yusuji Bai. May I ask, Big Toad, what is your name?" When Gamabunta heard this, he immediately lowered his head with interest and looked at the little girl in front of him who exuded an inexplicable sense of affinity. After taking a quick look at the girl, he said, "You're a pretty girl, much better looking than that Jiraiya guy. My name is Gamabunta, you can call me Boss Bunta from now on. But little girl, is there something you want me to do?" Bai shook his head awkwardly and said, "Boss Wen, I'm very sorry. This is just my first time trying to experiment with psychic powers. I didn't expect to summon you." Gamabunta nodded and said, "So that's how it is. If you're fine, I'll leave. By the way, Bai, next time you use summoning techniques, use less chakra. I can see that your chakra has been drained. If you use up all your chakra in a fight next time, you will be left defenseless." "Okay, there's nothing to say, I'll go back first." As soon as Gamabunta finished speaking, before Bai had the chance to exchange the next sentence with him, he instantly turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared in front of Bai. Bai looked at the white smoke dissipating in front of him and helplessly put down his hands. He found a clean place to sit down and refine his chakra. After a long while, when there was enough chakra in his body, Bai stood up again. "Come to the center of the training ground and release the psychic spell." Puff. A 3-meter-tall toad with iron blocks tied to its hands appeared in front of Bai. The toad appeared in front of Bai, and then looked around for a long time. After making sure there were no enemies, he scratched his head and asked in a hoarse male voice, "Kid, why did you summon me out if there was no enemy?" Bai looked at the toad in front of him and understood. Isn't this the iron-armed toad? The chakra he input didn't seem to be much, but he didn't expect that he could actually summon it out. "Hello, Toad, I am Bai, the new contractor of Mayaboku Mountain." "Hello, my name is Toad Tai. If everything is fine, I'll go back first." Puff. Bai fell into silence as he watched the toad disappear in front of him again. Are all the toads in Mayaboku Mountain so aloof? He just wanted to chat with them, but they were so disgusted that they left before he could even say a second word. "Oh, forget it, let's try again," hoping to summon a small toad suitable for communication, and this time there will be less use of little chakra. Bai said as he used the psychic technique once again. He quickly completed the seal, followed by a bang. A puff of white smoke only half a meter high rose up. When the smoke dissipated, a toad with 2 blue stripes on its yellow forehead appeared in front of Bai. This toad is less than 20 centimeters tall and it looks like a small toad. After it appeared, it looked around and saw Bai in front of it and said in confusion, "Who are you, where am I?" Bai smiled with a gentle smile on his face and said, "Hello, my name is Bai, the new contractor of Mayaboku Mountain. What is your name?" "My name is Toad G." The little toad scratched its head, then rolled its eyes and said with a smile, "Bai, since you summoned me, we will be companions in the future. I heard that there are a lot of delicious food in the human world. Can you buy some snacks for me?" "Okay, Toad G, right, we will be companions from now on. Come with me, I will buy you something to eat." Bai squatted down and stretched out his hand in front of Meiji, who jumped up immediately. Bai instantly felt a cool sensation coming from his hands. Not to mention that in hot weather, these toads might even be used as cushions. He casually placed the little toad on his shoulder, and after he sat down, Bai stepped forward, asking as he walked, "Meiji, can I ask how many toads there are in your Mayaboku Mountain?" When Gamekiki heard this, he stretched out his claws and scratched his head, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was born this year and I don't know the situation in Mayaboku Mountain. I see. Never mind, I can't ask you any questions, I'll take you to eat meatballs. Bai shook his head, he didn't think he could get any useful information from a newborn toad, so he simply chatted with him while taking him to a meatball shop to eat some meatballs before sending him back to Mayaboko Mountain. In the evening, Bai sat at the desk with a pen in his hand, thinking about something. After a long while, Bai let out a long sigh. How can I get enough favorability points? Is there any way for me to have enough favorability from others? Do I have to show up in front of others? Bai thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he slammed the table and said in surprise, I can write novels or draw comics. Anyway, the favorability value is the favor others have towards me. Whether they have a favorable impression in person or have a favorable impression of the author while reading the novel, it is a favorable impression they have towards me. This way, not only can I directly let everyone in Konoha and even the entire ninja world who are participating in the plot read my novel, but I can also avoid wasting time hanging around in front of others. That's it, let's try and see if it works. By the way, what should I draw? Thinking of this, Bai fell into deep thought again. The first work was very important. After all, this work was related to whether this thing could be continued. After all, if there is no reward, few people can stick to it, just like some of the authors who are obsessed with writing novels. Once I stop earning money, I lose interest. So, readers, can you please read this for a bit, even if you just add it to your bookshelf and don't read it, that's fine. Bai thought for a long time but couldn't think of a suitable comic. At this moment, a pair of gentle arms directly embraced him. Feeling the two soft things pressing against his head, Bai immediately said helplessly, Sister Tsunade, I'm thinking about something, put me down quickly. Haha, can't you just think like this? Tsunade gently put her nose between the white hair and sniffed hard. Every time she did this, she enjoyed the charming fragrance, which made her feel like she was addicted and could not leave the young boy. In the past, she had thought about leaving this village, as it brought her only sad memories and heavy responsibilities. But once she left, she would never see this lovely person again. So during this time she has been struggling with whether she should leave. Bai felt the deep softness and said helplessly, but you hold me so gently, I can't think at all. Then don't think about it. It's late now. Go to bed. Tsunade didn't care about all these things. She was in a bad mood and wanted to sleep. She picked up the little man who was emitting fragrance, hugged her and went back to the room and fell asleep on the bed. Bai was helpless. He had no choice but to endure the warmth that tightly protected him and fell into a deep sleep. A week later, Bai arrived at the publishing house somewhat nervously. He had even turned down many tasks in the past week in order to draw comics. Whether you can succeed depends on this time. Bai Changsha walked in with a sigh of relief. When the middle-aged owner of the store saw that the person coming was a cute little girl, his eyes suddenly lit up and said with a smile, Little girl, what books do you want to buy? If you want to buy something, just tell me when you are. This is the largest bookstore in Konoha village. If we don't have it here, you definitely won't find it anywhere else. I'm not here to buy books, I just want to ask, do you publish comics here? Ah. The middle-aged boss was a little confused, and only then did he notice that the cute short-haired girl in front of him had a large stack of papers in her hand. The middle-aged man looked at the little girl. In his opinion, the little girl was so cute, but he didn't think that the little girl could draw any good comics. He just thought that the little girl had just drawn some not-so-good-looking things and sent them to him, wanting to publish them. However, the middle-aged man did not want to discourage the little girl, so he smiled and said, Then my little writer, let me see the comics. If it is suitable, I will help you publish it. Good. Bai nodded and handed over the One Piece comic he had drawn. Bai Hua is drawing another comic that is popular all over the world and is known as one of the 3 most popular comics, One Piece. The world of One Piece is still a passionate show. In the passionate world of Naruto, there might be people who really want to watch it, not to mention that many works are generally not buried in the crowd. Bai firmly believes that the Pirate King will still be able to shine even in this world. The middle-aged man took the first 5 pictures of One Piece comics and started reading directly from page 1. He was a little surprised when he first saw the cover. After all, it is already very good for a child to be able to draw the whole picture and recognize what it is drawing, but the child in front of me can actually draw the cartoon so vividly. Continue to read. Middle-aged man people were even more surprised, even very pleasantly surprised, that they could actually read the comics drawn by this child, and they actually thought that the comics drawn by this child were very good. Especially after seeing the name of One Piece, the middle-aged man inexplicably felt a surge of blood in his heart. After reading the first 5 episodes of One Piece, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and said, Little girl, your comics are very good. Do you want to publish them? I'm the boss of Shueisha. If you want to publish it, we can talk about the profit sharing now. Good. Bai nodded, a look of joy unconsciously appearing on his face. The middle-aged man smiled, pointed inside the house and said, Come to my office and talk. Good. Bai nodded and followed the middle-aged man inside. After the middle-aged man returned to the office, he first poured a glass of water in front of Bai and then sat in his office chair and spoke. Little girl, your comics are great. Just by reading the first part, I already want to read more. But little girl, you don't seem to be very old. What if you have to go to school or your parents don't allow you to paint? Drawing comics requires consistency. After all, our publishing house also has to consider the readers. Bai nodded. Don't worry, boss. I'm a ninja now, I have my own free time. Bai said as he took out his ninja badge from his ninja tool bag. When the boss saw the badge, his pupils shrank and all the thoughts in his mind disappeared instantly. When he saw this comic just now, he wanted to try to bargain for the price, but when he saw the badge, he panicked a little. After all, no one knew whether a child with such power would go crazy. What if he was stabbed by a knife because of the profit distribution? Besides, the child in front of him was able to become a ninja at such a young age. He must be a genius without a doubt. A genius must have a lot of connections, so it's better not to provoke him. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, so it's better not to provoke a ninja directly. After all, he is a rich man. How can he work hard to build such a fortune without some brains? The boss nodded, put the comic in his hand on the table and said with a smile, so that's how it is. Then do you know how much the profit from comics is? I don't know. But please don't try to trick me, boss. I have to go to the next store to see what the market is like. Bai answered the boss's question without hesitation. After all, he really knew nothing. Pretending to know everything would make him look stupid. The worst that could happen was that he would just run a few more laps to ask about the price. When the boss heard this, he smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, little girl, what I said just now was just a scare. Generally, the commission for physical comic books is 5% to 10%. But the comics you draw are very good, little girl. How about I give you 8%? After hearing this, Bai thought about it for a while and said, "That's it, boss, but I have a request." "What requirements?" The boss asked out of curiosity. He didn't expect the girl in front of him to agree so readily. If the girl's request was not excessive, he would still be willing to agree. Bai smiled, a charming smile plastered on his gentle face, and said, "Boss, can you promote the comics in the school? In this way, my classmates can see my drawings." "Really? But your classmates don't know that this painting was drawn by you?" The boss was a little surprised when he heard this question. He smiled and said, "It's okay, boss, that you can just use my real name. I don't need a fake author name, and I like to share my happiness with others." Bai's gentle smile seemed to have touched the boss, who nodded, stretched out his broad hand and said, "Hello, my name is Yamamoto. I will help you promote your business in the school for free. Happy cooperation." "Thanks." Bai nodded slightly and smiled sincerely at Yamamoto-seong. Yamamoto-seong's heart softened when he saw the little girl in front of him, as if he had seen his own daughter. A week later, Obito once again rushed to school. He was already late. Although he was used to being late, Obito, who was a simple-minded person, still wanted to get to school as soon as possible. Just as Obito was about to enter the school gate, a plump and delicate-faced woman grabbed Obito. After being grabbed, Obito immediately said anxiously, "Let me go, I want to go to school, I'm already late." The beautiful woman did not listen to what Obito said, but smiled and said, "Little friend, I have a comic book here, do you want to take a look? I don't read comics, I'm a good student. Let me go." Obito was so anxious that he couldn't even hold on to the beautiful woman in front of him, who was only 7 years old. The woman quickly said, "This is a comic drawn by your classmate Bai? Are you sure you don't want to take a look at it?" "Ah, really? Bai can actually draw comics?" Obito asked in surprise, then stopped and took the comic book to read. This comic book was not thick, and the plot recorded only reached the part where Red Hair was bitten on the arm by Sea King. It was this part of the novel that left Obito wanting more. The criminal, who had never read such a good novel before, couldn't help but ask, "Sister, is there a sequel to this book?" "Haha, of course there is, but you have to wait for a while. But you have already finished reading the book, so you must buy it. Sincere offer, 100 taels." The elder sister looked at the confused Obito in front of her with a triumphant smile on her face. Obito looked at the elder sister's smile, curled his lips helplessly, and took out the money in his pocket with some pain and said, "For you. Good." The young lady nodded with satisfaction, looked at the empty school, and turned around to go home after completing her task. "I earned another 100 taels. When I get home, should I keep all the money or return it all? I'm really conflicted." The young lady looked at the money in her hand and walked home in a very troubled manner, while Obito looked at the comic in his hand and walked into the classroom absent-mindedly. "Teacher, here I am. Sorry, I am late again." After Obito entered the classroom, he said very skillfully. Saratobi teacher on the stage glanced at Obito and said very skillfully, "Go stand at the back." "Oh." Obito walked helplessly to the back of the classroom, then quietly put his school bag on the ground and watched the teacher teach attentively. However, the class was very boring. For Obito, who failed completely in cultural studies, he didn't understand any of the knowledge the teacher taught, especially the comic he just read, which made him want to read it again. After holding it in for a long time, Obito finally made up his mind and quietly took out one piece from his school bag and started reading. The teacher Saratobi above noticed Obito's little movements below at the first time, but he just glanced at it lightly and then looked away. The teachers in the ninja school are like this: if you want to learn, you learn, and if you don't want to learn, then forget it. If you fail to graduate, you will either be expelled or given a ninja number and sent to be killed during the war. Obito's actions also attracted many students sitting in the back row. After seeing Obito's actions, these students first looked at him curiously. The girls would look away, while the boys would become even more curious about what kind of comics Obito was holding that was worth him risking being scolded by the teacher. It was not until the bell rang and the teacher left on time that the students rushed up to Obito. "What are you looking at, Obito?" Tuberculosis Moonlight Gale came over and took a curious look at the contents of the book. After just one glance, Moonlight Gale said in surprise, "Isn't this the comic promoted by the young lady outside the school? You actually bought it? Why can't I buy it?" Obito was a little confused when he heard this. Moonlight Hayate smiled and said, "Think about it, if this book sells well, why would it be promoted here? It must be because this book really can't be sold, so they are trying every means to sell it to some students who are not very smart." "Moonlight Gale, you actually called me stupid." When Obito heard this, he immediately became anxious. He put the comic book on the table and rushed over to play with Gecko Hayate. Asuma Sarutobi looked at the comic book on the table curiously and walked over to pick it up to read. Many other classmates also came over. One Piece is naturally very attractive. Soon, these students were immersed in the plot, and some of them couldn't help but say in surprise, "Is it true that someone can have the ability to stretch at any time after eating a strange-looking fruit? And what's the use of this ability? What can you do after being stretched?" Yes, it's such a pity for this red-haired uncle. He lost an arm while saving others. This uncle is really a good man. It's a pity that I don't have the strength, but I still want to save people. I'm a bit overestimating my own abilities. Yes, but this uncle's spirit is still worthy of admiration. Why do I feel like this kind of elongated change is like a blood limit? So that's how it is. Is it the same principle as the penetration added by Gale? Of course it can't be a principle, but is there really such a limit to bloodstains? They can be stretched at will, and it feels so useless. Haha, yes, but is there really such a big fish? Could this Sea King be fake? Of course it's fake. These are all cartoons. They must be fake. What if it's true? Stop arguing, Obito's novel is quite good. Where can I buy it? I don't know, but there are only a few bookstores in our wood industry. If you look for them one by one, you will definitely find it. Obito, with several layers of dust on his face, was pressed to the ground and said breathlessly, "Oh, then I'm going to buy the next copy after school this afternoon. This is a very nice book. I just don't know who painted it. It was painted in vain." Obito, who was pinned to the ground, answered subconsciously after hearing this question. The others were also surprised when they heard this answer. They didn't expect that such a beautiful comic book would be drawn by. All the students had surprised expressions on their faces. After all, they didn't expect that such a beautiful comic book would be drawn by. I didn't expect that besides being beautiful, I can also draw comics. She's really amazing. I'm going to buy a copy to read when I get home. But haven't you already finished reading it? Can't I go back and continue reading after I buy it? It's up to you. It's none of my business whether you waste money or not. All the students were surprised, astonished, and indifferent, but many of them had a deeper impression of the dialogue. During the mission, Bai, who was sitting in the shade of a tree to rest, suddenly looked surprised. Minato Namikaze, who was standing next to him, noticed that something was wrong with him and quickly asked, "Bai, what were you laughing at just now?" "I can't think of anything funny," Bai quickly perfunctorily answered, but the slightly raised curve and rosy cheeks made him look even more adorable and charming. Bai was very excited at this moment, because he heard a series of sounds of increasing favorability. Favorability value increased by 13. Favorability value increased by 15. Favorability value increased by 16. Favorability value increased by 12. Bai knew that so many consecutive increases in favorability points could not appear at the same time, and he was still on a mission, and was on a mission with his companions who he had been with for almost a year. He would definitely not gain so much favorability under such normal circumstances. The only possibility is that the favorability points brought by the comics have taken effect. It seems that his previous idea was correct. In just a short period of time, these classmates have contributed nearly 800 favorability points to him. I finally found a way to gain favorability without wasting time during the mission. After he returns, he will definitely continue his comic career, and sooner or later he will become a billionaire. Bai Mei thought happily, unable to suppress the anticipation on her face. Minato Namikaze glanced at the stunned Bai, shook his head helplessly and then said, "Bai, get up, it's time to do the mission." "Good." Bai nodded, and then immediately asked curiously, "Teacher Minato, what is the mission? It's so mysterious that they have to wait until we leave the village to tell us." Minato Namikaze smiled, looked at the surrounding environment full of rocks, and said, "It just so happens that we have arrived in the land of Earth now. Let me tell you about it. Our mission this time is to hand over intelligence to the intelligence base in a small town in the land of Earth. The intelligence we received this time is very important. I've delayed telling you about this mission until now because I'm afraid someone in our team might inadvertently leak the information." After hearing this answer, Bai nodded thoughtfully, dusted himself off, and walked towards the territory of the land of Earth with Minato Namikaze, who was already prepared. When they arrived at a border town in the land of Earth, Minato Namikaze took everyone to an inn and gathered them together. "We are on a secret infiltration mission this time, and the location of the intelligence transaction is too close to the Earth village. We had to dress up specially so as not to alert anyone. Okay, Minato-sensei, but I have other ideas. When Bai said this, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Namikaze Minato looked at Bai with a bright smile and nodded subconsciously. Kakashi looked at Bai with a wicked smile on his lips and felt a little uneasy in his heart. After a while, the four of them had finished dressing up. Bai specially dressed up as a lovely noble lady, and her appearance was so beautiful and charming. Kakashi took off his mask and turned into a servant with disheveled hair and wearing coarse linen clothes. Kakashi had a fair face under the mask, and with the upper half of his face and white hair, he looked like a handsome white-haired guy. Bai couldn't help but sigh at Kakashi's handsomeness after taking a look. Maybe Kakashi had to wear a mask because he was harassed by other students because of his appearance. Namikaze Minato picked up his samurai sword and looked around vigilantly. Inyazuka Tsurugi dressed up as a maid and followed Shiro in the carriage. The four of them followed the carriage all the way. They met many villagers along the way. After seeing this luxurious carriage, these villagers naturally did not dare to stop it. Moreover, the soldiers who were questioning the four people's identity stopped asking, ashamed when they saw Bai Joe on the carriage. After all, how could a girl with such outstanding looks and such fair skin be a dangerous person? Bai's face was very deceptive, and Bai and his group shook their heads. They marched along the official road into the land of Earth. The group took a carriage and soon arrived at a small town in the land of Earth. The town was not very prosperous, but it was located in the middle of the trade route. After entering the town, Namikaze Minato looked around vigilantly as a samurai. After making sure there was no danger around, he got on the carriage, lifted the curtain and asked, "Miss, where should we go next?" "It's almost time, let's find a place to eat." Bai's voice at this time became very gentle and pleasant. Anyone who heard it couldn't help but want to explore who was in the carriage. Many pedestrians passing by the carriage subconsciously looked towards it when they heard the sound. After seeing the majestic blonde guard, they had no choice but to leave. "Okay, miss." Namikaze Minato nodded, waved to Kakashi, and then drove the carriage to a hot spring shop. Minato Namikaze, wearing a samurai uniform, walked in front. When the servant at the door saw Minato Namikaze, he immediately walked over humbly and said with a smile on his face, "Sir Samurai, I wonder if you would like to use the private room or the public bath." Namikaze Minato said calmly, "My lady wants to take a bath, please prepare a luxurious single room for me. By the way, my lady is a noble of the Fire Nation. If you dare to neglect her, you will be in trouble." Namikaze Minato fully acted out the arrogance and domineering nature of the aristocratic class. The servant in front of him nodded and bowed hurriedly, with a lot of sweat on his forehead. The servant nodded quickly and called to the person behind him, "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and prepare the bathtub." "Yes." Many employees hurriedly turned around to prepare a good private bathroom. Namikaze Minato turned around and pulled open the curtain cleanly. Then a cute girl wearing a pink kimono, with white hair and black eyes appeared in front of everyone. I don't know how many people were mesmerized at that moment. They felt that they were seeing the princess of the Fire Nation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person have such noble, elegant and extremely beautiful temperament? In particular, the seductive aura he exuded made the common people around him, who only dared to look down at the nobles, feel their hearts beating fast. The guards at the door couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Minato Namikaze was also a little surprised at this moment, but as a determined ninja, he reacted quickly. He said respectfully, "Miss, please get out of the car." Bai nodded slightly, stretched out a white hand and placed it on Inyazuka-tsu's hand, then slowly walked down the carriage with her support. The movements are so skillful and light. Compared to a ninja, it is very difficult to perform in such a natural way. This shows that Bai's acting skills are still very good. After getting out of the car, Bai looked around, then with a cold face, he walked into the hot spring shop like a noble swan. The servant hurriedly and respectfully led Bai to a private swimming pool, and Minato Namikaze also got separated from Bai. All Bai had to do was to perform everything well to avoid being discovered. Entering the misty private bathroom, Bai looked at the steaming spoon and fell into deep thought. He looked at Inyazuka Tsurugi beside him and said a little embarrassedly, "Sister Claw, can you please go out now? Although we have to perform the whole act, how can I have the nerve to take a shower with you watching me in here?" Bai looked shy when he said this, and the delicate cheeks under the pink kimono and the blush on his face made him even more adorable. Inyazuka Tsurugi left the bathing pool somewhat disappointed, and Shiro then relaxed into the pool. Because of the large flow of people at this hot spring resort, Konoha's spy organization used it as a base for spies to exchange intelligence. Minato Namikaze left naturally to exchange information, but precisely because this place is a place for exchanging spy information, it is very likely to be watched by other people. Bai didn't dare to reveal that he was a ninja here, so he could only accept it honestly. But the one who was probably happier than Bai was Inyazuka Tsurugi, who looked like he was eating a lot. Looking at her rosy cheeks and loving eyes, Bai knew that this woman had gone crazy. Bai curled his lips helplessly. After washing the clothes and drying his wet hair, he walked out of the bathroom with a grim face. When Bai Yingnian walked out of the bathroom, he saw Minato Namikaze guarding the door. The first thing Bai saw was Minato Namikaze's inquiring look. Minato Namikaze nodded gently and said, "Miss, can we go now?" Then let's go, we're still far from our destination. Bai spoke expressionlessly in a clear and pleasant voice. His arrogant and cold expression and nonchalant attitude made people feel that Bai's identity must be extremely noble. Minato Namikaze had already paid the money. After taking a bath, Bai slowly got on the carriage, and then left in the carriage amid the envious and curious gazes of many civilians. After the few people got on the carriage, there was no unnecessary movement. Only after leaving the town did Minato Namikaze walk into the carriage with a smile on his face and said, "Bai, your opinion is very good. This mission has been completed perfectly. The ninjas monitoring the town were completely unaware of anything amiss with us, and the mission information exchange was also very good. But the intelligence for this mission is very important, so we must deliver it to the village quickly. Once the carriage moves a certain distance, we have to get off and run back to the village." Bai was a little surprised when he heard what Minato Namikaze said, and said with some confusion, "Teacher Minato, is it really necessary to be so anxious? If we leave the carriage and return to the original state after a while, we will probably be easily noticed." Namikaze Minato sighed and said, "There's no way. We are in the heart of the land of Earth. The information is too important. If we fail to bring the information back, the people mentioned in the information may cause a large number of casualties in Konoha in the future. So they have to send the intelligence back as soon as possible." "Okay, that's all we can do." Bai nodded helplessly. He wanted to sit in the carriage for a while longer. He hadn't had such a comfortable day for a long time, but unfortunately it didn't last long. The group quickly arrived in a carriage at a place 10 miles away from the town. It was already. The ninja walked forward and lifted the curtain. Seeing the very ordinary display in the carriage, he frowned slightly, climbed directly onto the carriage and began to search for useful information. In just about a minute, the ninja turned the carriage upside down, and at this time, the dozen or so ninjas behind him also caught up. Huantu walked over expressionlessly and asked, "How is it? Have you found out what the situation is with this convoy?" The ninja quickly jumped out of the car and reported with his head lowered, "Lord Huangtu, there is no information here." Huangtu nodded and looked expressionlessly in the direction of the land of grass and said, "This direction leads to the land of grass, and the spy we caught is a spy from Konoha village. The one who escaped is naturally from Konoha village. People of Konoha village, if you dare to come to our land of Earth to steal information, be prepared to lose your life. Come chase with me." After Wang Tu finished speaking, he jumped up and ran forward quickly on the tree branch. More than a dozen elite ninjas behind him also followed quickly forward. The whole team was getting closer and closer to the Minato team in front. Minato Namikaze ran forward with an expressionless face, and the entire team moved forward at a speed that everyone could bear. The distance from the land of Earth to the land of fire is a very long one. Even if Minato Namikaze were to travel alone at his speed, it would take him a whole day. What's more, they have to maintain a basic amount of chakra during combat, so their speed naturally cannot be fast. It would probably take another 2 days to reach the unearthed country. The group continued forward along the jungle beside the road. They tried to hide from anyone they met along the way. They were like savages, constantly moving back and forth in the jungle. Soon the sky darkened. Minato Namikaze found a hidden cave and walked in with a few people. Looking at the spacious cave, Bai couldn't help but sigh and asked, "Teacher Minato, why do we encounter caves every time we do a mission?" When Minato Namikaze heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He had never thought of this answer before. After thinking about it for a while, Minato smiled and said, "These caves are very suitable for practicing in seclusion and storing strategic materials, so these caves are likely to be the remains left by various ninja predecessors over the past thousands of years. But it is these caves that have saved us from a lot of trouble. After all, when camping outdoors, you are likely to encounter all sorts of situations." "Oh, I see." Bai nodded thoughtfully. After a while, a fire started in the cave, and the burning flames illuminated the faces of the 4 people. Bai looked at the expressionless Kakashi and asked with a smile, "Kakashi, how do you feel about this mission?" Bai looked at Kakashi with a sigh in his eyes. Kakashi had been a servant for most of the day. Bai had never seen Kakashi dress himself in such a messy way. The clothes Kakashi wore at that time were tattered, and it was obvious that he was an unwelcome servant. Kakashi just glanced at Bai lightly, then looked away. Bai looked away in boredom after seeing that his teasing didn't work. But Shiro didn't see the crimson cheeks beneath Kakashi's mask. The crackling sound of flames rang out in the cave. Just as a few people were talking and laughing, preparing to spend the night, Namikaze Minato, who was the strongest among them, suddenly became alert. "Get out of the cave quickly, the enemy is coming." Yes. The few of them did not hesitate at all and did not ask where the enemy was. It would be an extremely wrong decision to continue staying in the cave, a place that was extremely suitable for the Earth Country ninja to fight. The 4 people rushed out of the cave at an extremely fast speed. At this time, a drizzle was falling outside the cave, and the gray sky was about to plunge the entire earth into darkness. But in the darkness, Bai could still see the people approaching. Minato Namikaze took out his sword and said vigilantly, "There are 12 enemies, 3 standard elite teams. There is no time to evacuate. I will hold them back, and you guys retreat quickly." "Teacher Minato, there are 3 elite teams, and you may not be able to deal with them. Let's escape together." When Bai heard what Minato Namikaze said, he subconsciously said this. Minato Namikaze turned around and smiled and said, "Bai, teacher, you know my strength, and I have a special number of people who can evacuate quickly. Take this kunai with you, I will catch up with you after I am out of danger. Let's go quickly. The information is that the new Five Tails Jinchuriki of the Land of Earth is called Han, and he is a jonin in his 20s. Bai took the ninja tool and took a look at the word love engraved on it. Bai nodded in understanding and turned to the two people next to him and said, let's go. We are just holding the teacher back by staying here. We can't defeat 12 elite ninjas. Inyazuka, Tsumugi and Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but after Shiro ran off, they could only follow. Bai naturally didn't worry about Minato Namikaze's safety. Just based on the kunai in his hand, Bai didn't believe that Minato Namikaze could be killed by this group of people. At this time, the Third Ninja World War was approaching. As a ninja who had been on the battlefield, Minato Namikaze's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. In addition, with the Flying Thunder God coordinates in his hand, it would be difficult for Minato Namikaze to die. Bai ran quickly towards the land of grass, twice as fast as when he came here. Now it was a real life and death race, and they could no longer retain the chakra in their bodies like before. Minato Namikaze, who stayed in the distance, was soon stopped by 12 ninjas. Huang Tu, who was walking in front, took the lead and came to Minato Namikaze, looked at him and said, Ninja from Konoha village, hand over the information and I will spare your life. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, you must be Huang Tu, the son of the third Tsuchikage Onoki. Lois Azahe said impatiently, so what, just tell me whether you will hand over the information or not. Can you let me think for a moment? Namikaze Minato deliberately said it in a difficult way. Huangta said impatiently, what's there to be fuss about, either hand over the information or die, you have to choose one. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, but what if you kill me after I hand over the information, then my surrender would be in vain. Huang Tu was somewhat surprised when he heard this and asked back, so you know your final fate. Yes, for spies like you, whether you surrender or not, our village will squeeze out every last bit of your value. Either you hand over the information and we'll kill you immediately, or we'll catch you and torture you until you hand over the information. Huang Tu said viciously, but Namikaze Minato smiled without saying a word, still standing in the distance, looking vigilantly at the 12 people surrounding him. At this time, the team member next to Huangtu came to Huangtu and whispered, Mr. Huangtu, this yellow-haired guy is probably delaying time. After hearing this, Huangtu slapped the ninja backhand and said viciously, do you think I don't know? Come on, all of you. Two teams of ninjas quickly moved forward to encircle the group, and another team quickly chased after the other fleeing group. However, just when they were about to catch up, Minato Namikaze quickly appeared beside them. The spinning blue ball in his hand made them feel a huge threat, and the ninjas had to retreat quickly to avoid Minato Namikaze's actions. The ninja who narrowly avoided Minato Namikaze's attack wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the clothes on his chest that had been shredded by the Raiznon, swallowed his saliva and sighed subconsciously. It's too fast. This move of Minato Namikaze made Huangtu instantly alert. Looking at the unknown ninja in front of him, Huangtu said vigilantly, this is a powerful ninja that I have never seen before. He is so young, and it is very likely that he is a newly rising strong man in Konoha village. We can't let him escape. Otherwise, when he grows up, our village will likely suffer a great deal of damage at his hands in the future. Although Huang Tu is a bit stubborn, his strength and potential can still be seen. During the Second Ninja World War, Minato Namikaze was too young, and even though he had been on the battlefield, he was not very famous. But now, Minato Namikaze's speed alone is enough to make them feel frightened. If they continue to let the young man in front of them grow, their country of warriors will sooner or later suffer at the hands of this yellow-haired ninja. Perhaps this was the ninja's premonition. In the future, Minato Namikaze did let the land of Earth experience what the yellow flash was. Namikaze Minato still had a smile on his face, looked at the 12 ninjas and said, dear friends from the land of Earth, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? You dare to steal the information from our land of Earth, you're going to die. Come with me. Earth Escape, the art of flowing earth and rocks. Huang Tu didn't want to argue with Minato Namikaze at all. After such a long time, he could still tell what the yellow-haired man in front of him was thinking. The yellow-haired man in front of him was completely prepared to delay time and let his teammates escape to a safe distance before leaving alone. This confidence made Huangtu feel ashamed. As the son of the Tsuchikage, when had he ever been treated like this? He wanted to let the yellow-haired man in front of him feel what the will of stone was. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire earth began to shake up and down rapidly like a swamp, and then countless stones flew out from the swamp. It whizzed forward quickly, and the softened ground quickly spread and was about to reach Minato Namikaze's feet. Naturally, the others would not let it go at this time, and they all released the same number of people to increase the power of this move. The 12 people released the combined number of people together, and the entire earth began to ripple. Minato Namikaze jumped up and stepped on the black stones to avoid the attacks. However, the stones attacked faster and faster, and became more and more dense, so Namikaze Minato had to use the Raiznon in his hand to blow up several huge rocks. When the whole ninjutsu was over, the whole ground was bumpy as if it had been plowed by a monster. Namikaze Minato also landed safely among the treetops, and the blue ball in his hand was still spinning rapidly. Huang Tu was unwilling to accept that this attack had no effect, so he shouted, Earth Escape, the technique of earth-reflecting fish. Several other elite ninjas followed Huangtu in performing the same ninjutsu, and then quickly sank into the mud one by one. It seemed as if there were several more fish swimming above the entire earth, and it was impossible to tell where these people would come out the next moment. The ninjas who were still on the ground used the earth escape technique to attack again, and countless stones fell towards Minato Namikaze like cannonballs. Minato Namikaze looked at the series of actions of these people, and a gleam flashed in his sharp eyes as he quickly swung the ninja belt in his hand horizontally. A large amount of bitter flew directly over at an incredible speed. The ninjas on the ground had to block these ninja tools and let the bitter stick into the ground. However, there is a word love engraved on the handles of these bitter swords. These ninjas do not know how unjustly and quickly they died because they did not know the information about Minato Namikaze. Just when Namikaze Minato was ready for all his moves, the fish swimming under the ground could no longer bear it. Huangtu and the other two ninjas jumped up from three directions, and quickly chopped forward with the ninja skills and kunao in their hands. At this moment, Minato Namikaze was observing the number of people on the ground. 9 people, a few are missing. Where could they be? Forget it, we must deal with these people first. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to chop him with the blade that was whistling and breaking through the wind, a few ninjas thought they were about to succeed. A yellow light flashed instantly, and the yellow-haired man who was just far away disappeared instantly. Then, in Huangtu's horrified eyes, a series of flashes directly cut the throats of all 7 of his teammates. At this moment, the powerful Huangtu forcibly twisted his angle in the air and shouted, "Earth escape, hardening technique." In an instant, black earth-attributed chakra appeared on his body. The blue rays non-hit him, but it only made him fly out violently. After hitting several big holes on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the distance, Minato Namikaze was also looking at the yellow earth lying on the ground, panting. Huangtu looked at Minato Namikaze in surprise, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Looking at the 7 companions who died around him, Huangtu felt so regretful that his intestines turned green. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, but won't the remaining few come out?" Minato Namikaze looked at the ground with a smile on his face. In his eyes, there were several chakra reactions under the ground. Soon the ground cracked and 4 ninjas rushed directly over. Namikaze water the door flashed by, and then, in Huangtu's shocked eyes, the 4 people's throats were cut again. Minato Namikaze, who killed the enemy again, did not feel surprised, because after the 4 ninjas had their throats cut by him, they turned into white smoke and disappeared. When Minato Namikaze saw the situation, his pupils shrank and he became nervous. "I didn't expect these people to be shadow clones. Something happened to Kakashi, but my chakra is really not enough. Such a long-distance teleportation will definitely drain my chakra. But if I don't rescue them, something might happen to them. I can only hope they can hold on for a while." Minato Namikaze analyzed the situation in just a moment. After taking a look at the yellow soil that was not easy for him to deal with, he turned around and quickly chased in the direction the team left. Huangtu, who was watching Minato Namikaze warily, wiped the sweat from his forehead as he watched Minato leave. Huangtu looked at the dead teammates on the ground and said seriously, "I must tell my father about this when I get back. This yellow-haired ninja is too powerful. He poses a huge threat to our Earth Country ninjas." Huangtu felt very aggrieved when he thought of this, and kicked the stone next to him fiercely, saying viciously, "Just wait for me, one day I will twist off your head and give it to my companions as a sacrifice." Minato Namikaze quickly chased in the direction the team fled, but the previous battle delayed them for a lot of time, making it impossible to catch up in the first place. Minato Namikaze only hoped that the opponent he was catching up with the team would be weaker. As long as Bai and the others could hold on for 10 minutes, he would be able to catch up. At this time, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, the ground became muddy, and some moss grew on the wet tree trunks. In order to avoid falling, the team had to slow down. 3 people and a dog jumped between the branches, flying through the forest as fast as birds. Bai looked at Kakashi, who was panting beside him, and sighed helplessly, saying, "Kakashi, your physical strength is not enough. You have to exercise more when you go back. The stronger your strength is, the better your swordsmanship will be." Kakashi didn't answer after hearing this, but he had already taken Bai's advice into consideration and planned to do more physical training after returning. The breath of Itsukejum next to her was not disordered, perhaps because the girl developed early. The 3 of them moved forward. Just when they passed a fork in the road, Bai suddenly stopped, turned around and looked behind him vigilantly. Kakashi and Otsuka Zuru immediately noticed that something was wrong with Bai, and they stopped and turned around to look behind them vigilantly. They were an elite team that had been on missions together for half a year and had already developed an unspoken understanding. Sure enough, the next moment a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the dim ground, and a ninja with a lot of mud on his body suddenly stood up from the ground and shouted, "Earth escape, earth spear technique." A large number of sharp earth spears rose from the ground, and then flew forward as if controlled by the mind, preparing to poke the members of Minato's team standing on the treetops into hedgehogs at an upward angle. Wind escape, major breakthrough. Bai had already sensed the movement underground, but the sudden appearance of the ninja did not bring him much surprise. Instead, he calmly blew out a large breath of green air. The wind attribute chakra carried the force of a violent gust of wind, blowing all the dirt and hair back. The sharp stones instead became a boost to enhance the wind escape and achieve a major breakthrough. Earth escape, the art of earth formation and wall. Another short ninja jumped out from the ground and he quickly formed a few seals with his hands, and the wet ground became a 3-meter high and half-meter thick stone wall. The earth spears that were blown back only made a few deep dents on it, and then they lost all their power. Seeing this, Bai naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He instantly cast 5 seals in 1 second. Water escape technique, waterfall technique, water escape technique, rapid fire technique. Water escape, the art of river flow. The huge amount of chakra directly created a small lake on the ground. The water in the small lake quickly spread behind the earth array wall under the control of Bai's chakra. The surging lake water could wash away the 2 ninjas standing on the ground at any time, so the 2 ninjas quickly formed hand seals to release the combined forces. Earth escape, the art of earth platform. As the chakra surged, the ground shook violently, and then the land within 3 meters around the 2 ninjas rose directly upwards. The surging lake water hitting the cylindrical stone pillars had no effect, just when the 2 ninjas felt that they were temporarily out of danger. With a flash of silver light, Kakashi, holding a short blade, slashed down at an extremely fast speed, and the ninja in front had to block with a kunao. But how could such an inconvenient weapon as the kunao possibly block the short sword? The sword kept turning downwards under the action of the weight, and the blade of the short sword successfully left a bloody mark on the chest of the ninja. The ninja felt threatened and immediately opened his mouth and spat out a purple steel nail. Kakashi felt the threat and subconsciously turned his head to the right, while stepping on his left foot and quickly moving away from the ninja. After the steel nail flew out, it hit the tree trunk and the leaves shook 3 times because of the steel nail. At the same time, another ninja was knocked into the air by a black shadow that suddenly rushed forward. Just when the whole ninja was about to fall into the lake, another ninja suddenly rushed out from under the ground, hugged the whole ninja in his arms, and retreated several meters and jumped onto a tree. Inyazuka Tsumuji, who was about to give chase, saw that it was impossible, so he returned to the team powerlessly and stood beside Bai. Kakashi, who was standing next to him, wiped the scar on his right cheek and retreated to Bai's side with some lingering fear. The 3 ninjas from the Earth Village also gathered together vigilantly. The ninja who had just rescued people stood in the front and said with a little excitement, "I didn't expect there would be 3 such small guys. Haha, as long as we kill them this time, I don't know how much loss Konoha village will suffer. What I like most is to let you young people from the enemy country die at my hands. Haha, little guys, are you ready to accept death?" This ninja was a dwarf less than 1.6 meters tall, with an ugly old face wearing an excited and perverted smile, and the ninja vest on his body already revealed his identity. Bai Shuren Bulletin Shu was standing in front of him. He took a step forward and snorted coldly, "It's impossible to kill us. You are so old and still want to go to the battlefield. It seems that your country of Earth is really exhausted." Bai's ridicule made the ninja a little bit upset. He just looked a little older, so why did so many people always mock him for this? "You are a pretty little girl with a sharp tongue, but unfortunately you are our enemy. Don't worry, I will ensure that your body is intact. At least I will not let go of the body of a cute girl like you." After the ninja finished his perverted speech, he rushed forward with a kunao in his hand. Bai took the lead and rushed forward to fight with the ninja. The 2 teams immediately engaged in battle, and everyone found their own opponents. Bai became the backbone of the entire team. But Bai was very nervous inside. Although the ninja in front of him looked old, he was still very powerful and had the strength of a senior ninja. If it weren't for his high-level immortal body, it would have been difficult for him to hold this man back. Soon, he had several wounds on his body. Fortunately, these wounds gradually stopped bleeding due to his strong recovery ability, and they even showed signs of healing. The ninja on the opposite side became a little anxious when he saw that all his attacks were ineffective. He stepped back and shouted, "Earth shield, earth collapse." As the ninja slapped the ground, the surrounding ground quickly sank down a full 5 meters. Bai and everyone in the 2 teams followed the offline ground to the underground level in an instant. The ninja looked at his target, and after reaching it, he clapped his hands and shouted, "Earth escape, the technique of collapsing mountains and rocks." Suddenly, large rocks emerged from the sunken earth wall, and the huge rocks smashed down with enormous force. Bai and Kakashi looked at each other, and then the 3 of them rushed towards the center of the sunken ground. In this environment, earth escape is the most useful ninjutsu, but the people trapped become Team White, and this result is extremely disadvantageous to them. Only by getting close to the enemy and fighting in close combat can you avoid being drowned by large-scale ninjutsu. Bai, Kakashi and the other 2 quickly dodged the rubble that was falling from behind them and attacked the 3 Earth Country ninjas from 3 directions. But then the 3 Earth Country ninjas used joint ninjutsu again, and a huge earth platform rose again. Earth escape, rock bomb. Bai shouted loudly and dozens of basketball-sized earth balls appeared in front of him and smashed directly onto the earth platform. However, the enemies on the platform were obviously stronger than Bai and his men, and had more combat experience. The 3 of them quickly responded and shouted at the same time, "Earth escape, the earth's core shakes." As this powerful ninjutsu began, the entire earth moved rapidly, and the huge rocks above directly covered the entire white team and then smashed down heavily, preparing to bury everyone underground. Bai saw the situation and knew that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death, and he already had a way to block it, so he quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth release Earth formation wall X3. As soon as Bai Gang finished speaking, 3 triangular stone walls rose up, covering the 3 people who were at an absolute disadvantage, just like a tall pyramid. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of rubble buried the place where the 3 people were, and the powerful joint ninjutsu made the earth tremble. The Earth Country ninja team looked at the calm ground breathlessly. After a long while, the captain of the Earth Country said with joy, "It seems that our mission this time is completed. Haha, Captain Ueda, you are truly amazing. After completing this mission, we don't know how much reward we will get. Maybe I can exchange this broken ninja tool for a new one after I go back." In the eyes of the 3, there was no response from underground for such a long time. It must be that the little devil's ninjutsu did not block their joint ninjutsu, and their mission was completed. But just as they were about to turn around and leave, the earth suddenly shook and a prismatic pile of earth rose from the ground. Then the entire earthwork collapsed rapidly, and then a black shadow rushed out from the scattered earth and stone village. Bai jumped out, condensed powerful chakra in his hand, and punched the captain hard on the chest. The captain just spat out a mouthful of blood, slid on the ground for more than 10 meters, and then fainted. It was hard to tell whether he was dead or not. Team leader. The other 2 nervously watched the captain rolling twice on the ground, then turned around and stared at Bai fiercely, quickly forming seals with their hands and shouting, "Fire style, great fireball technique." It is impossible that the ninjas from the land of Earth only know the Earth Shield as a killing ninjutsu. These 2 ninjas clearly have outstanding fire attribute abilities, and their fireballs should not be underestimated. Bai jumped back several steps, and only stopped when he retreated to the group of teammates. Kakashi felt somewhat unwilling to see Bai retreating. He played absolutely no role in this battle. However, thinking of his current situation, Kakashi suppressed his uneasiness and gripped the hilt of the sword even tighter. Inyazuka Tsumugi looked at the 2 remaining enemies in front of him, smiled and said, "Anyway, your captain is dead. With your strength, it is impossible for us to get to the basket. At most, it will only cause some trouble, so get out of the way. Otherwise, you too will end up like your captain." Inyazuka Tsumugi still wanted to try to persuade the enemy to leave, but Bai next to him didn't think it was difficult to guess. Namikaze Minato had already given him such important information, so the pursuers behind him must be no small characters. Even death would drag them here. As expected, Inyazuka Tsume's words had no effect. The 2 ninjas still stood in front of the 3 men without changing their bad habits. Even their eyes became fierce, and it was obvious that they were ready to fight to the death. Bai looked at the other party calmly and said, "If your opponent is ready to fight to the death, I will deal with the one in front, and you and Kakashi will deal with the other one. Let's fight quickly and decisively, the enemy will catch up soon." After Bai finished speaking, he rushed forward, his pair of pink fists, surrounded by green fluorescence, carrying the sound of breaking wind, forcing the ninja to step back several steps. Just when Bai's first punch missed, the ninja rushed forward again and chopped down fiercely with the ninja's sword in his hand. Bai quickly formed a seal, and then the white smoke was picked up, and the remaining place turned into a piece of wood. The ninja's sword slashed on the wood and cut it in 2. 2 pieces of wood fell to the ground with a ping-pong sound, and then in a place where the ninja did not expect, a tender bud on the leaf instantly turned into a short white thing. Bai seized the opportunity and punched the ninja. There was an obvious sound of bone cracking in the ninja's jaw. The ninja was punched and a long line of blood was painted on the sky. But the ninja did not sit still and wait for death. When he was knocked into the air, he swung his ninja sword downwards fiercely. Bai stretched out his left arm to block it in an emergency. However, facing the sharp ninja sword, even if it was white, there was still a deep knife scar on the arm with chakra attached to it, which was visible to the bone. Bai held his injured arm with one hand and looked vigilantly at the ninja he had knocked away. At this time, there were a lot of blood drops on his body, and blood was still flowing from his left arm. The bright red blood from the enemy spilled on Bai's delicate face, looking very weird. The battle was basically over at this point, and the remaining ninja was in danger under the siege of Kakashi and Inyazuka Tsumugi. When the ninja saw that his last companion had been eliminated, he instantly became furious and mobilized all the chakra in his body and shouted, "Earth escape, the big hand of earth." 2 palms quickly rose from the ground on both sides, and the palms closed quickly like human palms. Kakashi and Inyazuka Claw had to leave the attack range. But what the 3 of them didn't expect was that the earth ninja didn't run away, but allowed himself to be beaten into a pulp by the 2 huge palms. The other 2 ninjas, he also destroyed his body in the final process in order not to leak any information. Bai Qiang endured the pain, looked at the scene ahead, and said with a smile, "It seems that the enemy's pursuit is not very strong, we can continue to evacuate." Inyazuka Tsumugi walked over and took Bai's arm with one hand, saying with some heartache, "Bai, is there anything wrong with your hand? Do you need some treatment?" "No problem. This knife only caused me some superficial injuries. As for treatment, forget it. Our mission now is to retreat as quickly as possible." After Bai finished speaking, he started running towards the land of grass without waiting for the 2 to reply. Blood kept flowing from Bai's arms along the way. Even if he tore up his clothes and used them as bandages, he still couldn't stop the flow of blood. It was not until Bai's face turned a little pale that the flying thunder god kunao on his chest began to emit heat. Bai took out the kunao and threw it forward, and then a yellow-haired man appeared in front of the 3 of them in an instant. Minato-sensei x3 Minato Namikaze turned his head with a smile on his face and looked at his team, but when he saw the deep scar on Bai's hand that was visible to the bone, his pupils suddenly shrank. Some came over nervously. Bai, are you okay? He forced a sickly yet very pretty smile on his pale face and said, it's okay. How can you be okay? Such a long wound, if the bleeding is not stopped in time, it will have a great impact on your future ninja career. Come on my back, I'll take you to Xiao Zheng in front to treat his wound. As Namikaze Minato said this, he was about to carry Bai on his back. Hearing this, Bai said with some concern, Teacher Minato, what if I leave any traces and the enemy catches up with us? We are still in the land of Earth. You don't need to tell me, Bai. Ever since you became my student, Kushina has already instructed me to keep you safe. Now that you're injured, I can't just stand by and watch you suffer hidden injuries from excessive blood loss, which will cause problems in your future ninja career. What's more, you are my student. As your teacher, I must save your hand even if it means taking certain risks. After saying that, Minato Namikaze ran forward directly, and Kakashi and Inyazuka Tsumuji behind him quickened their pace to catch up. However, from Bai's observation, there was a hint of reluctance and struggle in Kakashi's eyes. Bai looked at Kakashi's smug look and smiled sweetly at him. When Kakashi saw the smile, he was stunned. Just when he was about to stumble and fall to the ground without noticing, Kakashi came to his senses. Haha, Kakashi, you have to work harder in the future. Uncle Sakumo's reputation will depend on you in the future. When Kakashi heard this, a struggle flashed in his eyes, but in the end he nodded. Minato Namikaze, who had been observing the reactions of Bai and Kakashi in front, curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. Seeing the changes in Kakashi, Minato Namikaze felt very relieved. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen made Shiro drop out of school was because he saw that there was something wrong with Kakashi's mental state. After all, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, Bai's strength is still not as good as Kakashi's and his potential is limited, because Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen many civilian geniuses shine in school. But later on, because he had no powerful ninjutsu or inheritance, he became just like everyone else. If Bai had not suddenly injured 3 Uchiha ninjas by himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have really not taken Bai's talent seriously. As for Kakashi, his father is Konoha White Fang, and Kakashi himself is an extremely talented child with great strength and potential. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, even Danzo has been keeping an eye on Kakashi. Isn't it just to make Kakashi their thug? One day later, the yellow-haired Minato Namikaze was wearing clothes that only rich businessmen could afford, and was accompanied by 2 extremely disheveled children, Kakashi and Oatsuka Zuru. The little girl in his arms was pale and had a white bandage on her arm, which was stained with blood. Minato Namikaze hurriedly came to the gate of Kusagakur village with Bai in his arms. The 2 ninjas who opened the door saw Minato Namikaze's panic movements and immediately looked at him vigilantly. One of them walked up with a knife and threatened, "Who are you? Stop now. What are you doing here?" Minato Namikaze said in a crying voice, "Master Ninja, please save my sister. Our caravan encountered bandits on the way. In the end, we escaped under the protection of our servants. It's just that my sister's hand was cut by someone. I heard that there are medical ninjas in your village, so I hope to use money to place a task and let the adults of Kusagakur village treat my sister." The 2 ninjas who opened the door heard what Minato Namikaze said, looked at each other, then they nodded to each other, and the ninja who blocked Minato Namikaze immediately said, "The healing mission is a sea-level task of 10,000 taels, and you can't enter the village. We'll have the medical ninja out soon." Good. Minato Namikaze nodded quickly and sat down on the ground as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why Minato Namikaze's team appeared here was because the medical skills in this era were really poor. Unlike his previous life, there was no such thing as traditional Chinese medicine in this world, and the doctor in the small town was just a quack. After seeing what the doctor did, Bai directly refused the doctor's treatment. After all, he had never seen anyone smear mud on a wound. Did he think that the patient was not dying quickly enough? He had never seen such a wild folk remedy before. There was no other way. At Bai's strong request, Xianling's mother came over, squatted in front of Minato Namikaze, stretched out her hand, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arm covered with teeth marks. After seeing the arm covered with teeth marks, Bai pretended to be very confused and asked, "Big sister, why are there teeth marks all over your hands? Did someone bully you?" As soon as Bai said this, the ninja next to him immediately said impatiently, "Hurry up, if you want to treat it, then treat it. If you don't want to treat it, then forget it." The moment Xianling's mother heard Bai's words, tears immediately welled up in her eyes, but when she heard the impatient words of the ninja behind her, she forced herself to hold back the tears. "Take a bite." Xianling's mother stretched out her arm and picked a clean place without tooth marks for Bai to bite. Bai did not rush to bite it but pretended to be afraid and retracted his head, saying with some fear, "I want to cure the disease, I will not bite others. It is wrong to bite others," Bai said as he buried his head in Namikaze Minato's arms. But when he buried his head in Namikaze Minato's arms, he spoke directly and quietly. "Brother Minato, we rescued this red-haired sister." When Bai just said this, Namikaze Minato was still a little conflicted. After all, as ninjas of Konoha, it was a bit unreasonable for them to rob people from other ninja villages. But Baikei didn't care about that. He believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely be happy after rescuing this member of the Uzumaki clan. Especially since Xionling's mother is a woman, it is possible that Konoha village will produce another Uzumaki bloodline in addition to Uzumaki Kushina in the future. And because of custom, Xionling's mother will definitely change her surname in the future. Maybe the Uzumaki bloodline will no longer have the surname Uzumaki. The Kyuzaga-core ninja next to him frowned when he saw Bai's action and said in a somewhat grim tone, "Kid, you better think it over carefully. If you don't bite her to heal her, you will bleed to death sooner or later. Do you want to get yourself killed or do you want to bite her?" The ninja's sinister threat made Bai, who was disguised as a girl, tremble with fear. Bai looked at the ninja with some fear, then nervously pulled Xionling's mother's arm and bit it. After taking this bite, Xionling's mother frowned slightly and her face became even paler. Bai was a little surprised when he felt the sweet and fishy taste coming from his mouth, because he found that after he drank the blood, he actually felt a surge of vitality flowing into his body. Then he felt an itchy sensation at his wound. After feeling the itchiness, Bai reached out and tore off the cloth on his hand to reveal the wound. The wound that had already scabbed over healed quickly, falling off to reveal a white and smooth arm, at an astonishing speed. Bai looked at Minato Namikaze and surprised. Minato Namikaze was also a little surprised and looked at Xionling's mother in amazement that he had some doubts before and thought that she was just a woman with red hair. From now on, he was really sure that the person in front of him was indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan, because he had learned from Uzumaki Kushina that only members of the Uzumaki clan had special physiques that only certain members of the Uzumaki clan could awaken. And this blood that can heal other people's injuries is a symbol of the Uzumaki family's abundant vitality. The ninja saw Bai's arm, and after it was healed, he walked over and said, "Okay, it's healed, you can go." Minato Namikaze stood up with a smile and said, "Okay, Master Ninja, I'll leave now." "Wait." Namikaze Minato said as he turned and prepared to leave, and made a gesture to Bai as he turned. However, Bai did not follow Minato Namikaze's arrangements. He stood up and walked to the ninja, who opened the door with some gratitude. He took out a candy from his pocket and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, Ninja-sama." The gatekeeper ninja snorted coldly, slapped the candy away and said, "Get out of here. If you weren't my employer, I wouldn't care about you so much." After saying that, the ninja who opened the door was about to drive people out. Just as the ninja approached Bai, a kunai suddenly appeared in Bai's hand, followed by a flash of a knife. The ninja covered his throat in disbelief, and retreated several steps with blood bubbles spitting from his mouth. He pointed at Bai and wanted to say something, but he only spat out a few bubbles of blood and finally fell down. The other ninja who opened the door had his pupils shrink. Just as he was about to call for help, a knife pierced his chest. A small hand pressed his chin, making him speechless. Kakashi's movements were swift and quick, while at this time Namikaze Minato had already eliminated all the secret sentries around him. During the whole process, only Inyazuka Tsumuji failed to react. Ah woo! Xionling's mother was about to call for help, but her mouth was suddenly covered by Bai, who comforted her and said, "Big sister of the Uzumaki family, come with me. I know another member of the Uzumaki family named Kushina. I'm here to rescue you. You will only experience endless pain here. You should know that people like you will eventually die because their vitality is sucked away. You can only survive if you leave here." Xionling's mother calmed down after hearing this. All these years of escape had made him able to remain calm in the face of difficulties. Minato Namikaze walked over and said, "Let's leave quickly, can you go?" Xionling's mother shook her head. Her body was very weak and she couldn't even eat enough. How could she run long distances? Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze squatted down and let Xionling's mother lean on his back. Xionling's mother knew that no matter what, she would be punished when she returned, and might even be beaten. Although she would not die in the end, her future was still very bleak. Moreover, she did not think that the person in front of her would let her go. She felt that if she did not leave, she would still be rather than killing him. It's better to follow this group of people and try your luck. Xionling's mother leaned on Minato Namikaze's back, and then Minato Namikaze quickly left the gate of Kyuzagakure village, and the three little ones quickly followed. When he was halfway there, Bai did not forget to stop and released a total of 4 shadow clones to block the enemy. Soon the smell of blood woke up the ninjas who were staying in the village. Following the smell of blood, a grass ninja saw his dead companion at the gate of his village and his eyes widened up. Then he turned around in disbelief and rushed into the grass ninja village shouting, "The enemy is invading, the enemy is invading. How could there be enemies there? Enemy attack, enemy attack." The Kyuzagakure village had begun searching the entire village because they didn't know that the enemy hadn't entered. Only after they had searched the entire village did they realize that the enemy hadn't entered. In the end, they had to follow the footsteps of Watergate's team again. They had already wasted more than 20 minutes going there and back. A dozen ninjas formed a team and quickly followed the direction of the footprints. When they passed a forest, the dozen ninjas stopped chasing in an instant out of vigilance. The forest here is very dense and the surroundings are very quiet without any chirping of insects or birds, which is very abnormal. A dozen or so grass ninjas quickly dispersed and began to slowly search for possible enemies in this place. Just as a grass ninja approached a bush, a shuriken flew out instantly and pierced his throat before he could react. "The enemy is here. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind escape, major breakthrough. Thunder escape, the chaotic ninjutsu, carrying wind pressure, directly hit the grass, blowing the entire grass into pieces. When the smoke and dust dissipated, only a gray-black trace and some black dead branches were left. Just as many grass ninjas were still looking around vigilantly, 3 identical voices suddenly rang out from 3 directions of the woods. Water style waterfall technique. As soon as the 3 voices finished speaking, the sound like a pouring flood made the faces of the people present change drastically. The grass ninjas used various means to either jump on the huge trees or hang in the air with the help of something to avoid the sudden flood on the ground. The flood swept away everything, and the place was completely deserted. When the flood subsided and all the grass ninjas were still in shock, the whole forest became very quiet again. These grass ninjas looked around vigilantly and searched separately under the leadership of a senior ninja. When they finished searching the surroundings, they found that the enemy had disappeared long ago. The senior ninja cursed viciously, "Don't let me know who is teasing our Kyuzagakur, otherwise I will tear you into pieces." Not to mention how difficult it was for the people from Kyuzagakur to chase them. The land of grass is very close to the land of fire. The group ran for several hours before reaching the territory of the land of fire. At this point, the ninjas from Kyuzagakur no longer dared to chase them. In this way, after slowing down the pace and passing several inspections, Bai took Xionling's mother to the gate of Konoha village. Bai pointed at the gate of Konoha village and introduced it to Xionling's mother, Sister Xionne. "This is our Konoha village." Not bad, right? During this time, Uzumaki Kana had calmed down under Bai Wenro's attack and believed what Bai said. After seeing the gate of Konoha, Uzumaki Kana nodded. The gate of Konoha is indeed grand compared to other villages, but it is nothing. After all, it is just a village, and the gate can't be much better. Bai took Uzumaki Karen, Namikaze Minato, and others to the Hokage's office. As soon as they entered the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately noticed a red-haired figure in the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at first, then relaxed and nodded with satisfaction. Has Minato completed his mission this time? Minato Namikaze still had a gentle smile on his face as he placed the scroll in his hand on the table and said, "Hokage, the mission has been completed. It's a pity that we were pursued by the enemy on our way back. It is very likely that our companions at the intelligence point have already." Namikaze Minato stopped talking here. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly and said, "Minato, this is not your fault. They are the heroes of the village. I will ask Abe's people to arrange the pension later. Their children will also be taken care of by the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he put the information scroll back under the table, then looked at the red-haired Uzumaki Kana and asked, "Who is this girl?" Namikaze Minato stood up and told the cause, process and outcome of the incident. After understanding everything, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Bai and said with a smile, "Bai, you did a great job. The Uzumaki family was once an ally of Konoha. It was our fault that we failed to help the Uzumaki family overcome the difficulties. It is our responsibility as Konoha village to help the members of the Uzumaki family at this time. Your name is Uzumaki Kana, right? You will go to the Umbu for review later. Once you pass the review, you can become a villager of Konoha village and live there. From now on, Konoha village will be your home." Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, but Bai didn't believe a word he said. God knows what Sarutobi Hiruzen will do to Uzumaki Kana next. What's more, a member of the Uzumaki clan is a natural container for the Nine Tails. What if the people of the root find out and Danzo takes the person away? Bai directly stood up and said, "Grandpa Hokage, what's up?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Bai with satisfaction that he quite liked this disciple of his great-grandson. Not only was he polite, humble and obedient, he was also very talented and would likely become his assistant in the future. "I want Sister Uzumaki Kana to live with me. He is so pitiful that he has always been exploited by the people of Kyuzagakur. Besides, she and Sister Kushina are from the same family. If she follows me, she can also reminisce about the past with Sister Kushina." As soon as Bai finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Bai, it is necessary for everyone who enters the village to cooperate with the Umbu investigation. This is for the sake of the lives of the villagers, and it is not a rule that can be broken casually." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want anyone to get close to the Nine Tails, let alone a member of the Uzumaki family. Bai frowned slightly when he heard this and then said, "Well, Grandpa Hokage, my old house has been empty for a long time since I moved out. How about Sister Kana living in my house?" After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uzumaki Kana, who had no chakra left in her body, and nodded. "That's fine. Shiro, you must take good care of your new companion." "Okay, I will." Bai nodded in assurance. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid that extra people would come into contact with Uzumaki. Uzashina Kushina or the Nine Tails within him. These old bastards are really no good. They kept someone under guard for a weapon, but in the end, it was still robbed and it was all useless. Bai turned to look at Uzumaki Kana and said, "Sister Kana, come with me, I will take care of you from now on." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Uzumaki Kana looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with some gratitude, then turned around and walked out with Shiro. The two of them walked all the way to the street. Bai looked at Uzumaki Kana, who was very scared of the surrounding Puppet Mountain environment, shook his head helplessly, and walked over to hold her hand. Don't be afraid, Sister Kana. No one here will use you as a blood bag. We have our own medical ninja and Lady Tsunade, and I will protect your sister Chana. Bai patted his chest and guaranteed that maybe Bai's little hand had some magic. After Chanel held this little hand, her fear and confusion calmed down a little. Then he let the little man in front of him pull him along the street. Uzumaki Kana looked at Bai's delicate and lovely profile with eyes full of curiosity and attachment. Although she didn't know what her future would be like, she was moved by the sincerity of the girl in front of her. In particular, the affinity that the girl exuded made her feel that it would be a very happy thing if she could live with this little girl and lead an ordinary life in the future. Bai pulled Uzumaki Kana back home. As soon as she opened the door, a foul smell that had been trapped for a long time forced her to take several steps back. Looking at the dusty room, Bai said somewhat embarrassedly, Sister Chanel, this room is where I lived a year ago. Because I haven't lived here and haven't cleaned it for such a long time, it has become a little dirty. You take a break first, I'll clean this place now. After Bai finished speaking, he quickly picked up the broom and mop to prepare to clean, but as soon as Bai started, Uzumaki Kana joined in and cleaned with Bai. Bai didn't refuse. Sometimes asking people to do things is the best way to divert their thoughts. What's more, he would feel more at ease if Uzumaki Kana could help Bai clean up. Only in this way will Uzumaki Kana not feel that she is dispensable. Besides, it will take a lot of time for Bai to clean the whole room by himself. Having someone to help can save at least half the time. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in his seat with a pipe in his mouth, looking at the mission report submitted by Namikaze Minato. Puff. The door was kicked open, and needless to say, the person who walked in was the most arrogant elder Danzo in the entire Konoha. After Danzo walked in, he slammed the table and said without saying a word, Hiruzen, leave Uzumaki Kana to me. This is a very good container for the Nine Tails. If anything happens to the Nine Tails in the future, we still have a second target. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of white smoke and sighed, Danzo, you know that Konoha has let down the Uzumaki clan. If we even want to target the last member of our ally, aren't we even worse than villains? Compared to the safety of the village, an ordinary Uzumaki clan member is nothing. This is their luck. After all, not everyone can contribute to the village. Danzo still said with his face resting on the pillow. His attitude was very firm. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head shamelessly, recalling the scene of the girl who was in her teens but had no chakra at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, that girl is already in her teens. There probably isn't much room for improvement for her if she wants to become a ninja. Instead of letting her become a long-lost container, it is better to let her marry a ninja in the village and successfully continue the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan for our village. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Danzo immediately knocked on the table and said, leave the person to me. We in the Shimura family have many young talents. That's enough, Danzo, we shouldn't interfere with other people's feelings. I believe Uzumaki Kana will choose a suitable man to marry. Huri/you. Danzo's chest was heaving with anger. After he calmed down for a while, Danzo said coldly, Hiruzen, you will regret it. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this with a cold face. His words made Danzo so angry that he slammed the door and walked out. This was the majesty from the Hokage. Even if Danzo was so arrogant, he would not dare to openly refute the authority of the Hokage. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the sky outside the window and murmured, the Uzumaki bloodline is indeed a very good blood limit, but I don't know if the younger generations of the clan can trick people over. If possible, the Uzumaki clan can disappear. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and turned back to continue working seriously. To him, this matter was just a small episode. The current Nine Tails Jinchuriki was under very good control and there was no need to prepare a backup. After all, the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki was still young. Moreover, he didn't think that a child without even chakra could suppress a powerful monster. Letting her be a container would only lead to her premature death. Bai bent over and mopped the last area on the floor, then heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. At this moment, a beautiful hand reached out, holding a towel and wiping his fair and tender cheeks. After wiping all the sweat off his face, Bai smiled and said, Sister Chanel, you will live with me from now on. No one will bully you here. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I will beat him up. Uzumaki Kana waved her hand and said somewhat flatteredly, no need, it's already very good to me that you rescued me from Kusagakur. Now you have given me a place to live, I really don't know how to repay you. Haha, there's no need to repay me. How about this, I'll go back home and live there in the future. Sister Chanel, how about you be my nanny? I will pay you a salary, and in the long run, you will be able to take root in Konoha village and live a good life in the future. Uzumaki Kana quickly shook her head and said, no, cooking is just a piece of cake. I should also thank you for letting me live in your house. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what kind of pain I would be suffering now. By the way, little sister, what's your name? I'm not a woman, I'm just good looking. My name is Yusuji Bai. Ah, how is that possible? Uzumaki Kana covered her mouth with her hands in disbelief, and spread her hands without further explanation. She had been misunderstood so many times that she had become accustomed to it over time. There was nothing she could do about it since he was so cute and smelled so good. Okay, Sister Chanel, you stay home first. I'll go buy some vegetables and cook. I'll go with you. Good. Bai nodded and said, show me Chanel, he will definitely have to live in Konoha village in the future, so it's okay to take him to familiarize himself with the environment of Konoha. At dinner time, Bai sat opposite Uzumaki Kana and ate the delicious food in big mouthfuls. In order to save time during long missions, ninjas usually just eat military ration pills to deal with it. Bai is not a powerful ninja and naturally has no special privileges, so he can only do this. But after nearly 10 days of going back and forth, his appetite was almost starving. Now that he finally had the opportunity to eat and drink to his heart's content, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Sister Chanel, your cooking is so delicious. Really? Then Lord Bai, please eat more. Uzumaki Kana said this a little reservedly. Seeing how reserved she was, Bai said helplessly, Sister Kana, there's no need to be so reserved, we're all companions now, so we should help each other instead of treating ourselves like servants. Uzumaki Kana shook her head and said, Lord Bai, if you hadn't taken me out of Kusagakur village, I would definitely have lived a miserable life. To thank you for saving my life, let me be a servant in your house from now on. Ah, this is really unnecessary. Bai felt a little awkward after hearing what Uzumaki Kana said. He really didn't want to treat others as his servants. Although the current ninja world was still somewhat corrupt, it was just a place where the thoughts of the common people were still based on the memory of equality in their previous lives. He really couldn't use others as his servants, but Uzumaki Kana's determined eyes made him reluctant to refuse. Okay, Sister Chanel, you can leave whenever you want. Just tell me. I have 100,000 taels of cash to give you. This money is for our food expenses. We will live here from now on. Good. Uzumaki Kana didn't act pretentiously. After taking the money, she sat quietly opposite Bai and fulfilled her servant's duties. Bai was a little uncomfortable at first, but after feeling Uzumaki Kana's meticulous care, he relaxed and let her do anything. Just when the two were about to finish their meal, there was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a familiar, fiery voice coming from outside the door. Bai, open the door for me quickly. Bai knew who this familiar voice belonged to the moment he heard it. Wasn't it Uzumaki Kushina's voice? But that was also true. Namikaze Minato would definitely tell his girlfriend about this when he got back. Uzumaki Kushina usually looks carefree, but she is very lonely inside. When she heard that her boyfriend found her people outside, she naturally went to find her people as soon as possible. Here it comes, don't be anxious. Bai quickly trotted over to open the door. He was really scared that Uzumaki Kushina would get impatient and tear down her own door. After opening the door, Uzumaki Kushina with red hair walked in carelessly and looked around. The first person she saw was Uzumaki Kana sitting at the dining table. Her fiery red hair was so similar to hers. When Uzumaki Kushina saw that person, her eyes immediately filled with tears. She walked over and hugged Uzumaki Kana. Sister Chanel, I didn't expect you to be alive. How is the third elder? Bai was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then Bai realized that Uzumaki Kana's identity seemed to be no simple Chin. But that's true. There is a setting in the Naruto world that bloodline is paramount, and only the purer the bloodline of the clan, the greater the potential. As a member of the Uzumaki family who can awaken Kagura's mind, Xianling's mother's bloodline is naturally not bad, and it is very likely that she is a direct descendant. As for why Uzumaki Kana has no chakra, it is very likely that Uzumaki Kana was still young and had not practiced when her clan was exterminated. Uzumaki Kana also hugged Uzumaki Kushina with her backhand. Her eyes were red and a feeling of sadness lingered in the whole room. Bai didn't want to interfere with their reminiscing, so he could only turn around and leave the room, close the door and wait for them to reminisce. This kid is quite sensible. Uzumaki Kushina curled her lips and turned to look at Uzumaki Kani and said, Cousin Kani, this place is really too small. How about you come to the Senju clan land and live with me in the future? Don't worry, there is only one sister Tsunade left in the Senju family. If we go and live together, it won't disturb her. When Uzumaki Kushina said this, her eyes were filled with expectation, but what disappointed her was that Uzumaki Kana shook her head and glanced outside the door. Her eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the door and see the lovely figure outside and said, I don't need to move. Lord Bai saved me, and I need to serve him. I can't forget the life-saving grace, and I feel very comfortable living with Lord Bai. He's just a little pervert. If you follow him, you will be ruined by him sooner or later. It's better for you to come back with me and marry whoever you want. Uzumaki Kushina curled her lips. She had been unhappy with this kid Bai for a long time. He was obviously her adopted brother, so why did he sleep with Tsunade every day? Was it because she was the eldest one? When Uzumaki Kana heard what Uzumaki Kushina said, her pretty face turned red. Recalling that cute figure, she said a little embarrassedly, actually, it's not impossible. Lord Bai is a very cute boy. It will definitely be good when he grows up. I don't mind if that's possible. Uzumaki Kana's words made Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widen, and then she snorted coldly and stopped talking about this topic. She knew Bai's charm. Bai's charm plus a life-saving grace could really make people fall into it and unable to extricate themselves. Seeing the appearance of the only remaining member of his tribe, he must have been bewitched by that boy. Kana, now that you've come to Konoha village, you'll definitely need to be able to protect yourself. Konoha village is still not safe. I was almost kidnapped by people from the hidden cloud village before. Seeing that you have no chakra, the third elder should be dead. Uzumaki Kana lowered her head and replied in a whisper as thin as a mosquito. Uzumaki Kushina was not surprised. Instead, Uzumaki Kana said expressionlessly, in the next period of time, I will teach you the chakra refining technique and the sealing technique unique to our Uzumaki family. In this way, you may be able to help buy in the future. Buy savings are not much. If you can make a sealing scroll in the future, you may be able to enough to supplement the household income. If Bai dares to bully you in the future, you can use the diamond blockade to beat him. When Uzumaki Kana heard what Uzumaki Kushina said, she immediately thought of the scene where she used the diamond lock to hang Bai up and beat him. Her pretty face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Oh, okay, I'll teach you chakra extraction technique first. Uzumaki Kushina has grown up a long time ago. Through various experiences over the years, she knows that strength is the foundation of everything. Although she is usually carefree, she is still very meticulous in her thoughts. Otherwise, she would never be able to learn the complicated sealing technique. Her experience in the village over the years made her realize that it is better to rely on herself than on others. For the sake of her own people, and to ensure that the sealing technique can be inherited in the future, it is also very necessary to pass the sealing technique to her own people. What's more, now that their family has become like this, there is no need to retain the family's direct line. Doing so will only cause the family to become increasingly desolate. Learning chakra refining techniques is the foundation of ninja, Kana. You are not young anymore, and it will be difficult for you to have strong strength in the future. But being old also has its advantages. If you want to become a ninja, you have to refine chakra, and refining chakra consumes the vitality in your body. For children, experiencing chakra too early will only shorten our lifespan. This is also the reason why most retired ninjas in the ninja village will not live beyond 50 years old. But this shortcoming is dispensable for us in the Uzumaki family. With the bloodline of our Uzumaki family, refining chakra will not only not deplete our vitality, but will make our vitality more vigorous. Moreover, the people in our Uzumaki family have extremely rich chakra. If our Uzumaki family had not been so biased, perhaps our family would not have been destroyed. Uzumaki Kushina felt a little disappointed when she said this, and Uzumaki Chanel also felt a little disappointed when she heard this, although he didn't know what had happened to his family before the genocide. But when she saw Uzumaki Kushina's lost look, a sadness welled up in her heart. The two looked at each other in silence and finally hugged each other and started crying. The suppressed emotions of more than 10 years finally found an outlet, and the result was naturally tears. It was a pity that no one could appreciate the two women's actions. After they were almost done, Uzumaki Kushina wiped the tears from her face and said, okay, let's continue. Good. Uzumaki Kushina taught Uzumaki Kana the chakra refining technique. Perhaps Uzumaki Kana was very talented, and she successfully refined chakra in less than half an hour on her first try. Perhaps it was because of his old age, or perhaps it was because of his extraordinary talent, but as soon as Uzumaki Kana tried to refine chakra, the chakra was very abundant. At least for a man-starved contestant like Kakashi, Uzumaki Kana's chakra could be described as Chukinla. Then Uzumaki Kushina explained a lot of things to Uzumaki Karen, from ninja knowledge to the situation of the village, to their own lives, and the two talked until night. The sky gradually became gloomy. After Bai finished his training, sweating profusely, he returned home carrying a pile of dishes. I'm back, Master Bai. Let me cook. I'm so sorry. Uzumaki Kana was in a much better mood at this time. Although it had only been half a day, he was already intoxicated by the life here. But she still didn't forget her decision. She walked over, took the bag from Bai's hand, and looked at the vegetables, fruits, and meat inside. While looking at him eagerly, he did not forget to smile and said, Master Bai, you and Princess Kushina can chat for a while. I will cook the meal. When I was in Kusagakur, I was often asked to cook. I am quite good at making some home-cooked meals. Uzumaki Kana's movements were very smooth, but Bai's nerve reaction naturally made it clear what she was saying. He just let it go. This situation was suspected of using others as servants. But Bai knew that Uzumaki Kana might have become very sensitive because of the pain she suffered in the past. If she didn't show her value, Uzumaki Kana might not even be able to sleep well. This is a very humble mindset, and it takes a long time to change it. Bai did not stop her but sat down opposite Uzumaki Kushina, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, Sister Kushina, how is Sister Kana? Have you started to get out of the shadow? Uzumaki Kushina shook her head, sighed, and said helplessly, Kana has suffered too much pain. The teeth marks on her hands are a bit creepy. There's no way. This kind of pain can't be dispelled in a short time. Only long-term companionship and comfort can help her heart gradually heal. But it doesn't matter. As the only remaining member of the Uzumaki family, I must take care of my people. Bai, why don't you bring Channa to the Senju clan's territory? Don't you know that this way we won't be separated in the future? Uzumaki Kushina's words left Bai speechless. This woman's brain wasn't working very well. Didn't she know who she was? The presence of one more person from the Uzumaki family has already made the top people nervous. After all, once Uzumaki Kushina is no longer the only container of the Nine Tails, others will have the opportunity to seize the Nine Tails and control it for their own use. Now Uzumaki Kushina has to live with this person again, which is even more challenging for the top management. Bai was sure that there were umbu or root guarding outside. If anything happened, the ninja army would definitely come in within a few minutes to suppress the situation. Bai shook his head and said, I've been staying at Tsunade's house for too long. It's okay for me to go home and stay occasionally, but I'm sweating all over now, so I'd better take a shower and clean my body first. Bai changed the subject and got up to go to the bathroom to take a shower. He didn't want this woman to continue asking him this troublesome question. No matter how he answered, he would be in a dilemma, so it was better not to answer. If he wasn't so strong now, he might have thought that there was someone hiding in the room. In the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade was tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. Tsunade, who couldn't sleep, finally sat up irritably and said, What's going on? I can't sleep for several days and the medicine doesn't work. Tsunade rubbed her sore eyes. She didn't understand why she couldn't sleep every once in a while. Tsunade was just about to pick up the bottle of wine from the side and take a sip of wine to get herself drunk, but suddenly she thought of who would stop her at this time. Sister Tsunade, it's not a good time to drink at night. By the way, how could I forget about him? He should be back today, why hasn't he come yet? Tsunade frowned slightly, waiting. She went out immediately without any time to sleep, as she couldn't fall asleep without Bai's company. At this time, Bai had finished taking a shower and walked out wearing a white t-shirt. Her white hair had grown out again, and her big round eyes were like a waterfall. Her delicate nose and fair and tender skin made her look so pure and beautiful. But the teardrop mole in the upper left corner made her look instantly weird. Kushina was mesmerized for a moment and couldn't help but sigh in the end. Bai, you are so cute. Kushina, it's almost done. Let's just sit down and talk. I'm not feeling well. Oh. Just as the two were chatting, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. Uzumaki Kushina was immediately furious when she heard the rude sound. As a hot pepper, she had never been humiliated like this before, and someone kicked the door open. Who on earth dares to kick my door? Do you want to taste my fist? It's me. I want to see if your fist is hard enough. Tsunade walked in expressionlessly, with a few obvious drops of sweat on her forehead. Bai was very confused when he saw the person coming. Tsunade came over and sat next to Bai without saying a word and said, Why didn't you go home for so long? Instead, you came here. Bai was a little confused. Isn't this his home? It's okay to come back once. Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly, grabbed one of Bai's arms, and said angrily like a child whose toy was taken away, Sister Tsunade, you are too nosy. Bai can go wherever he wants, and I am his sister first, why are you so domineering? After hearing this, Tsunade raised her head proudly and said with a smile, My fists are strong enough, so just come back with me. Bai was a little embarrassed that he came to his house specifically to let Uzumaki Kana have a place to stay in the future and not be so lonely. If he wanted to go back now, then his actions would not only be useless, but would make Uzumaki Kana feel abandoned. Shaking his head, Bai said firmly, Tsunade, you should have understood a lot of things over the years. The reason I stay here is to make Sister Kana feel better. If I leave, it will be more difficult for Sister Kana to integrate into the village, so I hope Sister Tsunade can fulfill my wish and let me live with Sister Kana for a while. After hearing what Bai said, Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at Kushina and then at Bai, then grinned and said, Then I will live with you too, Kushina, remember to go back early. Uzumaki Kushina was a little furious when she heard this, but she could do nothing about it. After all, because of his identity, even his freedom was restricted. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who agreed for him to come to such a far place this time. If she continues to live here, she will inevitably get into a lot of trouble. Uzumaki Kushina became a little angry when she thought of this. At this moment, she had the idea of rushing into the Hokage's office and beating Sarutobi Hiruzen up so that the old man would not dare to stop her and Bai from being intimate. But she was helpless. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage and she didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Even though with his strength, he could cause a lot of trouble to Sarutobi Hiruzen, she would not do such a thing for the sake of the village. Uzumaki Kushina curled her lips and said unhappily, It's my own business whether you care when I go back. Aren't you very interested in sealing techniques? Come here and I will explain it to you. Bai's eyes lit up when he heard this and he walked over and sat next to Uzumaki Kushina, wanting to hear more about sealing techniques. Sealing techniques are an extremely high-limit ability in this world, and the Chibuka Tensei that can create the moon is an extremely powerful sealing technique. Moreover, the sealing technique has not shown its limit in this world. Instead, the limit of the people in this world is so clearly visible because of their bloodline. This is also one of the main reasons why many people think that Bai has low potential. After all, his parents' strength and bloodline are too poor, so it would be strange if they could give birth to a monster like him. Bai's current sealing skills can only be considered as the entry-level stage. He had learned some in his spare time before. Now that he has the opportunity, he naturally wants to learn more skills that can save his life in the future. Bai felt the familiar fragrance and remained unmoved. Although his mind was full of yellow garbage before, he was now able to learn from it, which was rare. The three of them sat in a corner of the table, very harmonious and yet very contradictory. After Uzumaki Kana finished cooking all the food, she felt that the sitting posture of the three people was a little weird. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he prepared the dishes and chopsticks with a smile on his face and said, Master Bai, you can eat now. Okay, Sister Kushina, let's eat first. Good. Sister Tsunade, have you eaten? Would you like to have something to eat? All right. Neither Tsunade nor Uzumaki Kushina refused, as refusing would seem awkward, so they picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. The tempura and various dishes on the table were very tempting and whetted their appetites. Bai smiled, turned around and looked at Uzumaki Kana, who was standing respectfully beside him, and said helplessly, "Sister Chanel, we will be partners from now on, there's no need to be so formal." "It's okay, Lord Bai, you saved my life, and you will be my master from now on." Uzumaki Kana still said stubbornly that human trafficking still existed in this era. After all, it was still an era of aristocracy. So in Uzumaki Kana's view, the lovely Shiro Mirai who saved her life was her master. And every time she saw this incredibly beautiful master, her heart was beating fast, and she was very happy to let Bai in front of her be her master. There was even an inexplicable sense of anticipation, as if he was expecting the little master in front of him to grow up quickly and do things in the future that only a master and servant could do. "Then Sister Chanel, you should come up and eat first. After all, it's your cooking." "No, Nus." Just as Uzumaki Kana was about to refuse, a golden and crispy fried tempura was stuffed directly into her mouth. Feeling this rare taste in her mouth, Uzumaki Kana couldn't help but tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. God knows what kind of life she had lived in Kusagakur village before. She still remembers the pain of being coveted almost all the time and the environment of not having enough food and warm clothes. Bai walked over and wiped the tears from the corners of Chana's eyes, pulled her to sit down, took the bowl and chopsticks and personally served her a bowl of white rice and said with a smile, "Sister Chana, this rice was cooked by you. How can you not try it? Eat it quickly. There is no distinction between master and servant here. We will be companions from the same village from now on. Don't be so unfamiliar." Bai's gentle comfort made Chanel feel the warmth she hadn't felt for a long time. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten her past pain. Chana raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, forced out a beautiful smile and said, "Okay, Bai, you should also try the food I cooked." "Good." Bai nodded, and Kushina and Tsunade stopped arguing. They finished the meal while talking and laughing, and it looked very warm. After finishing the meal, the four of them cleaned up the table together, and then they sat down at the table facing each other. Bai looked at the sky outside, which had become completely gloomy, and said to Chanel, "Sister Chanel, you can live in the room on the left. That room used to be where my parents lived, and now it's just right for you." "Sister Kushina and Sister Tsunade, why are you still here? It's getting late and we still need to rest. I have a lot of training tasks tomorrow." After hearing this, Tsunade snorted coldly, grabbed Bai and said viciously, "Why don't you bring Chana to where we live instead of bringing her here? Do you look down on me? Do you think I can't even bear to leave my room?" "Ha." Bai felt a little embarrassed when his collar was pulled. In order to divert attention, Bai had to say, "Sister Tsunade, there is really no other way, just don't ask. It's good for Sister Kana to live with me. I can live here with her and take care of her. Besides, the Senja tribe's land is too spacious. If you want to communicate with people around you, you may have to walk for several minutes. It is not suitable for Chana to decide to integrate into the village." "Haha, do you think I will believe what you say? Now follow me, I'll tell you about the old man." Tsunade couldn't care less. She couldn't sleep at night without the pillow in front of her to keep her company. She couldn't let the pillow run away. Bai was very helpless. Tsunade was too stubborn. No matter whether Tsunade would go and argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen or not, Bai could not live with Kana and Kushina. Although Kana has no chakra, what if Kana is a spy from another village and stabs Kushina to death when she is not prepared, causing the Nine Tails to break free from its cage and escape? This is not an impossible thing. Even if she is not a spy from another village in the future, as long as her mind is controlled by some ninjutsu and she does all this, it will also cause irreversible consequences. Bai is just a small fry now and has no ability to take responsibility at all. Sometimes the wisest thing to do is to avoid all possible dangers. "Forget it, Sister Tsunade. It doesn't matter where I live. The only purpose of home is to sleep. I usually train from morning to night and don't have much time to stay at home. Living in my own home is actually closer to the training ground." After saying that, Bai broke free from control, turned around, looked at Chana and said, "Sister Chana, you go in and sleep first. So many things happened today, you definitely need to rest." Chanel nodded and turned to go to the bathroom to wash herself and then go to bed. What happened today was too magical and stressful for her. By now her energy had been almost exhausted, and taking a bath before going to bed was her last act of stubbornness. Bai watched Kana leave, then turned to look at Tsunade and said, "Sister Tsunade, go back. I need to rest. Doing missions for several days in a row has taken a toll on my mind." Tsunade was unmoved after hearing this. Instead, she walked up to Bai with an expressionless face, grabbed him, tucked him under his arm, and walked into the bedroom. After being trapped, Bai awkwardly danced around trying to break free, but Tsunade was too strong. Although her arms were very soft and white, they did not look like the arms of a 30-year-old woman at all. But her arms were full of strength and held her tightly in Tsunade's arms, and Bai's struggles were useless. Seeing Tsunade's actions, Kushina became a little angry and chased after her and asked, "Sister Tsunade, aren't you going too far? You're not even coming home at night now." When Kushina said this, she kept looking at Bai with a heartbroken look. She always felt reluctant when she saw Bai carrying Tsunade away. Tsunade smiled and said, "I am Bai's sister, so it's the same if I live here. But Kushina, you have to go back as soon as possible. If you don't go back, people will worry." After saying this, Tsunade ignored Kushina's ugly expression and carried by into the room. Kushina watched helplessly as Tsunade entered the room and closed the door. As the pillar of the nine-tailed fox, she would go to sleep in the same place every night to prevent the nine-tailed fox from coming out and wreaking havoc on the entire village while she was asleep. She used to think there was nothing wrong with this order, but now she felt extremely disgusted with it. Unfortunately, even though she hated this order, she could not refuse Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement. Bai felt a little uncomfortable being sandwiched by Tsunade and quickly said, "Sister Tsunade, please put me down. Why did you want to live here with me? Ha, I miss you just like that. I've been holding you in my arms while sleeping for such a long time, and I've gotten used to it. If you run around again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Tsunade rubbed her fists and the crackling sound from the joints of her fingers made Bai a little frightened. Bai was very helpless. Bai was very helpless. In his eyes, favorability was more important than money. It's okay to suffer a little loss in exchange for some favorability. The two entered the room. Tsunade frowned and smelled a little damp, but then her brow relaxed. "Feel sorry." The voice of the person who spoke was gentle and peaceful with a tingling feeling. The voice that was difficult to distinguish between male and female made people very curious about who was speaking. Phew! As the kunao scratched across the neck, the fat bandit's head was chopped off directly. The unwilling bandit wanted to gather chakra to launch a final counterattack, but the dizziness made his final counterattack in vain. But his slightly open mouth was the last sentence he uttered in this world. If someone who knows lip reading sees his mouth shape, they will know what he said. "There is no way our ninja village will let you go. Haha, although I don't know which ninja village sent you as a spy, it's right to get rid of you. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who can threaten me." The person who spoke was a man wearing a fox mask and ninja training clothes. His silver hair fell to his waist like a waterfall. He swung the blood-stained dagger in his hand, and his whole body was full of heroic temperament. Bai took a step forward and came to Minato Namikaze with a gust of fragrance, and said with a smile, "Teacher Minato, the infiltration mission has been completed, let's go." Minato Namikaze felt helpless as he looked at the student in front of him whose temperament was becoming more and more attractive and whose whole body was filled with devilish charm. "Bai, I have recognized your strength. However, given your condition, you are not suitable to be a spy or to gather intelligence." Bai took off the mask on his face, revealing an increasingly mature face that spoke directly to others in her thoughts. He said, "There's nothing I can do. I can't suppress the smell on my body. It feels like it's a natural smell. Even staying in a cesspool for 3 days can't cover up my smell." Bai was very helpless, but maybe it was because of his physique. He was already 1.6 meters tall this year and looked so petite and cute. The charm he exuded was getting stronger and stronger. Maybe his young face and not fully developed body could isolate some other people's desires before, but as he got older, those girls could no longer suppress their inner love for him. Most of the time Bai took off his mask when he was either at home or on a mission with no one around. Even when he was not in the umbu, he would often wear a mask in the village. Not to mention the charming aura he exuded, his face like a banished immortal alone was enough to attract women. Bai is sure that he can become the most dazzling person in the world just by his face. Unfortunately, the most dazzling person will only be regarded as a forbidden delicacy by others if he does not have the strength. If it were not for Bai's increasingly powerful strength in recent years, I don't know how many girls who have feelings for him want to force him to submit, but as long as he is in the village, Shirihong will never be late. Asuma Sarutobi, who liked Korone Ui, could not hate her either, because every time he saw Haku's stunning face, all his resentment would disappear, and in the end he felt ashamed and gave up his unrealistic idea. Namikaze Minato also shook his head helplessly, then his face straightened and he smiled and said, "After completing this mission, we only have one last mission left. Next we will go to the Land of Lightning to carry out an assassination mission." A retainer from a large noble family in the south of the Land of Fire turned traitor, took away some of his family's rare treasures and fled to the Land of Lightning. What we have to do now is to recover the treasure and deal with the traitor. But you must remember that the primary goal of this mission is to get the treasure back, and dealing with the traitor is a matter of convenience. Remember. Bai nodded and casually pulled off the Inyazuka claw that was gradually approaching him. Minato Namikaze looked at Bai, sighed, and said with some emotion, "Bai, have you heard any news about you?" "Minato-sensei, are you talking about me becoming a jonin?" Bai still told the information he knew with an expressionless face, and Minato Namikaze nodded. Although I don't know where you got the news from, but the Hokage has already approved your becoming a jonin. After this mission is completed, when you return, the Hokage will award you the jonin vest. When you become a jonin, your name, Phantom Shura, will probably spread throughout the ninja world. Haha, Mr. Minato, you are the best teacher. Bai smiled helplessly. As he got older, his strength and appearance became stronger and stronger. Even when he defeated many opponents, many of them lost their lives because of his peerless appearance in a moment of days. Even though those enemy ninjas who had managed to survive Yellow Flash and Bai were terrified of Bai's strength, Bai's stunning appearance also made many of them feel good about him. This powerful and beautiful thing earned by the title of Phantom Shura. The combination of beauty and bloodiness made Bai feel a little flattered. After all, the last person to hold the title of Shura was Uchiha Madara. The current Shiro only has the strength of an elite jonin at best and cannot be compared with the former Uchiha Madara. but he got this title just by virtue of his beauty, which shows that the ninja world recognizes his beauty. Okay, now it's time for the mission. Let's go quickly. This is our last mission together, and we must complete it beautifully. Minato Namikaze was also a man full of ritual sense that he turned around and led the three of them all the way towards the land of lightning. As an elite team that has become famous in Konoha village, the three of them encountered many ninjas along the way, but except for the patrol ninjas from the land of lightning, all other ninjas would stay away from them as soon as possible. The four of them have made great progress in their strength over the past 4 years, and even Kakashi, who is the weakest, has become an elite. The strength of a Chunin is not slow at all. It only took the four people half a day to enter the heart of the land of thunder. During this half day, the four people followed the intelligence and organized the investigation and chased in the direction of the traitor. Soon the four of them arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Thunder. The four people who arrived here had already changed their clothes. Bai was still wearing a light pink kimono and entered the city in a luxurious carriage. Although it is very old-fashioned, this behavior is very effective. Bai's beautiful face and noble temperament make people subconsciously think that the woman in front of them is a person of high status. After taking a look, the guards at the city gate subconsciously made way, and the carriage swaggered into the city. After entering the city, the attire of several people changed rapidly. After putting on their combat uniforms with no obvious features, they actually followed the clues and came to a large mansion. Several people hid on the roof and Minato Namikaze observed the scene inside and introduced it to the people around him. The information from the intelligence organization is that this traitor, after stealing a large number of treasures, hid in the Kudo family, a noble family in the land of lightning. To avoid being hunted down, he used all of his treasures to seek the Kudo family's protection. What we have to do now is to take back all the treasures under the protection of the Kudo family and kill the traitor. Since this mission is quite difficult and involves conflicts between countries, it is considered an S-level mission. If we're lucky, after completing the mission and killing the traitor, we'll be able to escape the capital of the Thunder Nation as quickly as possible. If not, we'll have to be prepared to be surrounded by a large number of enemies. But don't worry, you won't be in danger as long as I'm here. As Minato Namikaze spoke, he shook the kuno in his hand, and the word love on it was very conspicuous. In recent years, Minato Namikaze's attainments in the Flying Thunder God technique have become increasingly higher, his strength has become more and more perfect, and he has even made great progress in practicing immortal arts. Although Bai's own strength improved rapidly, it was still not as fast as Minato Namikaze's. Bai and Minato Namikaze had a competition, and if Minato Namikaze did not let Bai go, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. Moreover, this situation occurred when Minato Namikaze did not use the Flying Thunder God Slash, otherwise Byakuran would not be able to withstand a single move and would be beheaded directly. It is precisely because of the Flying Thunder God technique that Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a team here to carry out the mission. Bai looked at the people walking back and forth inside and suddenly turned around and asked, "Teacher Minato, what should we do next?" "I'll go investigate where the jewelry is first. Jewelry is the most important thing. Kakashi, you can also try to find where the traitor is. The traitor is a ninja, but he is not very strong, so he applied for protection. You can check which place is heavily guarded and try to explore it. Remember not to expose your whereabouts." Minato Namikaze disappeared in the distance the moment he finished speaking. Lily Kakashi glanced at him and began to search around along the eaves. Perhaps it is because ordinary people in the ninja world have greater physical strength. The houses in this world are obviously much larger than those in the previous life, and are comparable to the gardens of ordinary ancient wealthy merchants. Although Bai's stealth ability is not very good, it is still quite easy for him to hide in front of ordinary people. Bai uses his keen perception to sense the chakra fluctuations around him. The mansion of the entire noble family was not small at all, and there were not many ninjas there. They searched for a long time but could not find a suitable target. Just when Bai was about to go back to the assembly point, a huge explosion suddenly sounded. When Bai turned around, he saw a mushroom cloud rising high in the sky. Sensing that something was happening over there, Bai immediately jumped onto the eaves and rushed over. Such a loud explosion must be the result of a large number of detonating tags. It is very likely that Minato Namikaze and the others have already started fighting. Bai quickly arrived near the battlefield. At this time, there were already more than a dozen ninjas lying in the center of the battlefield. The thick smoke and pungent smell of blood made Bai feel a little uncomfortable. Just as Bai was observing his surroundings, he suddenly sensed the danger behind him and jumped away. But when he turned around, he found that the person coming to him was Minato Namikaze. "Teacher, have you completed your mission?" Bai looked at Minato Namikaze and the sealing scroll in his hand and asked curiously. Minato Namikaze nodded and then said, "The mission is accomplished. The explosion here will attract the remaining ninjas in the city. We have to get out of here quickly." "Good." Bai nodded and followed Minato Namikaze to escape from the mansion amid the angry curses of many ordinary samurai. These ordinary people had no possibility of stopping them, so there was no need to pay attention to them. The two of them walked all the way to the meeting point. When they arrived here, Bai immediately saw the head of Swollenlin in Kakashi's hands. From the bulging eyeballs and ugly face, Bai knew that this was the traitor. As soon as the three of them got together, they rushed out of the city without saying a word. The explosions here would soon close the city. They ran all the way, and when they arrived near the city gate, Namikaze Minato teleported everyone outside the city wall. Then he actually started to run away frantically again, but I was already very used to this. He had done several S-level missions over the years and met many top ninjas from other villages. Every time they met the top ninja Minato Namikaze, they were still able to deal with him. It was really useless for them, a few small shrimps, to watch the fun. They either had to wait for the outcome of the battle or prepare to escape. The three of them had already trained a pair of good legs. They ran all the way and stopped after running 50 kilometers. When they arrived here, everyone was already out of breath. Just when everyone was about to stop to rest, a figure flashing with purple lightning rushed towards them from behind. AI from the combination with little thoughts. Minato Namikaze looked at the future fourth Raikage with great vigilance, and behind AI was Killer Bee, who arrived late. AI was wrapped in purple lightning all over his body, like a god descending from heaven. He took heavy steps and gradually approached the Minato team. His strong muscles trembled slightly, and he could explode at any time. AI looked at Minato Namikaze and said with a smile, "Ninjas from Konoha village, you are unlucky that you just happened to run into us coming back from a mission. That you actually dare to come to our country of lightning to cause trouble. I will tear you into pieces now." Hell thrust, 3 penetrations. The lavender lightning wrapped around AI's palm, and 3 fingers rushed forward like an iron spear. The whole person rushed into the Minato team like an arrow, emitting a lavender light. Seeing this, Bai clapped his hands and shouted, "Earth escape, 3 layers of earth formation wall." The body instantly hit the 4-meter-high and half-meter-thick earth wall on the ground. At this moment, AI crashed straight into the earth wall. The powerful kinetic energy and extremely strong attack power directly broke the first 2 earth walls. The third map position was also squeezed out of a big pit. Although AI had much less purple thunder all over his body, he still passed through 3 lines of defense and rushed in front of Minato Namikaze. The collapsed world surprised Bai very much. He did not expect that the future fourth Raikage would have such a strong attack power. No wonder, at this age he had a title recognized by the entire ninja world. Fortunately, after AI penetrated 3 earth walls in succession, the power of the lightning in his hand was greatly weakened. Minato Namikaze calmly grabbed AI's arm with one hand, disappeared in the distance in an instant, and then the 2 of them teleported directly to a place far away from Minato's team. Immediately afterwards, a fierce battle broke out between the 2. Namikaze Minato was an extremely fast assassin, and his Raiznon was very powerful, but it was just that for the 4th generation AI who possessed powerful physical skills. The result of this situation was that the entire team's combat effectiveness was somewhat insufficient and they could only watch from the sidelines. Kibra, who had followed behind, watched from behind, and the remaining 3 people were very interested and spoke in an exaggerated and provocative tone. "Yo, you are my next opponents. Yo, don't worry, I will make your death quite comfortable." As soon as Killer Bee finished speaking, several real octopus legs made of chakra suddenly appeared on his body. The octopus legs bounced on the ground and the earth shook. Killer Bee rushed over quickly with chakra wrapped around his body, and waved his chakra octopus legs like a whip, lashing out fiercely. Bai looked at Killer Bee rushing towards him and calmly formed seals with his hands. The shocked look of the silver-haired Bai gradually dissipated the panic of his teammates around him. The 3 of them quickly and tacitly cooperated and shouted, "Earth escape, earth formation wall." The chakra of the 3 people quickly gathered together, and the earth was shaken. Then a 2-meter-thick and 20-meter-high earthen wall appeared between the enemy and us. Kibra stopped immediately when he saw such a huge piece of land. Yo, you are all idiots, all Konoha ninjas are idiots. Look, I'm going to kill you. After Kibra finished speaking, the 2 octopus legs behind him bounced violently. The huge elastic force made Kibra fly directly. But at this moment, Bai Hao, Kakashi and the other 2 quickly flipped their fingers, and another person said that they had used it. Earth escape, earth spear. Countless earth spears quickly shot out from the ground and the walls of the earth array, and then the huge earth wall was pressed down heavily as if it was pushed down by a giant. The jumping Kibra suddenly became like a dumpling filling that could be blown into a meat patty at any time. The huge weight caused the earth wall to collapse rapidly. Just as the earth wall was about to fall, a terrifying chakra suddenly burst out, and then the 20-meter-high earth wall was smashed to pieces by a huge red claw. A tailed beast that was more than 10 meters tall, with 8 octopus tentacles behind it, a blood-red body, and 2 horns on its head appeared in front of the 3 people. The huge pressure made Inyazuka Tsumugi a little panicked. For an ordinary ninja like her, this huge monster was a natural disaster that she could not resist. Kakashi's legs were trembling a little, but the pride of being a genius made him face everything with an expressionless face. Minato Namikaze, who was fighting with AI in the distance, became very anxious when he saw the momentum of the side. That he immediately left the battle and wanted to come here to take everyone away. But it was too late. The claws of the 8-tailed Jayuki had already slapped down. Bai looked at the giant claws that were swinging down, and the chakra in his left hand quickly gathered. Then he jumped up and punched directly towards the 8-tailed Jayuki. Konoha, strange power technique. The huge forces collided with each other, causing a violent sonic boom. The ordinary ninjas from the land of lightning who were gradually following around only felt a ringing in their ears. The enormous force caused Bai to fly out and crash into several trees before he stopped. The bull ghost, who had the upper hand in size, retreated several steps, and a hole appeared in the giant red tentacle hand. The cow ghost looked at the little guy in surprise. How can this person be so strong and still so young? Killer Bee is a genius of Konoha village. Yo-yo, if he's a genius we should take care of him. The boss said that any ninja who isn't from our village can be killed. A hint of murderous intent appeared on Kirabee's funny face, and in just a moment, the holes on the bull ghost's tentacles were completely restored. At this time, the Neogui could rush up and continue fighting at any time. Bai quickly climbed up after crashing into several trees, and at this moment the fox mask on his face shattered instantly. A head of shiny silver hair fluttered in the aftermath of the battle, and a beautiful face was exposed directly in front of everyone. When Kirabee saw this beautiful face, he was stunned for a moment. What a nice view. At this moment, Kirabee's heart was beating fast and he hadn't noticed who the person in front of him was just now. But after seeing that peerless face, Kirabee knew who he was. But precisely because he knew who he was, Kirabee was very conflicted about whether he should kill such a beautiful thing. Killer Bee's dilemma will not affect Bai's judgment. The tailed beast is a terrifying creature. Although Bai's strength has greatly increased over the years, it is impossible for him to fight against the Eight Tails. He was able to repel the Eight Tails just now by relying on a burst of power. Although the items he exchanged now include the Mangekyo Sharinan, he cannot use it. By his companions who were very reluctant to expose their abilities. Perhaps in the future, the Hyakukai Mangekyo will cause a storm in the ninja world, but he cannot tie himself and the Uchiha together in the village, otherwise it will be much more difficult for him to become Hokage in the future, and the elders will definitely try their best to stop him. Similarly, Bai has also exchanged for a lot of good things over the years, the most important of which is that Bai's plan is on the right track. When Bai was planning his future development, he decided to absorb and fuse multiple genes to become an Otsutsuki. Now Bai has the complete Uchiha bloodline, the advanced Senju bloodline and the intermediate Uzumaki bloodline. These bloodlines plus the succubus's physique allowed Bai's Chaejinla to officially become Chaela. However, the fusion of these bloodlines had no other special effects except for a slight increase in weight and chakra. It seemed that in order to become a great master, he had to find all the bloodlines. Seeing Kirabai approaching him, he felt a little panic in his heart. John, a huge body is a symbol of strength and human cognition. However, in some cases, it is best to use a single point to break the surface. Bai quickly formed seals with his hands, and released 5 kinds of escape techniques in the form of chakra energy bodies. 5 shining balls of light carrying huge amounts of chakra quickly smashed towards the Eight Tails. The 5 escapes Great Linking Bomb Technique. This is the 5 elements ninjutsu developed by Bai according to his own ideas. 5 light balls hit Neogui one after another. The 5 light balls with different attributes collided with each other and produced a violent explosion. Perhaps if the 5 escape techniques were combined, the power would be greater, but this escape technique was enough to injure the cow ghost. The tall cow demon was blown away by a huge explosion, and the rich blood-red chakra coat on his body was also damaged to varying degrees. However, the cow ghost shook his head after falling to the ground and quickly regained consciousness. When the cow ghost looked up again, all he saw was the empty earth. Just a moment ago, Minato Namikaze had arrived at the battlefield and took the 3 people away directly. In the original time and space, Minato Namikaze's personal show was shared with others. However, Minato Namikaze's record is equally amazing. After all, in the battle with AI, Minato Namikaze had the upper hand throughout the whole process with his speed. If Minato Namikaze did not have strong attack power at this time, AI would most likely die under the extreme speed and attack. In Konoha village, Minato's team, who had just returned from a mission in the Land of Lightning, arrived at the Hokage building without haste. As soon as the 4 people entered the Hokage building, they received a lot of attention. They went straight upstairs to the Hokage's office to hand over the task. Only after the 4 people went upstairs did exclamations sound in the mission hall on the first floor. As expected of Lord Minato, I heard that the last mission he took was an S-level mission. Not only did he complete this difficult mission in a short period of time, he even killed 2 elite teams from the land of Earth. Your information is outdated. According to legend, Minato-sama has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which was only available to the second Hokage. His strength is unfathomable. Even his 3 apprentices are geniuses. Kakashi knows that he is not even the most dazzling one in Minato's team. As soon as this person finished speaking, others looked at him curiously. Then tell me who is the most talented person in this team. That's Kakashi. I heard that he broke the record for the fastest promotion in Konoha. A genin at just 5 years old, a chunin at 8, his strength and talent are unfathomable. Who could be stronger than him? Haha, of course there are people who are stronger than him. Although that person has not yet been promoted to jonin, it's just that they haven't accumulated enough merits. And that kid's speed in becoming a chunin is still quite fast. He's even become known throughout the ninja world. As soon as this person finished speaking, someone couldn't help but question, how is that possible? It's just a little ghost. Lord Minato was able to create a reputation because of his great strength and talent. His students are so young but they have already made a name for themselves. Haha, don't disbelieve it. Did you notice the silver-haired ninja wearing a fox mask when he went upstairs just now? Noticed. Does it look good? I'm not sure, but he does have a good-looking figure. That's right, that person is Yusuji Haku, a disciple of Minato's Jonin, a ninja who is proficient in 5 types of ninjutsu, and also Tsunade's younger brother. His strength and talent are extremely high, but what is even more amazing is his appearance. Just now, you couldn't take your eyes off him just by looking at him wearing the mask. God knows how stunning he will be when he takes off the mask. I heard that many ninjas from other countries divorced their wives after seeing Bai without a mask. She is so beautiful that she doesn't look like a human being. She is even more seductive than the legendary Bone Girl. Bone Girl, an evil creature from Japan similar to the painted-skinned banshee, who specializes in seducing men of bad character to harm them. Is it really as exaggerated as you say, and you haven't even mentioned what his title is? When you see Bai's appearance, you will understand what stunning beauty means. He has two titles. One is called Phantom Shura. Phantom represents his charm and Shura represents his strength. Another nickname is the Silver Demon Fox because he always likes to wear a fox mask and has silver hair. Because of his charm, many people in the ninja village even believe that Bai can shake the foundation of an entire country with just his charm. Is it really as exaggerated as you say? Someone raised his own doubts, and the person who had been telling Bai's story snorted coldly and said with disdain, "As long as Hakushin is a woman and seduces a daimyo, a ninja village will suffer heavy losses if the budget is reduced even slightly. Do you think he has shaken the power of a major ninja village?" It's true. There were many exclamations in the lobby on the first floor. The white fox masked man who had already walked up to the third floor frowned slightly on his delicate face. Although he kept hearing the favorability points, Bai was not very happy because he felt that the flattery in the task hall on the first floor was a bit too deliberate. Bai felt that there must be something going on with the handover today, otherwise how could someone specifically flatter him in such an important place like the lobby on the first floor? The one who flatters others in that place must have been approved by the Hokage, or the person who did all this was completely instructed by the Hokage. But why is this happening? Is the Hokage already starting to build momentum for Minato? That doesn't make sense. The third Hokage wouldn't have stepped down if war hadn't broken out. Bai couldn't figure out the reason for a long time, but after thinking for a while, the four of them had already checked and walked into the Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze walked in front and took out the sealing scroll and said, "Hokage, the mission is completed. The mission report and the treasures we have retrieved are in the book of sealing." Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the sealing scroll and took a look at it. Although he couldn't see through the sealing scroll to see what was inside, he still said with a smile, "Minato, you must be tired these days." "Hokage-sama, I am not tired of doing good for the village." A sunny smile hung on Minato Namikaze's gentle face, without a trace of hypocrisy. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "I have no choice but to ask you to do this mission. After all, you are the only one in the entire ninja world who can enter the heartland of other major countries and come back safely after completing the mission. Although other elite teams can do this, there is a high possibility of losing teammates. In order to avoid meaningless consumption of your companions, we can only send you on missions frequently." "It's okay, Hokage-sama, this is what I should do for the village." Namikaze Minato's expression still did not change, his face was always covered with a trace of a bright smile, like a little sun, influences everyone with positive emotions. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and then said, "Okay Minato, now that the mission is over, you should rest more. That little girl Kushina came to our Hokage building a few days ago and made a big fuss, saying that I stole her boyfriend." Haku spent most of his time with the mission team and spent very little time with Uzumaki Kushina. The emotional foundation between them hadn't yet deteriorated. On the contrary, he spent a lot of time with Tsunade and Inyazuka Tsumugi. Their hearts had long been captivated by his succubus-like physique and stunning appearance. "I'll give you a half-month vacation so you can relax and wait for the next team." Namikaze Minato nodded, then raised his head in confusion, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, "Hokage-sama, what do you mean?" "What I mean is that it's time for Yusuji Haku to be promoted to a jonin. His strength and mission experience are already enough for him to be promoted to a jonin. Bai has also asked me to teach him the 5 elements ninjutsu before. I am well aware of his strength and potential. His promotion to jonin was so late because I held it back for so long, but with the situation becoming unstable and Haku's power growing, it's time for me to make him a jonin. And your team will be disbanded. Aside from Kakashi, the other 2 will have to make other arrangements." After hearing this, Minato Namikaze nodded and turned to look at Bai, who was standing next to him wearing a fox mask. Bai walked forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Hokage-sama, thank you for your training." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the boy in front of him with silver hair, a fox mask and a charming aura, and nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the child, no matter her appearance, talent or politeness. If the child was a girl, he might really be willing to use a telescope or a water mirror to take a peek at her. This child not only has an extraordinary appearance and a good heart, but also has a deep understanding of the will of fire. The after-school training ground he founded even became a must-go place for Asuma Sarutobi every day before he graduated. Moreover, the disciple of his grand-disciple is a true Hokage. It's time to let this child become his assistant. If possible, perhaps he can hold on until the day when Asuma Sarutobi grows up. Bai had no idea what the Hokage was thinking. Seeing the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen staring at him, Bai couldn't help but complain in his heart, what on earth was this old man thinking? He didn't say anything for such a long time. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Haku, your strength and qualifications are enough to become a jonin. Continuing to let you be a chinin is a humiliation to your strength. From today on, you are the 131st jonin of Konoha. This is your jonin vest. Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he pulled out a green ninja vest from under the cabinet and handed it over. Shiro took the vest with both hands and bowed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Here we have to say that Bai was a chinin before, not a special jonin. Special jonin refers to a ninja whose overall strength is slightly stronger than a chinin, but who cannot reach the level of jonin, but is extremely outstanding in certain areas. The most representative character among them is Yamashiro Aoba, a ruthless man who can read Kisame's memories by himself. Bai skipped the special jonin level directly because his strength had truly reached the level of jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and then looked at the three people behind Shiro and said, you three can leave. Inyazuka Tsumuji, I will reassign you to a new team in a few days. Shiro, I have other arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Inyazuka Tsume's resentful expression and started to send everyone away. The three of them left very tactfully, leaving Shiro to face Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. Soon there were only two people left in the office. Bai just stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen motionlessly. The deep eyes revealed in the fox mask made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little scared. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice and said, Bai, since you are quite strong but your experience in leading a team is not completely zero, I have decided not to assign you a team for the time being, and there is a more important task for you. Don't worry, whatever the mission is, Hokage-sama, I will definitely complete it. Bai made a promise, and the white robe on his body kept shaking as he patted it. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked to the wooden window, looked at the sky outside and said, do you know why Tsunade accepted you as her brother? I guess it's because I like it, Bai said with some uncertainty, but in Bai's twilight, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and turned around and said, if I'm not mistaken, this matter is related to Tsunade's biological brother. Tsunade's younger brother is called Senju Noeki, the young patriarch of the Senju family and a perfect successor to the Will of Fire. At the end of World War II, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to talk about the process of Senju Noeki's death. His words made Bai unable to understand what he was thinking, and he could only listen to him finish everything quietly. So according to my guess, after seeing you and being with you for so many years, Tsunade placed all her family affection on you. So I want you to help Tsunade solve a big problem. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. Tsunade is not only my sister, but also the task you gave me. I will do my best to complete it. Bai nodded. After hearing this, he probably guessed something. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said solemnly, this matter cannot be solved by strength alone. I am just trying to see whether you can complete this task, but for the sake of the village, I have to let you try. I just told you so much, and you also know that during World War II, Tsunade lost her boyfriend and beloved brother one after another, and suffered indelible psychological trauma. Once I come into contact with blood, I will faint and will be unable to use chakra or form combat power. But Tsunade is my disciple and the best medical ninja in Konoha village. How can she continue to be decadent? So I hope that you can overcome your psychological problems with Tsunade in the future and strive to save your companions in the future. Okay, Hokage-sama, I will do my best to complete the task. Bai agreed to the mission after a brief hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand and said, okay, Bai, you can go now. From now on, if no one notifies you to participate in a mission, you must not participate in any mission or join any team. The next period of time will be a good time for you to improve your strength and recuperate. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Bai bowed respectfully to express his gratitude and left, then came to the bookstore amidst a large crowd of onlookers. As soon as he arrived at the door of the bookstore, the middle-aged man, who had already gained weight, immediately brightened up his eyes when he saw Bai wearing a fox mask coming here. He walked over respectfully, nodded and said, Sir Bai, you are here. Bai nodded lightly and then took a sealed scroll appeared and was opened directly. As white smoke drifted by, a stack of papers covered with words appeared on the table. These are the follow-up plots of Shinobi Breaking the Sky. You can take them and print them. Okay, Lord Bai, this is the remuneration for all your books from the past few months. Inside is a list of the shares of all your remuneration. You can check it. The middle-aged man picked up a suitcase from the side and placed it on the table with some difficulty, then he picked up the stack of white papers and carefully put it away. After Bai lifted the suitcase and felt the weight inside, he realized that he had earned several million taels in the past few months. This was because of his previous strange idea that he decided to write a book to win the favor of many characters in the plot. To this end, he spent a lot of time writing many novels that were in line with the cognition of the ninja world through various adaptations and polishing. These novels were so imaginative and coherent that they directly beat most of the novels in the ninja world. Bai also became the most popular writer in the ninja world. Bai was even more famous among many nobles. After all, in this era, nobles had no other ways to entertain themselves except going to brothels and hunting. This kind of novel became popular among the aristocratic circles due to the promotion of some nobles. Even in the capital of the Fire Nation, many nobles had Bai's portrait hanging in their study rooms. After Bai handed the manuscript over, he turned around and was about to leave. At this time, the middle-aged man hurried out and said respectfully, Sir Bai, do you have time? What's up? The petite and cute Bai looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man looked at Bai's cute appearance, smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's right, Lord Bai. Your book has made many people curious about you. So many book fans jointly requested you to hold a press conference so that they can pay their respects to their idol. So, Mr. Bai, do you have time to hold a press conference or something? You've written so many novels in the past 5 years, and it's a bit unreasonable to continue writing in the book industry without showing your face once." Bai frowned at the middle-aged man's words. For him, writing books was just to gain favor. Over the years, he had indeed met many characters in the plot and gained their favor through his books. But forget about meeting him offline. He is an author as well as a ninja. The most taboo thing for a ninja is to put himself on the stage. Moreover, if he has absolute suppressive power, this money is nothing. At worst, he could just find a chance to borrow some money from Kakuza. Bai shook his head and said, "I don't have time. I still need to practice." Bai turned around and left, leaving the middle-aged man sighing and returning to the bookstore. Bai returned home with his suitcase. As soon as he opened the door, the aroma of food wafted out. It was the familiar aroma of cooking. After Chana came into Bai's house, she could never get used to Japanese food. Finally, he simply used his free time to teach Chana all kinds of Chinese food. After that, Chana became a chef who liked to study Chinese food. As soon as Bai entered the room, he saw all kinds of strange stir-fried dishes filling the entire table. Bai frowned slightly and walked into the kitchen, looking at the grown-up red-haired girl and said, "Sister Chanel, why are you cooking so many dishes at once?" After hearing the voice, Uzumaki Kana turned her head with some surprise, then immediately bowed 90 degrees and said, "Master, you said before that the Chinese food I cook is not authentic, so I plan to practice more. But don't worry, these meals won't go to waste." Director Nono Aim, the orphanage's pharmacist, will come and pick them up in a while. Chana had a gentle smile on her face and looked at Bai with infatuated eyes, unable to take her eyes away. There was love in her eyes that she could not suppress. After hearing this, Bai nodded in satisfaction. As long as the food was not wasted intentionally, it was fine. As for whether it would be inappropriate to feed the orphans with the food used for practice, haha, considering the conditions in the Kanaha village orphanage, it is their luck to be able to eat meat every once in a while. I believe that the children in the orphanage will not feel humiliated. Bai returned to his room, put down his suitcase, and put on a pure white dress, revealing his white neck and green arms. He walked into the kitchen and said with a smile, "Sister Zayane, I have to go on a mission next. I'm not sure when I will be back. You can just eat the food after it's cooked tonight. If I come back, I'll eat it myself." "Good master." Uzumaki Kana nodded and looked at Bai's leaving back with some disappointment, but then she reacted and asked with some confusion, "Why doesn't the master wear a ninja vest when going on a mission, but dresses so casually?" "Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore." Uzumaki Kana shook her head and continued to stir-fry her herring and cucumber. When Bai walked out of the house wearing such casual clothes, he immediately attracted the attention of many uncles and aunts around him. They greeted Bai one by one, and some aunts even wanted to pinch Bai's cute face. Bai left the street with a gentle smile on his face, chatting and laughing with the neighbors around him, walked to the pork shop, looked at the busy Uncle Kamita and said with a smile, "Uncle Kamita, give me some pig blood." "Okay, so it's white, I'll give it to you for free, but why do you want pig blood?" Kamita, with his arms bare, looked at Bai with some doubt and said. Bai smiled, took the basin of pig blood handed to him by Uncle Kamita, and sucked a little blood from it with a straw and said, "This is all I need, I don't need more. Thank you, Uncle Kamita." "Ha, there's nothing to thank me for. Bai boy, my girl misses you so much, remember to come to my house and visit in a few days." "Must." Bai answered politely, holding the small glass bottle filled with red blood in his hand, and walked towards the Senju clan's territory. When Bai arrived at the Senju clan's place, he walked in as if he was familiar with the place and came to Tsunade's room. When he was not around, Tsunade always numbed herself by drinking. When he walked into the room, Bai saw at first sight that his clothes were covering Tsunade's head. At this time, Tsunade was lying on the bed in thin clothes and fell asleep very comfortably. The thin clothes block the sunlight so that Tsunade can sleep peacefully even during the day, and the smell of the white clothes improves Tsunade's sleep quality to a higher level. This is a rule summed up by Tsunade herself. Bai shook his head helplessly and walked forward, came to Tsunade and gently woke her up. "Sister Tsunade, I have something to talk to you about." "It's Bai, what do you want to talk to me about?" "You've been gone for so long this time, I'm almost out of clothes. In a few days, I'm afraid I won't even be able to sleep." "Haha, I'm back." A forced smile appeared on Bai Juomei's face. But Bai didn't see that Tsunade, who was holding her, had a slightly red face and a wicked and triumphant smile on her lips. "Tell me quickly, what's the matter with you coming to see me this time? In the past, I was the one who came to see you every time. When did you remember to come and visit me, your sister?" When Bai heard this, an ambiguous smile appeared on his face. Then he took out a porcelain bottle full of pig blood from his pocket. The moment he looked at the porcelain bottle, Tsunade's hands that were tightly holding Bai lost all strength. He collapsed on the bed with no strength left and said angrily, "Bai, why did you bring this kind of thing back? You knew I had a psychological trauma about this kind of thing." Tsunade scolded harshly on the surface, but she was already beaming with joy in her heart. As Bai finally figured it out, he knew it so early and took action on the girl he likes. Oh, I'm quite shy. Why are you hesitating when it comes to direct action? Bai had no idea of Tsunade's inner thoughts. Is the situation so serious? I remembered Tsunade in Naruto had hemophobia and couldn't fight after seeing blood. How come she can't even move? Did I remember it wrong? Bai was very puzzled but still felt helpless about Tsunade's condition. The reason why he accepted the task of being Hokage was to try and see if he could make Tsunade get better. After all, the relationship between the two is already very good, and helping Tsunade overcome her psychological trauma would make him happy. Tsunade on the bed frowned slightly, looking at white Tsunade whose expression kept changing in front of her bed, very puzzled. Are you going to do it or not? My waist is sore from sitting here motionless. Why don't you come quickly? Why are you hesitating? Bai thought for a long time and finally came up with a method that he thought was most likely to succeed. So Bai threw away the small porcelain bottle filled with pig blood, took out a kunao and walked in front of Tsunade. Tsunade became even more confused as she watched Bai's miraculous operation, but at this moment she completely trusted Bai and he showed no signs of resistance. Instead, she was thinking about something in her mind. Is he going to use a kunao to cut my clothes? That's fine, I'll reluctantly play with you for a while. Tsunade's blushing face looked at Bai with eyes so gentle that they could drip water. Bai walked up to Tsunade and raised his left hand to place it in front of her eyes. Tsunade looked at the white arm and was looking forward to the feeling of this hand falling on her, but then a scene that made her heartbroken and unexpected appeared. Bai actually used a kunao to cut a 10 cm long and 1 cm deep cut on his own knife, and blood instantly flowed out of his white arm. Tsunade felt dizzy and almost fainted, but before she fainted, she suppressed her discomfort and glared at Bai. Then green chakra appeared on her hands and healed her injured arm. After doing all this, Tsunade fainted magnificently. Bai smiled as he looked at Tsunade, whose lips were pale as she passed out. It seems that this method is still effective. That if you want to overcome psychological shadows, you must either untie the knot in your heart, or find something more important to care about and directly shatter your psychological shadows. It seems that I am not light at all in Sister Tsunade's heart. Even if she wants to faint, she has to wait until I am cured. It seems that if we come a few more times, Sister Tsunade's hemophobia will be cured. Bai pinched his arm, which still felt a little painful, and looked forward to the time when Tsunade's psychological trauma would be healed. Tsunade has spent a lot of time as the #1 medical ninja in Konoha village over the years. If Tsunade can overcome her psychological trauma in advance, her strength and medical skills will definitely be raised to a higher level, so that her future life will be more secure. Bai hugged the unconscious Tsunade and waited quietly for her to wake up. About 10 minutes later, when Bai's legs were numb, Tsunade slowly woke up. When she woke up, she immediately turned around and grabbed Bai's ear fiercely and shouted, "Bai, did the old man send you here? Well, Lord Hokage cares about you." Although Bai's ears were grabbed, he didn't feel any pain but felt itchy instead. However, Bai would betray someone he disliked without hesitation, especially the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old man had no idea how many times he had pooed him before, always wanting to be their dog for free. Did he really think he was stupid? Wouldn't it be better for him to be his own master? He was going to be the Hokage in the future. Humph, the old man actually asked you to do this kind of thing, and you actually did it. I'm going to give him trouble later. But if you dare to do this again next time, I will make you pay. Tsunade said viciously. Bai smiled bitterly when he heard Tsunade's words, but still raised his arm and cut his arm again when he didn't react. Tsunade's face turned pale the moment he saw the blood, but this time he did not respond. Instead, he looked at Bai with anger. Then, green fluorescence appeared on his hands again, and he stroked Bai's injured part with both hands until Bai's wound was completely healed. Bai, is it necessary for you to hurt yourself like this? I know my disease cannot be cured. Haha, Sister Tsunade, you didn't faint this time. That you will definitely get better after doing this more times. There was a hint of paleness on the fair and rosy face. Even a determined ninja would be in worse condition after losing so much blood and enduring 2 sword blows. Tsunade was very angry but also a little touched. Looking at the stubborn look of the petite and cute girl in front of her, Tsunade understood that she would not give up until she was cured. Tsunade was angry and helpless. Looking at the person in front of her, she suddenly became bolder. Since you want me to overcome my psychological trauma, you have to pay a price. Isn't it just blood? What is blood? The next morning, Bai slowly opened his eyes and saw Tsunade, who was already dressed up. After seeing all this, Bai understood that his mission was completed, but at this moment he was not happy but a little depressed. How did this old woman succeed? Bai felt a little secretly happy in his heart and was very conflicted. Bai was very depressed. Tsunade looked at the conflicted look on Bai's face and snorted angrily as she walked over and said, "Why are you so conflicted? It's not you who will suffer anyway. Don't you have to cure me? Now my hemophobia has almost healed. Yeah, you are happy." After hearing this, Bai also let go of the confusion in his heart. He had indeed fantasized about many female characters in his previous life. Now that he had taken advantage of her, why should he still be confused? For him, all this was just a matter of time. His only worry was whether he was too young. Bai finally accepted the result. As a person who liked Naruto anime, he naturally liked the young ladies in the anime. Now he can't just take advantage of it. Bai stood up and said, "Sister Tsunade, I'm going to go wash up first, and I'll make breakfast for you later." After Bai finished speaking, he was about to leave the room to wash up. Just as he passed by Tsunade, Tsunade suddenly grabbed him with one hand and pulled him into her arms like a little chicken, and said with a charming face, "Why are you in such a hurry? Your sister, am not full yet." Bai was forced to stay in the Senju clan's territory for several days, and a lot of things happened during these days. For example, on the second day after Bai came back, Uzumaki Kana, who had been waiting in the living room all night, looked at the rising sun outside with a very lonely expression. Looking at the dishes in front of her that had already caught cold, Uzumaki Kana shook her head and forced herself to find a suitable reason. The master should be going on a mission. Since he is going on a mission, I should take a rest for a while. After saying this, Uzumaki Kana immediately went back to her room to rest. She slept from morning to afternoon. As soon as she woke up in the afternoon, Uzumaki Kana subconsciously looked for Bai's trace. She followed Bai to the places he used to go, Ichiraku ramen shop, the training ground, the mission hall, and finally came to the Senju clan's land. Uzumaki Kana knocked on the door outside the Senju clan's territory. The dong 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 knocking sound reached into the house, but the Senju clan's territory was not small at all, and the light and rhythmic knocking sound did not attract the attention of the two people who were already exhausted. At this time, Bai Xiao's face on the bed was pretty red, his lips were dry, and his whole body was weak. When he heard the so-called knocking sound, he felt that he was hallucinating. On the contrary, the knocking sound finally gave his tired spirit an outlet, and he fell asleep as if he had heard his mother's lullaby. Uzumaki Kana knocked on the door for a long time and frowned when there was no response. He originally wanted to leave, but when he recalled how Bai went out last night wearing casual clothes that he rarely wore, he felt a panic in his heart. She quietly jumped over the wall and walked into the Senju clan's territory. Although Uzumaki Kana, who had already undergone ninja training, was not very strong, she had the strength of an ordinary genin. And this is the result of Uzumaki Kana not receiving special ninja training. If Uzumaki Kana becomes a real ninja, his strength will definitely be more than this. After climbing over the wall, Uzumaki Kana went straight to Tsunade's room. She knew that Tsunade was always drunk, so the first thing she wanted to do was to ask Tsunade where the card was. Uzumaki Kana's steps were a little fast and even a little anxious as she walked towards Tsunade's room. Just as she passed the window of Tsunade's room, Uzumaki Kana caught a glimpse of an unbelievable scene out of the corner of her eye. Why is it her? Uzumaki Kana widened her eyes in disbelief when she saw what was on the bed in the room. She couldn't accept what was inside for a moment. She had imagined that Bai's partner was so beautiful, graceful, and young, but she never expected that Bai's partner would be this old woman. She had never expected that she could become a partner. But she couldn't accept that Bai's partner was an old woman and an old drunkard, especially after he noticed the bright plum blossom on the dressing table. She realized that last night was the first time. Uzumaki Kana found it hard to accept. She squatted down slowly with her back against the wall, tears streaming down her face. Thinking back to Bai's delicate face and gentle personality, Uzumaki Kana felt anxious. Uzumaki Kana squatted in the corner and cried softly for a long time before she raised her head. When she raised her head, her expression became calm, but a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. However, with Uzumaki Kana's gentle personality, Bai believed that Uzumaki Kana would definitely forgive him. Although his method was a bit shameless, as a favored person, he was fearless. After Bai returned home, he knocked on the door, shouted, "I'm back," and then pushed the door open and walked in. "Master, you're back." Uzumaki Kana, who had dark circles under her eyes and a somewhat strange smile, brightened her eyes upon hearing the familiar voice, and she trotted in front of Bai. Bai looked at Uzumaki Kana, who looked a little tired, and asked in confusion, "Sister Kana, why do I feel that you are not in a good mood? Did you not get enough rest yesterday?" When Uzumaki Kana heard this, she became nervous and picked up the mirror. Looking at the dark circles on her face, she wanted to die. However, she thought that she had already prepared everything. If she didn't follow the plan details as soon as possible, this matter would most likely be exposed and there would be no possibility of carrying it out. So Uzumaki Kana could only suppress this regret deep in her heart, and then pretended to be calm and said, "Master, there is nothing wrong with me like this. I just encountered a more difficult sealing technique last night and I just learned it all night." "Oh, then you should rest more and take care of your health in the future." Bai knew the complexity of the sealing technique, and he had also learned it. But how should I put it? The sealing technique felt like a subject that if you don't have talent, then you really don't have talent. Don't force yourself to learn it, otherwise the final result is likely to be half the result with twice the effort. Bai walked in, sat down at the table, looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table and asked with some doubt, "Sister Chanel, did you eat so much this morning? And why are there so many medicinal herbs in these dishes?" Bai always felt strange looking at the dishes that looked like Chinese medicine. Although he couldn't tell what the effects of these medicines were, he knew that they were harmless and should be safe to eat. Moreover, considering the good impression Chana-san has on him, he doesn't believe Uzumaki Chanahi was afraid that the food would hurt him, so at first he just regarded these dishes as food supplements. Uzumaki Kana said calmly without changing her expression, "This is a secret family medicine that I learned from Princess Kushina. It is said to be able to effectively heal hidden injuries and enhance vitality. I think this medicine will be very helpful to you, master, so I prepared it specially for you." Oh, I see. Thank you very much then. Bai nodded, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, picked up the food and started eating. After he started eating, Uzumaki Kana also started eating. She ate not slow at all and even considerately picked up food for Bai. Bai did not refuse. He was already used to this kind of service. Although he said it was totally unnecessary every time, Uzumaki Kana still insisted on doing so. Not to mention that although the food on the table contained some strange medicinal herbs, it tasted surprisingly good. Bai had consumed a lot in the past few days. Although he would eat some food in the middle, those meals could not be compared with the dishes carefully prepared by Uzumaki Kana, so Bai ate very enthusiastically. As soon as Bai said this, Uzumaki Kani, who usually had a faint smile on her face, suddenly became unbridled. Bai only realized something was wrong at this time, and immediately widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Sister Xianne, you actually plotted against me. What the hell is this?" Bai Qiang suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Uzumaki Kana with great confusion. Usually, Uzumaki Kana obeyed him in everything, even though he never treated Uzumaki Kana as a servant. Bai couldn't hold back any longer. At this moment, he was emitting a pink hormone all over his body. This pink hormone carried a charming scent and floated into Uzumaki Shana's nostrils. The slightly mentally ill Uzumaki Kana thinks that Shiro is everything in her life. She has been living a miserable life since she was captured in the Kusagakure village. She was either bitten or beaten and scolded. The beautiful white hair was a ray of light that shone into her life, but now she felt that this ray of light was about to be polluted. For this reason, she would even give up her most precious things to make her master change his mind. She wanted to make Bai understand that an old woman was not good enough. Bai felt extremely regretful. In some ways, it was somewhat shameful for him to be raped by his servant, but he couldn't bring himself to hate him. Bai sighed as he thought of this, and looking at the panel that had grown over the past few years, he felt a sense of urgency. Name: Yusuji Haku Ninjutsu Super Strength Jutsu, 5 Styles Great Linking Dan Jutsu, 23 A Rank Ninjutsu, 75 B Rank Ninjutsu, 23 C Rank Ninjutsu, 5 D Rank Ninjutsu. Attributes: Fire, Earth, Water, Wind, Thunder, Yin, Yang, Water, Wind, Thunder, Yin, Yang are purchased attributes. Average price 10,000, Chakra, 50 calories. Overall strength, Quasi Shadow. Basic attributes meet the standards, but combat effectiveness is insufficient, and there is not enough combat experience and style. Physique: Advanced Succubus Physique, Physique Enhancement, Immortal Body, 2 million Favorability Points. Bloodline Limit, Mangekyo Sherinan, 1 million Favorability Points. Favorability Value, 20588085. These medicines taught him a big lesson today, but it seems that there are still many things in this world that can affect him. If Uzumaki Kana had fed him poison today, he would probably have died long ago. Although the possibility is very small, Obito was so crazy that he could kill his master and his mistress, let alone the people around him. What happened today made him realize that he could not delay any longer and had to make a decision when the time came. After making up his mind, Bai opened the mall with some heartache, then clicked on the product template. Looking at the template, Bai made up his mind. Bai. The second clone was purchased successfully, and the template is being copied. Deduction successful, balance 58,085. The system's cold voice sounded in Bai's ears, and then Bai felt his soul enveloped by a mysterious force, followed by a tearing feeling in his soul. Bai was brought to his knees by the pain from his soul. This process lasted for less than a minute, but in this minute, Bai's forehead was covered with cold sweat and his whole body was shaking. In the eyes of outsiders, Bai suddenly knelt on the ground, and then a light blue ball of light appeared on his forehead, and then the ball of light was enveloped by a mysterious colorful power. After a long while, the colorful light dissipated, revealing naked figures with confused expressions. Bai knelt on the ground for a long time before the pain in his soul subsided. When he looked up, he saw a figure that looked exactly like him. Success, second clone. Bai breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he had been interested in the second clone for a long time, but the price of the second clone was as high as 2 million. He was struggling for a long time and couldn't make up his mind. Of course, the second clone is of great use to him. The second clone is completely controlled by him, and once the main body dies, his consciousness and soul will be transferred to the second clone. So with the second clone, he has a second life. Moreover, the strength of the second clone template is completely replicated in his, including the kaleidoscope, the immortal body, and the succubus physique. What makes Bai even more excited is that the favorability gained by the second clone after it goes out will still belong to him, which means that Bai can gain favorability at double the speed, and the money earned from this clone will be earned back sooner or later. Bai rubbed his aching head. Looking at his naked self in front of him, he always felt a little strange. He shook his head and picked up a piece of clothing from the side and put it on his clone. Then he tried to control the clone with his mind, and then a strange feeling appeared in Bai's perception. At this time, he felt that he was controlling 2 bodies and had 2 senses of touch and 2 senses of hearing. The feeling of controlling 2 bodies with one thought is very strange. Fortunately, this situation does not cause much burden, and Bai is able to do 2 things at the same time. In order to get familiar with the feeling of controlling 2 bodies at the same time, Bai specially cleaned the entire room. After cleaning the entire room again, Bai was already accustomed to doing 2 things at the same time. Then 2 white guys in casual clothes sat side by side on the sofa, each with one hand supporting their chin, their silver hair draped around their waists, occasionally intertwining with each other. In the eyes of others, they are like a pair of lovely twin sisters, with double the happiness. But Bai was in trouble. Speaking of which, where should the second clone be placed after it is created? If all of them are left in Konoha village, they will definitely be exposed. I am enough for the entire Konoha village. It would be more cost effective if the second clone leaves the village and goes to other places where there are more characters in the plot. But which place has more plot characters? The two identical Bays lowered their heads in thought, looking as adorable as they could be. After thinking for a while, Bai's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Isn't the Rain Country a great place, even though it only has Konan and the other three, Hanzo and a few supporting characters? But in the future, this place will be full of talented people, and I can also let my second clone infiltrate the villain camp, so that I can completely defeat both the good guys and the villains. However, I cannot reveal my face, otherwise the second clone will look exactly like me, and it will easily expose the relationship between the two. After thinking about this, Bai immediately started to prepare the necessary supplies. In his imagination, the character of the second clone was a ninja who hated the aristocracy. He walked in the ninja world to eliminate the nobles and bandits who were harmful to ordinary people. If he approaches Akatsuki with such an identity, he will definitely be accepted. Anyway, Yahiko is still here, so it will be easy for the second clone to infiltrate the organization. Bai's second clone quickly prepared all the supplies. Half an hour later, the second clone left home wearing a black cloak and carrying a dozen sealing scrolls. Bai's strength at this time is no longer what it used to be. The second clone who shared the same body with him just went out, and his strange appearance did attract some people's attention. But every time they saw the dark pattern in those red eyes, they were completely shocked, and did what they were supposed to do as if they had forgotten that there were people here. The second clone just left the village in such a brazen manner, not even breaking through Konoha's barrier. This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, especially Haku's Mangekyo Sharingan, which belongs to the illusion category. The illusion of the left eye is called the world of all things. Its ability is to construct an illusory spiritual world that is completely consistent with the real world, allowing the spirit of the person who is hit by the spell to sink into the illusory world, leaving behind an unconscious body. In this way, Bai can control the mind of the person who is affected by the spell, which can be regarded as a control-type magical skill. The name of his right eye is illusion, and its ability can make Bai's body be sandwiched between reality and illusion. In this state, even illusion attacks cannot hit him. He will only come out from the gap between reality and illusion when he wants to attack others, and this skill of his has no time limit. As long as his chakra is enough, he can stay in the gap for an infinite time. It can be regarded as a life-saving skill. The existence of these two skills gives the second clone the power to roam freely in the outside world. After leaving the village, the second clone plans to go to the Fire Country first to eliminate some rich and unkind nobles. Although this will arouse the vigilance of Konoha village, it will also make the second clone famous. But the second clone must have a nice name. After thinking for a long time, Bai finally came up with a very good name. The crisp name is Uchiha Qingfeng. The departure of the second clone will not affect Bai's life. After exchanging for the second clone, Bai has almost spent all his savings. Bai, who has no money, has a certain fear of being short of money. He simply walked towards the training ground that he hadn't been to for a long time. Soon Bai arrived outside the training ground. Looking at the once bustling training ground, only that stubborn figure was left. Bai sighed helplessly. Akai, didn't you go to do the mission? After hearing the voice, Might Guy turned around and saw that it was Bai. He was immediately surprised and said, Bai, you are so powerful that you have become a jonin. I will definitely catch up with you. Bai was stunned for a moment, then realized that his reputation had probably spread. It would be strange if it didn't attract other people's attention. Perhaps most of the people in the entire Konoha village knew his name now. No wonder many people stared at him along the way. He thought they were curious about his appearance, but he didn't expect it to be this reason. Bai forced out a sunny smile and said, Then I'll wait for you, Akai. I believe that your future strength will definitely be able to keep up with me. By the way, Akai and the others haven't come here to train for a long time. Might Guy looked around, nodded and said, Since graduation, our classmates have less and less time, and Bai hasn't come here to train for a long time. The only ones who come here to train are Kakashi and I. By the way, Bai, will you become a team leader in the future? Bai shook his head helplessly. He didn't know much about his future, but he believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not give up on him as free labor for a while, and by then he would most likely be given troublesome tasks. A month later, the second clone was walking in the jungle wearing a black robe, and several ninjas were following him quietly in a hidden place behind him. Just as the second clone walked into a valley, several black shadows flashed around him and more than a dozen ninjas appeared. The second clone looked up and saw the team from Konoha village, with someone leading the group that surprised Bai. Ui Shinku, a Konoha senior ninja, an illusion ninja. Don't you know my information? How could you find me? Bai took off his hood, revealing his black hair and a flawless face. Bai's action made everyone present's heart skip a beat, because Bai's revealed appearance was so perfect: black hair, pink lips, an impeccable face, coupled with inexplicable charm, made everyone present feel like they had met a legendary fairy at the first moment. Especially those deep eyes are even more attractive. As a master of illusion, Ui Shinku quickly discovered something was wrong and said quickly, control the chakra in your body and don't be controlled. As soon as Ui Shinku said this, the people present immediately took out the daggers in their hands and stabbed themselves, while some disrupted the chakra flow route, causing the chakra in their bodies to become disordered for a moment and out of control. Bai, with his delicate face, curled up his lips into an evil smile and said, you are worthy of being the elite ninja of Konoha village, but it's a pity that you followed the wrong person from the beginning. As soon as Bai Gang finished saying this, his clone suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Ui Shinku and the other two senior ninjas' faces turned pale in an instant. Sarutobi's maiden, who had been following the crowd, shouted, Teacher Zhenhong, we've been fooled, let's chase them. Shut up, stupid boy. I couldn't find any trace of the illusion before. Going now will only lead to your death. This matter must be told to Lord Hokage. We must be vigilant against the appearance of such a master of illusion in the land of fire. After saying this, Ui Korone gestured to the other two teams and prepared to leave. Sarutobi Asuma next to him still didn't understand and looked at Ui Korone with confusion and asked, Hong, when did we fall into the illusion? When Korone Ui heard this stupid question, she rolled her eyes at Asuma. Sarutobi moved a little further away from the idiot before speaking. If we could sense when we were under an illusion, would we still follow here? Oh, that's right, but why doesn't this guy kill us? With his illusion skills of this strength, it should be easy for him to kill us. Asuma Sarutobi expressed his only remaining doubts. Korone Ui thought for a moment and said, it's likely that this person doesn't seem to be an enemy of our Konoha village, and he has already left the borders of the land of fire. It will probably be more difficult for us to catch up with him in the future. Okay, Asuma, stop asking questions and let's go. When Korone Ui finished speaking, she looked at Asuma Sarutobi, who was about to ask a question, and simply stopped him from asking, then quickened her pace and walked to her father's side. After leaving the border of the Fire Nation, the second clone headed towards the Crying Country. During this month, the second clone did a lot of things, the biggest of which was to hack the son of a minister in the capital to death in the street. It can be said that the second clone has become the public enemy of all the nobles in the land of fire, otherwise Konoha village would not have sent out 3 senior ninjas to encircle and suppress him. Unfortunately, his Mangekyo Sherinan was too buggy. Before these people could figure out what was going on, he controlled their minds and chased them in the completely opposite direction. After going abroad, Bai simply changed into a ninja uniform, but her current identity is a female ninja who was once bullied by nobles. Although her outfit is not completely feminine, it is also so heroic. Walking into a small town, the hazy drizzle did not fall on Bai, but seemed to pass through his body and fell to the ground without any impact. The pretty figure walking in the rain made the hungry villagers in the town rush over as if they had found a glimmer of hope. Please give me something to eat, sir. We need an adult. We will starve to death if we don't eat. Please save us. As these hungry villagers spoke, they wanted to grab Bai's clothes. Although they were afraid of the ninja who could kill them at will, hunger had made them lose their minds. But when their hands passed through Bai's body, everyone was horrified to find that the person in front of them was just a shadow. Ghost, ghost. The villagers were so frightened by this sudden change that they dared not move. Some were so scared that they kicked their legs on the muddy ground and tried their best to escape, while others simply lay on the ground and waited to die. The poor and dilapidated town made Bai, who had experienced a lot in this world, frown. With a long sigh, Bai started walking towards the next town. The rain country was in complete chaos at this time. Ever since the old guy Hanzo lost his spirit, he completely ignored his subordinates. But none of his subordinates had people with strong opinions, plus the fact that ninjas don't know how to manage the entire rain country, so the entire country is in chaos because of these ninjas. The town is now under the management of a small group of ninjas. Looking at the ruins and corpses all around, Bai knows that the rain country has become a fallen country. Even if there is still no hope for this country in the future, everything will be different after Bai comes here. However, the most urgent task is to find Yahiko and his 3 companions first. Now the small organization has been established. This dilapidated town is definitely not where the Akatsuki organization lives, otherwise this town would have become peaceful under Yahiko's transformation. It will not be as chaotic, disorderly, and poor as it is now. After setting a target, Bai would naturally control the second clone to walk towards the center of the town. As the rulers of the town, those ninjas would naturally stay in the center of the town. After all, staying there would show their status. The second clone, now Uchiha Qingfeng, walked on the muddy road without getting stained by a speck of mud. Under the dark cloak was a beautiful face. The pretty figure walking in the rain attracted many villagers to stop and watch, and some even went directly to inform the group of ninjas in the town center. Bai had no interest in these people who leaked the information. He came here just to find that small group of ninjas, and then find the Akatsuki organization through them. Maybe he will encounter some problems in the process, but with his strength he is confident that he will not fail. The environment in the rain country is very bad now. Even some caravans are afraid of the chaotic order here and dare not come here to buy things. The appearance of the outsider Uchiha Qingfeng attracted a lot of people's attention. A man with shifty eyes and sunken eye sockets licked his tongue subconsciously after seeing the beautiful face under the cloak. However, when he saw that the man did not have any wet spot on his body even when walking on the street, he realized that this person was not someone he could mess with. But he was unwilling to give up such a beautiful woman, which made him think of the several ninjas in the center of the town. If he could let these ninjas capture this beauty and then let him have fun with her, he would die without regrets. Moreover, if he passed this news on, he would definitely be rewarded. Anyway, it's definitely not a loss. Thinking of this, the shifty man turned around and ran back to the center of the town, frantically knocking on the door of a mansion in the center of the town. Master Masao, there's a beautiful woman outside, please come out quickly. The person inside the door walked out impatiently, opened the door, and said to the man in front of him with shifty eyes, "You bastard, you don't want to live anymore, how dare you knock on the door so loudly? Tell me what's the matter. If what you said is not worth my attention, you know the consequences." The man wore a rain ninja forehead protector and a ninja tool bag on his waist. It was obvious at a glance that he was a ninja from the Rain Ninja. However, the composition of the Rain Ninjas nowadays is extremely complex. In addition to the former Rain country's own ninjas, many rebel ninjas also come here to occupy the mountains and become kings. When Hanzo faced several major countries before, he also recruited many rebellious ninjas. Although most of them died on the battlefield, there were still quite a few left. This is also one of the reasons for the current chaos in the Rain country. But all this had nothing to do with Bai. At this time, Bai had already followed the man to the outside of the mansion. The man with shifty eyes was frightened by the ninja's words, and hurriedly said, "Sir, a ninja has come to our town. And this ninja is a female, very beautiful, and she doesn't have the forehead protector from other ninja villages. You should go and have a look, that ninja is really beautiful like a princess." These are the only few words that can best describe a man with shifty eyes, but the longing in his eyes cannot be concealed. But the ninja frowned and said, "Are you sure that ninja didn't wear a forehead protector, and how could you survive under the ninja's attention?" "Ah, it's probably because that person isn't strong enough. After all, I found her in the dark." The man with shifty eyes didn't understand his situation either, but he still came up with a plausible excuse, and then he spoke quickly. "Sir, that woman is really beautiful. You should go and see her. After all, he dared to enter our town, so it's only natural that he should listen to your orders after entering our town. Besides, doesn't Lord Masao like beautiful women? When the time comes, you can send each of them up, and maybe you can get some money." The man with shifty eyes suggested, and the ninja's words were obviously moved, so he asked directly, "Then tell me where the person is? He is walking towards the center of town, please follow me, sir." "No." The ninja interrupted the man's words. The moment the man heard this, he asked in confusion, "Why? People are already here." The ninja looked at Bai with surprise as he was covered in a layer of chakra. You know, human chakra is limited, and a genin like him would not be willing to use chakra to wrap himself to keep himself dry at all times during combat. The woman in front of him was definitely stronger than him, but that didn't mean he gave up, because the moment he saw the woman's beauty, all his vigilance disappeared. Her angelic beauty and charming temperament made him forget his own status. The ninja simply walked over to Bai and asked in fascination, "Excuse me, madam, are you hungry during your journey? It just so happens that we have abundant ingredients here, and we can prepare a sumptuous meal for you. I wonder if this lady would be willing to visit our base." Bai, who was wearing a cloak, was a little surprised. He thought that the people here would rush over with knives and chop him. When did ninjas become so easygoing? But then he took off the cloak on his head, looked at the ninja in front of him and said, "I don't need to eat. I'm here to inquire for information." Bai's words did not bring the man back to his senses. When Bai took off his cloak, the man couldn't take his eyes off him. Her smooth hair, beautiful face, and charming temperament made him unable to take his eyes off her. The moment he heard Bai coming to ask for information, he frowned and said quickly, "Madam, you have to think carefully. There are very few people like me who are willing to help you replenish supplies. Are you really willing to give up this opportunity to replenish supplies? Madam, please come with me. Well, I won't do anything disrespectful to you." This proves that the ninja is obviously unwilling to give up the beautiful Bai in front of him. Now he wants to conquer the woman in front of him with politeness. If the woman in front of him does not understand, he will have to use force. Bai shook his head indifferently, his refusal was very obvious. After receiving the response, the ninja made up his mind, drew out his short sword and was about to tie the man up, but just as he was about to draw his sword, several ninjas came out. The one walking in front was a 2-meter tall, fat man. After he came out, he snorted coldly and said, "Down the mountain, it seems that you didn't tell me immediately that there is a beautiful lady who wants to stay overnight. Have you become too brave?" After the man finished speaking, sweat was already beading on his forehead. He swallowed hard and said quickly, "Master Zhangxiong, I am going to bring this beautiful girl to you in the scenic area. It just took me a little longer." "Humph, you're smart." The powerful ninja known as Masao reluctantly agreed with his subordinate's response, then looked down at Bai and said, "My little beauty, I'll give you 2 choices now. Either you let me do whatever I want to you, or I'll knock you out and make you let me do whatever I want to you." The meaning of Masao's words was very clear. Everyone else had already imagined the beauty in front of them being forced into various positions by this rude and burly man, and they felt very aggrieved. But surprisingly, before Uchiha Chingfeng could reply, a sunny yet firm voice suddenly sounded. Jonin Masao, this girl is a traveler from a foreign country after all. There is absolutely no need for you to do this to her. This will cause unnecessary misunderstandings and will also have a great impact on future peace. The sound of the sunlight came from far away and got closer. Everyone looked over and saw Yahiko walking towards them with Konan, Nagato, and a few small ninjas. The few people who walked over looked at Bai's appearance with amazement. Just like before, Bai Juisei's appearance really shocked them. However, the young man with dark red hair walking in front just glanced at him lightly and then walked over with a smile and asked, Junior Ninja Masao, have you thought about what I said before, joining my organization and fighting for peace? Tisk, little kid having unrealistic dreams. Just tell me, kid, peace is impossible. There is no peace in the Rain Country. When Masao Jonin said this, a complex expression flashed across his face, as if he had also been striving for a certain goal before, but unfortunately his spirit had long been defeated at this moment. Kid, although you are powerful, I will not let you play with me. I am determined to get this beauty. If you dare to stop me, let's start a war. Masao, the senior ninja, said this in a careless manner, but Yahiko frowned slightly and tried to persuade him, saying, Masao, the senior ninja, as long as people understand each other, peace can be achieved. For example, the several small towns under the management of our organization are doing well, aren't they? As soon as Yahiko said this, the Jonin Masao laughed sarcastically. And while laughing he didn't forget to say, how the towns under your jurisdiction are managed is none of my business. If you were just an ordinary person, how could you possibly manage such a chaotic town? Peace is nothing more than the strongest suppressing the world, or a compromise among the weak. There's no way I'll join your organization. You guys are just a bunch of brats. What qualifications do you have to talk nonsense in front of me? Get lost, I'm determined to get this guy. After saying this, Jonin Masao stretched out his big hand to grab the cute and petite Bai stood there motionless as if she was frightened silly. But only he himself knew that the person in front of him posed no threat to him, and the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan made him fearless in dealing with everything. Just when Bai's black and white eyes were about to change color, a hand instantly grabbed Masao's thick palm, and the person who appeared in front of Bai was Yahiko. Masao Jonin, I've told you before that if you don't join my organization I'll kick you out. After all, the villagers of this town are having a very hard time under your management. So, Jonin Masao, go back to Rain Village. This place is not suitable for ninjas. Yahiko still had a gentle smile on his face at this time, and his smile was so contagious that the people from the Akatsuki organization behind him all had admiration on their faces. In this world of extreme spiritual scarcity, Yahiko, a ninja with firm beliefs, is worthy of admiration. Moreover, to them, Yahiko is like a savior. Yahiko's action completely annoyed Masao. Masao looked at Yahiko in front of him with what he thought was a provocative expression and said viciously, Kid, I'm going to make you understand the gap between you and your seniors. Water escape technique, waterfall technique. Masao pulled back his left hand and quickly formed a seal that he shouted loudly and spit out a huge stream of water from his mouth, which washed towards everyone. The moment Yahiko saw this situation, he was ready to rescue people. However, when he saw that Bai was no longer there, he was stunned for a moment, and then changed his target of rescue to the ordinary person with shifty eyes. After rescuing the ordinary people, the entire center of the town had turned into a turbid river. Then, Masao rushed out of the turbid sewage with a ninja sword. He was about to cut Yahiko in the air and the ordinary person in half with one knife. Seeing this, Yahiko quickly used a body flash technique to leave his original position and appeared on the roof of the house that had not been collapsed yet. The ordinary person in his hands was trembling with fear, and collapsed on the roof as soon as he was put down. Yahiko frowned as he looked at the mad Masao, sighed deeply and said, how could it be like this again? After saying this, Yahiko quickly formed seals with his hands and spit out countless water balls from his mouth and hit Masao. The two sides fought like this. Bai stood on the rooftop of a building and ignored the gazes of others, watching the battle below. It was not until 5 minutes later that Yahiko knocked Masao to the muddy ground with one punch and said breathlessly, Masao, Jonin, I won, you can leave now. Masao, lying on the ground, struggled for a long time before he stood up and left silently. Several of his men also hurriedly followed him and left the town together. However, when they left, Bai could clearly feel the overwhelming resentment in Zhangxiang. Bai completely couldn't understand this behavior of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. A ninja is a profession that involves being a killer and carrying out missions. Everything is done to complete the mission. However, Yahiko let go of his enemy for his own ideals. I really don't understand what he was thinking. In Bai's understanding, the only one who had the same simple idea as Yahiko was probably not to kill Admiral Zephyr, but in the end their endings were so miserable. One was tricked to death and became a puppet in the hands of his brother, the other chose a wife and daughter who died under the butcher knife of the pirates, and even the last one, some pirates even became vassals of the government. Perhaps this is the inevitable pain that people with simple ideals must go through. Bai really can't understand what is going on in these people's minds. This world is multifaceted and nothing is absolute. How can peace be achieved through simple communication? At least Bai has never seen it. It was a naive idea, but it was different when I came here. Bai was thinking a lot in his heart. At this time, Yahiko walked over and looked at Bai with a smile on his face. "Miss, you are also a ninja, right? I wonder which country you are from." I should be considered a rebel ninja." A trace of pain appeared on Bai's beautiful face, and his expression made Yahiko's heart skip a beat, but his strong will allowed him to quickly recover and speak. "Then I wonder which country you are from." The moment Bai heard this, his pupils quickly turned blood red, and a dark pattern spun in his eyes. The meaning was very clear. Uchiha. The people present looked at the pair of evil Sharingan on the delicate face and immediately moved away from here with caution. Sharingan is the unique eye technique of the Uchiha family. It is the pride of the Uchiha family and also represents Konoha. In the entire ninja world, apart from Uchiha Madara, no one had ever heard of any traitorous ninja from the Uchiha family. Even Uchiha Setsuna, who had attacked the second Hokage, was not considered a traitor, but was simply imprisoned in a prison. When Bai said he was a traitor, they were somewhat skeptical and subconsciously distanced themselves from him. Bai looked at the vigilant crowd, shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that you don't believe that I am a rebel ninja, but this is normal. Am I an Uchiha? But before that, I was just an ordinary person." The identity that Bai wants to add to himself now is a commoner who once had Uchiha blood, and was a lucky person who suddenly awakened the Sharingan after being oppressed by the nobles. In order to cover up his lie, Bai deliberately implanted a non-existent person into the minds of everyone in the town. Even if others came to investigate, they would not be able to make a judgment based on the existing information. As for being discovered, haha, with the strength here, it doesn't matter whether they discover him or not. Bai came to the rain country from the fire country with a pair of shining Sharingan. He didn't believe that those old men in Konoha village didn't have any other ideas. The last time, 3 Jonins and a dozen Chunin-level ninjas chased and intercepted him, but they were fooled by the illusion. With such a terrifying record, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to think carefully before giving him any power. What Bai has always displayed in front of everyone is the Mangekyo Sharingan with a dart pattern. The deterrence of his strength has prevented him from encountering so many troubles along the way. Yahiko looked at Bai with a delicate face and a sad smile on his face and was silent for a while. Then he suddenly raised his head and said, "Come with us, join our organization and fight for peace." "Yahiko, this person's origin is unknown, you can't just let him into our organization." The moment Konan heard this, she became anxious. She didn't know why, but when she heard that Yahiko wanted to join this stunningly beautiful woman into the organization, she felt inexplicably alert. Subconsciously, she didn't want a woman who was much prettier than her to be in the same organization with them. She might not have realized her own feelings yet, but Bai looked at the anxious Xionin and smiled helplessly. "I didn't expect that a little girl would be wary of me, a man. I won't steal your boyfriend." Bai shook off the thoughts in his mind, looked at Yahiko who was holding out his hand with a sincere face in front of him, and asked with some confusion, "I don't even know where I'm going, why do you think I want to join your organization?" The moment Yahiko heard this, he was petrified. Konan next to him was also a little embarrassed. It turned out that they were just being too sentimental. Indeed, their organization has no reputation and no money. Why would anyone join them? Yahiko's ability to recruit people depends not only on his own strength but also on his ever-effective talk, but Bai is obviously not bad in strength and his brain is not bad either. Why should he recruit others? Bai looked at the 3 embarrassed people and burst out laughing, with a charming smile on his face. It was this smile that made the Yahiko trio, who had never seen any beautiful sisters before, subconsciously stunned. As a girl, Konan was still very wary of women and quickly came to her senses. Looking at Yahiko who was standing next to him with a dazed look on his face, he angrily pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Yahiko gasped in pain, then came to his senses and looked at Konan innocently. Bai looked at the interaction between the 3 people, smiled and said, "I can't find anywhere to go, so why don't I go with you to your organization to take a look? There are really few organizations working for peace." "Really? That's great, let's go." Yahiko was a little surprised. He always felt that the girl in front of him would bring vitality and energy to their organization. What's more, the purpose of their organization is to make the ninjas of various ninja villages tolerate and understand each other. Joining a rebel from another ninja village and fighting for their ideals together does not represent the success of his ideas. "Yeah." Bai glanced at the angry Xionin and walked over and said, "Let's go. I've been walking for so long and haven't found a suitable place to stay. From now on, my food, clothing, housing and transportation will depend on you. I will help you after I get there. I also know some ninjutsu copied from the Konoha ninjas. There is no need to refuse if I need anything at that time." Bai's beautiful appearance and his generous speech made everyone present have a good impression of him. Even Xionin felt a little disgusted. She was wary of this person replacing him at the beginning, but when the girl walked up to her, Xionin was somehow attracted by the fragrance of this woman. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yahiko smiled happily. He looked at Bai's delicate face and said with clear eyes, "Let's go, but I want to ask, what is your name, ma'am? As companions, we should introduce each other. Let me start first. My name is Yahiko, and I am the leader of Akatsuki. Our organization is committed to enabling all people in the world to understand and communicate with each other, so that everyone can sit down at the negotiating table calmly to resolve any disputes. Finally, let the world have peace. These are my friends Konan and Nagato. These are also my partners." Yahiko was probably in a good mood because he had recruited some very good companions, so he started to introduce himself endlessly, but Bai, instead of feeling bored, he listened to the information about Akatsuki with great interest. The current Akatsuki organization is a completely unknown organization with no reputation and no funds. Apart from Yahiko and his trio, there are only a dozen or so ninjas in the entire small organization. The strength of these ninjas is very weak, and they have no bright spots except for their common ideals. It can be said that the current Akatsuki organization is just a makeshift team that has not even drawn up a plan. They start looking for investors with their fantasies about completing the mission. Anyone with a normal mind will not invest in such an illusory dream. It would be strange if this organization can grow and develop in the future. The development of an organization is inseparable from order and talent. Although Yahiko's slogans are loud, there is no definite charter at present. What Yahiko is doing now is just to find a few like-minded companions to manage the towns under his jurisdiction. He hasn't even collected taxes yet. He does this out of passion. This naive idea really made by feel ashamed. Yahiko's approach was too difficult to maintain. Once a long time passed, the ninjas without income would have to face reality due to lack of money. Those who join the organization with great enthusiasm may have their mentality changed and turn into villains later on. If Yahiko was not the strongest, the entire organization might have been disbanded long ago. Yahiko quickly revealed all his information, showing almost no wariness. After hearing what they said, Bai looked at their curious eyes, smoothed the hair by his ears, revealing his flawless white neck and said, "My name is Qingfeng, and I was just a civilian in the Land of Fire. Perhaps my ancestors were related to the Uchiha clan. I awakened these eyes during a time when I was experiencing a lot of emotional fluctuations. Later, with the power of these eyes, I learned a lot of things. Then I avenged myself and left the Fire Nation and came here. Yahiko, please take care of me in the future." Bai stretched out her white and delicate little hand, and Yahiko, somewhat flattered, also stretched out his hand and held Bai's hand tightly. "Please take care of Qingfeng." Konoha Village, Uchiha Clan Territory, Nanga Shrine. A dozen Uchiha high-ranking officials sitting in the Lanhi Shrine looked at the Uchiha clan leader on the high platform with grim expressions. The Uchiha clan leader looked at Uchiha Fugaku below with an expressionless face and said, "Fugaku, how do you think our family should deal with this matter?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at his father calmly and said, "I think we should bring this Uchiha member back to our family. Even if his former elders were ninjas who betrayed our family, we should bring back the ninja who has opened his eyes. That's right. As long as they have opened the Sharingan, they are all members of our Uchiha family. Even if they have done something wrong, we can definitely help them to settle it. Yes, especially since he has opened those eyes. If we let him return to the village, our Uchiha clan will most likely have another Hokage. And I heard that the Uchiha is a female, very good looking. If possible, it would be very nice to let her marry the young clan leader and pass on her Mangekyo Sharingan bloodline." These dozen or so older Uchiha all proposed their own ideas, but all of them were plans to get the second clone to return to the family and obey their instructions. Uchiha Fugaku's face looked a little ugly when he heard what these people said. After all, he already had someone he liked. When he thought of that gentle and virtuous girl, Uchiha Fugaku felt warm in his heart. He would not want another person to come between them. The people present were very noisy. The Uchiha clan leader snorted coldly and slammed the table. Everyone stopped communicating at this moment and looked at the Uchiha clan leader, who exuded a low pressure. The Uchiha clan leader looked around, and anyone who met his gaze subconsciously lowered their heads. After the Uchiha clan leader had suppressed everyone's arrogance, he said, "Have you ever thought about whether the village would allow this ninja who didn't grow up in the village to enter the village?" The third Hokage was already very wary of us Uchiha. Now with the Mangekyo Sharingan appearing, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never let him enter the village no matter what. And we must also be wary of the third Hokage's attitude. After all, there have been a lot of rumors that we Uchiha are raising private soldiers. The Uchiha clan leader's face turned very ugly when he thought of what was said at the meeting. He had endured a lot of questioning from Danzo at the meeting. He didn't care much about Danzo's questioning. What concerned him more was the attitude of the higher UPS. The obvious rejection and warning made him feel very aggrieved. How could the Hokage and the others do this? That's our family's affair. What does it have to do with him? Yes, when will it be our turn as Uchiha to be under the jurisdiction of the Hokage? Has the Hokage already extended his hand to the security department? Some Uchiha immediately exploded and started arguing again when they heard this. The Uchiha clan leader felt the veins on his forehead bulging and wanted to curse loudly, but because of his dignity as the clan leader, he could only snort coldly and interrupt everyone. After being shocked by the Uchiha clan leader and being speechless, everyone turned their gaze towards their clan leader. The Uchiha clan leader looked at his son and asked with a cold expression, "I have already told you the Hokage's attitude, so tell me what we should do next." After hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a while and said, "Although that woman is of the Uchiha family's bloodline, she is not under the jurisdiction of our Uchiha family. We can't ignore the Hokage's ideas for the sake of a powerful ninja. This will make it more difficult for us Uchiha to integrate into the village. What's more, this ninja also killed the nobles of the Land of Fire. We can completely list her as a traitor to the Uchiha family, or see what the Hokage thinks." As soon as Uchiha Fugaku said this, he was immediately rebuked by several elders. "Fugaku, don't forget that you are an Uchiha. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the power of God. Only with that kind of power can we have a say in front of the Hokage. In the future, if we want to obtain the position of Hokage by force, we will have to rely on the power of that little girl. So we can completely ignore the Hokage's idea and get the person back. After all, our security department is not under the Hokage jurisdiction. The elder raised his head proudly when he said this, completely unaware that this department was a pitfall for them, the Uchiha. His words attracted a lot of people's agreement, and just when everyone was arguing, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared in the Nanga shrine. At this moment, everyone opened their 3-Magatama Sharingan and stared at the uninvited guest. The visitor was an Umbu wearing a puppy mask. When he felt these dozen pairs of cold eyes, a thin layer of sweat dripped down his forehead. However, he forced himself to stay calm and said in an unchanged voice, "The third Hokage has issued an order. The Uchiha bloodline that is scattered outside has offended the daimyo by killing the nobles of the land of fire. The daimyo has now issued an S-level mission requiring Konoha village to kill the rebel ninja Uchiha Qingfang." After high-level discussions, the Hokage felt that Uchiha Qingfang was the bloodline of the Uchiha family that had been lost, so he decided to hand this matter over to the Root and the Uchiha family to resolve. "I hope the Uchiha clan can deal with this traitor to Konoha village as soon as possible. This is the mission Hokage-sama has given to the Uchiha clan." After the Umbu finished speaking, he took out a scroll and threw it to the Uchiha clan leader from a distance. The Uchiha clan leader listened to everything he said. After taking the scroll, opening it and taking a look, his face instantly turned pale and his hands holding the scroll began to crackle. After he calmed down for a while, he let out a long sigh and said, "Our Uchiha family is also at fault in this matter. Our Uchiha family will deal with this traitorous ninja." "Okay, I'll be leaving then." The Umbu disappeared from the spot in an instant after he finished speaking, and the Nanga shrine exploded instantly the moment the Umbu ninja left. "Chief, how dare the village interfere in the affairs of our Uchiha clan? We should resolve this matter ourselves. Why is the village interfering in the affairs of our Uchiha clan?" Yes, it's just an accidental killing of an ordinary person. How can it be compared with the Mangekyo Sharinan of our Uchiha family?" Everyone present was arguing loudly. They were silent when the Umbu were here just now, but now they were talking nonsense. The shamelessness of the enthusiastic people made the veins on the Uchiha clan leader's forehead bulge. The Uchiha clan leader slammed the table and shouted, "Enough! Uchiha Fugaku is responsible for this matter. You send people from the Root to bring back those eyes. That ninja is just a wild ninja. I believe you can do it." "Okay, Patriarch." Although Uchiha Fugaku had mixed feelings, he still accepted the task because in his opinion the village was meant to be protected and unstable factors like Uchiha Qingfang should be eliminated. Uchiha Fugaku returned home with mixed feelings. As soon as he got home, he saw a figure that made his heart beat fast. "Mikato, you're here." Uchiha Mikato, whose face is still a little immature, nodded with a blush on her face. Uchiha Mikato is now in the stage of youth and beauty, but now she has the size of the future and the temperament of gentleness and virtue. Uchiha Fugaku can't take his eyes off her at a glance. Uchiha Mikato glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Brother Fugaku, you said yesterday that you would go shopping with me today. I wonder if you have time." The moment Uchiha Fugaku heard this, his expression became a little embarrassed, and he stammered, "Mikato, you know that our family has encountered a lot of problems recently. I'm afraid I have to take my clan members out of the village to do the mission. It is very likely that I won't be able to come back for 10 days or half a month, so..." "Okay, then let's postpone shopping until half a month later." Although Uchiha Mikato felt a little disappointed, she quickly interrupted Uchiha Fugaku. "Now she has the temperament of a good wife and mother, and she also understands her man's difficulties." Uchiha Fugaku nodded and then took a look at the clean and tidy house and said, "Mikato, if it's alright, I'll leave first. This mission is a bit difficult and you may have to stay there for a long time. You don't have to help me clean the house every day in the future. It's not like I don't have a maid at home, so it's better to let her do this kind of thing. Mikato, if you're bored, you can go out and play with your bestie. There's no need to care about me." Uchiha Fugaku felt a little heartbroken when he saw Uchiha Mikato's sad expression. Ever since he and Uchiha Mikato reached the age of marriage, Uchiha Mikato had always been around him. How much time he had wasted. He remembered that Uchiha Mikato often went out to play with her sisters. At that time, he was attracted by Uchiha Mikato's innocent smile. On the contrary, Uchiha Mikato's smile has become less and less frequent because of his presence, which makes him feel a little uneasy. Uchiha Mikato nodded when she heard this, then stepped aside and said, "Brother Fugaku, what ninja tools do you need? Tell me and I will help you sort them out." No, I've already brought it. I came here just to tell you and I'll leave right away." "Oh." The moment Uchiha Mikato heard this, she lowered her head, not knowing what to say. Uchiha Fugaku felt the depressing atmosphere and felt a little helpless, but when he thought of his identity and the burden of his family, he gritted his teeth and left. Uchiha Mikato felt very depressed as she watched Uchiha Fugaku leaving. Thinking of her best friend Uchiha Mikato, she decided to go find Kushina to have a chat. Uchiha Mikato walked out of the Uchiha clan territory alone with a lunchbox and came to the house where Kushina currently lived. Just as she was about to knock on the door, it was suddenly opened. Uchiha Mikato bumped into a figure with silver hair. A fresh and charming breath rushed into Uchiha Mikato's nostrils. The soft little head on her chest sank directly into her waves. The strange touch made her pretty face blush slightly. Ben had finally escaped from Kushina and was about to flee the house and go home, but he didn't expect to bump into a soft figure. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from the tip of his nose, subconsciously twitched his nose. The slight tremor made the oppressed Uchiha Mikato's face even redder. However, when she saw the ridiculously beautiful girl in front of her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to say something, the girl quickly pushed her away and said with embarrassment, "That big sister, I'm so sorry, I didn't know you were outside the door. What do you want from Sister Kushina?" Rubbed his itchy nose and felt a little guilty looking at Uchiha Mikato, whose clothes were a little messy on her chest. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was, he always felt that this person was familiar when he looked at the woman's breasts. Uchiha Mikato looked at the beautiful girl in front of her and smiled. She stretched out her white arm, touched her silver hair and said with a smile, "It's okay, little girl, but you can't be so reckless in the future. No, where did that vest on you come from?" Uchiha Mikato was halfway through her words when she saw the green Jonin vest on Bai and her eyes widened. She looked at Bai's slightly youthful figure with some disbelief. At this moment, she subconsciously thought that the little girl in front of her was wearing the identity of her family. After all, how could such a young person be a senior ninja? When Bai heard this, he was speechless and said, "Sister, this vest is mine. I am Yusuji Bai, the youngest Jonin in Konoha. This vest is actually yours. You are so awesome. No, I heard that the youngest ninja is a man. How could it be you?" Uchiha Mikato frowned on her mature and charming face, looked at the lovely person in front of her, opened her eyes wide and glared at him fiercely, as if blaming him for lying. When Bai heard this, he snorted in anger. Although he looked like a effeminate man, he was a real man. "Believe it or not, I can't prove my identity in front of you. By the way, you are here to look for Kushina. Sister Kushina is inside. Go in and find her." Bai was about to leave after he finished speaking, but before he could step out, a lion's roar from Hidong and countless golden chains rushed towards him. "Bai, you really dare to leave? I just asked you to eat what I cooked. If you don't eat it, believe it or not, I will bury you." These golden chains were like tentacles, directly holding the white powder firmly, and then Bai was pulled and Uchiha Mikato, who was watching the show in front, was so scared that her eyes widened and she swallowed subconsciously. She didn't expect that her best friend was so violent in private, but when she thought that the person who bumped into her just now was a boy, her pretty face turned slightly red. Especially the fragrance that lingered for a long time when he was alive, which made her subconsciously ignore someone, and she kept thinking about Bai Jun Qiao's figure in her mind for a long time. Uchiha Mikato shook her head and put the strange thoughts behind her and walked into the room. What she saw was Kushina staring at Bai fiercely and asking him to eat the black plate of food in front of her. Bai looked at the black food in front of him and couldn't help asking, "Sister, I want to ask what on earth you put in this. It's just a bowl of fried rice. Why is there this thing in it?" Bai picked up his chopsticks and carefully picked out 2 burnt and yellow eggshells from the black stuff in front of him. At this time, his chopsticks were stained with some uncooked egg liquid. When Bai saw these things, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He felt that if he ate these things, he would definitely die on the spot. "You have to eat today, whether you want to or not. If you don't eat, how can you comment on the taste of the food I cook? Only when I know how this meal tastes can I improve it. You have to eat it," Kushina said viciously, her eyes filled with determination, and the moment Bai heard this, his face turned even paler. Looking at the plate of food in front of him that had faint holes in it, Bai was thinking about what skill he should use to escape. At this moment, Uchiha Mikato, who couldn't stand it anymore, walked over and said, "Kushina, the food you cook doesn't taste good, so don't force others to eat it. If you really want to cook a delicious meal, how about I teach you?" "Okay, Mikato, everything will be fine now that you're here." Kushina's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. She had tasted Uchiha Mikato's delicious meals before, so she fully agreed to let Mikato cook. Bai breathed a sigh of relief the moment he heard this. He was almost ready to use some tricks to completely escape from this devil's den, but he didn't expect that this beautiful big sister would be his savior. But judging from the name, she seems to be Uchiha Mikato's mother. I don't know whether Uchiha Mikato is married now, but I think she probably isn't. After all, she is still young and not yet of marriageable age. Uchiha Mikato smiled and walked into the kitchen with Kushina to discuss the meal together. After Bai was sure that his life would not be in danger by staying here, he did not mention leaving again. At this time, he also transferred his main consciousness to the second clone. At this time, Bai looked at the tired faces of the people in front of him and shook his head helplessly, then said, "Is this how you help the villagers for free?" "Yes, as long as we help the villagers a little, they will be able to survive. And we can also build a bridge of communication with each other. Now, haven't these 2 towns become peaceful with our help?" Yahiko nodded with a very proud expression, as if what he was doing was very meaningful. Bai looked at this naive man and shook his head helplessly, sighed and said, "Where do I live? We don't have many houses here. So why don't you live with Zionin?" The moment Bai heard this, he frowned, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, Yahiko, how about I do it with you?" "No, what on earth are you thinking? Either you live with me or you sleep out in a cave." When Zionin heard this, she thought that Bai had exposed his foxtail, and immediately looked at Uchiha Qingfeng with vigilance, who had a stern face and graceful posture. Yahiko looked at the person in front of him and shook his head. Although he felt sorry, he still said firmly, Qingfeng, I know you won't trust others, but you believe me, Xiaonan is a good person and she won't do anything else to you. Don't worry about living with her. When Bai heard this, he couldn't help but complain. Is he afraid that Xiaonan will reject him? He is obviously afraid that he can't help himself. Although his current physical body is a clone, the two bodies share a common consciousness and the clone and the real body feel the same, both being a normal male. He could accept sleeping with a man and not doing anything else, but asking him to live with a strange woman was a test of his will. You, come with me, I don't care whether you agree or not, you must live with me. Xiaonan looked at Bai warily. She always felt that the person in front of her had bad intentions. In order to prevent the woman in front of her from pestering her, Xiaonan left, came over, grabbed Bai and ran towards the room. The trio and a dozen of their men lived in a bunch of connected houses that looked like a slum and were completely featureless. Bai was forcibly dragged into the house. After entering the house, Xiaonan let go of his hand, turned around and warned with a serious face, although I don't know which ninja village you are a spy from, I will keep an eye on you. If you make any unusual moves, I will kill you, and don't even think about dividing the relationship between us. We will all strive for Yahiko's ideals, instead of seducing others like you. Bai felt a little amused when he heard this. With his looks, when would it be his turn to seduce men? His current appearance was enough to attract most people's attention just by standing there. Tsunade, a ninja with a strong mind, was defeated by him. Was it necessary for him to do such a thing? He just refused simply because of their different genders, but this woman didn't seem to appreciate it and instead wanted to live with him. Bai was about to say something when Xiaonan immediately turned around and said, remember this, if you try to pass on any information, I will kill you immediately. I'm going to take a shower now. After saying that, Xiaonan turned and walked towards the bathroom. Bai didn't know what to say as he watched Xiaonan leave. He could only sit back at the desk helplessly and read the book in front of him. After a while, the sound of water droplets splashing on the ground came from the bathroom. The moment Bai heard this sound, a picture of a beautiful woman coming out of the bath automatically appeared in his mind. Then he shook his head to get rid of unnecessary dirty thoughts. Xiaonan is still young now, and if he has any improper thoughts, his reputation as a pervert will be completely exposed. Besides, what was there to be interested in about a little girl? At this moment, he was still pretending to be indifferent and looking at the contents of the book in front of him. After a while, when Bai was reading a book intently, Xiaonan suddenly showed her wet head and stared at Bai. After making sure that Bai did not secretly pass on any information, she withdrew her surveillance gaze. Bai saw everything that happened to the little girl, but he didn't say anything. After all, it was hard for others to believe him because of his Uchiha identity. Yahiko is too naive, but Aze the angel who came was not at all weak in vigilance, and Bai's sudden joining made her still quite vigilant. Xiaonan took a shower for a while, and when he came out again, Bai turned his head and saw a pretty girl wrapped in a bath towel with loose blue hair. The girl glared back at Bai the moment she saw his gaze, then she walked past him and changed her clothes. Bai rubbed his nose. Unable to bear it any longer, he immediately pulled his main consciousness back to Konoha village. At this time, Uchiha Mikado's meal was ready. Bai swallowed subconsciously when he smelled the tempting meal. This is what food is. Sister Kushina made it with the intention of killing people. After Bai finished his sigh, he looked at Uchiha Mikato who was smiling and said, Sister Mikato, why did you come to see Sister Kushina today? This is the first time I've seen you in all these years. Uchiha Mikato felt depressed for a moment when she heard this question, then she forced herself to say, Bai, how about trying the food I cooked? Is there anything you want to comment on? Bai curled his lips at this clumsy way of changing the subject, picked up some food with his chopsticks and started eating. As soon as he put a piece of tempura into his mouth, Bai's eyes lit up immediately, and then he gave a thumbs up in admiration and praised generously. Sister Mikato, you are so amazing. Sister Kushina, you need to practice more. If you have children in the future and let them eat this kind of thing again, the children will not grow up. As soon as Bai finished speaking, two big hands pressed on his head, rubbing it frantically and shaking Bai's head back and forth. Sister, this is my fault. I said something wrong. Can you please let me go? Bai felt dizzy after a while and begged for mercy quickly. After Kushina saw the person in front of her and begged for mercy, she reluctantly snorted and withdrew her hand. Then he turned to look at Uchiha Mikato and said, Mikato, I heard that Uchiha Fugaku will be on a mission these days and won't be back. You're bored staying at home, so how about coming to my house every day to teach me how to cook? After hearing this, Uchiha Mikato thought about it for a moment and nodded. She was bored staying at home anyway, so she might as well go to her best friend's house to teach him how to cook. When Kushina saw that Uchiha Mikato agreed, she nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Bai, clenched her fists, and said viciously, Bai, I know you have no tasks these days, so you can come to my place every day to help me taste the food. If you dare not come one day, I will let you taste my fist. Bai nodded hurriedly when he heard this. The fiery little red pepper in front of him was really ruthless. Even though his current image was so cute that people couldn't take their eyes off him, it couldn't hide the violent temper of the woman in front of him. Bai's nodding action like a chick pecking at rice made Uchiha Mikato couldn't help but open her eyes twice more. Looking at this lovely person, she felt a surge of maternal love in her heart, but when she thought that the person in front of her was not only a man but also not much younger than her, she felt a little regretful. However, she felt much more comfortable when she thought that she would be able to see such a lovely person in the next few days, that at least looking at beautiful things was a very pleasant thing for her. Okay, Mikado, I have a lot of ingredients prepared in the kitchen. Let's practice more today in case you rarely come to our place after that icy-faced Uchiha Fugaku comes back. I really don't understand why your big family has so many rules. I remember that our Uzumaki family didn't have so many rules before. Kushina was still muttering, and by Z subconsciously looked at Uchiha Mikato with anticipation. He really didn't want to eat the dark cuisine, not even a taste to make a review. After all, the dark cuisine would leave an indescribable taste in the mouth for a long time after entering the mouth. He will have to suffer for a long time before he can get rid of the taste of the negative information, so he hopes that Uchiha Mikato can help Kushina's cooking skills improve faster. Although the daytime in Konoha village was hard, it was also fulfilling. These days, Uchiha Mikato came to Kushina's house every day. Bai also wanted to improve his favorability, so he often chatted with Uchiha Mikato, and in this way the relationship between the three of them became much closer. Even Uchiha Mishika, who usually didn't smile, had a smile on his face almost all the time after coming to Kushina's house. Things were not so smooth for Uchiha Fugaku. The second clone that Uchiha Fugaku and his men were chasing left in the direction of Uchiha, but in order to get rid of the pursuers behind, the second clone deliberately used illusion to control Ui Shinka's team to walk towards the Grass Kingdom opposite the Rain Kingdom. Since most illusions must be performed at close range, Team Ui Shinka brought back the wrong information after returning to the village, causing Team Uchiha and Team Root to run to the supermarket and search for several days without any results. It was not until the spies in the Rain Country discovered Mei's amazing second clone that the information that the second clone was in the Rain Country was passed on to Konoha. For this reason, the Root team and the Uchiha Fugaku team had to cross the entire Fire Country again to reach the Rain Country. After entering the Land of Rain, the Uchiha team ran forward in a hurry, followed by two Root teams. The lineup of several elite Jonin plus the Root elite teams made the ninjas in the Land of Rain subconsciously retreat. Soon the pursuit team arrived at the outskirts of the town. As soon as the second clone arrived outside the town, he sensed an external aura. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Zionin, who was wearing cool clothes and sitting opposite him drawing detonating talismans. Zionin looked at the second clone who opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and said quietly, "Qingfeng, why are you so jumpy, what's wrong?" In the past few days, the relationship between Zionin and Uchiha Qingfeng has eased a lot. After all, they live in the same house. With the charm skills that come with Bai's physique, it is naturally impossible for Zionin to always have bad feelings. If the second clone had not looked like a girl to Zionin, a seed of possessiveness might have been planted in his heart long ago. Bai glanced out the window where it was drizzling and said, "The enemy is coming. The enemy that Zionin is bringing this time is one that you can't deal with. Don't worry later, I'll be back soon." After Bai finished speaking, he disappeared from his original place in an instant. When Zionin heard Bai's words, he immediately ran to the window and shouted anxiously, Qingfeng, where are you going? Tell me if there are enemies anywhere." Konan shouted several times but heard no sound, so she became anxious and ran out of the house to find Yahiko and Nagito, telling them that Qingfeng had disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, Uchiha Qingfeng watched the people gradually coming out of the rainforest. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Fugaku walked out of the rainforest and swallowed his saliva at the aloof beauty with black hair, dark patterns spinning in her pupils, and a strange and charming aura all over her body. In the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, the woman in front of him was so proud and full of charm. Those were the eyes he longed for, but now they were spinning on a woman. Those eyes were extremely powerful. With them, he would have the strength to challenge the Hokage. But now, he did not have any greed. Instead, he was very moved by this natural masterpiece and even subconsciously wanted to take it for himself. When the people from the route saw the pair of Mangekyo sharing on, their eyes flashed, and they turned to look at Uchiha Fukuno next to them and said coldly, "Chief Fugaku, we have found the target, it's your turn to take action." As soon as Uchiha Fugaku heard this, several clansmen around him couldn't help but speak. Chief! Uchiha Fugaku looked at the dozen or so clansmen who followed him with some hesitation. That he had already seen these clansmen's yearning for Bai's second clone. Bai's figure at this time was proud, beautiful, and powerful, especially the pair of eyes that were spinning with dark patterns, which made the usually proud Uchiha family ninja feel a sense of submission and possessiveness. In general, Uchiha Fugaku understood the thoughts of these men in an instant, which meant that they were reluctant to attack this beauty. Uchiha Fugaku had the same idea in his mind at this time. Looking at the route who were closing in step by step, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly became tough and said to Uchiha Qingfeng in front of him, "You. What's your name?" The second clone straightened his hair and said with a smile, "My name is Qingfeng. You are from the Uchiha clan, right?" Uchiha Fugaku hummed dryly, and then didn't know what to say. The root next to him snorted coldly at the exchange between the two, and threatened in a cold tone, "Chief Fugaku, don't forget that this is a task assigned by the Hokage. This man is directly attacking the nobles of the Fire Nation. That if you don't take action, you are deliberately failing to complete the task. Lord Hokage will definitely hold you accountable when you return, so you must think it over carefully." The moment Uchiha Fugaku heard this, his heart immediately tightened. He wanted to take action, but he couldn't lift his hands. The dozen or so Uchiha family members next to him also stared at these root members with anger. At this moment, they all had the same thought in their minds, that is, the person in front of them must not die, and must be taken back. Although they had such thoughts, they knew that their strength was totally unworthy of having such a person, so they all looked at Uchiha Fugaku with anticipation, hoping that the young clan leader could bring this person back to the village, even if they could only take a look at him. Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly understood the looks of his clansmen, turned around and said, "Uchiha Qingfang, I wonder if you are willing to follow me back to Konoha village. If you are willing, you will not only be able to learn a wealth of ninjutsu, but also be able to get rid of your current predicament. After all, our Uchiha family is a big family in Konoha, so it should be easy to solve this problem." Uchiha Fugaku said with a slightly expectant tone that the conditions he proposed did not seem to be a big problem. After all, the Uchiha family did have face, but all this was based on the premise that no one was targeting the Uchiha family. The current Konoha high-level officials are ready to suppress the Uchiha family at any time. Any stain can become a reason for the Konoha high-level officials to attack, so if Uchiha Fugaku wants to suppress this matter, the family will definitely suffer heavy losses. The moment the root ninja next to him heard this, he immediately became alert and looked at Uchiha Fugaku with caution. The root ninja standing in the front also questioned him coldly. "Uchiha Fugaku, have you forgotten that you are now a ninja of Konoha? This is a rebel ninja. Instead of dealing with the rebel ninja, you want to negotiate with him. What do you mean?" "I will tell Lord Hokage everything when I return, and let him deal with your rebellious behavior." The root guys weren't really determined to fight to the death, and up until now their two teams hadn't been able to match the Uchiha team at all, so they weren't that arrogant. Uchiha Fugaku could only be oppressed with words. Under normal circumstances, Uchiha Fugaku would still be obedient, but Uchiha Qingfang, who was graceful and standing there like a fairy in the rain, became a charming and enchanting witch. Her beauty made these men subconsciously forget their identities and responsibilities, and they wanted to come over and have a kiss on her. Of course, such a powerful charm cannot be achieved solely by the temptation of body odor. The dart spinning in Uchiha Qingfang's eyes played a significant role. These people entered the illusion he had woven from the very beginning. The illusion of the white Mangekyo Sharingan itself had the ability to attack from a lower dimension. In addition, he had a sage body and was not worried about the consumption of his pupil power. Naturally, he controlled more than a dozen people present in an instant. Everyone present was experiencing the same environment, and they wanted to see how these people would react in a while. Uchiha Fugaku in the illusion ignored what the root people said and instead looked at Bai sincerely. However, Bai got goosebumps when he saw the increasingly passionate and obsessed eyes. He still underestimated the impact of the Mangekyo Rinnegan on ordinary Uchiha bloodlines, but what made him even more uncomfortable was that these men's bodies were getting hotter and hotter. Bai looked at the group of men in front of him with disgust, took out a ninja sword, and killed several root members quickly and efficiently. Then everyone left the illusion in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku, who had stretched out his hand just now, looked at the empty space in front of him and quickly opened his eyes. "What's going on? When did I fall into the illusion?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at the sudden change in front of him. He immediately understood what he had just encountered and looked at the person in front of him with horror. However, when he saw the corpses of those root members nearby, he became even more panicked and quickly said, "Uchiha Qingfang, stop killing people. Just come back to Konoha village with me and accept the punishment of the Uchiha clan. Soon you will become a member of the Uchiha clan. Staying here will only waste your talent. Trust me, come with me." When the second clone heard this, he acted as if he had heard something extremely funny, and asked curiously, "I heard that your name is Chief Fugaku, right? Do you have these eyes?" "No." Uchiha Fugaku looked at the pair of eyes that emitted strange fluctuations, cold charm and evil, and shook his head helplessly. Just by looking at the pair of eyes, he felt that he was about to fall into them. How could there be eyes like hers? Bai smiled and then the dart pattern in his eyes spun again, and the dozen or so people present were once again dragged into the beautiful illusion. Then he walked away with elegant steps. The glance just now had already revealed too much. They were obviously a group of scum who could be dealt with at a glance. What qualifications did they have to invite him, a big crocodile, back? I really don't understand the thoughts of those big families in the ninja world. Is it because of the same blood that they are? Do I have to listen to them? This is true for the Hyaga and Uchiha, perhaps this is the pride of the big family. At night, with a cool breeze blowing, Uchiha Fugaku finally finished his overtime work in his dream. Just as he was about to go home to have dinner with his wife, children and elders, what he saw when he opened the door was a sight that made him angry. Just when he wanted to see what the person who bullied him looked like, everything in the world shattered into pieces, and Uchiha Fugaku knelt on the muddy ground in an instant, his 2-3 Magatama Sharingan spinning wildly. When he looked up again and saw everything in front of him, he was completely confused. What Bai had prepared for him was a template of a daily office worker, which allowed him to be reborn directly into the daily life of the 1980s. Uchiha Fugaku spent a peaceful life in the illusion, but in order to prevent Uchiha Fugaku from being completely trapped in the illusion, Bai specially added a piece of information for him. This information was naturally the plot that Uchiha Fugaku was bullish. It seems that the wake-up service of this plot is very good. Immediately afterwards, bright red blood flowed from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, and after a long period of relaxation, Uchiha Fugaku finally saw everything in front of him clearly. After seeing the root members who had fallen to the ground, Uchiha Fugaku's heart skipped a beat and he hurried over to check their pulse one by one. After feeling the cold breath of these people, Uchiha Fugaku felt unwell. Oh no, Elder Danzo will definitely not let the Uchiha clan off so easily. And the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is too strong that we have no power to resist it at all. Only power of the same level can counter the Mangekyo Sharingan. What should we do if the mission is not completed? Uchiha Fugaku was very distressed. Now he had no idea how to face the accountability of the Konoha high-level officials. After all, so many people came out, but only the people from the root were killed. None of the people from the Uchiha family were hurt. It was obvious that there was another hidden story behind this matter. Danzo and other elders will definitely seize the opportunity to put pressure on the Uchiha family. At that time, the family will definitely suffer heavy losses, and the gap between them and the village will become increasingly larger. When he thought of this, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly turned his gaze to the clansmen behind him. Looking at those clansmen who had not yet escaped from their environment, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes became fierce. But then he shook his head and said, "This is not their fault. I can't do anything to them. Moreover, even if the Uchiha family suffers losses, they will still be held accountable when they return. Killing them will not have any effect. Moreover, they are also elite members of the family. Killing them will also cause considerable losses to the family." Uchiha Fugaku thought of this and made up his mind. He looked at the Uchiha ninja standing in the last row, then took out a shuriken and cut the Uchiha's throat with one sword. The Uchiha ninja who was immersed in the illusion lost his life just like that. Perhaps he would never understand until his death that he died at the hands of his young clan leader. "Don't worry, Jiantai, I will take good care of your wife, children, and the elderly." After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he immediately created several shadow clones and then faked a battle scene at the original place. When the time was almost up, Uchiha Fugaku woke up each and every Uchiha ninja here and left with the remaining corpses. Bai, who was standing on a distant house and watching the farce here, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He saw everything that had just happened. The scene of Uchiha Fugaku waking up and taking action simply shattered his three views. At first he didn't understand why Uchiha Fugaku would attack his own people, but after a little thought, Bai understood Uchiha Fugaku's considerations. But it was only after he understood Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts that he felt a little frightened. This was a member of his own clan, and he just killed him directly. It was no wonder that this guy would allow his son to slaughter the entire clan in the future. Bai now looked down upon Uchiha Fugaku even more. Not only did he not have any political thinking, he even compromised with external forces and was willing to take action against people inside. I really don't understand what's going on in his brain. Bai really doesn't understand why Uchiha Fugaku could be so stupid. Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina's home. Bai looked at Uchiha Mikato, who was kneading dough diligently with beads of sweat on her forehead, with a hint of pity in his eyes. His look made Uchiha Mikato a little confused, and she asked directly, "Bai, is there something wrong with you looking at me like that?" "Fine." Bai shook her head. Although Uchiha Mikato was very confused, she did not continue asking. Instead, she stretched out her white jade hand and wiped Bai's face. She wiped off the flour left when kneading the dough, but when she saw Bai looking at her with doubtful eyes, she suddenly felt confused and said quickly, "Bai, there was dirt on your face just now, let me wipe it off for you." Bai Miran nodded and looked at Uchiha Mikato, whose pretty face was slightly red, with a weird look. Uchiha Mikato felt really uncomfortable being looked at by him and asked directly, "Bai, why are you looking at me like that?" After coughing twice, Bai hesitated a little. "Sister Mikato, I want to ask what your impression of Uchiha Fugaku is." Fugaku. Uchiha Mikato was stunned for a moment after hearing this question, then recalled the figure in her memory and frowned slightly. For some reason, after spending the past few days with Bai, she always felt that Uchiha Fugaku seemed too rigid and somewhat inflexible. In her opinion, Uchiha Fugaku handled everything very well in the past when something happened in the family. However, in her communication with Bai in the past few days, she found that Uchiha Fugaku was not only rigid, but also always handled everything with a compromising attitude. At first she thought that Uchiha Fugaku did this for the sake of his family, but after spending the past few days together, she realized that Uchiha Fugaku was completely indecisive and weak. But all this can be changed. Uchiha Mikato feels that she should communicate more with Uchiha Fugaku after she returns. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mikato said, "Fugaku is a very good person." After hearing this, Bai was silent for a while and said, "Sister Mikato, you should pay more attention to Uchiha Fugaku in the future. Anyway, you are not married yet, so you can observe your marriage partner more. Marriage is a lifelong happy event, so you should do more research." Bai didn't know what to say. This time he reminded Uchiha Fugaku subconsciously after seeing his disgusting face. In fact, Bai didn't want the plot to change much. Uchiha Mikato nodded after hearing what he said. At this time, Kushina had already come out with a plate of delicious stir-fried dishes, put it on the table and said, "Bai, try this dish. Sample." Bai picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. After tasting the deliciousness of the food, Bai nodded and said, "Sister Kushina, your food is much better and it is very delicious." "Really? That's great." After getting a positive answer, Kushina immediately threw the spatula in her hand away happily, then hugged Uchiha Mikato tightly and said happily, "That's great, Mikato. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have to practice before I could eat my meal. Haha, this is the result of your hard work." I looked at the two beauties hugging each other, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowed into a line, one hand supported his chin, and his silver hair was scattered around his waist, looking very casual. The whole person was so cute and casual. Kushina looked at the cute bai and happily walked over to her. She hugged her tightly in her arms and said, "Bye, thank you so much, sister. If you hadn't tried the dishes many times, I might not have the motivation to continue. Haha, I'm your brother, this is what I should do." I felt the warm embrace and answered helplessly. The atmosphere in the whole room became very pleasant with the interaction between several people. 3 days later, Uchiha Fugaku returned home with a haggard face. He was in a very low mood, his lips were pale, his whole body was exhausted, and he felt like he was about to collapse at any time. Today, after he returned to Makino with the remaining few clansmen, he was immediately harassed by the Konoha High UPS. For this reason, his father Uchiha Tai had to discuss with the Konoha High UPS in person and finally resolved the matter after paying a considerable price. He was also blamed by his father for not handling the matter properly. What made him even more uncomfortable was that during the past 3 days, the beautiful figure and the real illusion he experienced in the magic kept flashing through his mind. Every time he recalled the scene when Uchiha Mikato betrayed him, his heart ached, but that beautiful figure would always break into his heart when he was confused, making him always have the idea of risking his life. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was thinking about how to bring that beautiful person back to the family. Just as he entered the house, Uchiha Mikato looked at him with some surprise. "Fugaku, you're back. Is the mission completed?" When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, he frowned immediately. Recalling the transactions in the past few days, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Mikato with a cold face and said, "No, Mikato, you should go back today. I want to rest." When Uchiha Mikato heard this, her face froze for a moment, but she still forced a smile and said, "Okay, there's some white porridge I prepared on the table. You can drink it while it's hot." After saying this, Uchiha Mikato left Uchiha Fugaku's house in a depressed mood. Uchiha Fugaku didn't think there was anything wrong at first, so he went back to the living room, drank the porridge on the table, and prepared to go to bed. But as soon as he lay down, he realized something was wrong and sat up suddenly. "Something is wrong. I didn't tell you that I was coming back today. Who did Mikan prepare the porridge for?" When Uchiha Fugaku thought of this, he recalled what was foretold in the illusion. He knew that everything was fake, but he always thought about things that way after going through that illusion. The more Uchiha Fugaku thought about it, the more suspicious he became. In the end, he simply got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and quietly caught up with Uchiha Mikato, wanting to see where Uchiha Mikato was going. At this time, Uchiha Mikato was in a very bad mood. After all, no one would feel good if being ignored. Uchiha Mikato, who was in a bad mood, just thought of a place where she could relax, so she went straight to Bai's house. The relationship between the three of them has become very good after spending more than 10 days together. Bai's charming body is naturally charming. Even if Uchiha Mikato is not attracted to him, her favorability towards him is already full. So for some reason, Uchiha Mikato came to Bai's house as soon as possible. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was hiding behind the wall and watching Uchiha Mikato come to a building he didn't recognize at all and knock on the door. He subconsciously clenched his fists. However, when he saw that the person who opened the door was a girl with silver hair, delicate face, and wearing pure white casual clothes, he was stunned for a moment. He searched his memory for a long time and finally recognized who this person was. However, it was precisely because he recognized who this person was that he felt very uncomfortable. The moment he saw Uchiha Mikato about to follow Bai into the house, he walked out of the crowd. "Mikato, I have something to talk to you about." "Ah." Uchiha Mikato and Shiro were stunned for a moment, turned around and saw Uchiha Fugaku walking out of the crowd. Both of them were confused. Although Bai didn't understand what this guy was thinking, he still smiled and said to Uchiha Mikato, "Sister Mikato, someone is looking for you. Come back when you have time." "Okay." Uchiha Mikato nodded, turned, and walked to Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, what do you want to talk to me about? Didn't you say you were not feeling well?" Uchiha Fugaku had a cold face, looked at Uchiha Mikato and said, "Mikato, have you been staying at the Shiraisha ninja's house these days?" Uchiha Mikato was stunned for a moment when she heard this question, then nodded and said, "I guess so. Shiro Jounen's cooking skills are very good, so I came to him to learn some new dishes. I was thinking of waiting for a chance to cook them for you to try." "Humph, Mikato, don't come here again. This brat is Tsunade's younger brother. We in the Uchiha family don't need to communicate with him in the Senju family. We in the Uchiha family are not inferior to others. There are chefs in the family. Why are you looking for him?" Uchiha Fugaku felt a little unhappy. Although the kid was young and looked like a girl, he felt a sense of threat for no reason. Maybe he was in a bad mood and needed a place to vent, so his tone was a little harsh. But Uchiha Mikato listened to his words and asked in confusion, "Why, we are all from Konoha, why is there no need to communicate? Didn't you say it before? Our Uchiha family needs to integrate into the village." Uchiha Fugaka snorted coldly and said, we do need to integrate into the village, but this kid just can't do it. What's more, you will be the wife of the young clan leader in the future, so it's better for you to stay out of public. Uchiha Fugaku's words made Uchiha Mikato even more confused. No matter how good-tempered Uchiha Mikato was, she knew that the man in front of her was somewhat unreasonable, and her tone was no longer so kind. Fugaku, what's wrong with you? I feel like you're being a little unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable. How am I being unreasonable? Let me ask you, the white porridge you prepared today is definitely not for me. Well, what's the matter? Uchiha Mikato didn't know what Uchiha Fugaku was thinking. As if she had caught something, you said directly, no matter what, you will marry me in the future. It is inappropriate for you to prepare lunch for another man. Just come back with me now. After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to capture Uchiha Mikato viciously, but Uchiha Mikato dodged to the left and avoided the capture. Uchiha Mikato is quite talented and strong, and can be considered a jonin. If she hadn't married Uchiha Fugaku soon, she might still be on a mission now. It was naturally easy to dodge Uchiha Fugaku's grasp, but this dodge made Uchiha Fugaku snort coldly and asked in an increasingly heavy tone, Mikato, we are getting married in 2 months. Are you really going to abandon me for an outsider? What are you talking about? Can't I have my own social life before getting married? Uchiha Fugaku, you are really meddling too much. Uchiha Mikato really couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku had escalated the topic to this level. Uchiha Fugaku was getting more and more unhappy, but he could only say it as he looked at the crowd gradually gathering around him. Mikato, think about it, will you choose me or that pretty boy? Fugaku, what are you doing so unreasonable for? I am so disappointed in you that you still harbor feelings for me after so many years. Fugaku, what happened to you? Why are you so sensitive? Uchiha Mikato said this with a distressed look on her face, but his words made Uchiha Fugaku even angrier. He felt that every word of Uchiha Mikato in front of him was mocking him. Misaka, I am your husband. Where are you going? Can't I stop you? Besides, who did you prepare that white porridge for today? Didn't I say it already? That white porridge was prepared for myself. What happened to you, Fugaku? If nothing happened, let me go. Uchiha Mikato shook off her wrist that was being grabbed. After hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku knew that he was being a bit unreasonable. What he experienced in the environment could never be linked to reality. But he didn't know why at this moment. He always felt that he had lost face and snorted coldly and said, Mikato, I don't care, you come back with me now. I've already made an appointment with someone else, and you asked me to go back with you. Uchiha Fugaku, what the hell are you doing? Uchiha Mikato was in disbelief, and the quarrel between the two became louder and louder. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku felt very embarrassed, so he snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and turned away. Uchiha Mikato stood there feeling a little overwhelmed. Finally, feeling a little sad, she squatted down, clasped her hands in front of her knees, buried her head between her legs, and sobbed softly. Many people around looked at Uchiha Mikato squatting in the corner, and some of them were curious and sympathetic, but these people all stayed away because of the round fan on Uchiha Mikato's clothes. After watching the whole thing upstairs, Bai sighed helplessly, walked out, pulled Uchiha Mikato back to the room, and let him sit on the sofa. Misaki-san, there's no need to be sad for others. If you feel unhappy, just curse it out. Only in this way can I avoid damaging my body due to anger. If all else fails, crying is okay. Bai said helplessly as he looked at Uchiha Mikato, who started to suppress her tears after entering the house. When Uchiha Mikato heard this, she felt aggrieved. She didn't understand why Uchiha Fugaku treated her like this, and her heart ached. Bai had no choice but to walk over and hold Uchiha Mikato in his arms, or maybe it was because of Bai's height, but he hugged Mikato's waist and rested his head on her chest to comfort her. The faint fragrance of Bai was transmitted to Uchiha Mikato through her nasal cavity. After smelling the fragrance, Uchiha Mikato felt much better and her crying slowly stopped. After a while, Uchiha Mikato finally calmed down. Her eyes were full of determination as she said, I want to postpone the engagement. Fugaku has a character problem. I won't marry him if he doesn't change his temper. Bai was stunned and looked at Uchiha Mikato with a puzzled look on his face, but after thinking about it, he nodded and said, Sister Mikato, you decide. Marriage is something that concerns your whole life. For your future happiness, you should do more research. What Bai said was the truth. In his opinion, Uchiha Fugaku was not a good match. He was not successful in family affairs. Family affairs caused the entire family to be constantly suppressed and divided, and in the end, he could not even suppress the voices of resistance from the radicals. He raised an ungrateful person in family matters, and it's Sundra's second pillar. No matter how you look at it, it seems that there is nothing successful about Uchiha Fugaku's education. So Bai even thought that it was a good thing that Uchiha Mikato did not marry Uchiha Fuya. After all, this gentle and lovely elder sister left a good impression on him. Bai, do you support me too? I support. Bai nodded. Anyway, he had already offended the Uchiha clan, so more debts are better than nothing. Moreover, with his strength, the Uchiha clan not only did not pose any threat to him, but they would be asking for trouble if they came to him. Bai has the capital to be fearless and will naturally do what he wants, but Uchiha Mikato looks at Bai with gratitude. Uchiha Mikato stood up and said, Bai, thank you for your encouragement. I will go back and talk to my grandfather about postponing the wedding. I wish you success. Bai nodded when he heard this, but he had no hope that Uchiha Mikato could convince his grandfather, the Uchiha Great Elder, to cancel the engagement. After all, this world is a world that was created by the Japanese culture. The status of women is very low, and basically once they become ninjas, they become appendages of men. So in Bai's opinion, the Uchiha Great Elder would definitely not agree to Uchiha Mikato's request after knowing this matter. Thinking of this, Bai frowned, then he sighed and looked at Uchiha Mikato who was leaving, and muttered to himself, Sister Mikato, I'd better help you, otherwise you really may not be able to escape the miserable fate in the future. But I'm quite curious, if Mikato-san didn't marry Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi, would they still be born? After Bai finished speaking, he disappeared into the distance in an instant, and the illusory figure carried him across the earth and flew forward along the ground. Uchiha Mikato didn't know that someone was following her. After she returned home, she bravely found her grandfather. The great Uchiha elder was an old man in his 60s, with a head full of white hair and dull eyes. He stared straight ahead, as if he was recalling something. After hearing the door open, the great Uchiha elder turned his head, and when he saw that the person coming was his granddaughter, his pupils focused again and he picked up the tea in his hand and asked, Mikato, you're back. I'm back. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Mikato bravely said, Grandpa, I want to cancel the engagement. The Uchiha elder, the moment he heard, his brows slightly furrowed, and his expression became obviously unhappy. Why? Although Uchiha Mikado felt a little uncomfortable when she heard these cold words, she still mustered up the courage to say, Uchiha Fugaku's personality is not very good, I misjudged him before. Oh, then tell me what happened to Uchiha Fugaku. The moment the Uchiha Great Elder heard this question, he did not rush to refute it, but instead asked calmly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikato let out a long sigh and told the story of what happened today like pouring beans. After hearing all this, the Uchiha Elder snorted coldly and slammed the teacup in his hand on the table. He stared at Uchiha Mikato with a somewhat fierce look, and just as he was about to say something, a dark pattern appeared in his pupils. The words she was about to say were stuck. Uchiha Mikato was so scared that she closed her eyes. However, when she didn't hear any scolding for a long time, she slowly opened her eyes. At this time, the eyes of the great Uchiha elder softened. His mind, which had been controlled by a higher level illusion, had long been rewritten. In order to allow Uchiha Mikato to break away from the engagement, Bai naturally raised Uchiha Mikado's psychological status in the Uchiha Great Elder to a higher level. The current Uchiha Great Elder will definitely choose Uchiha Mikato if he has to choose between his family and Uchiha Mikato. This is the ability to rewrite thoughts. At this time, Bai, who was hiding underground, shed tears of blood from his two eyes. Since his double pupil technique was not a bug-level illusion like the other gods, this hypnosis consumed all his pupil power. Moreover, this illusion was not permanent and would disappear in about 3 or 4 months. However, these 3 or 4 months were enough time that even if the Uchiha Great Elder later knew that someone was controlling him with illusion, he would not dare to make it public. After all, only a higher-level Sharingan can control the illusion of an elite Jonin, especially the illusion of the Uchiha family. By then, Bai believed that the Uchiha Great Elder would understand what to do. After opening her eyes, Uchiha Mikato saw her grandfather just standing there breathing heavily. She had no intention of getting angry but also felt a little confused, so she asked tentatively, Grandfather. Okay, I agree with your idea. The Uchiha Great Elder had an unwilling expression on his face, but when Uchiha Mikado heard these words, she felt the care from her elders for the first time. She remembered how cold and harsh her grandfather was. This sudden change made her think that her grandfather had been replaced. However, the audition result is still good. As long as my grandfather agrees to this marriage, it will definitely be resolved. Then I won't have to hand it over to Uchiha Fugaku. As for the future, Uchiha Mikato has not figured out what to do, so she will take it one step at a time. The great Uchiha elder was silent for a moment before he sighed and said, Mikado, I want to show you something. After the great elder Uchiha finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked back to his room. At this time, Bai also jumped out from the ground, and then put one hand on the great elder Uchiha's head and transmitted the memories he saw to him. After accepting these memories, the Uchiha great elder slowly walked out of the room again, picked up a blank seal and spread it out on the table. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands. Illusion, camera technique. After the Uchiha Great Elder finished speaking, the bad things that Uchiha Fugaku had done a few days ago appeared on the blank scroll in front of him. Everything was recorded from the moment he was controlled at the beginning, to the moment he was forced to stand at a distance as punishment, to the moment he killed his own people. After reading this, Uchiha Mikado couldn't believe it. She never thought that Uchiha Fugaku, whom she used to like, would do such a thing. He actually attacked his own clan members. She had no idea why Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader, would do this. Uchiha Mikato said in disbelief, Why did Fuyu do this? What will happen to Kenta's wife and children? His father did not die on the battlefield, but was killed by his own young clan leader. What on earth is the reason for Uchiha Fuyu to do this? The great Uchiha elder looked at Uchiha Mikato, who was holding her head in her hands in disbelief. He sighed and said, Fugaku was too soft on this matter. There were just a few root members. Was it really necessary to let our clan's elite ninjas die at the hands of our young clan leader? It's really ironic. I used to think this guy was calm and composed, and a good candidate for a team leader, but I didn't expect him to be so weak. If we let him become the clan leader, our Uchiha clan will never be able to change their trajectory, but I can't destroy you. Let's break off the engagement. Mikato, come with me. The great Uchiha elder finished speaking and walked towards the clan leader's house with the scroll in his hand. Bai stood in the land and watched all this and breathed a sigh of relief. This time he was exhausted, but he couldn't relax about the follow-up matters. Bai had to follow the Uchiha elder to the clan leader's house to prevent Uchiha Taeki from finding out any problems. Fortunately, the leader of the Uchiha family is an elite jonin. However, no one could find anything abnormal about the great elder Uchiha. Although there was considerable conflict between the two sides during the argument, everything went smoothly after the great elder Uchiha took out the scroll that contained the video. Apart from the wedding of Uchiha Mikato and Uchiha Fugaku, the marriage ceremony that the family had already prepared for a long time was also lost in a muddle. Uchiha Fugaku had no idea how he became a bachelor, but what made him even more headache was that in order to discuss Uchiha Fugaku directly asked the Uchiha great elder to copy the seal scroll into a book and send it out. Many people in the entire Uchiha family knew about Uchiha Fugaku's great achievements. This behavior of being able to kill his own clansman at will was despised by many people in the ninja world, and Uchiha Fugaku's reputation was ruined. Everything Bai did completely severed the relationship between the two, and at the same time, the Kingdom of Rain. Yahiko ran into the living room excitedly and said to the dozen or so people in the living room, my companions, Hanzo-sama has agreed to meet us. What? Nagato and the others didn't believe it. In their opinion, Hanzo was a man who controlled a small country, so how could he care about this newly established small organization? Yahiko rubbed his nose and said with a smile, then I have to thank Masao, the senior ninja, very much. After he left, he told Hanzo-sama our news, and finally Hanzo-sama decided to talk to us. Bai rolled his eyes when he heard this and said, how naive, who is Hanzo? Why would he talk to you? Hanzo is definitely looking for you now because he wants to recruit you into his camp. Do you really think you are important to this organization? Bai said this even though he had accumulated a lot of popularity in Akatsuki organization these days, he was still glared at by everyone. Seeing this situation, Yahiko sighed helplessly and said, but Lord Hanzo is the leader of the Rain Country, and I believe Lord Hanzo will listen to me. When the time comes, we can fully use Lord Hanzo's power to change the Rain Country. As long as we transform the Rain Country into a peaceful place, we will be able to gradually assimilate other countries with our experience, eliminate hatred between other countries, and usher in true peace. Yahiko expressed his thoughts, and the others were really excited after hearing this. Konan also looked at Yahiko with admiration. Bai looked at the fanatical crowd and didn't know what to say. He could only stand up and walk towards his room. Yahiko felt a little disappointed when he saw Bai leaving, but then he cheered up and looked at Konan and said, Xiao Nan, I hope you can work harder. With King Feng's strength, as long as he joins our organization will be able to grow faster and bring peace to the world faster. Good. Xionin looked a little jealous, but still chased after him reluctantly. Xionin caught up with Bai, came to Bai's side and walked side by side with him. He turned around and looked at the handsome Bai, and a hint of fondness and melancholy flashed in his eyes. Shiro, why did you leave Yahiko? Didn't you do something wrong? Bai felt quite helpless listening to Xionin's naive words. He really didn't know how to talk to such a naive person to make her understand that the world is not black and white. But he felt embarrassed not to answer this question, so after thinking for a while, Bai said, Xiaonan, you have to understand that not everyone in this world is willing to communicate peacefully. There are good people and bad people. The way of communicating with each other may be useful for people with good tempers, but those evil people will not listen to what you say about communicating with each other to promote peace. Yahiko will definitely not achieve his goals if he joins the Rain Village. He might even be ostracized by others because of different philosophies. I just think you are too naive, so naive that even I can't understand you. After hearing this, Konan was silent for a while, then took Bai's hand and said, but Yahiko longs for peace, and he is also working hard for peace. We can't abandon him and leave him alone. Haha, maybe some people's ideals are good, but if they are too idealistic, then they are just daydreaming. Okay, Xionin, I think it's better not to join Akatsuki. I will join the organization after Akatsuki's ideology changes. After saying that, Bai waved his hand and left. Xionin had no choice but to follow him. The two walked shoulder to shoulder towards home. As Bai expected, Yahiko joined Hanzo, and the second clone was also invited by Yahiko, but Bai did not join the Rain Village and still stayed where the Akatsuki organization used to be. At first, Konan was a little reluctant to leave this place and stayed there for a few days, but Bai's attraction to her was not enough to overcome friendship. In the end, Konan still followed Yahiko to join the Rain Village. However, Xionin still regularly returns to his previous residence to visit the second clone, and the second clone can still regularly refresh its good perception, so Bai is not in a hurry. The current Akatsuki organization not only has a lot of things to do and few people, but is also full of troubles. Bai is not in a hurry to join. Only after Yahiko's death will Bai let his second clone join the Akatsuki organization. The group with black background and red cloud windbreakers is the Akatsuki that Bai knows. The current one is just a small fight by an idealist. Time passed slowly, and Bai seemed to have been forgotten by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Apart from playing with some beautiful girls every day, he had to deal with Tsunade's exploitation. Occasionally, he would go to Konoha Hospital with Tsunade to treat patients. Life was very comfortable, and the 47 years of Konoha passed slowly. Kingdom of the Wind, Grand Canyon. The third Kazekage, with dark blue hair, yellow eyes, and wearing a Kazekage divine robe, followed his guards and slowly walked into the Grand Canyon, preparing to pass through the road in the Grand Canyon to meet the daimyo of the Wind Country. But when he came out again, he had already been put into the sealing scroll by the red-haired scorpion of the Red Sand. The news of the disappearance of the third Kazekage spread throughout the Kingdom of Wind a few days later. Another half a month later, the fourth Kazekage Raza came to power and launched a war against Konoha in the name of revenge. In Konoha village, Bai smiled brightly and comforted the injured ninja in front of him. The male ninja forgot all the pain when he looked at Bai, who was wearing a white coat and had silver hair and was more beautiful than a human woman. He stared at Bai's figure moving around without blinking. Bai had long been accustomed to this. He wondered why Sarutobi Hiruzen had to hide him and not assign him any work for half a year. Bai was also happy to see this happen. If he had no job, he would have stayed at home for a while to write novels. When he had time, he would quickly copy down several novels and publish them, which earned him a lot of favorability. It was not until later that Tsunade saw that he had nothing to do that she took him to the hospital. Now Bai has become a qualified top medical ninja, and he can handle all external injuries and broken arms and legs. His appearance also forced many ninjas to go to the hospital even if they had minor injuries, which increased the workload of the hospital a lot. After bandaging the last injured person, Bai wiped the sweat from his forehead and went to the dean's office to find a place to sit. When he saw Tsunade with a serious expression, he asked in confusion, "Has something happened to Sister Tsunade?" Tsunade put down the letter in her hand and sighed, saying, "War has broken out again." "What?" Bai was stunned for a moment and then remembered that the war had indeed started in the 48th year of Konoha, which meant that the third Kazekage had passed away. Bai picked up the tea on the table, took a sip and said, "Does Lord Hokage have any plans for you?" "No, but I'm afraid you're going to be transferred." "I?" Bai was a little surprised. Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen forget about him? Why did he suddenly remember him? "Yes, the fourth Kazekage of Sand Village, Raza, is coming from the direction of River Country with 4,000 ninjas. Orochimaru has been ordered to be the commander-in-chief of the River Country battlefield. He will lead 2,000 ninjas to stop Sand Village tomorrow, and you will lead a medical team to River Country to reinforce the battlefield." "Why me?" Bai asked with some confusion, and Tsunade sighed and said, "There is no way. Medical ninjas generally have no combat effectiveness, and although your medical number is not very good, your strength is very good, so the old man decided to let you lead the team to River Country." Bai frowned. He didn't understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement, but Tsunade in front of him was already his woman. There was no need to hide the doubts in his heart. "Sister Tsunade, this is not right. Doesn't the Sand Village have a poison master named Cho? If you don't go to the front line to help, what if our Konoha village ninjas suffer heavy casualties due to poisoning?" Tsunade hearing this, he snorted coldly and said with some annoyance, "How do I know what this old man is thinking? I asked the same question at that time, but the old man said that if I stay in Konoha, he can still use summoning techniques to transfer the poisoned corpse to me for detoxification. They said it doesn't matter if I'm on the battlefield or in the village. They mean they don't want me to leave the village." Bai was also stunned when he heard this, as if spiritualism could indeed be used in this way. Tsunade looked at Bai with a confused face and sighed, touched her flat belly and said, "Bai, don't worry, with Orochimaru here, you shouldn't encounter any danger. But you have to be careful on the battlefield in the future. This is different from doing a mission. You are so young and you are on the battlefield. You will definitely be targeted. It is best for you to stay in the medical department and don't let the enemy get close to the medical ninja. By the way, I have the antidote that I made a few years ago based on the poison that Cho spread. Here is also a ninja sword and here is." Tsunade began to take things out one by one, and stuffed each one into Bai's hands. It was obvious that she cared very much about Bai's safety. "Sister Tsunade, it's not like you don't know my strength. You don't have to worry about my safety. I will return to the village soon after the war is over." Bai felt helpless when he saw the huge pile of things in front of him. Weapons, clothes, and even seasonings were all prepared for him. It seemed that Tsunade was still quite gentle. This might be the shadow left by the death of Senjin Awaki, which made her always worried about gains and losses. Bai didn't want his hemophobia, which he had cured with great difficulty, to relapse again. Even if it wasn't for himself, Bai would still walk away from the battlefield intact. Tsunade sighed deeply. She knew that once the war started, she would not be able to stay in the village forever. Every Jonin was an extremely scarce fighting force. The reason why she could still stay in the village was because other villages were also moving. She had to stay in the village to be able to receive orders and support the battlefield at any time. "Okay, let's go home early. Whoever wants to do this crappy job can do it." Bai hesitated for a moment, but his hesitation did not affect Tsunade's decision. Tsunade directly dragged him home. The next morning, Bai arrived at the assembly point according to the mission scroll given to him by Tsunade. This time, the medical team going to the battlefield of Kawanakuni consists of more than 30 people. Bai and another female ninja in her 30s named Hirata Yuno are the captains. Bai is the captain of the medical team, while Hirata Yuno is the medical senior ninja in charge of medical treatment and research on toxin antidotes. Bai trotted into the training ground, where thousands of ninjas had temporarily gathered. Orochimaru stood on the high platform in the center of the training ground, looking at everyone indifferently. Bai came to Orochimaru and greeted him. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru just nodded lightly and turned his gaze to the people below. Bai had no dissatisfaction with Orochimaru's cold attitude, because Orochimaru was just that kind of person. Bai walked towards the medical team's formation. When he got closer, he saw a woman in her 30s who was still charming and exuded an intellectual aura. She was wearing a white coat and standing in the front row, scolding a dozen young girls. The dozen or so little girls lowered their heads and looked a little at a loss. When one of them saw Bai coming over, she shouted in surprise, "Master Bai, you are here." After hearing this, Hirata turned around and saw Bai gradually approaching. She stared at him with some resentment and said, "You ran away quite early yesterday, and when you left, you didn't forget to kidnap the dean." "I was so busy last night, I was responsible for allocating supplies and personnel. I don't know what you did when you went back last night." "Ahem." Bai coughed twice awkwardly and then said apologetically, "Sister Yuno, this is all my fault. Don't worry, I will guarantee your safety from now on." "Master Bai, you can't be partial. After all, we have a good relationship. You can't just protect the captain." A pretty girl in her 20s stood up and said with a smile, and the others echoed her words. Bai's beautiful appearance and excellent charm allow him to get along well even in the hospital. Anyway, he is being targeted by these older sisters. He walked over with a gentle smile on his white face and said calmly, "Don't worry, although my medical skills are not very good, I am still quite confident in my ability. From now on, I will protect the lives of all of you sisters." Bai patted his chest and walked into the crowd. A dozen young ladies immediately surrounded Bai in the crowd and kept touching her fair and tender face and silver hair. "Master Bai, we will rely on you from now on. If we survive the war and return to the village safely, I will marry you." A girl with a very delicate face said with a smile. Bai helplessly peeled away her hand that was on his chest and said, "Sister Zomu, please don't have any ideas about me. There is such a big age gap between us, it's not suitable. Besides, you already have a boyfriend. What if your boyfriend gets angry with you if he finds out about this? Okay, we're about to leave, so you'd better say less, otherwise you'll be in trouble on the road." After Bai finished speaking, he walked to the front row and stood beside Yuno, quietly watching Orochimaru on the podium. Time passed slowly and soon it was time for the final assembly. Orochimaru licked his lips with his forked tongue, then looked at the people below and said, "Let's go." Set off. Thousands of ninjas marched out of the village in a mighty procession. Many villagers lined the roads on both sides of the village to see them off, while some villagers silently wiped away their tears and prayed that their families could return home safely. Bai also saw familiar people in the crowd: Kakashi, Uchiha, Obito, Nohara, Rinpoche, Minato, Might Guy, Sarutobi, Asuma, Ui, Oi, and Ujeo. Obito, who was standing in the stage, looked at Bai who was wearing a ninja vest and shouted excitedly, "Bai, wait for me, I will definitely go to the battlefield to support you. Don't worry, I will definitely catch up with you. Bai. I'm waiting for you." Bai listened to the broadcast with a bright smile on his face. Brother Tuzi is really good. In just a short while, he contributed more than 100 favorability points to him. He is not at all like Kakashi, who is stingy. Here we have to talk about Tsuchigumo's love history. Maybe it was because Haku graduated too early. Although he was very much liked by Obito, Obito eventually fell in love with Nohara Rin. Children are forgetful, not to mention that Haku is strictly speaking a boy. Later, Uchiha Obito and Nizono Rin once again joined Minato Namikaze's team. Kakashi was also forced to team up with two people who were as distant as him, and everything went back to its original track, as if the world of Diao Island had the power of correction. "Bai, you must come back. Let us use our youth to protect the village." Might Guy shouted excitedly. Although Bai was embarrassed, he responded enthusiastically, "Okay, Kai, I will definitely use my passionate youth to defend and protect my companions. Bai, you must be careful and remember to marry me when you come back." Yua Korin stood in the crowd and spoke boldly. People around her looked at her in astonishment when they heard this. Yua Korin was only 13 years old. At this time, Yua Korin had grown to a height of 1.6 meters. Her black and smooth hair and red pupils made her look particularly beautiful and charming. Shinka Ui covered her cheeks helplessly, while Asuma Sarutobi had no reaction. He had long been accustomed to Ui Korine's attitude towards him, and he had long turned his loving gaze to others. Unfortunately, the girl he liked still liked Shiro and not him. A team of thousands of ninjas slowly walked out of the Konoha gate. Bai followed the team and looked at the dusty ground in front of them with a vague look in his eyes. War is such an unfamiliar word. Even when he was on a mission, he rarely encountered large-scale battles. When encountering ninjas from other villages occasionally, they would try to avoid fighting. After all, in non-war times, apart from intelligence investigations, there was no need for ninjas to waste their own village's resources on other tasks. This was Bai's first encounter with a formal large-scale battle. The team of thousands of people was not moving very fast, but the speed of a ninja was much faster than that of an ordinary person. They had traveled hundreds of miles in half a day. If the baggage in the team is discarded, the speed will be even faster. At night, unlike a small-scale ninja team, they can find a hotel to rest during the mission. Thousands of ninjas naturally had to set up camp temporarily. By followed dozens of young ladies from the medical department to set up tents, carefully storing all important experimental equipment in petri dishes in the tents and keeping them under guard. After doing all this, everyone present was very tired. Just as Bai was about to sleep in the tent, a ninja lifted the curtain and walked in. Hakujo Yusuji, Lord Orochimaru is looking for you. Orochimaru is looking for me. Okay, I'll be there right away. Bai was a little surprised at first, but then he immediately reacted and put on his clothes obediently, walked out of the tent and came to the largest tent in the center. There were two ninjas standing outside the tent. Their strength was probably at the Chunin level. When they saw the Jonin vest that Bai was wearing, they were stunned for a moment and then looked away. Bai nodded at the two of them and then walked in. After entering, he saw Orochimaru studying a ninjutsu scroll. When Orochimaru heard who was coming, he put down the scroll in his hand, raised his head and looked at Bai curiously. His scarlet snake eyes emitted an ominous light, which made Bai subconsciously tense his body. Lord Orochimaru, Yusuji Haku, your name is well known. Orochimaru spoke in a very cold voice, and Bai felt a sinister feeling in his ears, which made him very uncomfortable. Lord Orochimaru, you are joking. Your reputation as the Leng Jun is the nightmare of the ninjas in other ninja villages. Bai was still very alert and did not let his guard down just because Orochimaru was of the same generation as his master. This was a truly ruthless man. Looking at the obvious venomous snake features on his body, Bai knew that he must have undergone soft modifications to his body. Bai has always kept his distance from people who are willing to harm their own bodies. Even though he has the Mangekaya Sharinan, he dare not reveal anything in front of Orochimaru. Haha, alright kid, I came this time because Tsunade told me that she asked me to protect you on the battlefield. And you are now a member of the medical department, so when you go to the battlefield, you should stay in the tent honestly and don't think about going to the battlefield. Oh, okay. Bai was stunned for a moment after hearing this and then responded immediately. Orochimaru was a little surprised by Bai's calm reaction. He licked his lips and asked, as far as I know, geniuses like you are all arrogant. Aren't everyone trying to fight on the battlefield, just like Jiraiya? I'm really surprised that you can have the patience to stay in the tent. Bai smiled helplessly at this and said without any shame, Lord Orochimaru, I am actually very disgusted with war, because once a war breaks out, it may take the lives of me and those I cherish. My strength is not enough to turn the tide of the battle, so I think it's a very good job for me as a medical ninja to treat the wounded in the tent. Bai didn't feel much ashamed when he said this. He actually had no sense of belonging to the entire village. After all, he was forced to graduate at the age of 7 and had to work all the time. No one would have a good impression of an organization that exploited child labor. Moreover, his parents have already sacrificed their lives for the village, and now they still need him, the widow of a martyr, to fight on the battlefield. This is simply unkind. The ninja village itself is a deformed system. Bai has never believed that joining the war will bring any good results. In the end, it is very likely that the situation will get worse. Orochimaru chuckled, and the sinister laugh made Bai feel very uncomfortable. Orochimaru looked at Bai's exquisite petite body, perfect face, and silver hair, and said something that surprised Bai. I'm very curious why you are attracted to me. My body has been modified long ago and I have no thoughts about human women, but there is a certain scent about you that attracts me. Can you tell me if there is something on your body that emits a fragrance? The moment Bai heard this, he got goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Orochimaru with a slightly horrified look in his eyes, and quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Orochimaru, I'm leaving first. Let me say first that I'm not interested in men. After saying that, Bai turned around and ran away, completely ignoring the ambiguous laughter coming from Orochimaru's mouth. It seems that sometimes being too charming is not a good thing. His charm is not only for humans, but also for various small animals and higher creatures. After all, in addition to seducing humans, succubus are also playthings of powerful demons. This is the succubus's way of survival, and Bai can't say anything. He has already borrowed other people's power, so there is no need to feel any rejection of this ability. After walking out of the tent, Bai quickened his pace and returned to his own tent, while Yuno next to him came over curiously and asked, Bai, why does Lord Orochimaru look for you? Nothing. Bai didn't say anything about himself. Yuno saw that Shiro didn't want to answer, so she didn't ask anymore, pulled the blanket over her towering mountain, and fell into a deep sleep. Bai closed his eyes and thought about Orochimaru's ambiguous smile in his mind, feeling a little melancholy inside. He didn't understand why Orochimaru was suddenly interested in him. He didn't have any bloodline limit and no powerful ninjutsu. Is it just because of the fragrance on my body that I attracted Orochimaru's attention? This is completely impossible. Orochimaru is not so superficial at all. There must be other reasons, but he just can't think of them for the time being. Bai felt very annoyed when he thought of this, and his beautiful face was tightly wrinkled, adding a touch of sad beauty. As Bai was thinking, he felt a little sleepy. Just as he closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep, a sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Bai quickly opened his eyes and saw a small white snake. After seeing its target wake up, the The snake wanted to jump up and bite it. By subconsciously grabbed the small white snake and threw it to the ground, crushing its head. Many people around were woken up by the noise. When they saw the little snake on the ground, they all shrank back and continued to sleep. Bai clearly felt that the little snake was not a wild animal. It was impossible for an ordinary wild animal to sneak in under the perception of all the vigilant ninjas. Others might not have cared, but Bai was filled with vigilance in his heart. He really wanted to know why Orochimaru was interested in him. But Bai didn't dare to contact Orochimaru for the time being. This guy was too dangerous. Bai fell asleep with a vigilant heart, and at the same time he had already hated Orochimaru in his heart. He decided to let the second clone beat him to death when Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization. Newcomers to the organization always have to communicate with their predecessors. For days passed in a flash. The frontline troops arrived at the battlefield at a faster speed the day before and confronted the hidden sand village. The follow-up troops only entered the camp and set up camp on the last day. As soon as they entered the tents, before the medical team could even breathe a sigh of relief, a large number of wounded soldiers needed to be treated by the medical team. Bai also joined in the work. At this time, Bai was wearing a clean white doctor's uniform, with his hair tied up high and a gentle expression as he treated the injuries of a young man who was only in his teens. The young man almost forgot the pain in his body as he smelled the fragrance of the breeze. His face flushed with shame and he kept glancing away at important places. Bai's forehead veins bulged at the young man's offensive gaze, and he deliberately increased his strength when bandaging the wound. Ah! The young man let out a cry of pain after feeling the pain, and his voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tent. The men looked at the young man with endless mocking eyes, and the medical staff looked at the wound on the young man's arm with a strange look in their eyes. After the young man came to his senses, he tapped his toes on the ground awkwardly, his eyes wandering, and he wished he could bury himself in the ground. After a while, everyone withdrew their gazes. Bai then lowered his head and threatened fiercely, "Boy, understand that I am a man. If you look around with your eyes again, believe it or not, I will make you pay for it." The moment the young man heard this, he stood there as if petrified. After Bai bandaged the last area that needed bandaging, he walked to the side, washed the blood off his hands with clean water, found a place to sit down, and wiped the sweat off his face. At this time, Sister Yuno came over and said with a smile, "Bai, are you tired? It's really tiring, and there are a lot of wounded on the battlefield. Isn't it said that we are still in the trial stage? Why are there so many injured people?" Bai expressed his doubts, and Sister Yuno smiled helplessly and said, "These wounded are the wounded left behind from the previous defense line. There were fewer people guarding the defense line before, and the enemy's attack was fierce. If it weren't for these ninjas fighting desperately, the defense line might have had to retreat. In the end, only more than 100 of the 500 ninjas were left. Is the war so brutal? We don't know when the real war will start. I'm afraid we will be even busier by then." Bai leaned back in his chair and chatted slightly relaxedly. Yuno also chatted with Bai to relax. "Of course, later on our medical team will not only have to treat the wounded but also the poison ninjas. I heard that among the enemy's high-ranking officials is Cho, a master of poison. The puppet troops of the hidden sand village have also arrived on the battlefield. Other powerful ninjas include the 4th Kazekage Raza. On our side are only Lord Orochimaru and several lords from the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans. This war is obviously going to be a difficult and stalemate. I'm afraid we'll be on the battlefield for quite some time. Every ninja world war lasted for several years. What I'm afraid of is that the enemy will find our camp and attack the medical team. By then, the medical team will probably suffer considerable losses." Bai raised his head and looked at the pure white top of the tent, as if he wanted to see the sky through the white cloth. Yuno glanced at the busy medical ninjas around him, shook his head helplessly and said, "We medical ninjas are much better off. The death rate of ninjas on the battlefield is even more terrifying. I just hope that in the future our Lord Bai can protect us weak women." Yuno came to Bai and spoke in a sweet voice. Bai felt uncomfortable and took 2 steps back and said, "Sister Yuno, your daughter is already 8 years old. There is no need to tease me. Forget it, I'll go out and get some fresh air." Bai turned around and left. Yuno looked at her successful prank with a triumphant smile on her face, then stood up and continued to treat the wounded around her. After Bai walked out of the tent, he saw a relatively empty camp. The empty camp made Bai feel confused. Logically speaking, the camp should not be so empty. Where did these people go? In order to verify his guess, Bai simply walked towards the center of the camp. The camp was not very big. After walking for a minute, Bai arrived at the center of the camp and found that hundreds of ninjas had gathered in the center of the camp. Bai's appearance did attract a lot of people's attention, but they only took a glance and then looked away, turning their gaze towards Orochimaru on the platform. At this time, Orochimaru was assigning tasks, and from time to time, teams of dozens of people would disperse and go outside the camp to perform tasks. Soon, under Orochimaru's arrangement, a team of several hundred people dispersed to various locations on the battlefield to set up camp. Bai sighed as he looked at the ninjas who left with determined eyes. It would be considered lucky if half of them were still alive after a year. There was no telling how many of them did not have the time to get married and have children. Many ninjas are of the new generation, aged between 12 and 20 years old. These people were ninjas trained after the Second Ninja World War. They were all young men, but now they had to go to the battlefield, which was no different from the Boy Scouts. They looked at team after team of ninjas leaving the camp with mixed emotions. Or perhaps for these people, what they did was to protect the village and their homes, but Bai knew that their lives were just pawns in the game between the top leaders of different villages. Bai suddenly felt an urge to change the world that he had no motivation before, but seeing the war starting now, he suddenly became motivated. Anyway, he now has the strength to walk away from the battlefield safely. If he is unwilling to follow his heart and do what he wants to do when he has the ability, then what is the point of his cultivation? When Bai thought of this, he had a more urgent desire for the position of Hokage. The old man Sarutobi Hiruzen had stayed in the position for too long that it would be better for him to disappear on the night of the nine-tailed fox in a few years. When Bai thought of this, he thought of his second clone who was very idle. It was impossible for the second clone to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen with his strength, but in a few years he should be able to exchange for two higher-level bloodline limits. He now possesses the Indra physique of the Uchiha family and the Ashura physique, sage body, of the Senju family. He only lacks the physique of the Uzumaki family to trace his origin and become a low-end version of Otsutsuki like the Six Paths Sage. At that time, the wood release produced by the combination of the two forces would give him the power to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the position of Hokage would be successfully vacated. In addition, he also has to build his own reputation in the next few years, so that at least after his cheap teacher Minato Namikaze leaves, he will have enough prestige to step onto the position of Hokage. We have to pay attention to Danzo when competing for the position of Hokage. Although he is not liked by the people in Konoha village, he is still a very disgusting stumbling block. After being dispersed, the teams of several hundred people will be spread across the entire battlefield to fight small-scale battles with the enemy. In addition, the remaining more than 1,000 ninjas in the camp will be on guard against the enemy's large-scale attack at any time. Bai returned to the tent and casually opened the system panel. Name: Yusuji Haku, Bloodline, High-Level Succubus Bloodline, Uchiha Physique, Immortal Body, Gene Fragment Missing, Bloodline Cannot Be Integrated. Partners: Tsunade, Uzumaki Kana. A favorability value, 480800A. Mall, click to open. I am still 20,000 away from the Whirlpool Bloodline. As long as I can successfully gather and fuse the three bloodlines, I won't have to worry about being sucked dry after opening the Rinnegan. But even these 20,000 favorability points will take a long time, especially now on the battlefield. There are even fewer people who can help me. It seems that we have to rely on the second clone to exert force. After Bai finished thinking, he transferred his main consciousness to the second clone, which was now taking care of the dozens of orphans from the rain country in front of him. Since Bai wants to increase his favorability, he must attract the favor of others. Of course, Bai will not help others with tasks, so Bai thought of taking care of orphans. The rain country is a country that has been in war and chaos for many years, and there are many orphans who have not had enough food to eat. No one cared about them before. After Bai came here, he naturally would not give up these opportunities to improve his favorability. At least most of the people in Akatsuki organization are kind now. If the second clone does nothing, it will cause some disgust from others. This can not only enhance his favorability, but also provide a good opportunity for his subordinates in the future. The second clone will not let it go. However, when the second clone got the main body's idea, it immediately sped up, coaxed the very clingy orphans in front of it, and then walked towards the residential area of Akatsuki. The second clone walked with elegant and straight steps to the secret base of Akatsuki. The two ninjas guarding the door of Akatsuki's secret base immediately said respectfully after seeing the second clone, "Greetings, Lord Qingfeng." The second clone nodded lightly and walked forward. "Qingfeng, why are you here?" Yahiko looked at the second clone with some doubts. The base of Akatsuki is now a meeting place. Occasionally, everyone will hold meetings here and follow Yahiko's arrangements. However, since joining the Hidden Rain Village, everyone in the Akatsuki organization has become busy. In the past, because the organization was small and the scope of control was not large, the financial needs were not great. Occasionally, a group of people would go out hunting, grow vegetables, or complete a two-task mission to support themselves. But now that the entire Akatsuki organization has joined the village will naturally take a share of Akatsuki's income. Although there is no obvious gap between the two levels, it is impossible for Hanzo to return the funds he has obtained. What's more, as the Akatsuki organization grows, more and more places need to spend money, but it is extremely difficult to get rid of the Rain Village with the strength of 3 people alone. "I'm bored and came here to find something to do." The second clone spoke pleasant words in a not-so-pleasant tone, and it seemed as if he was a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and joined the construction of the Rain Village. When Yahiko heard this, a knowing smile appeared on his face, and he said to Nagato beside him with some pride, "I told you Qingfeng is a good girl, she will definitely help us. Don't be so cheesy. What do you need me to do?" Some people pushed Yahiko with some disgust and asked him to arrange work for him. Although the second clone was in a bad mood because of this, the broadcast voice in his ears forced him to continue. "Next, let's clear the drains for the town's residents. The water area in the town is blocked. If it is not cleared for a long time, the entire town is likely to be flooded." After Yahiko finished speaking, he led them towards the direction of the canal. It was this construction that gave Bai time to communicate with the 3 of them. With Bai's outstanding appearance and good kindness, he successfully collected the remaining 20,000 favorability points in half a month. Compared with the previous speed, this speed is much slower, but there is no way around it. As the characters in the plot grow up and can go out of the village to do tasks at any time, the speed of collecting his favorability points slows down. If his books were not still being serialized, he might have gained favor faster. Half a month is neither long nor short. During these days in the medical tent, Bai has seen many separations and deaths. Many ninjas were carried back with only half of their bodies left. Some ninjas didn't even carry back their bodies. Ninjutsu has a characteristic, that is, it is large scale and has great destructive power. A fireball can burn a person into charcoal, and a huge wave can kill a person. Therefore, many ninjas who came down from the battlefield could not even find their bodies intact. Beta felt a little scared for a few days, but later his heart gradually became as hard as iron. Bai was sitting on a tree branch today, enjoying the sunshine from the sky, staring at the panel in front of him with his eyes slightly squinted. The blood exchange will definitely have a certain impact on me. This place is too close to the Konoha camp, and I can't fuse the blood here. The only way is to switch places with the second clone. Thinking of this, Bai directly activated the system's teleportation function, swapping the positions of Bai and his second clone. After the swap, Bai appeared in a dark cave in an instant. This cave is a relatively suitable and secluded place that the second clone found for himself, and the second clone who was teleported there the moment he left, he turned into a figure with silver hair and golden eyes, still sitting in the distance enjoying a rare leisure moment. Bai walked into the cave and found a clean place, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Earth escape, the technique of the Four Pillars School. After he finished speaking, the earth trembled rapidly, and the 4 earth walls rose from the ground directly to the top of the cave and covered Bai inside. Bai casually took out a sealing scroll, took out 2 candles from it, lit them into space, and then lay directly on the stone bed he made and closed his eyes. Calming down his mind, he communicated with the system beside him, purchased the vortex bloodline and turned on the fusion function. Ding dong, blood is being implanted, fusion begins. Bai suddenly felt an extremely strange force making his brain gradually dizzy. This situation had never happened before and he was very puzzled. Before he fell into a coma, he asked the system about his doubts. System, why didn't I have this result before my wedding? Host, please rest assured. Due to the fusion of blood, the host's physique and even brain will undergo large-scale transformation. If the host is conscious, he will not be able to endure this pain that transcends the soul. That's why the protection mechanism is activated. Does the host want to activate the protection mechanism? Of course it's on. I hope I can wake up earlier. Bai was not a masochist and naturally could not refuse. After he said the last sentence, he fell asleep. His body began to change drastically after he fell asleep. His height and exquisite features had not changed much, but his hair had changed from silver white to a more fair white. The rotating Manjakaya Sharinan in his eyes spun rapidly, gradually extending from the outer edge of the initial pattern of 3 darts to become a peculiar pattern composed of 3 sickles. Then, in high-speed rotation, it turned into purple eyeballs and glasses composed of black striped circles of different sizes, and his internal body was also undergoing transformation to become more suitable for the energy of chakra. If the chakra in Bai's body before was converted from the energy cells in his body, then the only energy in his body now is chakra. He now belongs to the chakra life, and when he wakes up he will know how strong his control over chakra has become. This world is so unreasonable that bloodline controls everything. Even the weakest Atsutsuki in the Atsutsuki family probably has the strength of a super shadow. In the end, they used their powerful strength to sweep across all the planets, which resulted in their own combat skills being too weak and they were defeated by the weak. Time passed slowly and a day and a night went by. The second clone completely replaced Bai's daily routine. After all, the 2 bodies were controlled by the same soul, so the second clone did not reveal any flaws. The next morning, Bai lay on the cold stone bed like a sleeping beauty with a sickly pale look on his face. If a beast in human skin appeared here, he would not care whether this person was a man or a woman. Bai slowly opened his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, one could see the pair of strange purple reincarnation eyes in his pupils. Is the transformation over? Yes, host. Bai gradually woke up as he listened to the system voice beside his ears, and felt the tremendous energy in his body and burst into laughter. Now that I have the Rinnegan, I have no rivals and all my plans can be put into practice. However, unlike other entrepreneurs who can force their way into things, I can only slowly figure things out on my own. After all, my system is a favorability system. If I can't stay in Konoha because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's incident, how can I gain favorability points? Let's see what abilities I have first. The basic ability to manipulate gravity, Wangxiang Tianyan and Shinra Tensei. These 2 abilities seem to be standard features of the Rinnegan. Yomi Harasaka can open a passage to another place from anywhere in the same time and space. It has a very good spatial displacement ability. I can absorb external chakra. With this ability, as long as I am not disliked by Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, I can roam freely in the whole world. And I can also learn immortal arts. With my immortal body constitution, it should be easy for me to learn immortal arts. But I'd better not go to the big toad. I'll go back and ask Sister Tsunade. I was still somewhat wary of the so-called Fukazaku sage. After all, this old toad had lived for over 1,000 years. God knew how powerful he was and how dark his heart was. It would be better to go to the Slug Immortal, a fairy who lives in peace with the world. After all, the Slug Immortal never communicates with the outside world, and he doesn't make predictions or anything. When you hear the prophecies, you feel like there is a big conspiracy. These three are the basic abilities of the Rinnegan, except for Nagato, who possesses an incomplete version of the Rinnegan and does not have control over them. Everyone else possesses these abilities. And my exclusive left eye is called the Kingdom of God. It is a separate time and space. In that time and space, I can have absolute authority. No matter it is windy, rainy, or landslides, I can control it. It's really a very good ability, but it seems a bit of a pity that this world is too small. It's all white. If I want to fill it with matter, I have to create it with my own chakra or directly dig a mountain from the real world and put it in. This ability is also very good for combat. As long as I put the enemy and the surrounding environment into the Kingdom of God, I can gain an absolute home advantage. But the Kingdom of God in my left eye seems a little fragile. It is a new world. If someone who is much stronger than me enters it, my Kingdom of God will be shattered. It's best not to use this jutsu on someone stronger than me. The ability of the right eye is called the Magic Hand, and its ability is deception and lies. This ability seems to be able to directly and forcibly implant false memories in consciousness. If it can create a complete life trajectory, it can even directly cause the recipient's personality to split. However, the recipient of the split personality does not seem to be counted as the original owner. If the favorability value could be calculated, I would have controlled all the characters in the plot that I don't care about. What a pity. I have two eyes, one real and one illusory. It feels weird, but my right eye seems to have a lot of fun. What if I find 100 people and control them in the same illusion world, and let them fight for survival? It seems like it would be fun. But forget it. I do seem to be able to bring the souls of the dead to my own divine world. It seems that my divine world can continue to evolve, but it needs to be filled with real matter. Thinking of this, Bai suddenly had an urge to stuff the entire planet into his own world, but his current living space was only half the size of a planet at most, which could not accommodate the entire ninja star at all. Besides, no creature on a planet can survive alone in one place. I'm afraid I can only think of those dead stars. So when I have time in the future, I will stuff those dead planets into my own Kingdom of God. Bai stood up and stretched, and at this moment, his whole body was crackling with countless explosions. A powerful momentum swept around, and the surrounding walls were shattered by this huge momentum. The long-lost sunlight shone into the cave. Bai directly tried to communicate with the second clone of Konoha Camp. After confirming that there was no one around the second clone, he directly teleported to Konoha Camp. Back at the Konoha camp, Bai was in a very good mood. He greeted the people around him and sorted out his future plans. If you want to get the position of Hokage, you have to get the approval of most of the top leaders, but now these top leaders are all Sarutobi Hiruzen and the older generation of ninjas. Even if I'm strong, they won't recognize me. No, it's impossible to get the position of Hokage through normal channels. We can only let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo die. It's just right to let the second clone synchronize the main body's ability in a while. After the Night of the Nine Tails, let the second clone cooperate with Uchiha Obito to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. I used to feel a little uneasy about letting Minato-sensei die like this. I could have easily snatched his soul and let him stay in your own world and wait for the opportunity to revive. But what exactly is this thing called the God of Death? Is it something made up of faith, or is it the rules of this world? That's not right. This world has this pure land, and if the Death God really had the same rules as the underworld, the Six Paths Sage would definitely not have created a fantasy world like the Pure Land that could compete with the underworld. So the God of Death is most likely an ancient Shikigami or something like that. After a while, I have to let the second clone go and see the God of Death mask of the Uzumaki family, and let him control a death row prisoner to sacrifice his soul to see what the hell the God of Death is. But the second clone seems to be a bit too much. I am really an evil capitalist. That's not right. Both bodies are me. I seem to be exploiting myself. Bai always felt weird when he thought about this, but then he shook his head. When the second clone was working, he didn't need to receive that information, so he wouldn't have to get tired. There is a loophole in this plan. My current means of removing the Rinnegan are only at the level of a Jonin. The 5 elements Great Chain Bullet technique is my strongest ninjutsu. This ninjutsu has too long a lead time and cannot effectively hold back the opponent. In most cases, the old fellow Sarutobi Hiruzen can only reach the level of Kage by cooperating with Inma. And if I cooperate with the Three-Toed Brothers, I can also cause powerful damage. But this is not my power after all. I should develop a jutsu, preferably a bloodline limit. With my current strong control over chakra, it's quite easy to develop a jutsu that combines the two attributes. Even now I can directly use wood release, but this kind of ninjutsu will cause a lot of trouble if used before the two old guys die. So I'd better think of something else. I began to think carefully about what kind of escape technique was suitable for him. There were countless famous escape techniques in the entire ninja world, and the most famous one was the dust release produced by the fusion of Onoki's 3 types of chakra. This kind of escape technique can make everything within the range of the technique disappear and turn into atoms, and it has extreme destructive power. After possessing this jutsu, the lethality of Bai's ninjutsu will be greatly enhanced, but as the power comes, endless troubles will also come. At least the Uegakur will fight him to the death after knowing that he has this jutsu. Bai ruled it out first, but among the next escape techniques, Bai was most familiar with ice escape, although there were no powerful ice escape ninjas in the Naruto world. However, Admiral Aoki in One Piece has already made full use of the power of ice. His powerful domineering aura and the ice fruit that can freeze the sea surface have made Admiral Aoki the top powerhouse in the world of pirates. And he can develop ninjutsu according to General Aokiji's fighting style. Moreover, even if he cannot develop any powerful moves, his strength will rise to a higher level after learning the fairy technique. However, the time to study new books should be put on the agenda. When it is the turn of this wave of ninja army to return and rest, he can go to Tsunade to learn fairy arts. After determining the target, Bai walked into the jungle, found a gurgling stream, and stepped into the water with her white feet. The cool feeling made him feel very comfortable. He then condensed the water attribute chakra in his left hand and the wind attribute chakra in his right hand. He then merged the two chakras. The two chakras were very well behaved in his hands and docilely turned into a rotating sphere of blue and cyan intertwined together. No, the two chakras cannot be fused at all. How can the attribute escape technique be fused? The principle of ice escape is probably that during the release process, the temperature inside the water attribute chakra is taken away by the wind attribute chakra, and the extreme low temperature directly freezes the ice attribute chakra quickly. The surrounding water molecules will also be affected by the cold air and frozen into ice during the freezing process. So how does this temperature extraction process actually work? Bai lowered his head and fell into deep thought, not even paying attention to the fish nibbling at his feet. How should water attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra be combined to form ice escape? Although Bai was deep in thought, he still maintained basic vigilance. After noticing that there seemed to be someone around, he immediately looked into the depths of the jungle with full vigilance. The people deep in the jungle didn't expect Bai to react so quickly, so they stopped hiding. Bai looked at Orochimaru, who was hundreds of meters away from him, and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he thought someone had already touched him. It seems that his perception has improved a lot after the awakening of the Samsara Eye. So it's you, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked out of the jungle, with an ugly smile on his gloomy and pale face, and said, Haku Jonin, you are developing the technique of escape. Combining wind attribute chakra and water attribute chakra, are you developing ice escape? I wonder what insights the white Jonin has. Tell me about them, and I might even be able to help you develop your escape technique. Although Bai was a little surprised to hear what Orochimaru said, he still expressed his opinion. Although Orochimaru was very likely interested in his body, he was not a pushover now. If he wanted to, he could have killed Orochimaru right here. The reason why Orochimaru is still here safely is because he doesn't want to cause any more trouble. As long as Orochimaru doesn't really attack him, he won't attack Orochimaru either. After listening to all of Bai's guesses, Orochimaru stood in the distance and began to think. Bai quietly waited for him to provide some useful advice at any time. After a long while, Orochimaru said, maybe you can try the composite ninjutsu first. If you can freeze the external water attribute chakra into ice outside the body, you can move this fusion process into the body. But this is a very dangerous thing, and I don't know if you dare to continue. Orochimaru did not do much research on ice escape techniques. It might not be difficult for him to develop escape techniques on his own, but his research direction has always been biological research, not ninjutsu development. Orochimaru also had the idea of developing jutsu, but he understood that even if he researched all the jutsu, he would not be able to have endless life, so he never cared about jutsu. Orochimaru's research focus has always been on biological research, and Bai didn't expect Orochimaru to give him any good advice. Bai released pure wind attribute chakra towards the stream in front of him. The blue chakra emitted a blue light and fell on the water without causing any ripples. The blue chakra slowly dissipated, and the only change was the glowing chakra that scared the fish here and made them run around in panic. This Bai frowned at the lack of response. Simply releasing two types of chakra would not work. The wind chakra must be able to take away the temperature inside the water chakra. But how to fuse them? Should we simply fuse the two types of chakra together, or fuse the chakra in a smaller state? Bai's eyes lit up when he thought of this. Yes, the chakra ball he had just released had clear separations between cyan and blue. The two chakras of different attributes squeezed together did not change at all. But what would happen if the chakras were reduced to smaller states and fused together? This is also something worth trying. Thinking of this, blue chakra appeared on Bai's hands again, and then he slowly put his hands together. This time the chakra did not merge, but the blue and blue chakra gradually merged, you and me and you. The emitted light also turned into a silver-white light formed by the fusion of cyan and blue. After the two chakras merged, he felt a chill on his palm. Bai was very happy to see his results, and excitedly threw the chakra in his hand onto the water. The chakra ball emitting silver-white light hit the water surface and directly froze the water into an irregular circular ice surface with a diameter of 1 meter. Orochimaru looked at the ice in the center of the river, his pupils shrank, and then he said with an evil smile on his face, Congratulations, Shiro Jonin. Having developed ice release, you will likely be able to create a family of ice release that will be unique to Konoha in the future. Time passed slowly. Ever since Bai initially synthesized ice attribute chakra, his application of ice escape has increased rapidly. He also developed some relatively powerful ice attribute ninjutsu. Bai was currently training 500 meters away from the camp, and the area within a 10-meter radius around him had become a forest of ice thorns. This was only the result of Bai's ability to control the power of the ninjutsu. Bai controlled the wings made of ice crystals behind him to flap continuously, and he was slowly rising, twisting, and turning and in danger of falling at any time. Although the spatial ability of the Rinnegan is useful, Bai cannot expose it for the time being, so this kind of fighting spirit transforming wing chakra ninjutsu technique was finally developed after 3 months of unremitting efforts. After flying for a long time, his body gradually stabilized. The feeling of flying made him look forward to it very much. He decided to go all out and flapped his wings to fly towards the sky. His ice blue wings emitted a little fluorescent light, making him look mysterious and aloof. The blue elves flying among the white clouds were so cheerful that Bai closed his eyes slightly as he felt the wetness on his skin. Then he spread his hands and his vibrating wings stopped instantly. He lost power and fell slowly downwards. The sound of the wind and the flying hair made Bai feel very peaceful. Just as it was about to fall to the ground, its ice blue wings instantly spread open, and Bai flew back into the sky, close to the ground like a hunting falcon. Bai was very satisfied with the ice wings he developed due to its extremely fast speed and flexibility. With the ice wings, my combat capability will be even stronger. I don't know if others can use this ninjutsu of transforming chakra into wings if I give it to them. If it were made into wings of wind, it would definitely be faster. Bai continued to flap his wings while thinking as he patrolled around the camp. His extremely fast speed made it difficult for many people to catch his whereabouts. Just as Bai was making strenuous preparations and returning to his post, an unfamiliar aura broke into his perception. Then came the second and third waves, dense auras rapidly approaching the camp. Enemy, the military camp is indeed being targeted. Bai clapped his hands and a diamond-shaped ice ball condensed in his hands. Then he threw the ice ball hard into the sky. The golden ball exploded instantly after flying high into the sky. The huge noise and the flashing ice blue fluorescence made it look like a blue firework, so beautiful and psychedelic. But the explosion made all the ninjas in the Konoha camp alert. The enemy is coming, gather quickly. All defense teams immediately went outside the camp to block the enemy, and the medical team quickly evacuated with the wounded. Don't worry about the seriously injured, leave quickly. The person in charge of the camp gave orders in an orderly manner, while at the same time jogging towards the camp gate. The entire camp quickly became a mess. Bai floated in the air, feeling the crowd gradually approaching, with chakra in his hands ready to go. The sudden explosion immediately stopped the sneak attack team from the hidden sand village. The old woman running in the front frowned slightly as she looked at the fluorescent spots in the sky. Speed up, yes. The old woman continued to march towards the camp with thousands of ninjas. The medical team and a large number of wounded soldiers in the camp had already left under the escort of the ninjas. However, the traces left by the large-scale transfer may still cause the medical team to be caught up. The only way is to let the camp guards hold back the enemy and wait for Orochimaru and the team that went out to react and return for support. This is a tough battle. The hundreds of ninjas guarding the door have some fear and determination in their hearts. The fear is that they may die in the battlefield, and the determination is that behind them are their injured comrades and the medical ninjas who treat them. If they don't want to lose the war, they can only fight 10 against 1. Then how can they not be afraid of such great psychological pressure? Bai felt the crowd gradually approaching and was ready to give them a big blow. Looking at the heavy white clouds in the sky, Bai smiled. Thunder Kirin is indeed a very good ninjutsu, but it's not a thunderstorm now, so I can only give you icefall from the sky. Ice escape, ice falling from the sky. Bai clapped her hands and a large amount of chakra in her body surged rapidly. The light blue chakra emitted a bright blue light, making her look like an immortal or Buddha. Under Bai's control, the chakra condensed into an ice ball that exuded a terrifying aura. Then the ice ball floated towards the dark clouds in the sky until it completely disappeared into the clouds. This fluorescent ice ball attracted a lot of people's attention. Although the people present didn't understand what was happening, they all had a feeling that something big might happen in a while. Sure enough, under the terrified gaze, the dark clouds in the sky shrank rapidly, and then giant ice cones glowing blue fell from the sky. The huge gravitational potential makes these ice cones extremely powerful, and these ice cones are aimed at the 1000 sand ninjas rushing over. Hide quickly, use the large earth escape method. Old Lady Cho was so frightened when she saw the ice cones falling from the sky that she almost died. After giving instructions to the people around her and combining the numbers, she used earth escape to create a thick tortoise shell to cover the people closest to her. Other ninjas also raised yellow earth mounds one after another, hoping to use them to avoid attacks. At this time, the ice cones in the sky also fell down. The huge ice cones directly penetrated the soil and crushed the people under the soil to death. Some ice cones smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit and leaving behind a patch of broken ice. The light blue chakra even continued to spread and froze the earth. For a moment, the entire battlefield shook violently, and many people from Konoha were stunned by what was happening here. This is by dehuman ninjutsu. Yes, that's for sure. Lord Bai is a genius who can create a bloodline limit all by himself. It's possible that he can create such a powerful ninjutsu. Lord Bai is too strong. The enemy will definitely suffer heavy losses this time. Lord Bai is too strong. If we go to support him now, we will definitely be able to kill the injured enemy. Brothers, let's charge. The 100 ninjas present saw the miracle in the distance and their confidence soared, and they all jumped and rushed towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, the old woman with a gloomy face took off the cover on her head, and then a chill made her legs and feet a little inconvenient to move. The old woman took out a sealing scroll and threw it, and 10 puppets appeared in front of him. The remaining ninjas quickly rescued their companions from the ice or broke the ice directly. Only those ninjas who were hit on the head lost their lives. However, this icy and snowy environment is extremely favorable to Bai. Bai slowly floated down from the sky to 20 meters above the ground. Looking at Cho, who was guarded by 10 puppets below, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Old Lady Cho looked at the silver-haired figure floating in the air with a serious expression. Looking at his youthful appearance and charming posture, Old Lady Cho felt very depressed. However, although she was depressed, she was still very eloquent and said in a rather provocative tone, "Are you young people the only ones left in Konoha? You are the only one who has to stop an army of thousands of people. Do you think you can stop it? Little girl, it seems that your Konoha doesn't value you very much. You have been directly abandoned. Even if our sneak attack fails this time, our sand village can still kill you. No matter what, the results of our sneak attack will not be lost. Little girl, if you still want to save your life, run away now, otherwise, you will die here with such a beautiful appearance." When Bai heard the provocative words of the old lady Cho, a charming smile appeared on her lips, but for some reason, after seeing this smile, the old lady Cho suddenly felt an inexplicable fire rising in her heart. "I've said so much and you're just looking at me and smiling. What does that mean? I'm going to come over and tear your mouth apart later." Bai looked at the old woman Tianlai below, coughed twice, waved her ice wings twice, and rose about 20 meters into the sky. She said in a slightly teasing tone, "I don't know how Lord Cho is going to surround and kill me. I want to see what means the sand village has to attack aerial targets." Old Lady Cho's face was gloomy, and the sand ninjas around her also looked very angry but helpless, as they really didn't have any effective anti-aircraft means. Otherwise, Onaki, who has the ability to fly, would not be invincible. After pondering for a while, Old Lady Cho turned to the middle-aged male ninja next to her and said, "Tianya, the raid mission is up to you. The Puppet Master Team 2 will stay and help me hold back the enemy." "Yes." After receiving the order, Joan and Tuno immediately led a large force to bypass Bai's obstruction. Old Lady Cho looked at Bai in the sky with vigilant eyes, ready to respond to Bai's attack at any time. Bai frowned as he looked at the divided crowd below. "Do you really think I'm going to let you go like this? Impossible. Try this trick of mine. Ninja technique, mysterious ice dragon soaring." Bai clapped his hands and countless ice crystals condensed around him. Then, one lifelike frost dragon after another appeared and coiled around him. This is the ninjutsu that Bai developed based on the Xian-level fighting skills used by the fluctuations of the Ice Emperor. Of course, this kind of ninjutsu is most likely just for show. However, the power of the huge ice crystals hitting a person cannot be underestimated. Bai pointed with his left hand, and 2 circling ice dragons rushed straight down. Old Lady Cho felt increasingly uneasy as she looked at the ice dragon in the sky. At the same time, she was also very jealous. Why did Konoha produce such a powerful genius in every generation? This is the legendary ice escape. She doesn't remember any members of the Mizuno clan in Konoha, but looking at the huge size of the 2 flying dragons, Cho didn't dare to be careless at all. "I will intercept the one on the left, and the second pair will intercept the one on the right, buying time for the main force to launch a surprise attack." "Yes." Everyone in the second puppet team responded in unison, and then they took out the sealing scrolls behind them in unison and threw them forward. Puppets ranging from 1 to 3 meters in height appeared on the battlefield, and then stood in an orderly manner in front of the 2 ice dragons. Old Lady Cho also took out the sealing scroll and swung it forward. Immediately, 10 puppets of different shapes appeared in front of her. After these puppets appeared, they immediately formed a formation and blocked the ice dragon's impact point before it hit. Then, Old Lady Cho's index finger flew quickly, and the 10 puppets quickly formed a formation, connecting their chakras to form a temporary defensive barrier emitting a light blue halo. Puppetry, 10 directions barrier. The ice dragon crashed into the barrier in an instant, the ground collapsed instantly, and the ice dragon turned into fragments due to the huge impact. Old Lady Cho only felt her 10 fingers become numb and weak, and 1/10 of the chakra in her body was quickly drained away. "How is this possible? This kid is so young, but he consumed so much of my chakra with just one attack. No, otherwise it will take a long time." Old Lady Cho's face was gloomy. She then endured the numbness and soreness and manipulated the chakra lines. The 10 puppets quickly ran into their positions. Then all the puppets formed a formation again. The chakra patterns on the puppets flashed with blue light, and a huge suction force came from the 10 puppets. Bai Fei also felt a strong pulling sensation in the sky. Puppetry, the 3 treasures absorb and collapse. Bai flew upwards the moment he felt the pull, but the huge baptism still pulled him down. When Bai lowered his head, he saw that every puppeteer in the puppet army below was pointing their various weapons at Bai. If Bai fell, they would do their best to use their killing moves. Try to kill him here as quickly as possible. After knowing the intentions of these people, Bai snorted coldly. They really thought he was so easy to deal with. In that case, let them try something big. Ice escape, sky-blocking star. The chakra in Bai's body surged wildly. The red card chakra made the old woman Cho envious and frightened at the same time, and at the same time she was wary of Bai's next move. The chakra around Bai quickly froze into ice, gradually turning into a giant ice ball with a diameter of 20 meters. The ice ball was thrown downward at a speed exceeding gravity under the huge pulling force. The sudden change made the puppeteer below change his expression. They had to give up the attack and escape from the meteorite as quickly as possible. The old lady Cho's face was extremely ugly, but she still said to the other puppets, "Escape from here like a puppeteer." The ice ball quickly hit the ground, and the huge smoke and dust carrying ice chips covered the entire sky. White. Old lady Cho and the puppet masters hurriedly fled from this area where they could not see clearly. When all the smoke dissipated, old lady Cho could see clearly that there was no one in the center of the crater. Old lady Cho's face changed and she shouted, "Oh no, hurry up and chase him, that little bastard is chasing our attacking forces." After saying this, old lady Cho chased after the attacking forces. Bai had already caught up with the enemy with the help of Yomi Hirasaka. At this moment, he was controlling 9 ice dragons to launch a massive attack in the sky. The sand ninjas were beaten so badly that they fled in panic. In just a short while, Bai had killed dozens of ninjas. If it weren't for the dozen or so senior ninjas from the Sand Ninja Attack Force who worked together to stop him, he might have killed even more. This is the suppression brought by the air advantage. Bai, who can fly quickly in the air, is obviously not something that these ordinary ninjas can deal with. When old lady Cho caught up, 3 of the senior ninjas had already died. Bai seized the opportunity to freeze them into ice sculptures and kicked them to pieces. Bai now has the strength close to that of a super shadow with his ice escape and huge amount of chakra. The sight of him controlling 9 ice dragons alone shocked the more than 100 guarding ninjas who came to support him. Especially Bai's absolutely beautiful appearance that was not of this mortal nature, made them feel reverent as if they were facing a god. Bai felt the eager gazes coming from behind him, and he already knew in his heart that he had made a name for himself. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen was not stupid, he would not put him on ice. His current strength is very powerful and can reduce a lot of losses for Konoha. Moreover, he does not have the ability and influence to compete for the position of Hokage, so Sarutobi Hiruzen will most likely let him reinforce other battlefields like Namikaze Minato. Lord Bai is so powerful. Yes, is this the legendary ice release? Why doesn't the Hidden Mist village have an ice release ninja as strong as Lord Bai? It's probably because Lord Bai is special. But Lord Bai is really strong. Lord Bai has become my idol now. Yes, Lord Shiro is much easier to get along with than Lord Orochimaru, but then again, should we go up and help Lord Bai fight now? Of course, brothers, let's kill him while he's sick, let's go together. Kill! When these ninjas saw Bai killing everyone, they immediately thought of helping him. The 9 circling ice dragons gave them great confidence. Bai felt even happier when he saw the 100 ninjas rushing towards him from behind. As long as his deeds became known, his fame in the village would probably skyrocket. Coupled with his stunning looks, it would be easy for him to gain the favor and support of others in the future. The only shortcoming is probably that the willpower of the Jonin is not weak and will not be affected by just being close to him. Otherwise, when the Jonin vote, he might be able to become Hokage more easily. Cho brought the second puppet team and caught up with them. Now, looking at the scene on the battlefield, his heart was bleeding. Hatred spread in her heart. Looking up at the pretty figure soaring freely in the sky, Cho wished she could tear him into pieces. However, she was not strong enough, so she had no choice but to join the battlefield with her troops. There are still more of them on the battlefield now. As long as this little girl doesn't want her rear base to be attacked, she must stop them here. This time she brought more than 20 Jonin, hundreds of Chunin and 1,000 Genin. If so many people couldn't kill this little girl, she felt that there was no need to continue this war. Come on, let's consume this person's chakra together. I don't believe she can continue to use this large-scale consumption ninjutsu. Tisk, you're so short-sighted. Bai's perception was so sharp at this time that he heard Cho's words at the first time. He was dismissive of Cho's fantasy. Since he became an Otsutsuki with the same level of blood as the 6 Paths Sage, there was almost no shortage of chakra. If it is not enough, he can also extract chakra from the surrounding space, and it is easy to deal with the ninja 1 kilometer in front of him. Since you want to see if I have enough chakra, let me show you how abundant my chakra is. Bai's clear and pleasant voice brought boundless fear, and none of the shadow ninjas scattered on the battlefield were Bai in the sky. Bai just clapped his hands, and without any movement, dense dots of twinkling blue light appeared in the sky. Ice escape, ice thousand bones, heavy rain of pear blossom needles. Bai pressed down with both hands and the ice cones in the sky flashed with colorful light and flew downwards. When the attack was approaching, the ninjas below found that these flashing colorful light were all senbon made of ice crystals. The dense swarms of ice directly enveloped the entire battlefield. All the sand ninjas had to defend again, but this time the attack came too fast that many people did not have time to use their numbers to protect themselves, and the sharp ice cones pierced their heads or shoulders. If you are lucky, your arm or an unimportant part will be shot through. Although your combat effectiveness will be reduced, your life will not be in danger for the time being. If you are unlucky, you will be hit in the forehead or directly stabbed. Bai killed hundreds of ninjas at a time. Cho was devastated and helpless when she saw Bai showing off his power. She quickly controlled 10 puppets to rush up and said helplessly to the several senior ninjas around her, "Everyone retreat. Our mission has failed this time. I will buy you time to retreat." "Lord Cho, this is not possible." Yes, you are truly important, Cho-sama." Cho's face turned serious and she shouted at the people around her in a stern tone, "Are you staying here to kill all the ninjas in our village? In the name of the elders of the Sand Village, I now order you to take your troops away immediately, otherwise I will label you a traitor." Seeing that Elder Cho had spoken so seriously, Jonin Tuno could only nod helplessly and waved his hand to prepare for the troops to evacuate with him. Just as the Sand Ninja troops turned around and prepared to evacuate, a giant snake 100 meters long fell from the sky and landed directly in the center of the battlefield. "What, hasn't Orochimaru been held back? What is Raza doing?" Cho's expression changed drastically as she looked at Orochimaru's signature summoning beast, Manda, and she had an ominous premonition in her heart. At this time, Bai felt a large number of auras gradually approaching, and he already understood what was happening. He looked at Orochimaru, who appeared beside him in an instant, and said speechlessly, "Lord Orochimaru, I was wondering how the enemy's 1,000 ninja troops could rush into our Konoha camp. I didn't expect it was your plan. Your plan seems a bit too cruel." Bai now understood that Orochimaru was inviting a wolf into the house and was ready to sacrifice hundreds of ninjas to annihilate thousands of sand ninjas. And they are the victims. There are a total of 300 ninjas in the Makino camp now, and most of them are wounded. It is a bit difficult for Bai to accept abandoning this person all of a sudden. But Orochimaru's from the perspective of a commander, this approach seemed so reasonable. Although Bai didn't like his approach, he had to admit that Orochimaru's approach could indeed speed up the process of winning the war. However, Bai will not give Orochimaru any face in front of so many ninjas. He was afraid of Orochimaru before because he was not strong enough. Now that he has shown such powerful strength, he is still timid. Wouldn't his status drop? Orochimaru looked at the toughened Bai with some surprise and smiled sinisterly. "I'm really surprised by Bai Jun's strength. It's only been a short time since you were able to develop Ice Escape to this level." When Orochimaru said this, he glanced at the battlefield on the ground. Looking at the ice thorn forest that was still spreading on the battlefield, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It seems that Bai Jun, you have a lot of chakra. I'm really curious how a ninja with ordinary bloodline like Bai Jun gets such a huge amount of chakra. I don't want Lord Orochimaru to know my secret. After all, it seems very impolite for ninjas to spy on each other." "Now Lord Orochimaru, are you sure you still want to talk to me? Have you forgotten what your own plan is?" Orochimaru nodded, and the Konoha ninjas who gradually appeared around and joined the battlefield directly. With the same number of people, the quality of Konoha's ninjas was obviously higher than that of ninjas from other villages. What's more, Bai's ice escape made many sand-hidden ninjas' bodies a little stiff, and the battlefield suddenly became a one-sided battle. At the same time, Luosha and 1,000 sand ninja troops on the front battlefield were rushing over. Luosha was anxious at this time because he had been blocked by the Inoshikacho trio in his attack. He was not in a hurry at first, but he panicked after seeing Orochimaru, who was in charge of the central army, turned into a ball of white smoke. He said that why it was not Orochimaru, the cold and poisonous snake, who was fighting with him this time. He didn't expect that they were hit. Moreover, it was a trap they fell into because they wanted to speed up the war. He took his elite troops and rushed to support as quickly as possible, but Luosha, who had already been severely injured, could not rush to the battlefield so quickly. Moreover, their troops had just experienced a great battle, so it would take even longer to catch up. At this time, Cho was under siege. Orochimaru's mana view and Orochimaru's strength were obviously not comparable to that of old lady Cho. Cho was already quite old, and although her puppetry was very advanced, she was defeated under the attack of the large summoning beast peripherals. Bai waved his ice wings in the sky, looking for unlucky people one by one to send them to the west. After freezing them into ice sculptures with one blow, he kicked them into pieces with one kick. He was neither shrewd nor very elegant. It's just that it was too brutal, not even a complete body was left. For Bai, this battle was a stage for him to show his strength. Bai's killing speed was extremely fast, and he also saved many Konoha ninjas who were in danger. Many Konoha ninjas admire Bai's strength very much, and after returning to the village, this group of people will spread Bai's reputation to the entire village, and then Bai's prestige will increase rapidly. In the past, he was the genius who was promoted to Jonin the fastest, but now he has become a strong man who has developed his bloodline limit on his own. Cho felt very painful when she saw the scorching battlefield. With a fierce look in her eyes, she flicked her 5 fingers and the 4 puppets in the front quickly rushed forward. Once she looked at the 4 little guys rushing towards him with disdain in his eyes, and was about to sweep them away with his tail. As a result, at the moment when the huge tail of the 10,000 snake collided with the 4 puppets, the puppets quickly expanded and exploded, and a cloud of smoke and dust rose. The huge vibration made many ninjas subconsciously stop and cover their ears. Bai was also affected by the huge sound waves and quickly stopped vibrating his wings and landed on the ground. By the way, he froze a sand ninja next to him with a slap. Hiss, this old woman will kill you sooner or later. If you don't give me 500 sacrifices this time, I will never let you go. After saying that, the roar of the 10,000 snakes just disappeared. Orochimaru's eyes flashed and he understood instantly that the old lady Cho was going to take drastic measures. Haha, it's not that easy to escape. Spiritual communication, the 10,000 snakes formation. A large number of small snakes from the dragon snake cave were summoned out and chased the sand ninja madly. Bai Ye took off again to chase the enemy. This was the perfect time to show up at this critical moment. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Thousands of Sand Village ninjas were killed or wounded, and the remaining ninjas were all captured, totaling dozens of people. These ninjas are of little use to Konoha village. Their only function is probably to use memory reading to gather intelligence. Old Lady Cho has also left the battlefield with her elite puppet troops, and the large number of sand ninja troops have become abandoned. Bai looked at the remaining sand ninjas who were still fleeing desperately on the battlefield and nodded with satisfaction. He had made a great contribution today. Not only did he demonstrate his own strength, he also prevented hundreds of ninjas who stayed in the camp from dying. The most important thing is to show his strength in front of the Konoha ninjas who are crossing the national defense line. In the future, these people will help him become Hokage after they return. At this time, Orochimaru walked over to Bai and forced a smile and said, "Bai, I thought those people in the camp would suffer heavy losses. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated your strength. Mr. Bai, you have done a great job this time. I wonder if there is any ninjutsu you want. The merits you accumulated this time should be able to be exchanged for S-level ninjutsu." Bai fell into deep thought after hearing this. Indeed, as a disciple of Minato Namikaze, he could definitely be rewarded with S-level ninjutsu after gaining enough merits. However, whether or not to grant him the ninjutsu is up to the higher UPS. What Bai has to do now is to express his wishes, and then the higher UPS will discuss and decide whether to grant it to him. Most of the ninjutsu in the sealed book were not suitable for him, whether it was the 8 Gates ninjutsu or the Flying Thunder God. One did not suit his style and the other he could not use at all. Just the Yomi Hirasaka eye technique of his own Rinnegan was already very good, not to mention that he was not sure whether he had a talent for space. However, there is a ninjutsu in the Book of Seals that is very suitable for him, and that is the S-level multiple shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu can create a large number of clones on the battlefield. Moreover, the technique of multiple shadow clones can also speed up the practice. Normally, he can only summon 2 shadow clones at a time, because if he splits out a shadow clone, the extra shadow clones will be as unmotivated as a retard. It seemed like there was a missing link somewhere. The price for exchanging for the multiple shadow clone technique was a bit high, and he had been saving money to buy bloodline, so naturally he had never exchanged for ninjutsu. So it's good to be able to use the merits to exchange for S-level forbidden techniques. Thinking of this, Bai said, "I heard from Sister Tsunade that there is a ninjutsu called multiple shadow clone technique. It's an upgraded version of the shadow clone technique. That person said it might be quite useful to me. The extra clones can be used for training or fighting. With the technique of multiple shadow clones, my growth rate and combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Lord Orochimaru, please convey my request to Lord Hokage." Well, Bai Jun is really hardworking, no wonder he has such powerful strength at such a young age. I really don't know where Bai-kun will go in the future. The usually cold Orochimaru rarely said a few more words, but Bai was completely indifferent to Orochimaru's words. If powerful strength can be obtained through hard work, there will be many powerful people in this world. In this world where bloodline is respected, hard work may not be useful. Bai sees this very clearly, so he tries his best to improve the level of his bloodline. However, Bai still had to say polite words, showing a charming smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Orochimaru. The battle just now consumed a lot of my energy. I will go back to the camp to rest now. Lord Orochimaru, remember to rest early." After saying that, Bai turned around and left without arguing with Orochimaru anymore. Orochimaru stood in the distance and sneered at Bai's receding back, with greed and curiosity in his eyes not concealed at all. "You have a huge amount of chakra and an unreasonable chakra control ability. I'm really curious about your physical condition. Mr. Bai, I will definitely study your bloodline when I have the chance. But it's a pity, now is not the time." Orochimaru sighed deeply and turned around with some regret to start arranging all matters concerning the camp. Bai was also very annoyed after feeling the gaze behind him disappear. Orochimaru's eyes were so disgusting that he wanted to tear the snake apart. "Why don't you let the second clone come and beat Orochimaru up? With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill Orochimaru. After all, his soul can't escape no matter how hard he tries." Bai felt a little moved when he thought of this, but then he shook his head. "No, it's better to expose the second clone later. After all, there are still many sealing techniques in Konoha that I don't know about. What if the information is exposed and the people of Konoha start targeting my second clone? It's better to expose it later. I'm going to sleep first. Although I'm not physically tired after this battle, the bloody scene is still a bit uncomfortable, but I hope I'll feel better after a good sleep." Bai sighed deeply that he didn't want to join the war. In his previous life, he had lived in a peaceful hell. He was not a war fanatic, so how could he yearn for war? Konoha Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was processing documents with his head down, suddenly raised his head, holding his pipe, looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "Tell me what's the matter." Yes, Lord Hokage, this is the information from the Kawano defense line. Put it on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on the table. Yes. The ninja placed the information on the table, then bowed and left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the secret report on the table with a little trepidation in his heart. He reached out and grabbed the information. After confirming that the ciphertext on it was authentic, he opened the information scroll. Hokage-sama, the 3,000 sand ninjas are numerous and it is very difficult to maintain direction. I choose to use some of the ninja troops as bait to lure the enemy deeper into our position. We must completely wipe out the Tsunagakuren raiding force. Only then can we reverse the downward trend on the battlefield. For this purpose, I set a trap and successfully lured the 4th Kazekage Raza into the trap and sent Cho and the elite puppet troops to attack the Konoha camp. During the battle, Haku, the senior ninja of Konoha in the Konoha camp, used the ice escape technique he developed and single-handedly attacked the sand village troops for half an hour, and cooperated with the siege troops that arrived later to pursue the enemy and kill a total of 78 ninjas. Among them were 8 Jonin, 20 Chunin, and 50 Genin. This time we captured 72 prisoners and killed 893 enemies, including 12 Jonin, 103 Chunin, and 778 Genin. Signed, Orochimaru OK. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table excitedly. This victory news gave him a shot in the arm. Konoha had not yet fully recovered its combat effectiveness before World War II and was now under siege by several countries. It was during the few months that Bai stayed on the defense line of the river country that the Raikage of the Cloud Village decisively dispatched a large number of troops to station ninja troops in the land of Rice country, and small-scale team fighting had begun. For this reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself had to send his junior Minato Namikaze as the Legion commander to support the defense line of the land of Rice. A month later, the Uegakure village also sent more than 4,000 ninjas into the land of grass. The small ninja village of Kusagakure even formed an alliance with the Uegakure village and deployed troops within the borders of the land of grass. Its intentions were very obvious. By that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost useless, so he had no choice but to let Akimichi Tofu, who was older than him, take over. For this, Danzo even found him and had a big quarrel. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, Danzo, why can't you understand me? The future belongs to the young. You can't be Hokage with such a dark heart. This boy Bai is very powerful, worthy of being a member of the Hokage family. However, this boy has such strong strength that there is no need for him to stay in the defense line of the river. It just so happens that the grass country battlefield is in crisis. It's time to replenish powerful combat forces. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with the appearance of Haku. He had always been optimistic about Haku. He was a commoner of Konoha, his parents sacrificed themselves for the will of fire, and he was the grandson of his apprentice, a pure Hokage. He has very good strength and talent, and he has no bloodline, so his future ceiling is very high. Just like his teacher Minato Namikaze, he is a fighter who is very suitable for him. He thought that this kid would need a few more years of growth before he could have enough strength, but he didn't expect that this kid had even developed ice escape, and could even add to Konoha's foundation in the future. This is different from other families that join Konoha. As long as Yusuji Haku gets married and starts a family, a bloodline family that belongs entirely to Konoha and was born in Konoha will appear. This is a family that is absolutely impossible to leave, and it also represents the prosperity of Konoha during his reign. This kid is very good, and his requirements are not high. Isn't it just the multiple shadow clone technique? I can give it to this kid when he comes back. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a scroll and started writing the transfer order. After finishing it, he did not forget to give it to the intelligence ninja and asked them to use summoning techniques to pass the information to the front line. Far away in the camp of Kawakuni, a small snake holding a scroll suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned around, took the scroll hanging from the little snake, and spread it out directly. He looked at the transfer order inside and Sarutobi Hiruzen's words of praise and sneered. Teacher, am I really so unpopular with you as your disciple? I finally found a talented person who can be used, but you are going to transfer him away. Orochimaru sneered on the surface but felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he had already noticed his teacher's distrust of him. This kind of distrust is very sad for Orochimaru, who has been studying with a teacher since he was a child, but because of his personality, he never shows these thoughts on his face. Especially after he expressed his unknown thoughts about the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen became more and more alienated from him. For such a big event as the 3,000 ninjas from the hidden sand village attacking Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen only gave him more than 1,000 ninjas. Not to mention the difference of more than half in numbers, the sand village had sufficient backup personnel and at least 3 cage-level warriors. The strong were a headache for him. Fortunately, the sand village still has to guard against sneak attacks from the cloud village and the rock village, otherwise his pressure would be even greater. After Orochimaru looked at the information in his hand for a while, he said to the ninja outside the door, "Go and call Yusuji Hakujanin over." Yes. At this time, Bai Shen got up from the bed refreshed, washed his face, and came to the medical team's tent to treat the patients. As soon as Bai entered the tent, the broad-minded Yuno sister came over and put her hand on Bai. She said on his shoulder, "Bai, I didn't expect you to be so strong that if it weren't for you, I'm afraid several of our sisters would have died." Bai felt the hand on his body and said helplessly, Sister Yuno, please stop teasing me. This is what I should do. We are all from the same village. Of course I will protect you to the best of my ability. Hee Zio Bai, you are shy. Let me, your sister, give you a kiss. Yuno came over and kissed Bai's face hard with her sweet lips. Then the other shy girls came over and kissed Bai's face a few times, leaving more than a dozen lipstick marks on Bai's face. Although Bai felt helpless, he still accepted their thanks. When he arrived at the medical team yesterday, he saw the medical ninjas and the medical team looking very worried. The feeling of being able to die at any time is always uncomfortable, so it would be nice to let these young ladies vent their sorrow. Just when Bai was still thinking about chatting with these young ladies, a ninja suddenly walked in from outside the door. Master Bai, Master Orochimaru is looking for you. Okay, I'll be right there. Bai wiped the lipstick marks off his face and walked towards the command tent. Bai walked into the command tent and saw Orochimaru with a gloomy face. Bai felt a little depressed when he saw Orochimaru with a bad look on his face. He didn't know who had provoked this poisonous snake, and he felt a little scared seeing this. I hope Orochimaru won't ask him to do some troublesome tasks. He came here to improve his reputation, not to clean up other people's mess. As long as Orochimaru is still here, his contribution will never surpass Orochimaru's. Haha, Mr. Bai is here. Your strength really surprised this old man. Really? This is also thanks to the good teaching of Hokage. I even asked Hokage for advice on ninjutsu for a long time before. What Bai said was not a lie. He had met Sarutobi Hiruzen several times during training. It was obvious that the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen came with a purpose and kept talking to him about the will of fire. The intention to brainwash him is very obvious, but it is too difficult to brainwash a sane person by gentle means, and he is a black-hearted person like Bai who has long been polluted by society. Haha, the old man hasn't developed the ability to use ice escape. Okay, Yusuji Haku Jonin. Exist. Bai immediately stood in front of Orochimaru seriously. Orochimaru picked up the scroll next to him and handed it to him. This is the transfer order from Lord Hokage that you can return to the village now and rest for a month. After a month's rest, you will set foot on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. In the Grass Country battlefield, we Konoha are still at a personnel disadvantage, and your strength can just fill the gap in the Grass Country's defense line. Now I would like to wish Mr. Bai a victorious return early. Haha, thank you, Lord Orochimaru. If you have nothing else to do, I'll be leaving first. Bai took the scroll and looked at the secret code on it. After confirming that it was a genuine transfer order, he turned around and left with peace of mind. Orochimaru didn't stop him. The two of them were not of the same kind at all, not to mention that this pervert was greedy for the white body. After Bai walked out of the command tent, he said goodbye to Yuno-san and everyone in the medical department and went back to the village without saying a word. He only has 1 month of rest time, and returning to the village early can also help him and Sister Tsunade to eliminate the anger from the battlefield. Although Bai's strength and safety can be guaranteed, Bai Yi will have a huge psychological burden in such a depressing environment. What is the closest route between two locations? Of course, it is a straight line. Bai has the advantage in the air and his flying speed is almost the same as that of birds. If the wings can add a little wind attribute chakra, the speed will be even faster. So Bai only took 1 day to return to Konoha village, and on the way he stopped at a hot spring bathhouse in a small town to rest for a night. Shiro returned to the village and after passing through the gate, he headed straight towards the Hokage's office. What he did only showed his respect for the Hokage. After all, the Hokage was still the most powerful person in Konoha, so he had to be given some face, otherwise it would be difficult for him to survive in the future. Boom boom boom. Come in. Hokage-sama, here I come. Bai walked in and stood opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile on his face. His gentle smile and calm attitude greatly increased Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability towards him. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "It's you. How come you came back so soon? I developed a flying ninjutsu that is quite fast and doesn't consume too much energy in the air, so I can come back quickly." Bai answered truthfully and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction that he had no intention of probing further but said, "Bai, I was very optimistic about you when you were young. I didn't expect that after just a few years, you would give me such a big surprise. Can you let me see your ice escape?" "Sure." Bai casually condensed an ice blade in his hand, and the flashing cold light made Sarutobi Hiruzen nod in satisfaction. "You did a great job and you were very talented. In this battle, you protected all the ninjas in the rear and thwarted the enemy's conspiracy. I wonder if there is any ninjutsu you want." "Hokage-sama, I wish to use the multiple shadow clone jutsu." Multiple shadow clone technique. This ninjutsu is very dangerous. If you create too many clones at once, it will cause great mental pressure when all of them are settled at once. You have to think about it carefully. "Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I know my own training very well. The shadow clone technique is not only of great benefit to my training in combat. Well, if you want it, I'll give you this secret technique. You wait here." After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he slowly walked out of the Hokage, leaving the office alone sitting there, not knowing what to do but observing the surroundings. Sarutobi Hiruzen came back about 10 minutes later. When he came back, he had a scroll in his hand and said with a smile on his face, Bye, this is the multiple shadow clone technique you wanted. You can read it in the office and remember to return it to me after you finish reading it. If you don't remember it, you can come to me again later. Yes, Hokage-sama. Bai nodded and took the scroll and understood that the multiple shadow clone technique was actually not much different from the shadow clone technique. The only difference was that the shadow clone technique would drain half of the chakra of the clone at a time, while the chakra of the clones in the multiple shadow clone technique could be controlled. It is this skill that makes the multiple shadow clone technique so beneficial for ninjas with large chakras. Uzumaki Naruto, who is not very talented in ninjutsu, has also learned a variety of methods by force with the multiple shadow clone technique. He is indeed the template for the protagonist who lacks talent and uses cheats. Bai soon memorized all the content, pushed the visitor back and said, Hokage-sama, I have memorized everything. I've got it down. Your memory is very good. Maybe you can use it on the battlefield in the future. This ninjutsu saves companions and kills enemies. Okay, you can go back now. Maybe the red-haired girl has been looking forward to your return for a long time. Haha, thank you, Hokage. After saying this, Bai left the Hokage office building. However, he did not rush home but came to the Senju clan's territory. As soon as he entered the room he had just guarded, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Bai frowned, pushed open the door and said somewhat unhappily, Sister Gangshao, why are you drinking again? Jingyan, you are here too. Yes, Bai, are you coming back from the battlefield? How long will you stay in the village? Jingyan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Bai Jingyuan to come back so soon. Konoha is very short of people now. Many people are drawn from various positions to join the battlefield every day. He didn't expect that someone would be able to come back. Bai smiled and said nothing, walked at Tsunade, and prepared to pick her up and take her back to her room to rest. Bai and Shizen could only hurriedly help her clean up the stains. After doing all this, Tsunade pulled the two back to the table to drink. At this time, Tsunade was drunk and kept talking nonsense. She even thought that Bai returning to the village was just her fantasy. Bai had no choice but to cooperate and drink together. Jingyan kept persuading him and was forced to drink a glass of wine from time to time. As they drank, all three of them became drunk. Bai, due to long-term mental exhaustion, did not use chakra to awaken his will. He quickly put on his clothes and fled the room without saying a word. Bai was awakened by the sporadic noises. When he opened his eyes, he saw a fist that kept getting bigger in his eye sockets. I'm sorry, I thought you really succeeded. Tsunade comforted the bruised and swollen Bai with some embarrassment. Green soft chakra appeared on her hand, and Bai's bruised and swollen face quickly returned to normal. Bai curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, This is all your fault. If you hadn't dragged us two out for a drink yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. Tsunade snorted coldly, grabbed Bai's collar and said, I don't care, you have to apologize to me, I want to be on top today. Okay. Bai nodded helplessly. It seemed that he would not be able to eat for the whole day. The next morning, Bai Shen was walking on the street feeling refreshed, and he was heading towards his home. Uzumaki Kana, who was holding a bowl of rice when she just entered the house, was stunned. When she saw the person coming at the door, she suddenly threw away the bowl and chopsticks in her hands and rushed over in surprise. It has to be said that Bai had been on the battlefield for 4 months without realizing it. These 4 months had been extremely stressful for the two women who had long been infatuated with him. Tsunade even thought about going to the battlefield to find him, but unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Tsunade, as a combat power, should stay in the village and be ready to support any battlefield at any time. Another 2 days of absurdity passed like this, and Bai finally had some time to himself. He rarely came to the training place where he often stayed. As soon as he arrived at the training ground, he saw a familiar team. Uncle Zhenhong, Hong, Asuma, you are all here. Ui Shinka nodded, looked at Bai with complicated eyes, and said to the 3 students, Today is a holiday, you can take a day off. Remember to get up early for the test tomorrow. Good teacher. Thank you, Dad. Asuma, Sarutobi and Korone Ui were very happy. Bai's appearance had made them lose interest in training. After Shiro left, Asuma, Sarutobi and Korone came over. Korone grabbed Shiro's arm with one hand and kept feeling around Shiro to see if he was injured. Bai, were you injured on the battlefield? I heard that the battlefield is very dangerous. In just a few months, a lot of ninjas have been lost on the battlefield. Ziyi Hong was worried as she felt around Bai's body, wanting to check every part. Bai helplessly stopped her and said, Hong, you know my strength. I've made a great contribution to the village this time. Don't worry. That's good. Ui Korone breathed a sigh of relief, then a hint of reluctance flashed in her red eyes as she asked, Bai, how long can you stay in the village? I still have a month. Okay. After I go back I will ask my dad for a month's leave. I want to spend the remaining month with Bai. Zihaihong said stubbornly. Bai frowned and asked after hearing this, there is no need for that. I won't be following you all the time for this month. You can go to train and do the mission by yourself. You may also go to the battlefield in the future. The more strength you have, the more protection you will have. I don't care. Anyway, you are very powerful. You will definitely have no problem protecting me. You are the youngest Jonin in Konoha. I'm afraid that won't work. My future battles will definitely be dangerous. Bai shook his head and directly rejected Hong's idea. His world is now only spread in the circle of senior ninjas. If Ui Korone knew about his combat capability, she would probably give up the idea of going with him to complete the mission. If she went to help, she might not only be of no help but also slow down the pace of the battle. Yui Kurane was a little unhappy about being rejected like this, but then she changed her attitude and felt that Bai cared about her. Asuma Sarutobi was speechless and felt very miserable. The feeling of the person he liked showing off their affection in front of him made him feel very uncomfortable. But the more he looked at Bai, the stranger his gaze became. After seeing his gaze, Bai subconsciously moved away from him, fearing that this would awaken some strange attributes. Kurane Yui was very disappointed and looked at Asuma with some complaints, saying, "I really don't know when we can go to the battlefield. We are the strongest students in the class. Haha, there will always be a chance for you to show your abilities. Are you training? How about adding me in?" Bai scoffed at Yui Kurane's idea. Who was Asuma Sarutobi? He was just a little kid. How could his father let him go to the battlefield? How could Sarutobi Hiruzen be willing to let his son go to the battlefield when he was unwilling to push even his own clansmen to the battlefield? Moreover, he knew his own son's own strength very well. Although Sarutobi Asuma was quite strong and could be considered the best in his grade, he was a complete cannon fodder on the battlefield. The reason why Sarutobi Shinishuk sacrificed himself in the future was because Sarutobi Hitachi once thought of letting his eldest son become Hokage, and wanted to pass on the position of Hokage like a daimyo. Unfortunately, the Sarutobi family is just a second-rate family. Although it has a large population, it still does not have a leading figure. Otherwise, once a Kage-level figure appeared in the Sarutobi family, Sarutobi Hiruzen might really let his descendants become Hokage. Kurane Yui quickly nodded and said with some surprise, "Of course, Asuma, do you have any objection?" When Kurane Yui said this, her deep red eyes revealed a pure murderous intent. Asuma Sarutobi was frightened by the fierce look and nodded quickly. "Of course you can, by that you are much stronger than us. Maybe you can even guide us. Haha, it's not as scary as you say. But how many people in our class went to the battlefield?" After hearing this question, Asuma paused for a moment before saying, "More than half of our graduating class has already gone to war. Even several students from our first class have lost their lives. Obito, Kakashi and the others are also on the battlefield." "Why are you asking this question, Shiro?" "I just want to see if I can get my classmates together for a meal. After all, this is a special period. If we don't meet this time, we may never see each other again in the future." Bai sighed that he had thought that this was just the beginning of the war and that they wouldn't send out newly graduated ninjas. He hadn't expected that the Konoha High UPS would send children to the battlefield in order to preserve the fighting power of their own families. He had originally thought of having a party to increase his favorability points, but it seems that he can't come now. However, there should be quite a few story characters on the Rock Ninja battlefield. The Namikaze Minato team is a very suitable target for brushing up on favorability. By the way, you can also send the books you wrote to those plot characters, so that even if they are on the battlefield, they will have something good to relax their body and mind. Kurane Yui and Asuma Sarutobi both fell silent. That they had seen many of their companions sacrificed in the past month, and their hearts had become numb. In every ninja world war, each village would lose 1/3 or even more than half of its ninjas. At the genin level, half the chance of death means almost half of the genin would die. The majority of the deaths were young children, a situation that the young Asuma Sarutobi and Kurane Yui could not accept but had to accept. Bai couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of the ninja world. When would this life and death war end? If possible, he wouldn't mind conquering the entire ninja world in the future. Alright, there's no point in talking so much. Let's start training now. Only with sufficient strength can we move freely on the battlefield. Survival is more important than anything else. Good. A 2 time passed slowly and a month went by. During this month, Bai was running around everywhere. Not only did he communicate with students from the same class many times, but he even asked his shadow clone to write novels for him at night. In 1 month, he frantically copied a novel of more than 3 million words, an average of 100,000 words a day. He was so crazy that even the bookstore owner was a little scared. There was no way Bai actually felt a sense of urgency in his heart. After all, his Heike Atsutsuki and other Atsutsuki would come in the future. It was always better to prepare for a rainy day. War would delay the speed at which he gained favorability, so it was very necessary to find some shortcomings. If possible, Bai even thought about making a movie, but unfortunately he didn't have the time. Bai had a rare leisure time today, staying at home and drinking tea. Just when it was almost noon, there was a knock on the door. As expected, Bai nodded and shouted towards the door, "Come in." The door creaked open, and a man wearing a mouse mask walked in. He respectfully took out a sealing scroll and said, "Master Bai, this is the transfer order from the Hokage. The Hokage orders you to rush to the Uegakur battlefield to provide support within a week. And once you enter the Rock Ninja battlefield, you will obey the orders of Master Akimichi Tofu. Lord Akimichi Kyufeng will assign you a task." "Good." Bai raised his left hand and a suction force quickly burst out from his left hand, and the scroll flew directly over and fell into Bai's hand. The ninja wearing a mouse mask's pupils contracted, then he clasped his fists and respectfully left the room. Bai ignored him, but opened the scroll and read the secret text. After confirming that the task in the scroll was true, he turned around and said goodbye to Uzumaki Tsurugi before leaving home. Afterwards, he said goodbye to Kurane, Tsunade and his classmates and came to the gate of Konoha. Bai was about to spread his wings and leave Konoha, but he was suddenly stopped by someone as soon as he reached the gate. Why are you two talking about something? I looked at the masked ninjas who suddenly appeared in front of him with great impatience. The two ninjas exuded a cold and damp aura, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already given him the transfer order, so the only person who could order the masked ninjas to find him was Danzo. Danzo-sama is looking for you. Please wait for us to come. Sure enough, the ninja on the left wearing a cat-faced mask said in a cold tone, rolled his eyes at him and said in a very unhappy tone, "Who is Danzo? I don't remember him being able to order a jonin around. If you want to see me, come and see me in person. Who the hell do you two think you are? Get lost." After Bai finished speaking, he ignored the two people's obstruction and condensed chakra ice wings, flying into the sky towards the rock ninja battlefield. When the two ninjas saw the fear in the flying Bai's eyes, they trembled all over and looked at each other. Finally, the two of them walked slowly towards the death forest without saying a word. After arriving at the death forest, they came to the foot of a cliff and walked directly through a hidden cave. After entering, there is a dark and damp dungeon with a complex structure and many passages. If you don't understand the structure here, you will definitely get lost. The two ninjas went through layers of inspection and arrived at the innermost office. As soon as they entered, Danzo frowned and said, "I told you two to bring the person here, why didn't you bring him here?" The two root ninjas knelt down and said, "Lord Danzo, we are very sorry that we couldn't bring the person here. He said that you don't have the right to instruct the Kana Jonin. If you want to see him, you have to go to him in person." When Danzo heard this, he became furious and slammed the table. "You Suji Haku, I called you here to give you face, and you dared not listen to me. Haha, no one can compete with me for the position of Hokage. Since you are unwilling to serve me, I will kill you. Go and give all of Yusuji Haku's files to Onokid. I'm sure he'd be happy to dig up a genius from Konoha. Anyone who cannot be used by me must die. This is true for Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze.